Chapter 1. The real young master just returned home. Master, madam, it's not that I don't want to prepare a room for the eldest young master. It's just that there are no spare rooms in the house. Now that the eldest young master has returned, he can only live on the third floor with you, madam, and the second young master. The only thing on the third floor that can be demolished is the second young master's playroom. It will take time to demolish and renovate the playroom. Please give us some time, master and madam. Mom and dad, my brother is your biological son. Now that he's back, I'll give my room back to him. I remember there's an empty room in the basement, so I can just live there. I heard he's been living there for the past few years. If he can live there, I can too. How you, although you are not your father's and my biological son, we raised you. Even if Lin Sheng comes back, you are still our son. How can we ask you to give up your room? And that game room is your favorite, how can we tear it down? Anyway, your brother grew up in an orphanage and has lived in the basement for the past few years since he left the orphanage. He is used to living there. Let him live in the basement for now. That's right. Could it be that our dignified Lu family can't solve the room problem? We'll figure out which room your brother should live in later. Let him live in the basement for now. That's right. After all, he's been away for so many years. If he suddenly comes back and lives in a villa, he might not be used to it. If he lives in the basement, he might be more adaptable. Lu Linsheng was speechless as he listened to these conversations. The current Lu Linsheng is no longer the original Lu Linsheng. Just now, Lu Linsheng from another world has successfully replaced the real young master Lu Linsheng of this world. Lu Linsheng, who traveled through time, integrated the original owner's memories and also understood the original owner's situation. I grew up in an orphanage and tried to be adopted, but inexplicably it never happened. I went out to work right after graduating from elementary school. Because I have no money, I have been living in the basement all these years. He was 22 years old this year. He was delivering a takeaway when he was found by his biological parents, who then told him that he was from the wealthy Lu family. When he was brought back, he found out that he had biological parents, 5 sisters, and lived in a big villa. He was a rich man, and he was so excited that he lost his mind. After integrating the memories, he naturally understood the original owner's yearning for family. But Lu Linsheng, who came through time and space, felt emotional in his heart. Fortunately, you are gone, and you still have a little yearning for this home. If you heard what I'm saying now, I don't know how you would feel. But the new Lu Linsheng was very sure that even if he did not travel into the novel of the true and false young master, he had encountered the plot of the true and false young master. After the real young masters were found, they were actually sent directly to the basement. Isn't this the plot of true and false young master? If I follow the plot of this type of novel, I will be framed constantly, and no matter what I do, I will not be appreciated, and no matter what I do, I will be despised. Whenever there is a problem, it is your own problem. Whenever something goes wrong, it is your own fault. In the end, he would either be used to take the blame for the fake young master or become the fake young master's organ storage device. If I am finally killed by this family, and God can bless me, perhaps I can be reborn. He came from another world, and he didn't want to experience such a life and face such a family. Prejudice in people's hearts is as huge as a mountain. Those who were born into wealthy families naturally look down on me, a child who grew up in an orphanage. Even if there was no fake young master's frame up, they still look down on me deep down. Plus, this fake young master clearly has bad intentions. If I stay, I will have to face the constant slander and frame up by the young master, as well as the misunderstanding and suppression of this blood relative of ours. Am I crazy, or is there something wrong with my brain that I would stay in such a family? Fortunately, the original owner has just returned, and even the household registration has not been transferred back. I'd better leave as soon as possible. You want me to live in a basement? Dream on. Even dogs don't live in basements. Thinking of this, Lu Linsheng no longer lay motionless on the sofa, but slowly opened his eyes. He wanted to make it clear to this family that he had nothing to do with them and he would not come back. He wanted to leave this villa, leave this family, and even leave this city as soon as possible, to live his own life away from them. After he graduated in his previous life, he worked overtime every day. He was busy for more than 10 years, but he didn't save anything. Instead, he got a terminal illness. God actually favored him and let him live again. He didn't plan to live such a hard life in this life, and just wanted to enjoy life. But as his eyes opened, he saw a curtain of light appear in front of him. A malicious suggestion has been detected. The advice system has officially activated. All directly or indirectly malicious suggestions will be reversed tenfold if you choose to follow them. Received a malicious suggestion from your mother, Jiang Wanqing, with the fake young master Lu Haoyu, live in the basement. Your health will deteriorate in the dark and damp environment. Follow this advice, and your health will be reversed tenfold. In the basement, all damage to your body will be reversed into positive effects, and amplified tenfold. After hearing this reminder, Lu Linsheng, who was originally preparing to leave, instantly put the thoughts in his mind behind. You can't leave. There are not many people who are as malicious towards oneself as this family. I was given such good advice as soon as I arrived, which can strengthen my body infinitely. If I leave, I'll be a fool. As for the basement? Dogs don't live here, but I'm not a dog. I have decided to live in this basement. Even Jesus can't stop me. Coming back to his senses, he saw the entire family of 4 looking at him. Lu Linsheng said with a smile on his face, Dad, Mom, big sister, and brother Haoyu, you're right. I grew up in an orphanage, and even after leaving the orphanage, I've been living in the basement. Now that I'm living in a house with sunlight, I'm still a little uncomfortable. I originally thought that since there was no basement at home, I could only live in a house with sunlight. Now that there is a basement at home, please let me live in the basement. You don't have to prepare a room for me. As long as I can live in the basement, I'll be satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, no matter if it was Lu's father Lu Zhenting, Lu's mother Jiang Wanqing, or the eldest sister Lu Ninshuang, or the fake young master Lu Haoyu, their expressions were a little out of control. Even the servant standing by, Wang Ma, couldn't help but open her mouth wide. At this moment, they all had only one thought in their minds. How could anyone enjoy living in a basement, and be so happy about it? This is unreasonable. Chapter 2: Living in the Basement. At this moment, the fake young master Lu Haoyu's expression was even a little out of control. Others didn't see it, but Lu Linsheng, who was paying special attention, clearly saw the somewhat cracked expression. It was obvious that his reaction was completely beyond the expectations of this fake young master Lu Haoyu. Everything today was arranged by Lu Haoyu. He had already thought it through. Even if he couldn't let Lu Linsheng live in the basement today, he could pretend to have a cold or fever tomorrow and move back. He had already thought it through. When the time came, it would be cheap. His parents would say that Lu Linsheng had lived in the basement for so many years, so it wouldn't matter if he stayed there for a few more days. Then they would let Lu Linsheng live in the basement forever. And in his opinion, this was the correct way to open it, but he never expected that as soon as the proposal was put forward and his adoptive parents said it, the newly returned Lu Linsheng agreed to it directly. You don't play by the rules at all. After a moment, his expression returned to normal, and naturally, a hint of vigilance arose in his heart. I originally thought that growing up in an orphanage and struggling at the bottom of society for such a long time would be easy to deal with. However, he didn't expect that his first move was just the beginning, and he didn't have time to use the rest. He looked carefully at Lu Linsheng's expression, his very natural smile, and his yearning for the basement, and suddenly felt that maybe he was overthinking it. Maybe this kid just doesn't want to reject his parents and elder sister. No matter what the reason was, at least he achieved his goal and made Lu Linsheng move to the basement as soon as he came back. I also confirmed that my parents and elder sister were on my side, and that was enough. After that, he would have plenty of opportunities to make Lu Linsheng deserted by his friends and relatives. But I still have to give it a try today. Although he didn't want to live in the basement, it was worth it to stay in the basement for one night in exchange for Lu Linsheng living in the basement forever. Brother, you are our parents' biological son. My room originally belonged to you. I'll live in the basement. I'll go and vacate the room right away. He said he was leaving. Today he must show his magnanimity and his kindness to his parents as their biological son. This can also make your cheap parents pay more attention to you. He could even imagine that if he took less than 3 steps out, his parents would stop him and his eldest sister would scold him and ask him to go back to his room. It will depend on what Lu Linsheng chooses then. If they didn't stop me and agreed to exchange their parents and elder sister with me, they would definitely be disappointed. If someone stops me, I still have a trick up my sleeve. It could be said that he was already in an invincible position, but as soon as he took a step forward, he was grabbed by a hand. Don't stop me. My brother is my biological son. My room should belong to Lu Linsheng. At first he pretended to be aggrieved, but when he stopped and turned around to see that it was Lu Linsheng who stopped him, he lost control of his expression for a moment and directly called out Lu Linqing's name. "No, brother, why are you stopping me? My room originally belongs to you. It's only right that I give it to you. I'll go to the basement now." He quickly tried to make amends, saying that he was probably too surprised just now, so he called out the name. At the same time, he thought Lu Linqing was eager to switch with him, so he said that, but he never expected that Lu Linqing got angry as soon as he finished speaking. "Lu Haoyu, did I call you the wrong name? I told you I wanted to live in the basement, so why did you insist on making me live in your room?" "Don't worry, I didn't say that on purpose. Everything I said came from the heart. You've lived in that room for over 20 years. Just keep living there. I have indeed been living in the basement for these years and I am used to living in the basement. Now you ask me to move to a house with sunlight, but I still can't accept it. So if you want me to come back, you must let me live in the basement, otherwise I won't come back." This tough attitude, this resolute tone. If you didn't know, you would think he was going to live in a very nice place. At this moment, even Lu Haoyu was a little uncertain. Could it be that his cheap brother really likes living in the basement? What kind of weird hobby is this? "Brother? Are you serious?" he asked somewhat uncertainly. At the same time, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, and the eldest sister all came to their senses. Just now, they sent Lu Linqing to the basement because they didn't want Lu Haoyu to feel lost. In fact, they still felt a little guilty, but now seeing Lu Linqing so eager to live in the basement, the guilt in their hearts disappeared instantly. Mother Lu said, "Haoyu, your brother is obviously serious about this. Since he likes the basement, let him live there. You can continue to live in your room." Father Lu said, "Mr. Lin, since you're willing to live in the basement, let Aunt Wang take you there later. When you're used to sleeping in a sunny house, tell me and I'll arrange your room for you then." The eldest sister said, "Since you agree, then go and clean yourself up, change into clean clothes, and then come to the living room. We will have dinner together tonight." The three of them have already decided on the matter. No matter what Lu Linqing thinks, since you said you want to live in the basement, then just live in the basement. Lu Linqing understood what they meant, and it was exactly what he wanted. He looked at the slightly plump Aunt Wang next to him and said, "Take me to my room." "Okay, master, please follow me." Mother Wang behaved very respectfully and quickly led Lu Linqing to the basement. The Lu family's villa itself is very large. There is more space underground. Lu Linqing could clearly see that the two houses near the stairs he had just walked down were basically empty. Not only were they large in size, but they were also well decorated inside. But Wang Ma didn't stop. It was not until they turned a corner and reached the end of the corridor that Wang Ma stopped at the door of a room. He took out the key, opened the door, and took Lu Linqing in. "Master, the basement of the Lu family is usually filled with enclosed rooms that are not suitable for living. This is the only one that is available. Although it is also located on the underground floor, it now has a window onto the corridor. You can live here." "Thank you, Aunt Wang." "You're welcome, master. Please clean up and I'll go prepare dinner first." After saying this, Wang Ma left. Lu Linqing looked at the room and was very satisfied. It is dark and damp in itself, so if you add a window and open it when you sleep to let in the cool air, it will definitely make your body better. The room was very clean, but very empty, with basically nothing in it. The only good thing was that it had a private bathroom. He went to the bathroom first, then changed his clothes. Just as he was about to go out to see if he could activate the system again, he heard a click outside the door. He hurried to the door and pushed it hard, but it wouldn't open. Chapter 3, Attack Again. Lu Linqing tried a few times, and after confirming that the door could not be opened, he just laughed. It was just as he thought. As long as he stayed, this fake young master would probably keep targeting him. No matter who did it, the fake young master must be behind it. Let me think about it. My eldest sister seemed to have told me to clean up and go out for dinner. I'm locked up now, so I can't go out, and it will definitely delay my mealtime. So, after the meal is ready, my parents and older sister will have a worse impression of me. If someone opens the door for me when they are halfway through eating, and I go out to complain to my parents, their impression of me will be even worse. With just a few words from Master Jia, they'll think I'm deliberately making excuses for myself because I fell asleep, was late, or something like that. As expected, returning to this home means I'm bound to be subjected to a lot of calculations. But that's just what I want. How can I have any ill intentions if I don't plot against you? And how can I get a reward if I don't have any ill intentions? Lu Linsheng simply did nothing and fell asleep on the simple bed. Anyway, everyone has a bad impression of me, so I might as well get some sleep and rest well. It was very brain intensive for him to travel through time and integrate his memories, and on top of that, he had to bind to the system and work on it for such a long time. He felt a little sleepy and fell asleep on the bed in a short while. He fell asleep, but in the lobby on the first floor of the Lu family's house. Not long after, Lu's father and mother, eldest sister Lu Ninshuang, and fake young master Lu Haoyu all arrived. When Lu Haoyu saw that Lu Linsheng didn't come, a smile flashed in his eyes, but it was restrained in an instant. Then he sat down and chatted with the family. It wasn't until the food was ready in the kitchen and he asked if it was ready to be served that he finally spoke. "Mom and Dad, my brother hasn't come yet. Is it because of me? If so, I won't eat. Let my brother have this reunion dinner with you." As soon as he finished speaking, Mother Lu became angry. As expected, he grew up in an orphanage and lived in the basement all the time. Even if he was his own biological son, without a good growing environment, he would not be presentable. "Although your brother is not our biological son, we have raised him for more than 20 years. You are our son and he is also our son. You cannot be jealous of your brother just because he has been with us for a longer time. Don't worry about him, let's eat first. Since he doesn't want to eat with us, let him eat by himself. And Wang, serve the food," Father Lu also said. After all, he grew up in an orphanage and didn't receive an elite education. He doesn't even know these rules. Since he doesn't want to come, let him stay. After we finish eating, we don't have to worry about when he wants to eat. He can figure it out on his own, eldest sister Lu Ninshuang also said. Since he doesn't understand the rules, let him understand the consequences of not understanding the rules. "Mom, after you finish eating, tell the kitchen not to prepare anymore. He came out late and is hungry. It's his own business." So, the family of four ate their meal in peace, and after the meal no one paid attention to Lu Linsheng's situation. After Lu Linsheng woke up, he tried to open the door and found that it was already open. He chuckled, washed up, and then left the room. I looked at the time before leaving the room. It was exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. When he came to the living room, he found that it was still the same family of four. As for the other four sisters, according to the original owner's memory, Lu Linsheng knew that because they didn't like him, they all found excuses not to come back. Lu Linsheng is happy to see this happen. He also wanted to test the effectiveness of the system, but it would be less convenient if there were too many people. Without thinking, he knew that today's incident must be the work of this fake young master, so he naturally had to cooperate. If this family no longer has any ill will towards me, then I won't be able to get rewards. And since you all are prejudiced against me and look down on me, why should I recognize you? You need a biological son to satisfy your own conscience and fulfill the goals in your hearts. I also need you to help me trigger the task so that I can get more rewards. Then we'll see who performs better. Lu Linsheng, didn't I tell you before that you would come out for dinner? We've been waiting for you for so long, but you didn't come out. Since you don't understand the rules, you don't have to eat dinner tonight. Father Lu wants me to skip dinner. Could it be possible to trigger a mission? Lu Linsheng waited for 2 seconds and found that no task appeared at all, and there was no system prompt. He knew that this sentence was useless, so he simply said it according to young Master Jia's idea. It's not that I didn't want to come out for dinner. After I went back to clean up and change my clothes, I found that the door was blocked from the outside. I couldn't open it at all. I shouted for a long time inside, but no one paid attention to me, so I could only stay in the room. I ended up falling asleep because I was so tired. When I woke up, the door was open and it was already late. So it's not that I don't want to come out, but that I can't come out. As a result, just as he said this, he saw Father Lu frowning impatiently and then said, "Nonsense. Since you came back, there are only 2 chefs left in the Lu family besides us and Aunt Wang. The kitchen is always busy. They don't have time for this kind of thing. Mother Wang took you away and came back after the incident. She would never do such a thing. Do you think we can do such a thing? Besides, we need to lock you up first and then release you. This kind of thing must take enough time. Your mother and I are together all the time. Only your sister and your brother have this time. Are you going to tell me that they locked you up on purpose?" The eldest sister said. "That's simply impossible. When I was alone, I was always dealing with company matters. There are records on my phone and computer. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. Besides, no one in this family would deliberately target you, and no one would be so ridiculous as to lock you in a room and then let you out. Whether you fell asleep or didn't come out for some other reason, just admit it honestly and we won't blame you. Why bother making up such a lame excuse for yourself? Lu Haoyu pretended to be hurt and spoke cautiously. Not long after my brother came back, I was alone. I even walked around the villa a few times to see if there was anything wrong with it, so as to avoid making my brother feel uncomfortable. I can't prove what I did during this time, nor can I prove that I didn't close your door. But since you said you missed your meal because someone locked you in the room, then I guess it was me who locked it. After all, my brother is my parents' biological son. Chapter 4 Reject 1, Accept 1. As soon as he finished speaking, his mother was the first to stand up and spoke to Lu Linsheng angrily. Lu Linsheng, why are you so ignorant? You fell asleep and couldn't get up, so you said you were the one who couldn't get up in the first place. Why are you blaming your brother? Father Lu also said, although you are our biological son, I have already told you that Haoyu is also our son. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous that you use this little trick to frame your brother? The eldest sister said with disappointment. I originally thought that you are the blood of my Lu family after all, and you can also have the character of my Lu family, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing. It seems that the environment you grow up in is very important. Hurry up and apologize to your brother and admit your mistake. Otherwise, don't blame me for not recognizing you as your elder sister. I have received advice from your eldest sister, Lu Wanqing, to apologize to your brother, Lu Haoyu, who deliberately framed you and falsely accused you. Accept the advice. After you apologize, relevant evidence will unexpectedly appear in front of you and will be spread to let more people know about this matter. Seeing the system prompt, Lu Linsheng directly rejected it. I won't accept this suggestion. If I accept it, then the true face of my adopted brother will be exposed. How can he still have a chance to stay in the Lu family? Even if I really stay, I'm afraid I'll have to be very careful. Then wouldn't its value be lost? His existence is to frame me and at the same time, to make this family of relatives who are prejudiced against me misunderstand me even more, so as to provide me with more advice. If it weren't for the system reward, how could I stay in this house? If this fake young master really leaves, then what's the point of me staying here? Is it just to be with this family of blind and heartless people? He simply shook his head and said, why should I apologize? I told you all, someone locked me in the basement. I didn't come here on my own accord. If you don't believe me, you can check the surveillance. Don't you think the Lu family, as big as this, doesn't even have surveillance? Just check the surveillance to see if anyone went to the basement. Wouldn't that tell you whether I'm lying or not? After he finished speaking, you looked at Lu Haoyu, wanting to see how Lu Haoyu would respond, but you saw that Lu Haoyu was calm and composed. Just when he was confused, you heard the voice of your eldest sister. Lu Linsheng, who told you that our surveillance camera is broken? You only dared to say that because you knew the surveillance was broken. Even though my younger brother grew up in an orphanage, struggled at the bottom of society, and lived in a basement, none of that mattered. What I can't accept the most is that my younger brother is so irresponsible. You did something wrong, but you don't even have the courage to apologize. You really disappoint me. Originally, I was thinking of arranging a position for you in the company after you came back, so that you could study hard in the company and help the family in the future. But, how can I dare to bring you to the company when you are like this? Now I give you two choices. Either you apologize for your mistake, and I will pretend it never happened. That way I can look upon you with more respect and arrange a position for you in the company. Or you refuse to apologize. But if you do that, not only will you not be offered a job at the company, but I'll also have to give your 100,000 yuan monthly allowance to your brother. Without it, you'll be responsible for your own life, so you'll have to find a job yourself. Now are you sure you don't want to apologize? After Lu Nianxuan finished speaking, her face was full of determination. No matter what, he is still my own brother. Even though he was very different from what she had imagined, as his sister, she still wanted to help him. As long as he apologized, he could get a job in the group and 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month. Anyone with a good brain should know what to choose. Mr. and Mrs. Lu also looked in agreement at this time. The eldest daughter did nothing wrong. The son who is to be found should be tempered. As long as he apologizes and subdues his biological son, he will definitely become a better person under the guidance of his eldest sister. At this time, Lu Haoyu was secretly gritting his teeth. But on the surface, everything was calm. He had anticipated all of this. After all, each child in the family had a fixed monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan, and after graduation they had to go to the company for training, which was also agreed upon long ago. No one can escape unless they have their own career. Today's gain was enough to make this kid apologize and greatly reduce his impression in the eyes of his family. As long as he apologizes today, both his job in the group and his 100,000 yuan monthly pocket money will no longer belong to him in the near future. Even Mother Wang and the two chefs who heard their conversation felt that Lu Linsheng would definitely apologize at this moment. But they never expected that Lu Linsheng not only did not apologize, but spoke very seriously. I said I wouldn't apologize. Someone locked my door, so I couldn't get out. Why should I apologize? Isn't it just a job at the group? Isn't it just 100,000 yuan in pocket money every month? I don't want it, is that okay? You can give it to whoever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole family was shocked again. They felt that this scene was familiar. It seemed like this kid had already shocked them once when he just came back, and this time he was beyond their expectations again. While they were shocked, Lu Linsheng had no time to care about them. Instead, he looked carefully at the system prompts. Just now, he received 2 more system prompts. There are 2 choices, one is to listen to the advice and apologize. But if this choice is reversed, the fake young master will be exposed. The other one also listened to the advice but did not apologize. The result was losing his job in the group and his monthly pocket money of 100,000 yuan. But after the reversal, he can directly obtain a monthly growth fund of 1 million. At the same time, you can also get an opportunity for a work simulation, and after the simulation, you can also get a related reward. If he wasn't a fool, he would know what choice to make now. He stopped looking at the dumbfounded family and turned to look at Aunt Wang and said, "Auntie Wang, is there anything else to eat at home? Bring me some. I haven't had dinner yet." Only then did the other 4 members of the Lu family come to their senses. Before Wang Ma could speak, they had already spoken. Chapter 5 1 million per month. Lu Haoyu, brother, please stop being angry. You grew up in an orphanage and haven't shown any ability. If you don't have a 100,000 yuan monthly living allowance from your family and a job at the group, how are you going to live in the future? Even if you want to prove yourself, you can't do without work and money. Eldest sister Lu Nianchuan said, "Haoyu, stop talking. Since Lu Linsheng is so ambitious, then do as he says. His 100,000 yuan pocket money will be given to you from now on. If he doesn't want to work, let him find a job on his own. Let me tell you, Lu Linsheng, you think you can use the Lu family's resources just because you return. Without the family's support, don't even think about using any of the family's resources to get a job and make money. I'll let you see that before you join the family, you were still nothing." Father Lu said. "Not just our family, I'll also send a message to all branches of the Lu family, telling them not to help you. Don't you have ambition? Then go out and make a name for yourself. I'll see what you can accomplish. Mother Lu, Nian Shuang, since we are your younger sister, tell them not to help Lu Linsheng. I also want to see what he can achieve on his own." Having said that, he looked at Wang Ma again. "My son is ambitious and probably won't eat the food at home. You don't have to prepare meals for him. Let him figure it out on his own." Lu Linsheng felt emotional. "Fortunately, I traveled through time and space and awakened the system. I had no hope for this family in the first place, and I didn't care about family affection, so this was the only way to be able to remain calm. If it were the original Lu Linsheng, he would probably be extremely disappointed by now, right? Anyway, I have already got what I wanted." Lu Linsheng didn't plan to stay any longer. "If he doesn't let me eat, does that mean I can't eat at all? Forget about not preparing it. I don't need a meal. It's getting late, so I won't disturb your family from loving each other. I'm going to bed." As he said this, he turned and was about to leave, but at this moment the doorbell rang at the villa gate. Father Lu looked at the surveillance video and said quickly, "Auntie Wang, go open the door." After a while, a middle-aged man in a neat suit walked in. "Second Master Lu, I wonder which one is the eldest son you just found." Lu Linsheng didn't expect that the person was looking for him, so he looked at him in surprise. He didn't know this person, but Lu Haoyu did. This person is a lawyer and has a great reputation in the industry. What usually happens when a lawyer comes to visit you? He immediately pointed at Lu Linxing and said, "Uncle Liang, the one behind you is my parents' biological son, Lu Linxing. I wonder what you want to talk to him about. If he did anything wrong before he came back, please, for the sake of our Lu family, help him if you can. Thank you very much." When they heard his words, the whole family's faces turned pale. They hadn't thought much about it at first, but after hearing what Lu Haoyu said, they also felt that being visited by a lawyer probably meant they had committed a crime. Father Lu said, "Lu Linxing, what did you do? If you did something wrong, apologize immediately. If you did anything illegal, please speak up immediately and don't affect the reputation of my Lu family." Mother Lu said, "Mr. Lin, you're back at the Lu family now. If there's anything you haven't explained clearly, please tell us quickly. We'll help you solve anything we can. As long as it's not a big problem, it won't be a problem." The eldest sister, Lu Nianxuan, said, "As long as the matter this time is not serious, we will help you solve it. If you have any other problems, please tell us immediately. Don't bring those problems you brought from the orphanage and the lower classes to our Lu family. Be careful with your words and actions in the future and don't bring shame to our Lu family." As expected, the prejudice in this person's heart is really like a mountain. Lu Linxing believed that even if he had exposed Lu Haoyu's deliberate harm to him, as long as they could find a reason, this family would be able to keep Lu Haoyu and continue to treat him as their treasure. You haven't said anything yet, and this person hasn't opened his mouth yet, but you're about to condemn yourself. He was too lazy to pay attention to this family, but looked at the middle-aged man who came and said, "Hey, sir, I'm Lu Linxing. I wonder what you want to talk to me about." Seeing Lu Linxing's expression, Lawyer Liang nodded slightly. He saw the behavior of this family and naturally knew that his newly found son was probably not liked. Even so, Lu Linxing can still behave so calmly, which is enough to show that this child is not simple. In this way, Mr. Lu's efforts may not be in vain. "Mr. Lu, I'm a lawyer. You can call me Lawyer Liang. I came to see you this time mainly because I have a document to give you." As he spoke, he took out a document and handed it to Lu Linxing, then said, "Master Lu, this is your great-grandfather. Before he left, he made a will here with me, leaving a growth fund for you, the grandson of Master Lu, the son of Master Lu. No matter when you are found, this growth fund will be handed back to you. If it is never recovered, it will be transferred to the corresponding charity account after 100 years. Originally, this growth fund was only 500,000 per month, but since you haven't claimed it in the past few years, you can start claiming it now and withdraw 1 million per month. Before you came, I've already completed all the formalities and looked up your bank account number. Your first month's 1 million growth fund will be transferred to you later, and then every month thereafter, it will be transferred to a fixed bank account. If you want to change your bank card, you can go to the bank yourself or call me." As he spoke, he took out another business card and handed it to Lu Linxing. Uncle Lu said before he left that no one, including everyone in the Lu family, can touch your growth fund. If anyone tries to take advantage of your growth fund, or demands it for any reason, please contact me and I will defend your rights to the end. Just then, the doctor's text message alert sounded, followed by the familiar payment reminder. 1 million yuan has arrived in your bank card with the last number 9222. Hearing this reminder, Lawyer Liang said with a smile, "It seems that the money has arrived. Well, my business is done. If you need anything later, you can call me directly." He turned around and spoke to everyone in the Lu family. "Sorry to bother you all, my work is finished. See you later." After saying that, he turned around and left in a cool manner, without even looking at the unpredictable expressions of the people from the Lu family. Chapter 6: Lu Haoyu strikes again. Even though I lost my 100,000 yuan a month, don't I still have 1 million yuan a month? With so much money, why should I look for a job? Since there is no food for me at home, I will go out and find something to eat myself. By the way, I might not be back for the next few days. I have so much money now, and I should enjoy life. After all, I was an orphan and have always lived at the bottom of society. I also want to enjoy the life of an upper-class person." After saying that, Lu Linxing ignored the family and followed Lawyer Liang out of the villa. Because Lawyer Liang had not left far, neither Lu's father and mother nor Lu's eldest sister and fake young master tried to stop him. After walking out of the villa, Lawyer Liang said to Lu Linxing with a smile, "It's hard to get a taxi here in the villa area. My car is just outside. Why don't I give Master Lu a ride? Then I'll trouble you, Lawyer Liang. If there's any food court or snack street nearby, you can just drop me off. I actually know a place not far away." I'll take you there right away. The car starts. The two figures quickly disappeared in the villa area. In the villa, the whole family felt a little embarrassed. No matter what their reason was, they gave all of Lu Linqing's monthly 100,000 yuan to Lu Haoyu. As a result, this guy lost his monthly salary of 100,000 yuan, but instead directly received 1 million yuan per month. How could they accept this? Especially Lu Haoyu. He had already made a plan since the day he knew Lu Linqing was coming back. He wanted to make Lu Linqing penniless, jobless, and hated by his entire family. In the end, he became ill from overwork, lost everything, and even got a serious illness and died. If murder wasn't against the law, he would have even wanted to kill Lu Linqing directly. Originally, he was very happy because Lu Linqing lost his monthly living expenses today and gave the living expenses to himself. As a result, in just a blink of an eye, this kid's living expenses were more than his own, 5 times as much as his own. With this money, Lu Linqing's life in the future will be much better than his own. I must find a way to make him spend all this money, otherwise many of my plans will not be completed. He didn't want to stay for a moment, he just wanted to go back and think about a solution. Dad, Mom, big sister, it's getting late. I'm going back to rest, he said as he walked upstairs. The eldest sister Lu Nianshuang said this, and she is also the president of the group. She just gave the 100,000 yuan per month that belongs to her biological brother to Lu Haoyu, just to let Lu Linqing know who has the final say in this family. As a result, as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by this guy, and he also let this guy get 1 million every month. She also wanted to save face, so after Lu Haoyu finished speaking, she also said that she wanted to rest and walked towards her room. Father Lu and Mother Lu, seeing their children go back, returned to their room in silence. The whole family was destined to have a bad sleep that night. In Lu Haoyu's room, after closing the door, his expression became ferocious, and he silently vented the anger in his heart. After a while, he spoke viciously. Even if you come back, what can you do? Even if you come back, my parents and sisters will still care about me. Although today's events were somewhat unexpected, everything is still under control. You've already made a bad first impression, so it'll be easy for anyone to plot against you later. The only thing that surprised me was old man Lu. You are a rich man, but you have nothing better to do than leave a will for him, Lu Linqing. Lu Linqing was originally living in the basement, and with the cooperation of Wang Ma and the others, and without the resources of his parents and sister, he would be tortured to death by me in a few years. Now this guy has it. With 1 million yuan in pocket money every month, even if he doesn't come back to live, he can still live a good life by staying in a hotel every day. If you don't come back, how you live your life has nothing to do with me, but since you are back, don't even think about competing with me for the Lu family's property. I must make my parents and sisters dislike you, and then hand over everything in the family to me. It would be best if I could kick you out, or even torture you to death. But the premise of all this is that you need to be penniless first. Isn't it just 1 million every month? As long as you put all 1 million every month into a bottomless pit, I don't believe you will have any money left. When you run out of money, you'll have to come back. By then, it will only take a short while for your parents and sisters to completely dislike you. I have plenty of ways to deal with a piece of trash from an orphanage like you. Don't think you can rest easy with 1 million every month. I will make sure you don't even have 100 or 1,000 points left, and you'll be heavily in debt. The expression on Lu Haoyu's face kept changing as he spoke, finally turning into deep coldness and viciousness. The next morning, when Lu Linqing woke up in the basement, he felt that his body was better than ever before, and had even been strengthened to a certain extent. Although he didn't know how much of an improvement this would have, he could feel that his strength, physique, and all aspects of his body had improved slightly. I can clearly feel that my strength has increased, at least by half a pound or 8 ounces. If I follow this rule, and my physical fitness improves a little bit every day, I can increase my strength by several hundred pounds in a year. Not to mention there are other areas for improvement? This suggestion is simply fantastic. Yesterday, due to some system issues, I was awarded a monthly growth fund of 1 million. I think our fake young master can't help himself and should be making a move soon. I wonder if you can give me some good advice. After washing up, he put on his casual clothes and walked out of the basement. When he came out, the 4 members of the Lu family were eating. Seeing him appear, Father Lu snorted coldly. Don't you have a monthly growth fund of 1 million? Don't worry, we won't ask you for it. But since you have so much money, you can take care of your own food. You don't have to eat at home anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Haoyu quickly swallowed the food in his mouth, then stood up and said, "Mom and Dad, my brother just came back and doesn't know much about the surrounding situation. Since he doesn't want to eat at home, I'll take him out to eat. Now that my brother is back, he needs to get to know the people in the circle. There's a party in the circle today, so I'll take my brother along to meet everyone." Chapter 7 Lu Haoyu, Suggestion to go to the casino. Haoyu is sensible. After all, your brother is your mother and I's biological son. The news that he was found is basically known to everyone in the circle. It's time for him to interact with people of your generation. You know your brother grew up in an orphanage and has always lived at the bottom of society. He might not be able to adapt to our level of life. You should take him there to help him adapt. After Mr. Lu finished speaking, Mrs. Lu also spoke. "Mr. Lin, look at how sensible your brother is, and how much he cares for you. He's afraid that you won't be able to reach our level, so he even takes you out. After you get out, just listen to your brother. Even though he's not your biological son, we watched him grow up. You don't have to worry about his character at all. Just remember one thing, your brother won't harm you. If you don't understand something, just ask your brother. Just do whatever your brother asks you to do." My sister also said, "It's just that Haoyu is a good person. If it were someone else's family, even their biological children wouldn't be willing to take you with them. It's a good opportunity for you to follow Haoyu and learn from him, and get to know the other disciples of the same generation who have a good relationship with their family." Mom is right. My brother won't hurt you. Just listen to him. It turns out that this whole family is blind and heartless. This fake young master, real adopted son, must have been plotting against me from the moment he knew I was back. As a result, you all think he is good. In other words, I have a system in this life, otherwise I really can't stand your whole family. I see. You've all finished your meal, but I haven't. Since Brother Haoyu wants to take me to see the upper class, let's go quickly. Let's find a place to eat first, and then I'll get to know the people in this upper class and see what life is like. Seeing how impatient he was, both Lu's father and mother, as well as Lu Nianchuan, the eldest sister of the Lu family, frowned. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will be considered a failure, having struggled from the bottom of society since childhood, or he has longed for the upper class. Otherwise, why is he so impatient? You are really useless. Seeing that the two brothers were about to walk out the door, the eldest sister of the Lu family spoke hesitantly. Haoyu, your brother has never experienced this kind of thing before. It's inevitable that there will be accidents on his first trip. You should be more careful and remind him when necessary, but don't make a fool of yourself. I know, big sister, don't worry, I will say what I need to say. I just hope big brother doesn't find me annoying. While the two were talking, Lu Linsheng had already followed Lu Haoyu out of the villa. Arriving at the parking area, Lu Haoyu took out the car keys directly. When he untied the toilet, he seemed to have just realized it and looked at Lu Linsheng embarrassedly and said, "Brother, please take my car first. My father bought me this car on my 18th birthday. You just came back, so it's likely that my parents haven't remembered it yet. When you remember it someday, or when it's your birthday, you might get a car. My car is a bit old. When it's your birthday, your parents might give you a brand new one. You should let your brother have a go at it then. Is this just a way of showing off to yourself? Is it to make you angry, to make you envious, or to make you jealous?" Lu Linsheng was unwilling to waste time talking to him about things that had no benefit. If this kid makes a suggestion, he might still cooperate a little, but if he doesn't make any suggestions, who would want to play with him? I'm not interested in the car. If they want to give it to me, then they can. If they don't want to, then they don't. Didn't Brother Haoyu say he would take me to see the upper class society? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get going. Oh, and don't forget to take me to a place to eat on the way. I haven't had breakfast yet. Seeing that Lu Linsheng didn't show any envy or jealousy, Lu Haoyu didn't care. He just thought that he was suppressing all these emotions. I thought to myself, this kid is quite good at hiding his emotions. But I'm ready. Don't even think about keeping the money in your hand this time. After driving for more than 10 minutes, they passed by a restaurant. He had no intention of letting Lu Linsheng go to the snack street or food street to eat, but went directly to the restaurant to pack a breakfast. Lu Linsheng didn't care, as long as he could eat his fill. The food in this restaurant was definitely better than the breakfast shops in the snack street. After eating in the car, the two arrived at a private estate in the suburbs. It looks ordinary from the outside, but it is luxuriously decorated inside. Not only were they directionally challenged, but from the outside, the manor seemed deserted. However, when they drove into an underground parking lot a few hundred meters away, they were able to arrive directly under the manor. Lu Linsheng only discovered this after entering the manor. The manor looked deserted from the outside, but it was bustling with people inside. Mr. Lu is here. This must be the biological son that the Lu family never found, right? Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. A little fat boy who was about the same age as them said this with a smile on his face, and then Lu Haoyu followed up. Brother, this little fat boy is called Dong Debao. You can call him Debao or Xiaopang. This kid's father is the general manager of our group's subsidiary and has some shares in the company. This kid may not be good in other aspects, but he is the best in eating, drinking, and having fun. With him as your guide, you will definitely be able to adapt to life in the Lu family more quickly. Then he introduced the fat boy to the 3 people who came after the fat boy. Among these 3 people there are 2 men and 1 woman. After the introduction, Lu Linsheng understood that these people should be Lu Haoyu's followers. Because these 4 people have one thing in common, that is, they are all related to their own group. 2 of them are shareholders of their own group. The other 2 are also suppliers of our own group. It can be said that they all rely on their own groups for their livelihood. Lu Linsheng had no intention of paying any attention to these people. The reason he cooperated so well was because he was waiting for Lu Haoyu's advice. What's the point of introducing these people to me now? You might as well give me some advice right away. Just as he was thinking this in his heart, Lu Haoyu finally spoke. I brought my brother here today to see the lifestyle of the upper class. Let's take a look around the manor first, and then take my brother to play a few games. Having said that, he looked at Lu Linsheng. Brother, people in our circle often get to know each other at the poker table. I'll take you downstairs later to have some fun. Not only can you meet a lot of people in the circle, but you might also make a lot of money. They say that newbies have benefits in this kind of thing. I believe your luck won't be too bad, brother. Brother, do you think my suggestion is feasible? If not, let's go somewhere else. Although he wanted Lu Linsheng to go, he couldn't force him. It's easier to get cheated if you always volunteer. He has already informed the people below him. As long as Lu Linsheng dares to go, he will not be able to keep the money in his hand. He even made up his mind that every time the kid's money arrived, he would bring him over. By then, even if he had a growth fund of 1 million every month, he would not have a penny left in the end. Just when he was worried that Lu Linsheng would disagree and he was about to start a second plan, Lu Linsheng nodded without hesitation. Sure, I've seen rich people on TV like to play a few rounds, right? I'd like to give it a try, and it would also be good to get to know people in the circle. Whatever your reason is, since you've already given me a good excuse, I'll take advantage of it. Who told you to trigger the system prompt again with this sentence? A new suggestion came, and if Lu Linsheng accepted it even a second later, he would be stupid. After agreeing, he carefully checked the system prompts. Chapter 8: Winning Every Gamble. Receive advice from the fake young master Lu Haoyu, asking him to take you to the casino in the basement of the private manor to gamble. Follow his advice. For the next 5 hours, you will win every time you participate in gambling-related activities, unless you want to lose. This reward alone was enough for Lu Linsheng to agree. I win every bet in 5 hours. He still has 1 million in capital. In 5 hours, he can turn this 1 million into 10 million, 100 million, or even more. After hearing Lu Linsheng's agreement, Lu Haoyu and the others looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their lips unconsciously. In the last hour or so, they walked around the private estate. After taking Lu Linsheng to familiarize himself with everything in the private manor, they took the elevator directly to the basement. After entering the underground floor, they walked directly through several levels of gates and arrived at a hall. The hall was bustling with people, and looking around, there were at least 100 people. Lu Haoyu exchanged 100,000 chips directly at the door, and then said to Lu Linsheng with a smile. Brother, I now have 200,000 yuan a month for living expenses, and I have you to thank for that, so I'm going to take out half of it to play. You have 1 million yuan for living expenses, so half of that is 500,000 yuan. But like I said, first-timers always have a bit of luck. Maybe you'll be lucky. In my opinion, you might as well take out the entire 1 million. Lu Linsheng nodded in agreement, then took out the card and handed it to the front desk. Then listen to my brother and exchange all the 1 million in the card for chips. I also want to see how lucky I am today. He is indeed a bumpkin from the bottom of society. I just need to give you some guidance and you won't be able to keep any money you have. This is a scam of 1 million yuan from you, and I can still make 200,000 yuan from this 1 million yuan. Although it is still not as high as your living expenses, if you lose it, it is equivalent to having nothing, while I have increased my income from 100,000 to 400,000. This deal is really a good deal. In order to cheat Lu Linqing out of his money, he specially contacted the people in the casino here. The people at the casino had agreed that he would get 1/5 of the money lost by the people he brought with him. He not only cheated Lu Linqing but also made money, so it can be said that he won a lot. Soon, everyone in the group had exchanged their chips, and the people who followed also exchanged 100,000 chips each. After changing, they came to a round table under the leadership of Lu Haoyu. Brother, this is your first time here, right? The other ways to play are relatively complicated, so I won't take you there. This is the simplest, just guess the size. It's not difficult at all. The specific rules are written on the table anyway, you can understand them at a glance. Let's finish it here first and then go to other tables later. What do you think? So this is a complete set that has been prepared in advance. That's great. If you want to trick me, let me see if you can go against the system. There were only 5 hours in total, and he didn't want to waste any of it. Since Lu Haoyu had already found a seat for him, he might as well sit down. Okay, let's just guess the size. I really can't understand anything else, but this is really easy. The dice cup opposite him had just been put down when he sat down. Come on, place your bets now if you want to. After the dealer finished speaking, Lu Haoyu took out 10,000 chips from the 100,000 chips and placed them in the place where it was written big. I've been here many times before, but I'm afraid I won't have any luck. I'll take 10,000 yuan and test the waters. Brother, this is your first time here, so your luck shouldn't be too bad, especially in the first few rounds. You can try getting more. After he finished speaking, the fat man and the others wanted to speak again, but Lu Linqing threw all the 1 million chips in his hand directly to Xiao Shang. My brother is right. I've also heard that beginners tend to have good luck. If that's the case, I can't waste it. I'm going to bet all of this good luck and this 1 million on it. If I win, I'll win big. If I lose, it's no big deal. After all, this money just fell from the sky. If I lose it, it won't affect my life. Seeing his action, Xiao Pang and several others were stunned. Even Lu Haoyu was speechless at this moment. After a while, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother, you're really brave. But you're right. Your money is blown by the wind. Normally, even if you lose, it's not a big deal. Xiao Pang and several others hid behind Lu Linqing and whispered to Lu Haoyu. Master Lu, you're really brave, big brother. I originally thought that if I couldn't cheat him in a short time, I would help Master Lu and have someone steal all his money. Now it seems that it won't be necessary. Lu Haoyu also said with a smile. Robbery is against the law. You can't do this kind of thing. Do you think I don't have a backup plan? I was thinking about this gambling thing. After all, there are too many uncertainties. I'm not sure if he will lose all his money. So I have a backup plan. If he hasn't lost all his money, I will sell him the company I own. The company has been making losses for the past 2 years. If it weren't for the money from my family, I'm afraid the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. I originally wanted to sell it directly to my elder brother and let him fill the hole. Now it seems that there is no need for that at all. He only needs to come to the casino once a month and all his money will be gone. Several other people nodded as well. This kid never thought that the dealers were in cahoots with us. If he bets small, the result will definitely be big. Then he will lose all his 1 million and will probably have to live on coarse food this month. Yes. Since you have come back to compete with Master Lu for the family property, you must be prepared to be cheated. It's boring. I was thinking of showing off my skills and letting Master Lu see what I'm capable of, but I didn't expect this guy to lose all his money as soon as he arrived. I don't have a chance to show off anymore. While they were whispering in the back, the dealer had already reached for the dice cup. No, you want to place a bet, right? Okay, then let's count down together to 321. 3, 2, 1 on. As he spoke, his hands moved slightly. According to his experience, a slight movement of his would flip the throw inside over. It was indeed small before, but when he flips it over, it all becomes big. The reason for counting 321 is to calm the inside. Sure enough, when everything calmed down, he opened the dice cup. When he looked inside, he was stunned. 113 small? There was a question in his tone as he spoke later, but he quickly reacted. Congratulations to this new guy who just arrived. He actually won the bet on his first try and won 1 million directly. Fortunately, his good professional ethics allowed him to react quickly and not lose his composure. But at this time he also reacted. The reason why he made a mistake this time was probably because he did not control the strength well. He thought to himself, as expected. When he was learning this technique, his master had told him that accidents would sometimes happen, but over the years, he had only had a few accidents. 1 or 2 a month was considered good. Today was probably the perfect time for one. Isn't it just a loss? Although I lost more than 1 million, I also won 800,000 or 900,000, so it's not a loss at all. And this is just one game. After playing more games, you will naturally earn the money back. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. He was really afraid that he would lose too much at this table and it would be difficult to explain to the boss. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he met the gloomy gazes of Lu Haoyu and others. His heart skipped a beat and he smiled bitterly. He almost forgot that he was still working with these people, but he didn't expect something to go wrong this time. It's not a scam. Not to mention the money I lost to that kid, I would have lost another 1 million. But what did it matter? It was just a loss, and I could win it back later. And even if I didn't win, what would it matter? I was just collaborating with them, giving them 1/5 of the winnings, and if I didn't win, it was just bad luck. So he quickly calmed down and looked for bargaining chips for everyone. Seeing that the banker ignored Lu Haoyu, he was so angry that the others didn't dare to speak. In the past, when we encountered a sucker, the winner was determined in one go. Even if we couldn't decide, it was because we bet too little, and we had to wait for a few rounds before deciding the winner. But now, not only is the winner determined directly, but it is also not in their interest. They were all a little upset that they didn't get to record the ringtone. Xiaopang looked at Lu Haoyu with a gloomy face and spoke quickly. Mr. Lu, this must be a strategy. Look at the merchants, they haven't reacted at all. He must have thought of a strategy. Losing everything this time might not be enough. They are probably thinking of getting this guy to write some more lines or something, so they deliberately let him win. Just wait and see, this guy's money will be lost in the next round. The others also nodded. They didn't think Lu Linqing's luck could be that good, so the most likely possibility was that the banker deliberately let him win in order to take his money and make him write an IOU. After hearing what they said, Lu Haoyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be alone at home, there is really little money. If I come here and lose all my money, not to mention that he also makes money, then I will lose a lot. You're right. The dealer must have done it on purpose. He's bound to lose this time. As a result, at this moment, the second round had already begun. When the dice cup was put down, Lu Linsheng placed the 2 million chips on the small characters again without hesitation. I'll still bet on the small one. I believe in the saying, if there's one, there's another. I made money the first time I bet on the small one, and I can make more money the second time I bet on the small one. Only a fool would listen to his words, but many people around him were like him. Putting the chips on the small print? After all, this guy is really lucky, if there are no other factors, and you can probably make some money by following him. Those who don't believe in evil put their chips on big. Lu Haoyu also threw 10,000 chips at the big character. It was already small once, but this time I think it's big. Others also took out 10,000 chips and threw them on the big one. This time, basically no one reached out to bet, and the dealer moved his fingers slightly. He thought he had the strength under his control, and that it would definitely become bigger this time. However, when he opened it, he was dumbfounded again. 122, still a small one. Congratulations to this little brother. He's turned the 1 million chips in his hand into 4 million in 2 consecutive rounds. Although there was disbelief in his eyes, the facts were before him. No matter what the reason was, he had failed again. Lu Haoyu and the others were already getting restless. We agreed to let this guy pay compensation. How come 1 million became 4 million in the blink of an eye? If this continues, who knows how much this guy will earn? Mr. Lu, could there be a mistake? Didn't they agree that he could only win once, and if possible, let Lu Linsheng lose all his money at once and then take on some debt? How did he win 4 million? Yes, Mr. Lu, is there something wrong here? Call the other party quickly, or send a message to ask, don't make any mistakes. In fact, Lu Haoyu was a little unsure at this time, and he just happened to speak out when he heard what they said. That's right. Maybe it was miscommunicated. I'll go ask first. Chapter 9, 32 million. At the time when Lu Haoyu made the call, Lu Linsheng had already won 2 games in a row. The original capital of 1 million has now directly become 16 million. His ability to win money also inspired many people around him to follow him in betting. He made 15 million, and several people who bet with him also made 1 or 2 million. The dealer was getting a little impatient, and just as he received a call from above, he hurriedly spoke. I have something to do at home. Please wait for a moment, bosses. Our manager will arrange for someone else to take over first. Normally, if someone wins a lot, they will suggest that person go to the second underground floor, where guests can form groups freely. Today's situation is obviously different because they received an order and wanted to cheat Lu Linsheng. As a result, the city is not empty, but the loss is more than 10 million. In this case, they naturally want to get back at him. So not long after he started playing, a middle-aged man came to replace him. Lu Linsheng didn't know who the other person was, but there were several exclamations coming from the surroundings. It was obvious that this was a master. However, this is not a big deal for Lu Linsheng. When the man came, he looked at Lu Linsheng with a smile and said, Sir, you've won 4 games in a row, so you seem to have some serious skills. I'll be the banker next. I wonder if you dare to continue playing all in. Lu Linsheng smiled. You may not know this, but all this money was blown in by the wind. I originally got 1 million, but now it's become 1.6 million. Anyway, all this money is mine, I'm not afraid of it being blown away by the wind. I'm putting this out there. No matter who wants to play with me today, I'm going to go for it. You can change whoever you want. Whenever you feel like you can't hold on any longer, tell me and I'll take the money and leave. Of course, if you can win all my money at once, that's fine too. In other words, either you work part-time so that my money increases, and I'm not sure how much money I'll leave with, or you give up now and let me leave with the money. The last possibility is that you really have the ability to make me lose my money, then the 1 million I brought will also be yours. Now let me ask you, do you think you still want to play with me? The other party didn't expect that Lu Linsheng would actually turn the tables. To be honest, he really didn't take Lu Leifeng seriously. Although he didn't know how the other party won before, he believed that he could defeat the other party with his own strength. Even if he couldn't do it, he still had his master. Being able to open a casino in this private estate shows that they have a strong background and there are also several casino masters in charge. So he really had nothing to worry about. Okay, in that case, let's change the rules today. Everyone can place a bet, but if you win, you have to keep the winnings. If you dare to play, let's continue. The two of them had a prior encounter and both understood each other's intentions, so a new round of cards began with people watching from the surrounding area. Among the dozens or hundreds of people, there were some who liked to join in the fun, some took out 100 chips, and some took out 1,000 chips. It's only a few $100s anyway. If I win, I can win big, and if I lose, it's just a few $100s. Then I'll invest 2,000. If I win a few more times, maybe it can turn into tens of thousands. As for losing, there's no need to be sad. I'll join in the fun and bet 600 on him. I'll come too, I'll just bet 100 and see. Everyone joined in the fun, except Lu Linsheng, who placed all his money on the small one when the other party put down the dice cup with his head in it. Afterwards, everyone put their chips in. At last count, apart from his 16 million, the rest added up to less than 100,000. The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully when he saw this situation. He was shaking it out, and it was big to begin with. He didn't need to make any movements at all, and there would be no problems. Since no one's betting, let's start now and let me see how lucky you are. He opened it as he said, and when he looked down, he was stunned. The number he shook was obviously big. Why is it small now? Cheating? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he almost said it out loud, but he immediately realized that in this kind of situation, unless he had evidence, it would be useless even if the other person was cheating. The fact that he can go unnoticed by you is his ability, so at this moment he can only feel his pain in silence. Those who didn't follow suit felt a little regretful, while those who did were somewhat happy, but that was all. After all, they didn't make much money. When they saw that Lu Linsheng's chips had become 32 million, they were even more excited. Compared with Lu Linsheng, they are just a drop in the bucket. After Lu Linsheng got the 32 million, he placed it directly on the desk with small words written on it. No matter who shakes the dice this time, I'll still bet on small. I'm betting that the number on this table will always be small. Anyway, the rewards he gets now are regular. Within 5 hours, he will not lose as long as he gambles. In that case, why waste time talking to these people? He just put the chips up, crossed his arms, and sat on the chair. I've already pressed it, just shake it now. Unfortunately, after he finished speaking, the middle-aged man did not move. It's not that he didn't want to move, but Lu Linsheng's actions and posture made him feel too much pressure. This kid seemed to have already won, and no matter how he shook it, he would probably lose. After figuring this out, and thinking about what the boy had just said, he took a deep breath and said, "It seems that little brother is also a master. My level may not be as good as yours, so I won't show off. Since you said anyone can come, please wait for Brother Bien. I will let my master go first. Since he is a master, he should naturally fight against masters. I also want to see how strong you are. If you can really beat my master, then I really have to admire you." Lu Linsheng waved his hand and said, "I don't care whether you admire me or not, and I don't need you to admire me. Since you're unwilling to make a move, then quickly call your master over. Don't waste my time. I still have things to do after I win the money. This behavior and attitude is really annoying." The middle-aged man was no longer polite. Arrogant. No matter how strong you are, it's useless in front of my master. Since you want my master to take action, then just wait. I'll go call my master right away. Chapter 10, Winning 1 billion. No need to shout, I'm already here. I also want to see who it is that dares to speak so brazenly. At this time, an old man who looked to be in his 50s or 60s but was in good spirits came over quickly with 4 bodyguards. The middle-aged man stepped aside and said to Lu Linsheng, "So you want to keep betting on the underdog, right? Since you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see if you can keep winning." As he spoke, he picked up the dice cup. Many of the people watching around took a deep breath, and those who did not follow the bet breathed a sigh of relief. As for those who followed, although they were a little nervous, they did not react too much. After all, the money they invested was not much. However, a few of them who were familiar with this person were discussing it in a low voice. "This seems to be gambling god Zhou. I heard that when he was young, he went to Australia alone and won 1 billion yuan with a capital of 1 million, and was immediately deified as the god of gamblers. Ever since that incident, he's been a frequent guest of honor at every casino. No matter which casino he goes to, he's treated like a guest of honor. And if he wants to play, they'll just give him chips. I didn't expect that the god of gamblers himself would come. This time, it will be difficult for the Lu family's eldest young master to win. He's just too arrogant. He won over 30 million with just 1 million, and he still refuses to stop. If it were me, I would have stopped playing long ago. It's no use saying anything now. He's doomed to fail after meeting the god of gamblers. But the good thing is, he only invested 1 million. If he loses, it won't matter. He'll just lose his winnings. Is it impossible for the Lu family's eldest young master to win? That's impossible, okay. Just as everyone was talking, the dice cup had already been put down? The little fat man next to Lu Haoyu said to Lu Haoyu, "Mr. Lu, it seems we were overthinking it. They deliberately let Lu Linsheng win a little bit first, and then make him lose it all at once. When he gets too desperate, he'll gamble anything." The others also nodded, and Lu Haoyu said with satisfaction, "We've worked with them so many times, but I never thought their service would be so thoughtful. They actually used this method to deal with Lu Linsheng. This method is good. If he loses everything this time, he will probably use the future growth fund or other things to gamble, and then he will lose everything. Just watch, there's no way he can win against the god of gamblers." While they were talking, Lu Linsheng had already spoken. "What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and open it. I told you to keep betting on small. Don't worry about anything else from now on. Just keep shaking it until you get big. Or if you can't shake it, you can just admit defeat." Gambler Joe snorted coldly. "As expected, you're so arrogant. If I were to be 100% certain of the number, it would be a bit difficult, but as for determining the size, I'm still quite capable. My result this time is going to be big, and you actually bet on small, then be prepared to lose everything. Since you want to open it, I'll open it and show you." But when he opened it, he heard a burst of laughter all around him. He also noticed that there was something wrong with everyone's expressions. He looked down and was stunned. 111 It's actually Xiao. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Lu Linxing pointed at the table and said. I don't care if it's possible or not. The facts are right in front of me now, so give me the chips. 32 million doubled is 64 million. Give it to me and continue shaking. We haven't decided who wins or loses yet. Of course, if you don't dare, then don't shake it. As a gambling god in the world, and one who has never been beaten for so many years, he could not accept this reality and started shaking again. Isn't it just a bargaining chip? Give it to him. This is just an accident. I only allow one accident here. Then all your money will be lost at once. While he was speaking, his men had already prepared the chips and placed them in front of Lu Linsheng, who pushed them directly onto the small characters. I told you to keep betting small. After betting small, just put all your chips here. But I don't think you need to do that. Just transfer the money to me directly. He said, taking out a bank card and placing it on the table. I'm afraid there will be too many chips and the table won't be able to accommodate them, so from now on, you guys should just deposit the money directly into this bank card of mine. If I win, I take the bank card and leave. If I lose, I leave the password and the money in the bank card is all yours. This is convenient. The god of gamblers said that Joe waved his hand. That's totally unnecessary. This is your bargaining chip, and it will be gone in no time. Why bother? If you really win this time, I'll transfer the money to your bank account next time. So what? I don't believe you can always win. As he spoke, he opened the dice cup in front of him again. As a result, when he saw this, his pupils shocked. Why is 222 still small? Something's wrong, definitely not right. He waved his hand. I'll transfer all the money to his bank card. I don't believe I'll keep losing. He shook it again out of disbelief, and the money that had originally turned into 128 million directly turned into 256 million. At this time, he was almost crazy. With red eyes and face, he shook the card again. As a result, the amount of money in Lu Linxing's bank card exceeded 500 million and became 512 million. Master can't continue. If you keep losing, you'll lose 1 billion. Then you will lose all the money you have saved in your lifetime. His apprentice next to him had already realized that Lu Linsheng was definitely a master. If the master was allowed to continue, he would lose everything, and he would be ruined as well, so he quickly stepped in to stop him. Get out of my way. I will never lose this. Once, after opening it, he fell to the ground. Small, why is he still small? Impossible, how could I lose to him? Lu Linsheng picked up the bank card and said with a smile. Is it possible? This is reality. Hurry and transfer my 500 million to me. Look at your situation. You're almost ruined. Is this okay? If you are, let's continue. I still need to make another billion with this billion. If you really can't do it, get someone else to do it. At this moment, the god of gamblers finally reacted. No matter what the other party's reason was, one thing was certain: if he continued, he would definitely not be the opponent's opponent. He simply bit the corner of his mouth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell straight down. Master, hurry up, take Master to the hospital. Chapter 11 New suggestion, buying a company. Just as they were about to leave, Lu Linsheng reached out to stop them. It's right to send him to the hospital, but we're not done yet. If he can't make it, then you can find someone else to continue playing. I haven't won enough yet. This is only 1 billion, it's really too little. Gambler Zhou, who was just pretending to be unconscious, suddenly became so angry that he vomited blood and passed out. Master, hurry up, don't listen to his nonsense, send my master to the hospital quickly. The person in charge of the casino, who had left in a hurry, also came over at this time. Mr. Lu, Gambler Zhou is ill and can't play with you anymore. We really don't have the strength as strong as you, so this underground floor is not suitable for you. If you still want to play, I can take you to the second floor underground. There are a lot of people watching the group play there, and you can play with them. Lu Haoyu's eyes were already red at this time. His eldest brother, who had just returned and was his parents' biological son, was surprisingly lucky. I brought him here so that he could transfer out 1 million or even the future growth fund. It would be even better if we could take on foreign debt. Anyway, he didn't expect it. How could Lu Linqing actually win 1 billion with just 1 million? That's 1 billion. Even if the Lu family has tens of billions of assets, it would be difficult to come up with 1 billion in working capital directly. But Lu Linqing now has 1 billion yuan in his hands, and there are so many things he can do with this 1 billion yuan. Even with these 1 billion yuan, I'm afraid the method I had prepared to frame him would not succeed. After all, accusing him of stealing things, stealing money, and being short-sighted are all unreasonable in the face of 10 billion. When he heard that the other party wanted to invite Lu Linqing to play on the second underground floor, he really couldn't sit still. What was going on the second underground floor? Lu Haoyu knew. There are some big bosses there playing cards in groups. Losing a few million in a day is a small matter, tens of millions are possible, and even hundreds of millions are not out of the question. There are even cases where tens of billions are won or lost in a single day. If Lu Linqing really went to such a place, he would directly turn 1 billion into 2 billion, 3 billion, or even 5 billion or 10 billion, just like he is doing now. By then, I'm afraid my parents will no longer look down on me. If both parents think that Lu Linqing is capable and powerful and look down on them, then the Lu family's wealth will have nothing to do with them. I grew up in the Lu family, and everything in the Lu family belongs to me. No one can compete with me. Isn't it just a profit of 1 billion? I was thinking of selling my own company to you. Since you have so much money, I can definitely let you buy that company. As long as you are asked to spend your money and then use the remaining money to fill the bottomless pit, you are destined to become a pauper. But the most important thing now is not to let Lu Linqing continue playing, otherwise, who knows how much money he can win. No, my brother is just here to see for himself today. Even though he won 1 billion by accident, it was just an accident. If he plays again, he will probably lose it all. Besides, there's a saying that goes, small gambling brings joy, big gambling hurts the body. Gambling god Joe was hospitalized after vomiting blood because he lost 1 billion. I don't want my brother to get sick just after returning because of losing money. After he said this, he was afraid that Lu Linqing still didn't want to leave, so he hurriedly said to Lu Linqing, "Brother, originally you didn't have much money, so I didn't tell you some things. Now that you have 1 billion in assets, I can really tell you some things. In our Lu family, all children will take charge of a branch company or buy and start their own company after they turn 18. Originally, once you've adjusted, your parents will give you 10 million and let you start a company. Whether you succeed or fail, it doesn't matter. But it's too difficult to start a company with 10 million. Now that you have 1 billion, why not use it to buy a company directly? You just got home, I guess you don't want your parents and sisters to be disappointed in you. If you accept the 10 million they offer, they will be disappointed in you regardless of whether you succeed or fail. Instead of that, you might as well not ask them for the 10 million. Instead, use your own 1 billion to buy a company. With this strong capital, you can run the company. When your parents want to give you money, you can show the company to shock them and your sisters. Then they will definitely change their opinion of you. I might even accept you completely because of this. I know a company is being sold, and the price is less than 10 billion. You can buy the company and invest the remaining money in it. After the company is fully operational, you can tell your parents and impress them. He knows how to use family affection, but unfortunately, for Lu Linqing, family affection is useless. Fortunately, although family affection is useless, the system is useful. Receive advice from the fake young master Lu Haoyu. Instead of gambling today, follow him to buy a company and invest your earnings today. He wants you to buy a long-established construction company that's about to go bankrupt. After the company goes bankrupt, you, as the owner, will acquire its only remaining asset after liquidation, its 28-story headquarters building. Due to its remote location, the rent barely covers the management fees, breaking even. Following the advice, after you fully take over the headquarters building, the surrounding area will be planned as a development zone. The building is worth tens of billions of yuan, and the annual rent will exceed 300 million yuan. Lu Linqing felt that he must follow this advice. Although he could earn 10 billion if he continued gambling, the casino would not allow him to earn that much. It's already good enough to earn 1 billion, and if you want to take this 10 billion away, you have to rely on the Lu family's connections. The best option is to use this 1 billion to acquire a company and turn it into 10 billion. Brother Haoyu, you are really considerate. You still think of me for such a good thing. What are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. I have always wanted to be a boss, but I just didn't have the chance. Now the opportunity is right in front of me, so I will go and buy a company. The people in the casino were about to arrange people to stop them, but at this time Lu Haoyu whispered a few words to the person in charge, and they left directly. Brother, to be honest, I'm also very optimistic about this company, but I don't have the money. If you hadn't suddenly won 1 billion, I wouldn't have thought of it. Since you have the money, you can just buy this company. With this company, you can not only become a big boss, but also gain the recognition of your parents and sisters? You made 1 billion yuan through good fortune, only to invest it in a company that went bankrupt, and it was all gone. Forget about whether your parents or your older siblings will approve of you, it's good enough if they don't dislike you. If you really want to listen to advice, then you must listen to me and don't let me down. Chapter 12, Buying on UN Group. On UN Construction Group Headquarters. Brother, this is Mr. In, the owner of the construction company I was talking about. I've already investigated his company's situation. All the data is clear at a glance, and the future prospects are very good. It's just that he's short of money now, so he's willing to sell the company. That is, I don't have any money. If I had money, I would definitely buy this company. If you want to buy it, hurry up. If you don't, others will soon buy it, and then you won't have a chance. After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, he still had a look of regret on his face, as if not having the money to buy this company was the biggest regret in his life. The fat guy and a few others who followed him almost laughed out loud. Who among them doesn't know the situation of On UN Group? Everyone familiar with it knows that On UN Group has big problems. Because 3 consecutive vice presidents ran away, On UN Group was left with too many problems. It's just that Mr. N has been demonstrating it all the time, and now it's about to fail. If it goes wrong, the company will go bankrupt directly. Moreover, after bankruptcy liquidation, there will probably be nothing left of the company. In this case, anyone who takes over this company will definitely be a complete sucker. Normally, no one would be willing to take over. But who made Lu Linsheng the victim now? Mr. Lu told them that they should cooperate well this time, and as long as they succeeded, each of them would get 1 million. That's 1 million. They just need to help and they can get 1 million. How can they miss such a good thing? The little fat man also said quickly. I heard from my dad that he just doesn't have the money. He even wanted to mortgage his shares in the group, but after asking around, he realized that our family could only scrape together 300 million at most. My father wanted to form a partnership with others, but no one was willing, so he gave up. But I heard that several companies are actually planning to buy on UN Group. The others nodded quickly. Young Master Lu, we've heard about this as well, and many people know about it now. On UN Group is ready to be sold, but some people want to lower the price, even if it's just a few million or tens of millions. That's why no one's directly buying it. If you want it, then act quickly. It's better to strike first. You have the money and the opportunity now. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity to buy it quickly, you won't be able to buy it by the time others have gathered enough money. Since they cooperated so well with the CEO of On UN Group, Mr. N, he naturally didn't want to miss this good opportunity. What you guys said is correct. My group now has more than 10 people planning to buy, but some of them are not strong enough. A few others are strong enough but don't have that much cash flow and are going back to raise funds. I agreed with them before that I would sell the group to whoever prepares the money first. Now that young Master Lu has prepared the money and is ready to buy, I won't wait for others. After all, the sooner I get the money, the sooner I can get out. Also, my group was originally planning to sell for 1.1 billion. Since you were brought here by Mr. Lu, I'll just give you 100 million off. You can take it directly. If you agree, let's sign the contract now. If you don't agree, forget it. I'll wait for others. Lu Linsheng didn't say anything, but Lu Haoyu was already anxious. This matter must be handled outside the city. Otherwise, if Lu Yunsheng really brings 1 billion home, I am afraid that his parents and sisters will immediately change their impression of him. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Brother, this opportunity is rare and will never come back. We've caught up with the right time. Before others react, let's sign the contract and buy out On UN Group. You will be the CEO and chairman of On UN Group. And because On UN Group hasn't gone public for special reasons, you will have 100% control. Once you buy the company, run it a bit, and then take it public, you might be worth tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Our Lu family only has tens of billions of assets. By then, you won't be much worse than the Lu family. That will definitely make your parents and sister look at you with admiration. Don't miss such a good opportunity. Dr. Lu was about to agree at this time, but because he reacted a little slowly, President N made a gesture behind him, and then a secretary ran in. "Bossin, someone's here again, saying they want to buy our group. Do you think we should go and meet them?" Although the acting was poor, Lu Linsheng cooperated very well. He was going to buy it anyway, so if he didn't make a move now, it would be a bit unreasonable. "Don't entertain anyone else, Mr. N. Since you're willing to sell the company to me, and the company's situation has been confirmed, I won't waste my time talking to you. Let's just sign the contract." A smile flashed in everyone's eyes. Mr. N did not dare to hesitate and directly asked his secretary to get the contract, and Feng Fong signed the contract quickly. The agreement had just been signed, and Mr. N told his secretary to send everyone else away. Afterwards, they completed all the formalities, and Lu Linsheng transferred the 1 billion yuan to Mr. N's name. Lu Linsheng took over the company with a team of lawyers he hired, leaving only Mr. N and Lu Haoyu and his team. Mr. N directly transferred 30 million to Lu Haoyu. "Mr. Lu, thank you very much. Now that the company has been sold, I will be leaving the country soon to avoid trouble." I don't know if Mr. Lu has any other reply. If not, I'll take my leave. Lu Haoyu looked at the amount of money with satisfaction, and then gave 1 million to each of the fat guy and the others. "Since you said that, Mr. N, it would be a bit unreasonable not to ask you to help. There are some things I won't say, but Mr. N will probably understand. I asked Lu Linsheng to buy your company, not to make money for him. I don't have any other requests. As the former chairman, you should be familiar with a lot of the company's situations. I hope that before you leave, you can hand over all the company's problems to the judicial authorities or post them online. I want the company to go bankrupt and liquidate in the shortest possible time." Mr. N breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then said with a smile, "Master Lu, if it were something else, it might be a little difficult, but this is really too simple. Don't worry, I'll make preparations as soon as I get back. Everything will be settled tomorrow at the latest. Then I'll go abroad. We'll meet again in the future." Chapter 13 Family Reactions. Lu Linsheng ignored their calculations and instead gained a brief understanding of the company's situation. Everything was just as Lu Haoyu and the others said, the surface work was done very well. The data also shows that the company is thriving. Although he didn't know where the problem lay, Lu Linsheng didn't care. He simply announced to everyone in the group that he would take over the group, and then let everything go on as usual. Then he took a taxi back to the Lu family villa. "As soon as I came back, I saw Lu's parents, eldest sister, and Lu Haoyu sitting seriously in the living room. As for the second sister, third sister, fourth sister, and fifth sister, they are still not there." Seeing Lu Linsheng coming back, Lu Haoyu stood up immediately. "Brother, I'm sorry. I only found out after I came back and talked to Mom and Dad. It turns out that the Iron Group only looks good on the surface. In fact, the group is already riddled with problems and could go bankrupt at any time. If we're not careful, we will be directly liquidated. You finally won 1 billion yuan in the casino and invested it all in On Yuan Group. But On Yuan Group turned out to be a huge pit. I guess you can't keep the 1 billion yuan. This matter is all my fault. Blame me for not warning you in advance, blame me for not stopping you, and blame me for not knowing the truth and taking you there first. When you signed, I should have asked you to wait. You've already bought the entire group, so there's no point in saying anything else. You should talk to your parents and older sister about the group's situation. See if they can help you recover some of your losses." After he finished speaking with a guilty expression and a depressed tone, his elder sister Lun Yinchuang spoke directly. "Haoyu, what does this have to do with you? You just took him to On Yuan Group. If he doesn't want to buy it, can anyone force him? Besides, you took him to a private estate to meet people in that circle, but he chose to gamble instead of doing anything else. That's not right in itself. Luckily, he won 1 billion. Originally, this 1 billion would have been very useful for our Lu family. It would have given us a strong cash flow and allowed us to move forward. However, he used this 1 billion to buy On Yuan Group. You took him there, and you didn't stop him, but what does this have to do with you? If he doesn't want to go, you can't stop him. If he doesn't want to buy, there's nothing you can say to him. So this is all his own problem. You spent 1 billion without hesitation. You are really extravagant. Do you know what 1 billion yuan means? You bought a group that is on the verge of bankruptcy at any time. Even if gambling itself is wrong, the fact that you can win 1 billion is within your capabilities. However, you invested 1 billion directly into UN Group, a company like this. It's truly disappointing. Couldn't you have given him a good beating beforehand? Couldn't you have asked beforehand? This is a group worth 1 billion, and you bought it so easily. You disappoint me so much. You just threw 1 billion yuan down the drain. You are really promising. I'm telling you, if anything happens to your group, don't come to me. I won't help you. Let it go bankrupt, let it be liquidated. Anyway, your money was accidentally acquired, so if it's gone, it's gone. Father Lu said. Your eldest sister is right. This matter is ultimately your own fault. Your brother took you there to take a look. Can't you use some judgment? If there's something wrong with UN Group, couldn't you have discovered it in advance? Even if you couldn't find out in advance, even if you had no experience, couldn't you have called home? What's the situation with UN Group? Your mother and I know it, your eldest sister knows it too, and you can find out by asking anyone. If there's something wrong with UN Group, wouldn't it be over if you just didn't buy it? You're really capable of spending 1 billion to buy a group company that's about to go bankrupt. Now everyone who knows me knows about this, and some people even called to mock me. Not only do you gamble, but you're also so brainless. Why did I give birth to a thing like you? If I had known you were such a hopeless case, I wouldn't have brought you back. Bringing you back would only cause me more trouble. If you were any more steady and sensible than your brother, you wouldn't have made such a big fool of yourself. If you were not my biological son, I would really want to beat you to death. But no matter what, you are my son. Since you have done something wrong, I, as your father, must punish you and teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he walked towards Lu Lincheng. He walked up to him, raised his hand and was about to slap Lu Lincheng in the face. This slap should teach you a lesson. Go back and deal with that company quickly. Then stay home and study honestly. Don't go out and embarrass me. As he was speaking, the slap was about to fall, but Lu Lincheng grabbed it. Then he exerted a little force and threw Lu Jinting's hand aside. Father, I just came back and you all are blaming me. What's wrong? Did I do something unforgivable or extremely evil? I didn't do anything wrong, did I? First of all, my monthly growth fund was 1 million. I used this 1 million to make 100 million, or 2.4 million. I hired someone and spent tens of thousands of dollars, and I still had more than 2 million left. After deducting the cost, I still made more than 1 million yuan. I had a pretty good opinion of this company before. Since you guys say there's a problem, then let's just assume there's a problem with it. But even if there are problems, it's a company worth 1 billion. Even if it goes bankrupt, it can still leave me some money. Even if there's nothing left, I won't pay for it. This money was earned from gambling. Since I was a child in the orphanage, someone told me that extra money should be spent as quickly as possible. Didn't I follow this standard? It was all blown by the wind anyway, so if I lose, I lose. You say gambling is shameful, but did I go to the gambling place by myself? It was Lu Haoyu who took me there, otherwise I would not have been able to find such a place. Also, you said that I brought shame to you by buying on UN Group, but it was Lu Haoyu who brought me to on UN Group. Otherwise, I would have met the CEO of on UN Group. The problem now is that I went to the casino and won money. I used the winnings to buy on UN Group. And it was Lu Haoyu who took me there. Now you are all blaming me. Doesn't Lu Haoyu do anything wrong? If he didn't take me there, would I have won money? If he didn't take me there to win money, how would I have gotten the money to buy on UN Group? So it seems that everything is Lu Haoyu's fault. Why are you blaming me? Chapter 14, Rebellious Son, Kneel Down. You evil creature, you actually dare to blame all this on your brother? Your brother took you to a private estate so that you could experience high society. It was you who went to the casino to gamble. What does this have to do with your brother? When Jiang Wanqing, the mother who had been silent all this time, heard Lu Lincheng talking about Lu Haoyu, she became unhappy. He started by refuting, and even after the rebuttal he still sounded dissatisfied. Also, you've made 1 billion, and your brother wants to take you to buy a company. It's all out of kindness, but look at what you did. It's obvious that buying a company worth 1 billion yuan will instantly make you the focus of high society. It's obvious that as long as you choose the right direction, you will bring huge fame and reputation to our Lu family. But look at what you did. You bought a company that was about to go bankrupt. You didn't do any research or investigation into such a company and just bought it. Before, I thought that after all, you are my biological son. After a while, when you adapt to your current life, I will ask your eldest sister to give you 10 million, or help you with more and set up a company for you. Now it seems that there is no need for that. You can just throw away 1 billion yuan. I'm afraid giving you 10 million yuan won't be enough to fill your teeth. Nian Shuang, remember this. Isn't Lu Linsheng capable? He can make 1 billion through gambling. He can easily buy a bankrupt company worth 1 billion. Such a capable person doesn't need our help. You don't have to give him a penny. Even if this company is a test for him from our Lu family, as long as this company doesn't pay him back, he will pass the test. But that's simply impossible. Lu Nianshuang said. I know, Mom, brother Lin Sheng is really too ignorant. It was clearly me who couldn't resist the temptation and went gambling, yet I'm blaming Hao Yu for it. Hao Yu clearly took him to buy a company out of kindness, hoping to prove himself, but he ended up buying a company that was about to go bankrupt. This is all his own fault, and he still blames Hao Yu. His past living environment was truly terrible, which is why he became what he is now. We must correct him. Since he values money so much, I will not give him living expenses in the future, and I will not give him the share of money he deserves. Doesn't he get 1 million every month? With that money, he can probably try it on his own. Why would he ask his family for it? At this time, Father Lu also said. Lu Linsheng, you are so ignorant. I brought you back just because of our blood relationship. What is the reason? Isn't it because you are our son? If I had known you were so ignorant and would wrongly accuse your brother of everything, I shouldn't have brought you back in the first place. Your mother and sister are right. You are really not worthy of being a member of my Lu family. Don't you have a 1 million yuan growth fund every month? Then you should take care of your own life from now on. Don't even think about asking your family for money. If one day you use your 1 million yuan monthly living fund to become a billionaire, then I can recognize you a little bit. Otherwise, don't tell anyone that you are my son. Lu Linsheng just watched the family perform. Lu Haoyu's simple words made the 3 members of the family stare at him like mad dogs. It was clearly Lu Haoyu's fault, but they blamed all the mistakes on themselves. If you don't know, you might actually think that Lu Haoyu is their biological son and they are just adopted. However, the fact is that he is the biological one. Original owner, oh original owner, it's a good thing you are gone. If it were you, I'm afraid you really wouldn't be able to accept such a thing. Even though he was a time traveler, after hearing what these people said, he wanted to beat them up. How could there be such biological parents? How could there be such a biological sister? If it weren't for the system reward, he really wanted to beat these people up and then turn around and leave. However, even for the sake of system rewards, he doesn't like to compromise. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary worker. After 10 years of hard work, Xin saved hundreds of thousands of yuan and used it as a down payment to buy a house in the provincial capital. As a result, before I even found a partner, the company started cutting salaries and laying off employees. In order to avoid being laid off, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and make concessions, and his salary was reduced again and again. But in order to pay the mortgage and live, he had to endure it. The result? Less pay and more overtime. Finally, after working overtime until 2 in the morning, he could no longer wake up. Because when he woke up this time, he had become the current Lu Linsheng. In his previous life, he had to compromise for everything, but he didn't want to compromise in this life. After listening to the advice this time, the system will give him a building worth tens of billions. With this money, he can just lie back and relax. Life is only 100 or 80 years long. Since you have endless money to spend, why should you put yourself in a difficult position? When he first crossed over, he wanted to rely on these people first to trigger some rewards for himself so that he would have enough capital. He never thought that just by listening to advice twice, he could have tens of billions of assets. Now that I am so rich, I can do whatever I want. Are you done? Seeing that they stopped talking, Lu Linsheng said lightly. What's with your attitude? Mother Lu frowned and said, I said all this was for your own good, but you didn't learn anything good, so you started gambling. You made money, but you don't have any ability, so you lost it all. We're all doing this for your own good, and that's your attitude. Eldest sister Lu Nianshuang frowned. Lu Linsheng, you grew up in an orphanage and have always been at the bottom of society. So after you returned to the Lu family, I can understand why you wanted to gamble or spend your money casually because you were trying to deceive the rich. I cut off your pocket money and your training fund because you have money now, and I also want to train you. I'm not targeting you, but your attitude is very bad. You did something wrong, so why don't you let others talk about it? We are your sisters. Father and mother said all this is for your own good, but this is your attitude. If you keep doing this, as your sister, even if I can't teach you a lesson, I won't approve of you. Father Lu silently took out a half-meter-long ruler. I originally wanted to teach you a lesson and let you know that you were wrong, but now seeing that you know you are wrong and refuse to change, I need to teach you a lesson. Unfilial son, kneel down and accept the family punishment. Chapter 15, Fight the Fake Master First. Lu Linsheng was really impressed. At the beginning, he had the idea of living with this family and earning more rewards from them, but now he has no such idea at all. These people are not only blind, but also have poor brains. It was Lu Haoyu who took them to gamble. They felt that Lu Haoyu was right, but they were wrong to gamble. Since gambling is wrong, and Lu Haoyu participated in it, gambling itself is wrong. Why don't you say anything? Also, I have worked so hard to earn 1 billion yuan, I can spend it however I like. What does it have to do with you? But just because I bought a company that is going to be liquidated and bankrupt, you guys treat me so badly? Why don't you think about it? Without Lu Haoyu leading me, would I have been able to find such a company? It's obvious that all of this was done by Lu Haoyu, but you can't see the result. Lu Linsheng, at this moment, was finally certain that this world should not be the real world, but a fictional world. Otherwise, how could this family be so paranoid? He said tentatively. I just said that it was Lu Haoyu who took me to the casino, and he also gambled. Since he has to bear the consequences of the family law, he should bear it with me. And the same thing about On Yuan Group. Lu Haoyu introduced it to me. He told me to buy this group, so I bought it. So he was the one who orchestrated all of this. He was the one who deliberately tricked me. You can't just ignore this, right? Even if you don't care, he was the one who asked me to buy this group. The people around him can testify to this. You can call and ask. My only mistake was listening to Lu Haoyu and gambling. I also listened to Lu Haoyu and bought On Yuan Group. I spent the 1 billion yuan I had worked so hard to get. This is my fault, but if I really have to bear the consequences of family punishment, I won't do it. If you want to beat me, let Lu Haoyu be beaten with me. The subsequent developments were both unexpected and expected. Mother Lu said, Jinting, it seems our son has been badly taught since he was young. It's clearly his fault, but he insists on putting the blame on Haoyu. If he doesn't accept the addition, he'll probably never understand where he went wrong. Originally, I was somewhat reluctant to use family discipline against you, but now it seems that I have no choice but to use it. You should teach him a lesson and make him understand where his mistakes are. Lu Nianchuang said, Mom is absolutely right. Lu Linsheng, you really disappoint me. Brother Haoyu, I took you out with good intentions, but when something went wrong, you blamed it all on him. You've brought shame to our Lu family by doing this. Dad, I used to disagree with you having family rules for your children because they always correct themselves and admit their mistakes. But now that Lu Linsheng refuses to admit his mistakes and can't correct them, let's use family rules to help him correct them. Fake young master Lu Haoyu said cautiously. Mom, sister, brother just didn't react for a moment. Give him some time, he will definitely admit his mistake. Please don't hit him, okay? Mother Lu hugged Lu Haoyu and said. Look at how good your brother Haoyu is. Even at this time, he still wants to plead for you. Don't you feel a little guilty? If you have any conscience at all, you should quickly admit your mistake to your brother. As long as you admit your mistake, I will ask your father to beat you less. Lu Nianchuang said. I still have to beat you, but after that I will suggest to Dad that he beat you less in the future. But you have to remember that you must admit your mistake to brother Haoyu first. My goodness, Lu Linsheng was speechless. Although this was the result of his deliberate test, he really couldn't accept this result. I have told you the truth, but you don't believe it. As a result, the fake young master wanted to beat me just because I mentioned your precious baby. I really gave you face. I want you to give me advice so that I can benefit from it, not to disgust me. Seeing the ruler in Lu Jingting's hand about to hit him, Lu Linsheng reached out and grabbed the ruler without hesitation. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he snatched the ring into his hand. I'm speaking human language, but you don't understand, right? If you don't understand, then there's no need to understand. Lu Haoyu, don't think that I don't know your little thoughts. It seems that I was thinking about how you were also raised by the Lu family, Brother Yang, and you are considered my younger brother. I wanted to get along well with you, but I didn't expect you to harbor evil intentions. I felt something was wrong when I was gambling, but I won a lot, so I didn't take it seriously. Now I realize that you were plotting against me from the beginning, right? Aren't you from the Lu family reasonable? Then the fact that you deliberately tricked me, your brother, is actually a rebellion. It's reasonable for me to use family rules against you, right? He said, and took 2 steps forward, coming in front of Lu Haoyu. In the shocked eyes of others and Lu Haoyu's fear, he hit Lu Haoyu on the shoulder as soon as he made contact. This time you deliberately took me to gamble and tried to cheat me. Another blow landed on Lu Haoyu's face, leaving a bloody mark on it. You deliberately took me to buy that bankrupt company and deliberately cheated me out of 1 billion. Pa. Nothing else, I just don't like you. Since you want to trick me, don't blame me for hitting you. Even after he had hit him 7 or 8 times, Lu Haoyu was still confused, and the others finally reacted. Stop. You beast, stop right there. You dare to hit Haoyu, you are seeking death. The one who started to speak was the eldest sister Lun Yanchuang. The second person to speak was the mother, and the third was the father, and by this time they had already rushed over. He stretched out his hand to grab the ruler, and at the same time stretched out his foot, trying to kick Lu Lincheng aside. Lu Lincheng had been on guard against them from the very beginning, so how could he let them succeed? Seeing Lu Zhenting kicking towards him, he instantly moved half of his body away, and then the kick landed heavily between Lu Haoyu's legs. Ouch! Even after being whipped more than 10 times, he was still a little dazed. Lu Haoyu didn't care about the pain on his face at this time, and curled up like a shrimp. It hurts, go to the hospital. I want to go to the hospital. At this moment, Lu Zhenting, Lun Yanchuan, and Jiang Wanqing seemed to have unleashed their potential and instantly rushed to Lu Haoyu's side. Lu Lincheng was a little shocked. With this speed and ability, if he had just burst out, he might not be able to snatch the ruler. Sure enough, as long as the matter involves Lu Haoyu, this family of blind and heartless people can unleash infinite potential. Chapter 16, Beating Dad Again. Father Lu rushed over first and stretched out his hand to snatch the ruler from Lu Lincheng's hand, but Lu Lincheng swung the ruler back and hit Father Lu's hand. You beast, I'm your father, how dare you hit me? Don't you dare? I've already taken action. What can you do? With tens of billions as a foundation, Lu Lincheng was confident and didn't take this family seriously at all. Even if he was kicked out by them, it didn't matter. He could just find a new target to get rewards. Why would he hang out with this family of idiots? You want a ruler, right? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to hit me again? Lu Zhenting, although we are medically father and son, I was taken away from me the moment I was born. You didn't give birth to me and raise me, and you didn't raise me either, yet you made me stand here obediently and get beaten. Who do you think you are? If you really treat me as your own son, then you have to make sacrifices first and gain my approval before you can manage me. But now you are unwilling to make sacrifices and only want to enjoy the fruits of your labor. You're angry because you can't enjoy the results, and you want me to listen to you. You never take my side in anything. Instead, you ask me to apologize and punish me. I really can't stand a father like you. I'm putting this out there today. Either you make up for what you owe me over the years, then I'll be willing to listen to you. If you don't make up for it and you want to punish me by beating or scolding me, forget it. No matter who it is, if you dare to attack me again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Bang! As he said that, he hit Lu Zhenting with a ruler. Since I came back until now, they haven't given me any food or gifts. Instead, they've made me live in the basement. Instead of being treated as I deserved, I was punished. This is my warning to you. If you continue like this in the future, don't blame me for being rude. After being beaten twice in a row, Lu Zhenting felt a little embarrassed. He is the head of the family, but he was hit twice by his own son. How could he bear it? Like him, there was also Lu's mother, Jiang Wanqing, who couldn't win. Before Lu Zhenting could speak, she couldn't help herself? Lu Lincheng, you are our biological son after all. How dare you hit your father? Even if you're right, your father didn't give birth to you or raise you, and he shouldn't punish you, but I'm your mother, you're my child, and everything about you is mine. I have the final say, so it's okay for me to ask you to apologize now, right? Lu Linxing came to his mother with a ruler in his hand, stretched out his other hand, and slapped himself 3 times. I can't apologize, but you're right. You're my mother, and you gave me life. Even though I didn't do the right thing, you're my mother after all. You asked me to apologize, but I can't. Then I'm willing to punish myself. I have explained to you what I have done, but please do not make such unreasonable requests in the future. This is the first and last time. If you continue to use your status as my biological mother to ask me to do something that goes against my principles and my conscience, then our mother-son relationship will be over. I'll say it again. An apology is out of the question. I don't care about him. Whether Lu Haoyu did it on purpose or unintentionally, it was indeed him who asked me to gamble, and it was indeed him who asked me to buy on UN Group. Believe it or not, it has nothing to do with me. You guys can do whatever you want. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I need to rest. As he spoke, he walked towards the basement, but Lu Jinting shouted loudly. You evil creature, you beat up your brother and then you beat me, and you think you can leave so easily. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you might not know the rules of my Lu family. Lu Linxing, who was about to walk out, stopped, turned around to look at their family, and said with a sneer. What are the rules of the Lu family? Aren't they good to adopted sons but not to biological sons at all? As long as you don't bother me, I don't bother with you. But if you still want to attack me, then you should think carefully. If you dare to make a move, I will tell everyone that after you found my biological son, not only did you not give me a penny, you also made me live in the basement. I'll see what reputation you'll have left. Also, if you do, you'd better kill me. Then you'll be the murderer of your own son. If you can't kill me, I will take my revenge on your adopted son. If you hit me once, I'll hit you 10 times. If you make me bleed a drop, I'll make him bleed a bowl. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. After Lu Linxing finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to this idiot family. He still had to wait for the system to complete the liquidation. After the company is liquidated, he will have his own independent building and become a billionaire. Living in the basement again when he has money is not suitable, but sleeping in the basement can improve his physical fitness? He must persist in living in the basement for a longer period of time. So he has to go to bed early and go to the company early tomorrow to solve the company's problems. And while he was sleeping, in the Lu family hall, Lu Haoyu was speaking in a wrong tone. Dad, Mom, and Big Sister, thank you. I know you didn't punish my brother because of me. However, no matter what, he is your biological son, so it's better not to punish him. He's right. Although he participated in gambling, it was me who took him there. It wasn't his subjective will. Besides, he won 1 billion gambling, so it's not his fault. As for spending 1 billion to buy on UN Group, he was indeed wrong, and he still refuses to admit his mistake. However, although on UN Group has a good reputation now, as soon as the news gets out, the group will go bankrupt immediately. After on UN Group goes bankrupt, I guess my brother will have nothing to rely on. Without these 10 billion, he will listen to his parents, right? Although he didn't say it explicitly, his meaning was very clear. Lu Linxing, suddenly having 1 billion yuan, bought on UN Group. Before on UN Group went bankrupt and was liquidated, he naturally disobeyed his parents. In addition to saying that Lu Lixing is an ungrateful person who can never be tamed, this also tells the family not to be anxious and to wait and see how Lu Linxing makes a fool of himself. When Lu Linxing has lost all his money, he will naturally come back to apologize. Chapter 17, Ridicule and Indifference. The development of things was all going according to Lu Haoyu's ideas. The next day, on UN Group collapsed. On that day, when Lu Linxing went to the group, he could only watch on UN Group go bankrupt and be liquidated. Because he is the boss of the group, many of the group's bankruptcy liquidation documents require his signature and he needs to follow up the entire process. So for the next month, Lu Linxing was busy with the bankruptcy liquidation of the group. Until a month later, all the problems were resolved, compensation was paid, repayment was made, and sales were sold. After he solved all the problems, he was left with only the headquarters building as the system said. Because the headquarters building is located in a remote area, not many people come to rent the house. In addition, the building still needs someone to manage it, so he can barely break even. During this month, every time he went home, his family members were unwilling to pay attention to him. During this period, none of his other 4 sisters came back. Until today, when everything was over and he returned to the Lu family, the 4 sisters still did not show up. It was only the Lu family's parents, eldest sister, and fake young master who were there. And this time, they were completely different from the previous month. They had deliberately ignored Lu lynching for the past month, but now that everything had settled, they gathered together. When they saw Lu lynching coming back, the fake young master was the first to stand up and greet him. "Brother, I've heard that On UN Group has been completely liquidated. The entire On UN Group is gone. You are left with the headquarters building, but this headquarters building has no tenants now. I heard that the management fees for this headquarters building are even higher than the rent. I'm afraid that's going to cost you a lot of your monthly growth fund. If you don't have money to eat, you must tell me that mom and dad are still angry and you still can't eat at the table. But if you don't have money to eat, I can treat you to a meal." The gloating was almost overflowing from his mouth, but this family of elites did not hear any gloating, but instead followed suit. Father Lu said, "Look at how good your brother is to you. Even though you ignored him for a month, he knew you were dying and still treated you to a meal. Why can't you be more considerate?" Mother Lu said, "It doesn't matter if it's liquidated. Your money was all accidental, even from gambling. It's gone once it's spent. I still say the same thing. You did something wrong before and wrongly accused your brother. As long as you apologize to your brother, you're still my son. As long as you don't target your brother, the family will still have you on the table." The eldest sister said, "Mom is right. Just apologize to your brother and the matter will be over. I think you have understood it in the past month. You have no talent for business, nor are you cut out to be a boss. You could lose 1 billion yuan, so forget about making a fortune by becoming a boss yourself. Just apologize. Although I can't continue to support you in starting your company, I can arrange a position for you in the group so that you can have an income." Looking at this family, Lu lynching really didn't want to bother with them, but he still had to give rewards from them. Moreover, this is the reward for listening to advice, and it should be credited to the account soon. He said this in order to avoid trouble. Since you all know about On UN Group, and now that the group has been completely liquidated, the headquarters building I have left is indeed as you said. Although it is worth over 100 million, I can't afford to maintain it. Why don't I sell it to you? Maybe one day this headquarters building will be valuable, and you can make some money from it." As a result, after he finished saying this, the fake young master Lu Haoyu quickly shook his head. "Brother, I want to help you, but I don't have that much money. I only had 100,000 yuan in pocket money a month ago, and now it's only 200,000 yuan. How can I afford to buy such a big building?" Father Lu said, "I have money, but I don't want to throw it away. Your headquarters building won't make any money. Whoever gets it will only lose money. If it's destined to fail, why buy it? You will have to bear the consequences of your own sins." Mother Lu said, "Be a man. Since this is your own choice, you must bear the consequences yourself. You can keep the headquarters building for yourself. You still have a monthly growth fund of 1 million yuan, which should be enough to keep the building running. Don't even think about asking your family for help." The eldest sister said, "Lu Linsheng, when good things happened to you, you didn't think about your family gambling, making 1 billion, or sharing the burden of your family. You bought this broken group. Now that the group has been completely liquidated, there's only one hot potato left. You're thinking of asking your family for help. Aren't you dreaming? I'm telling you, you're going to destroy that headquarters building yourself. Don't expect anyone to help you. I'm putting this out there. No one in my family will help you. You either sell it to some idiot at a low price and let them bear the cost, or you use your 1 million yuan per month growth fund to maintain the operation of the building. The most I can do is help you contact someone to buy your building, but the price will be much lower. If you can accept that, I'll help you make the contact. If you want us to take over, that's impossible." When the fake young master Lu Haoyu heard that his sister wanted to help, he was afraid that Lu Linsheng would be sold at a low price and he would have money in his hands again, so he said again, "Brother, everyone knows about your building. You should find a way to solve your own problems. And don't be discouraged. Even though you have to put money into it every month, it's just one building after all. You can keep it in your hands first. It's okay. Although it seems like a loss now, who can guarantee that one day the area around your building will develop? Or even one day the city planning department will designate that area as a development zone or special economic zone? Then wouldn't your building be worth more? By then, this building will be worth, if not tens of billions, at least 18 billion. You don't have to pay much anyway, so it's better to keep it than to sell it. When Lu Haoyu heard this, his expression looked a little strange, and then he shook his head. If you don't want to help, forget it. I've been very tired this month. I'm going back to rest. By the way, thank you for helping me contact someone to buy it. But I think what Lu Haoyu said is right. If I keep this building, it might be worth a lot someday. Chapter 18. Lu Haoyu is proud. Lu Linsheng fell asleep. But the other members of the Lu family couldn't sleep. In the master bedroom, Mother Lu sighed. Our son is completely useless. He is our own flesh and blood after all, but he has developed such a personality. It seems that the living environment from childhood has a huge impact on people. Haoyu grew up with us, so he is so promising. But look at Lu Linsheng. He has no manners, no upbringing, and no knowledge. As soon as he came back, he started talking back to his elders. Not long after, he went gambling. Even though he made money, he had no vision. He could lose $1 billion in one night. How can I let him inherit the family business with his condition like this? In my opinion, we should try to temper his temper over the next few years. If we can give him some dividends in the future so that he can live a peaceful life. If he can't be polished, then let him fend for himself from now on. Even if he's our son, I won't allow the company we worked so hard to build to be destroyed in his hands. Father Lu nodded. I thought so too. After all, he is our son. I am willing to give him a chance, but he really disappoints me. Today he's still thinking about us taking over his building. Isn't he dreaming? If he had been a little more obedient, if he had been a little more sensible, we wouldn't have spent 1 billion yuan on a dilapidated building. Let him keep this building for himself. I want him to always remember how incompetent and useless he is. I want him to always be alert and know that he needs to think more carefully about certain things in the future and not make decisions impulsively. Let's not talk about him anymore. Go to bed early. Talk to Haoyu and have him prepare the company's profitability tomorrow morning. Let him see the report tomorrow and see how much his brother's company is making and how much he is losing. I want him to understand the gap between him and his brother, so that he can be more humble in the future and not always be so self-righteous. Mother Lu nodded. I've told him everything and even asked his eldest sister to help. Don't worry, everything will be ready tomorrow morning. I'm going to give Lu Linsheng a shock then. We want our son to know what the gap is. At the same time, in the study on the third floor of the villa, Lu Haoyu and Lu Nianshuan are sorting out the information. Lu Nianshuan said happily while tidying up. Haoyu, your entertainment company is pretty good. We invested 10 million, and now it's worth 80 or 90 million, close to 100 million, right? It's only been a year, and it's almost increased tenfold. I believe that with your ability, it won't be long before your company continues to prosper. Hurry up and get all the company's profit statements ready. Tomorrow, let Lu Linsheng see how outstanding you are. Lu Haoyu smiled shyly. Sister, I'm not as good as you say. Brother Linsheng doesn't have an older sister, as you said. It's just that he has never been exposed to the upper class and has never been exposed to so much money, so the accident happened. Once he has more exposure and understands more, this kind of thing will not happen again. I still think that sorting out my company's profit situation and showing it to brother Linsheng would be too harmful to him. So let's just forget it. Eldest sister Lu Nianshuan said firmly. No, he must be shown carefully. We have to work overtime tonight to sort it all out. Tomorrow, we'll show him the difference between you two. He lost 1 billion yuan and lost every penny, while you were able to make 100 million yuan with 10 million yuan. Let him see what the real gap is. After a busy night, they finally got everything sorted out by dawn. After breakfast was ready, they began to eat absent-mindedly. It was almost 7 o'clock before they finally finished their meal. The family of 4 were waiting for Lu Linsheng to come out, but Lu Linsheng never came out. Finally, when the morning news started broadcasting on TV, Lu Linsheng finally came out. As soon as he came out, his elder sister Lu Nianshuan placed a piece of information in front of him. Look at the gap between you and Haoyu, how big is it? You gambled away $1 billion, and in the blink of an eye, it was gone, leaving you with a building that loses money every day. But look at your brother. He founded an entertainment company with 10 million a year ago, and in just 1 year, he turned it into an entertainment company worth 100 million. Also, the company's development prospects are very good. I think in 2 or 3 years, the company's value will exceed 500 million. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 years, the value of this entertainment company will exceed 1 billion. You spent 1 billion yuan to learn a lesson, while your brother used 10 million yuan to make 1 billion yuan. You should reflect on this matter. Growing up in an orphanage is nothing, and being at the bottom of society is nothing either. As long as you're willing to learn and ask for advice, some things can change. Father Lu also said at this time. How you really didn't disappoint me. I originally thought your company would be worth 30 to 50 million, but I didn't expect it to be worth 100 million. Since the company is doing so well, it deserves support. Increasing the company's value tenfold in a year would be considered a success. How about this, I'll give you another 10 million as a reward. You can invest the money into the company and make it better. I hope you can keep up the good work. My mother also said, your father gave you 10 million, and I will give you another 10 million. With this 20 million, your company should be able to take it a step further. It was originally planned to reach 1 billion in assets in 10 years, but with this money, I'm afraid it will be achieved in 5 years or even less. The eldest sister followed up. Since my parents have given me money, I can't refuse. However, I don't have much money right now, so I'll give you 1 million. You can use this money as pocket money. They looked so happy that Lu Linxing felt sick in his heart. However, after seeing them giving money and the reasons for giving it, Lu Linxing felt something in his heart. So, Lu Haoyu received your reward because he built a company with 10 million and turned it into 100 million within a year. In other words, if I could earn more than 10 times the profit with a small amount of money, you would also reward me, right? Although he no longer cared about the money, he was still happy to get it from this family. After all, he is our biological son, so isn't it normal for him to spend some of the family's money? Chapter 19, Lightspeed Slap in the Face. Since he came back till now, the only thing he got at home was a basement room to live in that could improve his physical fitness. After a month, he discovered that he had misjudged the effect of the basement. At first, he just lived in the basement to improve his strength and physical fitness. In 3 days, I only improved my strength by about 3 kilograms and other physical fitness. But on the 4th day, because he forgot to close the corridor window, the cold air from the basement came in, and he found that his improvement in 1 day was greater than that in the previous 3 days. So starting from the 4th day, he not only opened the windows, but also filled the house with water. Not only did he not cover himself with a quilt when he slept at night, but he also went to sleep on the water. If it were a normal person, in this situation, if they didn't freeze to death, they might drown. But Lu Linxing was able to do it and greatly improve his physical fitness every day. Let us not talk about anything else for now, just the improvement in strength can increase by more than 10 pounds every day. From that moment on, he understood that the improvement in his physical fitness in this basement was related to the suffering he suffered in the basement. The worse the basement environment was, the more he improved. In order to improve his physical fitness, he deliberately bought a lot of things that are harmful to the human body and have radiation and put them in the basement. At the same time, some spoiled items were placed in the room. It was also because of this reason that in just 1 month, his strength had increased from more than 100 kilograms per punch at the beginning to more than 500 kilograms per punch. His current strength puts him in a strong position against most people. Maybe only some weightlifters or boxers can compete with him in terms of body structure. But they are only strong in strength, while Lu Linxing has improved in all aspects of his body. It is precisely because of this physical condition that he prefers to stay in the basement, coming back early every day and going out very late in the morning. He never touched a single bite of the food at home, and he never got anything from the house. How could he be the Lu family's biological son? Even if it was for the original owner, he had to take something out of the family. Since these people offered to give him money, he would naturally do his utmost to help them. But after he said these words, he was met with a sneer. The sneer on the fake young master Lu Haoyu's face lasted less than a second. Quickly changed to pleading? Mom, Dad, and big sister, I think what my brother said is right. We are all family, so we must be fair. I increased the company's revenue tenfold in 1 year, from 10 million to 100 million, so I received a reward from my parents and eldest sister. If my brother can also use more than 10 million yuan to build a company within a year and then increase the company's value by more than 10 times, then my parents and my eldest sister will definitely reward him. Even if I don't set up my own company, it would be fine if I could increase the company's value tenfold after purchasing it like I did this time. Otherwise, I think it's unfair. After he finished saying this, the eldest sister Lun Yanxuan continued to sneer. Brother Haoyu is right. If you are truly capable of building a company on your own and increasing its market value tenfold within a year, I will definitely give you my 1 million. Even if, like this time, you spend over 10 million to buy a company and then increase its value tenfold, I'll give you 1 million as a reward. But do you think this is possible? Father Lou said, no way. He can even pay 1 billion. Giving him only 10 million is not enough to cover his losses. I'm putting this on the line. If he can build a company with more than 10 million and increase its value tenfold within a year, I'll give him a 20 million bonus. Mother Lou also said. Me too. If he can really do it, I'll reward him with 20 million, so what? When Lu Linqing heard what they said, he hurriedly said. You said this yourself. I didn't force you. I recorded the whole thing. Now I have another question. Besides establishing my own company and increasing its value from 10 million to over 100 million within a year, if the money I invested in on UN Group also increases tenfold, will I also be rewarded? When he said this, the whole family couldn't help laughing. Lu Haoyu said. Brother, although I don't want to discourage you, you still have to face reality. Your on UN Group has lost 1 billion yuan. All that's left is the headquarters building. Everything else is gone. Although I said before that if you're lucky and the headquarters building is located in a development zone or a high-tech zone technology development center, you might be able to do it, but the possibility of this happening is too low. If you're really lucky enough to raise the building's value to over 10 billion, I'd also be willing to give you all the 5 million in pocket money I've saved. Eldest sister Lu Nianshuang said. You can dream on your own, but if you can really make your headquarters building worth tens of billions, I'll give you 5 million. Then the four of us will give you 50 million directly. But this kind of thing is simply impossible. Father Lu agreed. Your building is located in a remote area, far from the city center. Not to mention that your district is considered a remote area. There is no possibility of development there, so your building cannot be worth much. If he can multiply on UN Group's 1 billion by 10, turning it into 10 billion, then I'll still give you my 20 million. Mother Lu also said. Isn't it just 20 million? It's nothing for our family, but the situation you described is simply impossible. As a result, they had just finished talking about the morning news on TV when the report began. Recently, the Provincial Party Committee conference concluded, and with the approval of the Provincial Party Committee, the area west of Yuanjiang District in Linjiang City has officially become the Yuanjiang Economic Development Zone. Hundreds of nationally and even globally renowned companies have agreed to move in. When the news was broadcast, the whole family was shocked. Mother Lu picked up the documents from yesterday's investigation on the table with some uncertainty. After a moment, she widened her eyes under the gaze of others. On UN Group's headquarters building is located west of Yuanjiang District, Linjiang City. Father Lu felt that his tongue was not working well. So, the on UN Group headquarters building has become the center of the economic development zone. The price of this building must be at least tens of billions, right? Without giving them a chance to think, Lu Linqing spoke. Since you've all seen the news, I just want to ask if this counts as making 10 billion with 1 billion? Shouldn't you give me the 50 million you promised me? Chapter 20 A Miserable Family. The family of four, who were originally in shock, felt a little embarrassed when they heard Lu Linqing's words. They were unwilling to give the money to Lu Linqing. Even his biological parents and sister were unwilling to give him money. But the words had already been spoken, and Lu Linqing's phone was still recording the video. If they don't give it, where will they put their face after this matter gets out? But this guy already has 10 billion, why does he need their 50 million? Lu Haoyu was the one who could not accept it the most. His plan was perfect. Because of the previous incidents, his parents and sister disliked Lu Linqing. Then Lu Linqing would be left with nothing. But now the first goal has been achieved, his parents and sister really hate Lu Linqing, but the goal of making him lose everything collapsed in an instant. I'll take you to gamble, and you can earn 1 billion with 1 million. I took you to buy a company that was about to go bankrupt. As a result, the company went bankrupt, and the building you had left actually appreciated in value. A building originally worth less than 100 million yuan has suddenly become worth tens of billions. Who can I go to for justice? If he had known this would happen, he would have bought the company no matter what. However, the hardest thing to get in this world is to know it in advance. Now, everything has become a foregone conclusion. The casino I took him to made him 1 billion yuan, and the company I took him to buy made him 10 billion yuan. Am I a cheap person? I clearly want to trick him, so why do I fail every time? This time, he not only got the headquarters building worth tens of billions. Because he wanted to make fun of him today, not only did he lose 5 million, he also wanted this guy to get 50 million. No, he must not be allowed to get this money again. Although the value of my company is close to 100 million, its working capital is only 18 million. If he gets 50 million, plus a building worth 10 billion, the gap between him and me will be too big. Even though his parents and sister already dislike him, he is so rich now, so what if his parents and sister change their minds? Moreover, if he were to get the 50 million, he wouldn't know what he would do with it. What if he made more money? Thinking of all these possibilities, he rejected the idea of giving money in his heart, so he spoke directly. Brother, you already knew about the development zone being built there. How dare you buy it? Do you think UN Group dares to bet with us? I misunderstood you then. You dared to spend 1 billion to buy on UN Group. It turns out you had planned it all along. But now you own a building worth tens of billions, don't worry about our money. You deliberately used the information you knew to bet with us. That's unfair in itself. Besides, you don't need this little money, so why bother with us? Besides, you already knew the news, so why didn't you tell your family? If you had told them, they would have made a fortune of 10 to 8 billion from this news, or even more. We are a family, we should help each other. If there is good news, you should inform your family. We are all family. We shouldn't scheme against each other, don't you think? Originally, they thought Lu Linsheng had suddenly become a billionaire, and both his eldest sister and his parents had other ideas in their minds. No matter what, this is their biological son and brother. If there is no future at all, that's fine. But now this kid directly owns a building worth tens of billions, and the value of this son will be much greater in the future. They had originally changed their minds, but after hearing what Lu Haoyu said, they all frowned. The eldest sister said, I just thought something was wrong. Why did you spend 1 billion to buy a company that was about to go bankrupt without any idea at all? Why are you so calm even though the company went bankrupt and you only have 1 building left? So you already knew that the headquarters building was going to be a development zone. I don't know where you got the information, but you're truly selfish. You didn't tell your family about this good news, but instead kept it to yourself. Do you know how much your family has lost? If you tell this news to your family, and take advantage of this opportunity, your family will make tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions. It's not impossible for our Lu family to become a multi-billionaire family. As a result, because of your selfishness, we missed such a good opportunity. Not only did you use this information to make money for yourself, but you even made a bet with us just to cheat us out of this little money. I'm really disappointed with you for doing this. Father Lu had a dark face. How could I have a son as selfish as you? You didn't even tell my family about this good news, causing them to lose so much money in vain. You even used this news to cheat me out of my money. I'm telling you, you won't get a single cent from me. Mother Lu also said. Can't you learn from your brother? Can't you be more understanding? Can't you think about your family? When good things happen, you can't think about your family. You only think about making money from them. Are you still our biological son? I'm telling you, I'm very disappointed with you. I won't give you the money I promised you. If you're afraid of your brother and sister's money, don't even think about it. You already own a building worth tens of billions, why are you still bothering about our little money? Seeing that the family was about to default on their debt, Lu Linsheng didn't care. Instead, he raised his phone with a smile, played the video he had just recorded, and then fast-forwarded to the end, which was just now. Then he said with a smile. It's fine if you don't give it to me. If you don't, I'll spread the news online and let everyone judge me. Let them see how untrustworthy the person behind the Lu Group is. You dare. Father Lu and eldest sister spoke together. Lu Linsheng sneered. What am I afraid of? If you don't give it to me, I'll spread it out. This is what you promised me. Since you promised me, you must give it to me. I'll say this one last time. Either give me the money or become the laughingstock of the internet. He has said this much, and the whole family knows that he is determined. They all felt that he was too selfish. He already had tens of billions, but he was still thinking about their money. But they didn't dare say anything. Who told this guy to record the video? If the video were to be posted online, their image would be greatly affected. When he was in front of them, they had to pay. Father Lu took out a bank card and threw it to Lu Linsheng. There's exactly 50 million in this card. I'm giving you your mom, your sister, and your brother's money. Delete the video for me. Chapter 21, Taking Action Again. After receiving the 50 million, Lu Linsheng cooperated very well and pointed his phone at them, then deleted the video he had just recorded with one click. Looking at everyone who breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Linsheng sneered in his heart. The video was indeed deleted, but just now, he had already backed it up to 2 places. Later he would find a few more places to back up all of these. Otherwise, he was worried that the family would accuse him of stealing their money. At this time, the phone rang, and the caller was the manager of the headquarters building. As you can see, my building has become a development zone. I should be very busy from now on, so if you have anything, just call me. I'm leaving now. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Although the building is worth more than 10 billion yuan, with the establishment of the development zone, many companies will move into the building. He wanted to go along and help finalize the matter. Otherwise, he was afraid of being cheated. As soon as he left, Lu Haoyu came back to his senses. From the disbelief just now to now, although he is a little confused, he knows a little. As Lu Linsheng has tens of billions, if he cannot make Lu Linsheng's impression in the Lu family's hearts worse, then this fake young master may very likely be replaced by Lu Linsheng. So at this time, we must deepen the conflict between them, and nothing else matters. I wanted to inform him a little, but he still acted aggrieved. Dad, Mom, big sister, and brother still don't like me. It was clearly me who took him to gamble and made 1 billion. It was also clearly me who took him to buy the Yuan Group with 1 billion. Because of me, he was able to own this headquarters building worth tens of billions, but he didn't feel any gratitude towards me at all. Now that he has money, he doesn't even want to say thank you and just leaves. Really, even though I'm disappointed, I don't blame my brother. After all, he grew up in an orphanage. He's never even seen or heard of tens of billions. I can understand him doing this, but I can't accept the fact that he deliberately used the information he knew in advance to trick his parents and sister. And I hadn't thought of it before. Now that I think about it, I think my brother must have known this news before, so he deliberately made you say that you wouldn't buy his building or help him. He just wants to use these words to shut you up and prevent you from interfering with his building. Isn't he obviously judging others by his own standards? Dad, Mom, and big sister, how could they be interested in his things? He's not only on guard against you, but he's also trying to cheat you out of your money. This is a little unreasonable. You've worked so hard to find him for so many years, and finally he ended up like this. Dad, Mom, and big sister, I feel so sorry for you. Besides, now that my brother is rich, he doesn't take you seriously anymore. It's worse than before when he had no money. Through the filter of this family of 3, it felt like Lu Haoyu was doing everything for their own good. And Lu Haoyu's obviously provocative words were successful. Originally, they had some other ideas in their minds. After all, Lu Linsheng is now worth hundreds of billions. No matter what, as long as the result is good, it's good. Moreover, Lu Linsheng, who has tens of billions of dollars, has become more valuable. But now let Lu Haoyu say that they just felt that their sincerity had been wasted. They had worked so hard to find Lu Linsheng for so many years, and finally found him, but he was not on the same page with them. And he is so disobedient. He dared to confront his family, dared to resist, and even dared to beat his own parents. Even though he knew it would be beneficial to the family, he did not help the family and instead cheated them of their money. Such a son is not only of no benefit to the family, but also brings only harm. Besides, this son now has a net worth of tens of billions. If he becomes depressed and gives up on his family, it will cause great harm to the family. Especially Lu Haoyu's last sentence made them think a lot. It is indeed true. Lu Linsheng is rich now, but he is worse off than before. At this moment, their thoughts were all led astray by Lu Haoyu. He was even thinking about how to get Lu Linsheng to hand over the money. Unfortunately, they gave up the idea after just thinking about it. Regardless of whether Lu Linsheng did it intentionally or unintentionally, their previous words had doomed them to the impossible of snatching the building from Lu Linsheng. So if you want to make Lu Linsheng penniless, the best way is to make him spend his money. Without money in his hands, he naturally lost the confidence to be arrogant. Lu Nianshuang said, Dad, Mom, and brother Haoyu, Lu Linsheng is rich now, and he really doesn't take us seriously anymore. I'm afraid if he continues like this, he'll become even more arrogant and bring disaster to our Lu family. Instead of regretting it later, it's better to find a way to make him spend all his money now. When he runs out of money, he won't be in trouble.
Father Lu nodded.
What you said is true. As long as he has no money, he will lose the confidence to be so arrogant.
How can he dare to treat us like this?
But he now owns a building worth tens of billions. Not to mention anything else, he can probably collect hundreds of millions in rent every year. And he also has a monthly growth fund of 1 million, and the 50 million he just received from us.
How can it be so easy to make him spend all this money without making any profit? Mother Lu also said.
As the saying goes, boys should be raised in poverty and girls should be raised in wealth. I raised all 5 of you sisters in wealth since you were young. Now that my biological son is back, I really should raise him in poverty. Besides, he just came back, so it's only right for me to raise him in poverty for a few years. It's just that he already has quite a bit of money right now. Once the tenants in the building pay, he'll have even more money.
It's not easy to get him to spend the money.
If we force him to pay, he probably won't give it to us, so this matter needs to be considered carefully.
Lu Haoyu said anxiously. There's no need to dwell on this.
Since Mom, Dad, and eldest sister all want him to spend the money, I have an idea. Not only will it allow him to spend the money, but it will also help alleviate the family's worries. And while addressing these issues, there is also the potential to take the family business further. Just by doing this, although the possibility of the family business going further increases, Brother Lin Shang still has to invest a lot of his money, and there probably won't be much left. This might be a little unfair to him, otherwise just forget it and ignore what I said.
He has said this now, there is no way he can just let it go. Chapter 22 Lu Haoyu's plan. Why not? What's unfair about that?
Lu Linsheng clearly knew that good news could help the family business advance, but he kept silent.
Is that fair? Is it fair that Lu Linsheng used the information he knew to cheat his family out of their money? He never considered us a family.
Now that he has more money, he doesn't care about them anymore.
He will become a disgrace to my Lu family in the future. Mother Lu was filled with indignation.
You don't always think of him as your brother, nor as our biological son. He is so unruly now, which is of no benefit to our family. Only when his wings are broken and his feathers are cut off, will he realize how important this family is to him.
Just tell me, what method do you have?
As long as you can make him take out the money and spend it so that he can't get it back, that'll be fine. As a mother, she felt that she was doing this for her son's own good. If her son had money, he would learn bad things. So she wanted to cut off her son's path so that he could learn well after he had no money. He didn't think about anything else, he just wanted his son to be obedient. But it's different for others, Father Lu said at this time. This kid has some money now, and he is indeed a little arrogant.
His money is my Lu family's money.
It is only natural that my Lu family's money contributes to my Lu family business. Tell us what method you have to make him spend the money and not get it back, while also allowing our family business to move forward.
As long as the method is feasible, we will do as you say.
Lu Haoyu's indecisive look, wanting to speak but not wanting to, made his elder sister Lu Nianchuang anxious.
What's your method? Tell me.
I know you have a kind heart and can't bear to see your brother spend all his money and end up with nothing. But you have to understand that if we can get him to spend the money on their family and take the family business further, then it will be a common progress for the entire Lu family.
The Lu family is rich, isn't that equivalent to him being rich too?
And he's still his parents' biological son, so he'll get a share of the family fortune in the future.
If he helps the family grow and develop now, won't he get more in the future?
Although he may have spent the money now, he may get more in the future, so don't hesitate. As long as it's good for the family business and allows him to spend the money, any method is acceptable.
Lu Haoyu looked thoughtful and nodded, as if he was really persuaded.
He took a deep breath and said,
Sister, now I understand.
You're right. Let him spend the money on the family business to make it stronger. He'll have more to strive for in the future. And this will benefit the entire Lu family.
Now that I've thought of it, I should say it. I think the solution to this problem is actually very simple. Our Lu family is a daily chemical company. Because of the company's needs, we have entered the entertainment industry.
Although we are currently among the best in the country in terms of daily chemical products and have some reputation abroad, the company has left behind many problems due to its development over the years. Especially within the company, some old employees and some affiliated companies have become dispensable.
The existence of these companies is only a burden to our entire group and has no benefits. At the same time, these employees are a burden to our entire group. If the group can get rid of these subsidiaries and old employees, then the group company will definitely enter the fast lane of development. I've previously researched how to improve the company's development, so I've taken out several of the company's subsidiaries and studied them. Several of them, including the entertainment company, are of no benefit to the entire group. Many old employees have already been transferred to these companies. If we can sell all of these subsidiaries, the company will definitely develop very well. It would be difficult for others to purchase these subsidiaries, but he, Lu Linsheng, is your biological son after all. As long as people like those in these subsidiaries spread the word that Lu Linsheng took over these companies to experience life and to verify his abilities, no one would object. The handover of the company will be easy, and after the handover is completed, what will they do even if they know the truth? The company has been dumped, and these old people have also been arranged to leave. If there is a problem with the company or these people, then brother Lin Shang will need to solve it. Dad, Mom, sister, don't you want to train your brother? This is a good opportunity to see what he is capable of. Maybe he can solve these problems perfectly. Maybe he can make those old employees accept reality willingly. He bought a bankrupt and liquidated company and turned it into a billionaire. Maybe he can gather these useless subsidiaries together and revitalize them in the future. Perhaps once these companies fall into his hands, their value will increase countless times. If that's the case, it also shows that my brother is really capable. Those companies are completely loss-making and have no land or fixed assets. If they really go bankrupt, they will be left with nothing. As for those old employees who have been with the company for a long time, but are no longer needed now, there is no need for them to stay. These people rely on their company's achievements and just sit there doing nothing but doing nothing. It's not easy to solve their problems. And Lu Linsheng couldn't just ignore it at that time. After all, he and his parents were related by blood. In the future, as long as he follows his plan, he will be able to throw a huge burden to Lu Linsheng, allowing the Lu family's group company to move forward with ease. And Lu Linsheng will fall into a huge crisis. This plan will bring huge benefits to him, other people in the Lu family, and even the entire group company, and may even be able to go further. The only one who was cheated was Lu Linsheng. It must be said that he understood this family well. For the three of them, pitting a son with whom they had no emotional foundation was not a psychological burden. After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, the eyes of the three of them lit up at the same time. They had to admit that at this moment, their hearts were deeply moved. Sacrificing Lu Linsheng, not to mention that it doesn't mean taking his life, can enable the Lu group to grow by leaps and bounds. This is definitely a great thing. Chapter 23 200 million in funds. Father Lu said seriously. Haoyu, this is a good idea. The development of my Lu family requires everyone in the Lu family to contribute. He, Lu Linsheng, is my son, so he should contribute to the family. I've always been deeply concerned about the development of the group, but I've never found a good solution. I also know that those subsidiaries are a burden to the group, and I also know that those employees are no longer useful to the group. In a word, there is no benefit in keeping them. It's just that I can't find a way to get rid of them. Now it's all right. The existence of this kid Lu Linsheng has perfectly solved this problem. Nian Xuan, you heard me, right? Just do as your brother says. You must seize this great opportunity. Talk to Lu Linsheng and ask him to use his growth fund, the money we gave him, and even the profits from the building to purchase these companies in our group. Throw these burdens to him so that the group can develop faster. They are considered heroes of our Lu family, and we will definitely not let him down in the future. Lu Nianxuan was touched. Dad, you're just too good to him. You let him help the family, and you still think about not treating him unfairly. If he knew you had this heart, he'd probably be so grateful to you. Don't worry, I'll talk to him later and ask him to take out all the money and take over all the burdens of the group company. Lu Haoyu was speechless about his elder sister's mysterious confidence. He didn't know whether Lu Linsheng would be grateful or not, but if he really said it directly, it would definitely not get done. So he thought about it and said in a low voice, Sister, I think if we want to accomplish this, we must not let my brother know. He is working hard for our Lu family. Because of the previous incident, my brother is at odds with the family. If he's unwilling to help just because this incident benefits the family, then the gain will outweigh the loss. Although the companies in our group have many problems, some are not profitable, and some are run by elderly people, outsiders don't know about these things. Because the group is booming, many people believe that its subsidiaries are also high-quality industries. Just tell your brother that these teas are of high quality and he can make money after buying them. I think your brother will definitely agree. When these businesses run into problems, I'll tell my brother the truth and let him know that he has made such a great effort for the Liu family. In the future, my parents will not treat him unfairly. I think he will be able to accept it. This way, we can avoid my brother's suspicion and avoid arguments. It got done, and no one suffered any loss. I have to say that his method is really good, and the family of three nodded in satisfaction. Father Lu Jinting said, Hao Yu is worthy of being raised by me since he was a child. His brain is really sharp. Your method is indeed feasible. This matter really cannot be discussed directly. Nianshuan, just do as your brother says. Find someone to talk to Lu Linqing and have him pay to buy out all the subsidiaries and affiliated companies of these companies. Arrange all the elderly people to work in these companies and hand them over to him. Let's solve all the company's problems at once and put it on the fast track of development as soon as possible. Mother Lu also said, Listen to your brother and your father. This matter really should be handled tactfully. They can't treat him unfairly anyway. Let's do it this way. Let him take over these companies quickly. At the same time, he will be able to focus on his work sooner even if he loses the money. This will not only solve the company's problems, but also make him more obedient. Hao Yu is really smart. If you have any unsolvable problems in the future, you should ask your brother more. The eldest sister agreed, and the matter was settled. But they didn't rush to tell this matter afterwards. Because Lu Haoyu hasn't received much money yet. Although the development zone matters have been settled and many companies are relocating, it is impossible for those who rent houses in Lu Haoyu's headquarters building to finish everything in one day. It took more than a week before the work on the building was basically completed. And as the work on the building was completed, the money in Lu Linqing's hands had directly increased from more than 50 million to 200 million. Because the development zone has just started, there are few office buildings in the entire development zone. Many companies have moved in, resulting in a large number of companies needing offices. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Linqing's building has attracted the attention of all companies. Many companies are willing to pay 1 year's rent in advance, or pay 1 quarter's rent, but the rent will increase by 20% to 30%. It was precisely because of this reason that he earned more than 200 million just by collecting rent. More than 50 million was left to maintain the building's operation and repairs. He took out all the remaining money, and together with the original money, he had exactly 200 million. And he will earn at least 300 million every year in the future. For example, this year alone, because many people rented houses at high prices, he could even earn 350 million. This is definitely a huge income. The affairs of An Yuan Group had attracted a lot of attention before. When An Yuan Group went bankrupt, he, the unscrupulous victim, became the topic of conversation for many people after dinner. Everyone said he was a sucker, that he lost all his 1 billion and was a spendthrift. Many people are ashamed of him because he spent 1 billion yuan to get a useless building. But in the blink of an eye, everything changed dramatically. The originally disgraced school beauty turned into a woman with vision and strategy. The original victim has been turned into a person who plans and acts carefully, has deep thoughts, etc. Lu Linqing's original image disappeared at this moment. He grew up in an orphanage and lived in the basement. His reputation as a person of no knowledge and no future was instantly forgotten. When everything was settled, he finally had some free time. He returned home before it got dark. He originally thought that today would be the same as usual and he could go back and rest, but after he went back he found something different. He has been home for more than a month, but apart from his parents, elder sister and fake master, there are no other relatives at home. But today, in addition to them, there were 2 more young women. Lu Linqing originally thought that these 2 people were his sisters, but he didn't expect that after the eldest sister spoke, he realized that only one of them was his sister, and although the other one was not his sister, she actually had a lot of connections with him. Chapter 24 Fifth Sister, Suggestion to Give Up the Fiancé. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you. The one sitting next to me, who looks tall and thin and is about the same size as me, is your 5th sister. I think you've probably heard of the one sitting next to your 5th sister. He's the daughter of the Lu family, Lu Chanxian, who was engaged to you since childhood. Before you came back, we always thought you wouldn't come back, so he and your brother Hao Yu had contact, but there is absolutely no relationship between them. Don't worry, now that you're back, this childhood marriage is yours. From now on, Qianqian will be your daughter-in-law.
When you get your parents' approval, you can officially announce your relationship as an engaged couple. At the same time, your wedding will be put on the agenda. I just learned about the two people's information through the eldest sister's words. Before I could say anything, I heard the fifth sister who was introduced speak. Lu Linsheng, although you are my younger brother, there are some things I must tell you.
I asked about it before I came back. Not only did you grow up in an orphanage, you also liked living in the basement. If that's all, there won't be any results.
You're still gambling, which is even more short-sighted.
1 billion yuan can be lost in the blink of an eye.
If it weren't for the unexpected policy from above, you would have lost everything. As Qianqian's best friend, I've watched her and Haoyu together since we were little. Although you two are engaged, because you haven't come back before, they have already secretly decided to spend their lives together. If you had any self-awareness, you should have taken the initiative to dissolve this marriage that shouldn't have existed in the first place.
And as an older brother, shouldn't you help your brother?
Your brother and Qianqian are a match made in heaven. You'd already be letting Haoyu down by not coming back, and now you want to take Haoyu's wife away.
Don't you think that's excessive?
I advise you to tell mom and dad right now, tell Haoyu, tell big sister, tell Qianqian that there is no emotional basis between you two.
This is the first time you met. The engagement between you and Qianqian is annulled.
Even though fifth sister Lu Nianchu felt that this possibility was unlikely, she still said it out loud.
Lu Qianqian is indeed his best friend.
He didn't want to come back at first, but Qianqian's grandfather asked Qianqian to come to his house to fulfill the engagement, so he had to come back with her. Haoyu called her before coming back.
On the phone, Haoyu's younger brother was crying. He and Qianqian were childhood sweethearts, so why did she become Lu Linsheng's fiancée?
Now that Lu Nianchu is back, he will not allow this matter to continue to go wrong.
She wants to seek justice for her brother Haoyu and Qianqian.
There are some things that others dare not say, so only he can say them. Because brother Haoyu said that as long as he helped to speak up, then even if the matter failed, brother Haoyu would still have a chance to get the money back. Otherwise, without this premise, it would be unreasonable for him to think about his brother's fiancée. So after Lu Nianchu finished speaking, he looked at Lu Haoyu with pride. Lu Haoyu nodded slightly in response, but he was still happy in his heart. He didn't like Lu Qianqian, but even though she didn't like him, he didn't want her to be with Lu Linsheng. If the two of them were together, it would only give Lu Linsheng a greater chance of inheriting the family business.
That's why he said those words to fifth sister when he knew Lu Qianqian was coming, and asked fifth sister to say them today.
Of course, he did this not to win Lu Qianqian back, but to annoy Lu Linsheng.
It would be even better if I could intervene in their relationship later. Even though I don't like it, it would be nice if Lu Linsheng could raise my children and my wife.
Lu Linsheng has been back for such a long time. He should also know that the Lu family is comparable to his own family and has assets worth hundreds of billions. It would be strange if he could refuse such a rich lady as his fiancée.
When Lu Qianqian heard what Lu Nianchu said, she didn't say anything for a while.
She has liked Lu Haoyu since she was a child. It's just that Lu Haoyu has always been cold to him, but he didn't expect that he would show his true feelings today. His family just wants him to marry into the Lu family.
So whether he brings back the unpopular real young master or the fake young master he likes, isn't that all possible? Since you can choose, why don't you choose one that you like?
But when he turned to look at Lu Linsheng, he sighed in his heart again. I'm afraid this real young master who just came home will not give up on himself. How could she refuse better? While they were daydreaming, Mr. and Mrs. Lu tacitly agreed not to speak. Lu Qianqian grew up under their care and was the daughter-in-law they prepared for Lu Haoyu.
To be honest, they didn't want the two of them to separate, and they didn't want Lu Qianqian to marry Lu Linsheng, but they couldn't say that.
Now that my daughter has made it clear, they are happy to see it happen. It would be best if Lu Linsheng could understand the situation and agree to it. If he doesn't agree, as parents, you can take the initiative to help him agree.
Now it depends on what choice Lu Linsheng makes.
No matter what they were thinking, at this moment, their attention turned to Lu Linsheng for a short time. They all wanted to see Lu Linsheng's reaction, but Lu Linsheng didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. Instead, he looked at the system. Just as he had just met his fifth sister for the first time and opened her mouth, the system prompt came again.
Your fifth sister, Lu Nianchu, advises you to give up your fiancé, Lu Qianqian.
By doing so, you will lose the support of a family with billions in assets, as well as your fiancé. By following her advice, you will unexpectedly gain a new fiancé.
Not only will her family have hundreds of billions in assets, but she will also be many times more powerful than Lu Qianqian in every way. After seeing this system prompt, what else is there for Lu Linqing to hesitate about? Any hesitation for a second would be an insult to the new fiancé. There is a family with hundreds of billions of assets behind it, and its abilities in all aspects are many times stronger than Lu Qianqian's. Although I, who owns the system, am no longer with the family behind it, what is going on?
Because he believes that as long as the system exists, making hundreds of billions, trillions, or even tens of trillions in the future will be easy.
But what he cares about is his fiancée, who is many times more capable than him in every aspect. Putting aside other things, Lu Qianqian already looks pretty good.
If she were 10 or 8 times more beautiful, she would be almost a fairy. And other abilities are also many times stronger.
I will have a lot of properties under my name in the future and have a lot of things to do. A strong enough fiancé or even a wife will only make things easier for me. No matter how you look at it, these fiancés are better.
Besides, no matter what the relationship between Lu Qianqian and Lu Haoyu is, Lu Linqing feels uncomfortable with the fact that they are childhood sweethearts. So he spoke without hesitation.
Chapter 25. The fiancé is given to you.
Fifth sister, this is the first time they've met, so I'm giving you this face.
Now that you've asked, I naturally can't hold on to it.
Also, from the time I was born until now, I never knew I had a fiancé. Since my original fiancé and brother Haoyu were childhood sweethearts and had secretly agreed to be together, it's naturally impossible for me to steal her away. I'll do as you say, fifth sister. From now on, I will have nothing to do with this lady named Lu Qianqian.
That's not right. It's not like we have no relationship at all.
I should say that he is my brother-in-law from now on.
I won't have any improper thoughts about him. Besides, didn't mom and dad say it?
Whether it's me or brother Haoyu, we're both their sons, so it's normal for anyone to fulfill the engagement.
When he said this, everyone present was stunned. Lu Haoyu did not refute directly because he believed that Lu Linqing would not agree.
After all, Lu Linqing was originally a poor boy. He suddenly came back but was not recognized by his family. Now he suddenly had a fiancée who was the daughter of a wealthy family with billions of assets.
Moreover, Lu Qianqian was pretty good looking. Anyone who is not stupid will not give up this opportunity.
So he said nothing, as if he agreed, but he didn't expect that Lu Linqing would actually refuse.
Is he crazy? He can even refuse something like this.
Not only did he have this idea, even the fifth sister Lu Nianchu who spoke had the same idea.
Especially Lu Qianqian herself.
Even though he liked Lu Haoyu, even though he also wanted to cancel the engagement with Lu Linqing, he just wanted it and didn't want Lu Linqing to reject him directly.
Doesn't this make you seem unattractive and unwanted? How dare you, Lu Linqing? How dare you reject me so directly? Don't I, Lu Qianqian, have any respect?
However, when she thought about the fact that Lu Haoyu didn't react just now, Lu Qianqian became excited. Even if I lose face in front of Lu Linqing, it won't be a problem as long as I can be with brother Haoyu. Over the years, Lu Haoyu has been pursuing the goddess of the college, Zhong Muyao. Even though the other party had graduated for 2 years and had become the president of a group company with assets exceeding 5 billion, Lu Haoyu still did not give up.
Originally, Lu Qianqian thought she had no chance.
But everything that happened today made him feel that the opportunity was right in front of him. No matter why brother Haoyu didn't stand up to refute me, I must seize this opportunity.
Lu Linqing, right? Nianchu is right.
Brother Haoyu and I have been childhood sweethearts, and we have already secretly decided to spend our lives together not long ago.
Since you are so sensible, then let's do as you say.
From now on, the marriage between the two of us will be dissolved, and the engagement between our two families will be changed from you and me to brother Haoyu and me. Having said that, he looked at Lu's parents shyly. Uncle, aunt, since Lu Linqing doesn't like me, and brother Haoyu and I have been childhood sweethearts, please help us get married. It happened so fast that the couple had no time to react. They have always known that although their son and Lu Qianqian have a good relationship, they are not yet together. They all looked at Lu Haoyu at the same time. At this time, Lu Haoyu also came to his senses.
Although he likes his goddess Zhong Muyao instead of Lu Qianqian, no matter what, behind Lu Qianqian is the Lu family, a family worth tens of billions. Originally, Lu Qianqian was his backup choice.
After all, he accidentally got the news a few years ago that Zhong Muyao was backed by a wealthy family worth hundreds of billions of dollars, with businesses spread across the country and abroad. It was also for this reason that he pursued Zhong Muyao madly, but unfortunately there was no response. As the other party established his company and it prospered rapidly, the gap between him and the other party became wider and wider. It has been difficult to meet the other party recently, so he knows he should make a decision.
Even if Lu Chanxian is a backup, it is better than getting no one.
The most important thing is that he doesn't want Lu Chanxian and Lu Linqing to be together. It's a good opportunity to settle it today, and the relationship between him and Lu Chanxian can also get the support of the Lu family. They will have more confidence to compete for the Lu family's assets. From this point on, he stood up with a smile, and then saluted Lu Linsheng with a very respectful look.
Brother Lin, I'm so sorry.
Because you haven't been back for the past few years, and the marriage between the Lu and Lu families has always existed, everyone defaults to it being Shanshan and me. Because everyone said so, we've been close since we were young, and even when we confirmed our relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, we decided to spend our lives together privately. If you were unwilling to help us, I could have agreed despite the pain.
After all, you are your parents' biological son.
But since you've taken the initiative to help us, I'll shamelessly accept it this time.
After all, Shanshan is my beloved girl. If possible, I hope to grow old with her.
Lu Linsheng was very disgusted. Because he couldn't see that the two were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at all, and now it turned out that one of them was willing to do it and the other was willing to do it, and he actually agreed directly in front of so many people. They probably didn't know all this and it was recorded by their own people. When he determined that this world, even if it was not a true or false young master novel or short play, was also a related world, he knew that in this world, it was often necessary to seize the initiative. So he carried several pinhole cameras with him. At the same time, he installed cameras in his residence, his car, and places he frequently visited. He even installed cameras wherever possible at home, just in case. He recorded everything that happened today. No matter what they say in the future, everything is a foregone conclusion. But Lu Linsheng didn't know how and when his new fiancée would come. He didn't want to waste time with this family, so he nodded. Since you two are already boyfriend and girlfriend, I wanted to help you.
This is not the old society anymore.
We don't care about parental orders or matchmakers' words. It's all about free love and free marriage. If you like each other, just get together quickly.
I won't get involved. It just so happens that I'm quite busy these days.
Since it has nothing to do with me, then when they get married or when the wedding is held is also none of my business.
You can decide for yourselves.
Just let me know when the time comes, and I'll definitely be able to send a gift.
If there's nothing else, I'll go rest. Chapter 26 asked me to buy a company again?
He is about to have a new fiancée, who is beautiful, capable, and has a powerful family behind her. I don't have the time to deal with this family of blind and heartless bastards. Instead of spending that time thinking about how beautiful your new fiancée is and what kind of person she is to you. While he was lost in thought, he was about to go back to his basement, but he was stopped just after taking a few steps. The one who stopped him was none other than the fake young master Lu Haoyu. Brother Lin, don't worry about resting.
I want to thank you for helping us.
Besides, since you are willing to help us, I can't just express my gratitude verbally. I heard that the building you acquired earlier is still very popular.
You should have made a lot of money during this period, right?
And your building will continue to generate a lot of income in the future.
It would be a real waste if you just threw the money in the bank. Since you have helped me, I must put my gratitude into action.
It just so happens that when I went to the company earlier, my sister told me that although many of the companies under our Lu group are very profitable, some of them have duplicate functions because we didn't pay attention when we acquired them.
So the group is planning to sell some of its subsidiaries recently.
These branches are all good businesses.
If you have the money, you can take over a few of them. Otherwise, even though you own a building, you won't be able to get promoted any further.
And if you don't spend the rent you collect, it will just sit in the bank and earn interest. It's better to buy a few companies and wait for them to rise.
Then you'll have more and more money. You now own a building worth tens of billions.
If the company you purchase develops better, your own business in the future may be no worse than that of our entire Lu family. After all, the entire Lu family only has about 50 billion in assets. You've been back for such a short time, and you already have 1/5. If you work harder, reaching 50 billion is not impossible.
Lu Nianchu said unhappily. How you have good intentions, why bother telling him about this?
He has so much money, but he doesn't know how to buy gifts for his family or spend some money on the family. You shouldn't tell a good thing to a person like that.
Eldest sister Lu Nianchuan scolded. Nianchu, how can you say that? No matter what, Lin Shang is still our brother. Then, he said to Lu Linsheng. Mr. Lin, your brother Hao Yu is right. Right now, our Lu Group is streamlining its subsidiaries. Among them, many companies have to be sold for various reasons. Since you have money, you can take over some of them, or even all of these companies. These companies have always been well run. As long as you manage them well or hire a professional manager and keep a close eye on them, there won't be any problems. The money they earn each year is always more than what you put in the bank. I was originally planning to sell the company to someone else, but you are my brother after all. If you are willing to accept it, I will give you priority. Father Lu said. Since your sister and brother have said so, then I have no objection. You still have to thank them. If it weren't for them, you wouldn't be able to buy these companies. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and agree. Mother Lu said, Mr. Lin, didn't you hear what your father said? Hurry up and agree to it. With all the money you have, buy a few companies and run them. If you manage them well, we will look up to you. Even Lu Chanxian spoke up. Lu Linsheng, you are so lucky to have such a good family and a brother like brother Hao Yu. Although you lost me, your fiancé, you still have a family who cares about you so much. You should be happy. Brother Hao Yu also helped you come up with an idea, allowing you to buy a subsidiary of the Lu Group to make money. Only you have the opportunity to do this kind of good thing. Don't you know how to cherish it? Although you lost me, your fiancé, today, you were able to purchase several high-quality companies, so it's not a loss at all. At this time, Lu Hao Yu walked over, took Lu Chanxian's hand and said, Brother, I know Chanxian is my fiancé. You may not feel comfortable, but you have already agreed, so you can't go back on your word. As I said before, although he has become my fiancé, I have also given you benefits. If you buy the companies in the group, you will make a lot of money in the future. Although you lost a beautiful fiancé, you still have the opportunity to make money, which is also good. He said this to stimulate Lu Linsheng to pay the money quickly. But before Lu Linsheng could react, the door was knocked again. When everyone looked outside, they saw that the housekeeper had opened the door and someone came in. It was none other than Lawyer Liang who had come a few days ago. Seeing Lawyer Liang coming, Lu Linsheng smiled in his heart, because he knew that this matter was mostly related to rewards. At that time, the other people in the Lu family didn't know, and Lu Hao Yu looked at Lu Linsheng with a smile. Brother Linsheng, why haven't you spoken yet? So you're waiting for Lawyer Liang. You want Lawyer Liang to help you, right? No problem, Lawyer Liang is here now. So, take a good look at the companies and see if there are any issues with the contracts. If there are no issues, just sign them. As he spoke, he pulled out some documents from under the table and placed them in front of Lu Linsheng. They had prepared all these things long ago in order to lure Lu Linsheng into a trap. Now I have stolen his fiancé and am going to cheat him out of his money, just waiting for him to be left with nothing. What happened next was completely beyond the family's expectations. As soon as Lawyer Liang came in, he asked Lu Hao Yu if he was engaged. Lu Hao Yu thought that the other party was trying to help Lu Linsheng get his fiancé back, and he quickly confirmed that Lu Chanxian was his fiancé. When asked, Lu's parents, eldest sister, and fifth sister also said it was true. After Lawyer Liang filmed everything and kept evidence, he took out another document. Since young Master Lu Hao Yu of your Lu family already has his own fiancé, then today's incident has nothing to do with him. I'm here again to convey the will of the two young masters and their great-grandfather. Before he left, your great-grandfather made a marriage contract, and the date specified in it is today. Today, any descendant of the Lu family who is over 18 years old and has no girlfriend or fiancé can inherit this will. According to my investigation, no one from other branches of the Lu family meets the requirements. You originally had two, and now that Wu Haoyu has a fiancé, this will belong to Lu Linsheng alone. Chapter 27 Lu Haoyu, my goddess has become your fiancé. For some reason, when Lu Haoyu heard what Lawyer Liang said, he felt something was wrong. But now everything is a foregone conclusion. They have said it and Lawyer Liang has taken notes. It is impossible to go back on their word now. Although the others didn't know what was going on, they also felt uneasy. Then I heard Lawyer Liang continue speaking. Before he left, the old man had an alliance with the Zhong family and had a marriage contract. The marriage contract stipulates that unmarried men and women from the younger generations of the Zhongjia and Lu families will marry each other. The Zhong family has confirmed that among the younger generation of the Zhong family, the only one who is not married and has no engaged couples is Zhong Muya. The Lu family actually only has Lu Linsheng. So from now on, this engagement is between me and them both. Congratulations, Master Lin Shang. From now on, Zhong Muyo will be your fiancé.
He said this and took out a piece of paper. This is what Ms. Zhong Muyo asked me to give you before I came here. She asked you to meet here at 7:30 tomorrow morning to discuss your engagement. Although Lu Linsheng didn't know which family the Zhong family was from, nor did he know who Zhong Muyo was, it didn't matter. He just needs to know that the reward given to him by the system will definitely not be bad. As expected, he lost one fiancé and gained another one. And this fiancé is 10 times better than my current fiancé, that is enough. He took the note, looked at the address on it, and nodded.
Thank you very much, Lawyer Liang. I will be there on time tonight. I lost my fiancé today and thought it would be hard to find a partner in the future. I didn't expect another fiancé to be sent to me now. I'm just going to discuss with him when to get married. After all, this fiancé isn't my real wife. It's best to get married early and settle things down. After writing down the specific address, he casually put the note in his pocket. After thanking Lawyer Liang, Lawyer Liang smiled faintly and prepared to leave. But at this time, Lu Haoyu finally couldn't help it. He took a few steps forward, grabbed Lawyer Liang's arm and said, Lawyer Liang, are you talking about the Zhong family with a net worth of hundreds of billions? Is Zhong Muyao the new generation eldest daughter of the Zhong family? Is she the Zhong Muyo who founded her own company after graduation and quickly made it worth 5 billion? Lawyer Liang nodded. That's right, second young Master Lu, that's the other party. How is that possible? This is impossible. He had been pursuing the goddess for such a long time, but she ignored him. As a result, just because he admitted that Lu Chanxian was his fiancé, he lost the opportunity to become an engaged couple with the goddess. That's the eldest daughter of the Zhong family. Not only does he have a family worth hundreds of billions of dollars behind him, he can also create a group worth 5 billion in a short period of time. She is good-looking, smart, and outstanding in every aspect. He missed such a good candidate for a wife just because he admitted that Lu Chanxian was the one he wanted. He was unwilling to accept it. But what he just said has been recorded, so it's useless even if he is unwilling. At this time, Lu Chanxian had already walked over and held his arm. Brother Haoyu, what's wrong with you? What could he do? Of course he was unhappy, but he couldn't say that. Now that everything was a foregone conclusion, it would be unacceptable if he lost Lu Chanxian because of Zhong Muya. Although the Lu family is relatively poor, the family still has assets of over 10 billion. Marrying the other party will only benefit you and not harm you. It was impossible for him to give up Lu Chanxian before he had a new goal. Moreover, his character setting did not allow him to say that he wanted to snatch Zhong Muyo away. So Lu Haoyu took a deep breath and said with a smile, I find it a little unbelievable. I didn't expect that my great-grandfather would have such a trick up his sleeve. It's just that nowadays everyone values free love. There's no such thing as parental orders or matchmakers' words. Even if brother and Zhong Muyo are engaged, if Zhong Muyo doesn't like brother, then there's no chance of a relationship between them. After all, Zhong Muyo is the eldest daughter of a billionaire group, and even though my brother is the young master of our Lu family, he has been growing up in an orphanage and struggling at the bottom of society for the past few years. I'm worried that my brother will meet the other party tomorrow and make a fool of himself, or even be rejected by the other party. Then our Lu family will be embarrassed by him. It's nothing for me, but I'm worried that my parents and sisters will lose face because of this. In the end, it's all for the good of the family. But there were also a lot of words that belittled Lu Linsheng. However, the whole family seemed not to hear his disparagement and only wanted to prevent Lu Linsheng from losing face. Lu Nianchu said, Brother Haoyu is right. Although you left, Go Shi Yun and the eldest daughter of the Zhong family became an engaged couple, but the gap between you is too big. I advise you to have some self-awareness and not rescue our Lu family. Lu Nianchuang said, Brother Lin Shang, your fifth sister is blunt, so don't take it to heart. But what she said is indeed true. I've heard of Zhong Mengyao. Not only is she powerful, she's also beautiful, and she's backed by a multi-billion-dollar group. The gap between you and him is too big. Meeting him tomorrow will probably embarrass you, and then you will implicate the entire Lu family. It's better to just refuse and not go. When Lu Linsheng heard that this was an advice to him, he was very happy, but after the other party finished speaking, he still didn't hear the system prompt. He couldn't help but ask in his heart, thinking that the system would not answer him, but the system sent him a data. Rewards obtained by listening to advice will not be obtained, and the task will not be triggered if someone's advice is related to it.
Now he understood, because this new fiancée was obtained through persuasion.
If he gave up on her again after listening to the persuasion, wouldn't that be like creating a bug? This system has actually circumvented the loophole. Father Lu was more direct.
Lu Linsheng, you are my son, and I just found him not long ago. I understand your situation, and I understand the situation of the Zhong family even better. If you go and meet him like this, he will most likely humiliate you and break off the engagement. Then not only will you be embarrassed, but our whole family will be embarrassed along with you.
Instead of waiting for you to embarrass our family, it's better for you to refuse now.
Mother Lu also said, Mr. Lin, just listen to us and don't humiliate yourself. She's the eldest daughter of a 100 billion yuan group. How could she possibly be with you?
It's useless for you to go tomorrow. Instead of being humiliated, it's better to just refuse and avoid embarrassment. Chapter 28. An entertainment company worth 200 million. If I can't get it, you can't get it either.
Lu Haoyu looked at this scene and felt secretly proud.
With this family charging forward, I think Lu Linsheng would give up going forward. Maybe I could go and take a look. What if Zhong Muyao considers me her fiancé? I could take the next step with him. Even if I want to get the address from Lu Linsheng, it may not be easy. While he was daydreaming, Lu Linsheng didn't give him any more chances.
When he came back this time, he heard 2 system prompts in total, one of which was to give up his fiancé and get a new one.
Now this is half done. As long as they meet tomorrow, Zhong Muyao will most likely become his fiancé.
The other thing is buying a company, as I just mentioned.
Just as I finished listening, the system prompt came.
Listen to your family's advice and buy the branch that the group no longer wants. After the purchase, you'll face widespread dissatisfaction from long-time employees and the imminent bankruptcy of the company. You might even be burdened with debt, which you'll need to fill with your earnings. Follow their advice. After you buy the company, long-time employees will gift you with the latest formulas for at least 3 daily necessities, offering better quality, more comprehensive functions, and greater savings. After the launch, your company will at least maintain its current status, but operations could potentially increase tenfold or even 100-fold. If it weren't for this system prompt, he would have left long ago. Anyway, a new fiancé has been sent to me, so there is no point in talking nonsense with them.
But for the reward, he stayed.
As a result, after hearing that their new fiancée was the daughter of the Zhong family, who had assets worth hundreds of billions, these people were actually afraid that they would offend her. In order not to offend the other party, some people even break up the engagement in advance.
Don't they think about the fact that breaking off the engagement early will also offend the other party?
To put it bluntly, deep down they just can't stand seeing themselves doing well.
You only want me not to go. Haven't you considered that if I don't go, I will offend others even more? I don't care what you think, I'm going anyway. My fiancée hasn't even started dating yet, so you don't need to worry about her. Let's continue with the previous topic. Didn't you mention that the group has several companies for sale?
I happen to have 200 million yuan now, and I can expect to have another 200 to 300 million yuan every year. If there's a similar company, I'd be happy to buy it.
The family was stunned for a moment, then they reacted.
It is indeed as Lu Linsheng said, if we directly refuse now, it will be easy to offend people.
Instead of doing that, it's better to wait until tomorrow.
The key issue now is to let him take over those hot potatoes.
Lu Haoyu also reacted. Other things are not important now. He could think of a way to deal with his fiancée tomorrow.
The most important thing now is to throw the group's burdens to Lu Linsheng. Not only did he lose all his money, but he also had to take over so many messes again this time, and he couldn't be as lucky as last time. When goddess Zhong Mengyao finds out that this guy is so stupid and has bought a bunch of junk, no matter what impression she had of him before, she may not have a good impression of him now. As a result, the possibility of their talks breaking down when they meet tomorrow increases.
So the first priority now is to let him buy the company.
Mom and Dad, and my eldest sister and fifth sister, I think what my brother said is right.
It's definitely not okay to just cancel the engagement like this. Let's talk about other things after we meet tomorrow.
Now that my brother wants to take over several companies in the group, why not transfer them to his name first?
Of course, this group isn't owned by our family, so the price can be lower, but not too low.
Since my brother still has 200 million, let's sell one of the companies with similar value to him based on the 200 million.
The whole family had the same idea.
Now that Lu Haoyu had spoken, the eldest sister Lu Nianchuan followed suit. If it's 200 million, the only company that can provide it is the entertainment company affiliated with the group. From the very beginning, the company's affiliated entertainment company was created for the company's products, primarily to attract celebrities to endorse the company's products. However, due to the lack of any super popular celebrities, the entertainment company's development has been quite conventional. There aren't any big stars, but there are quite a few small stars and trainees. The entertainment company's annual profit is not small, and the company's value is close to 300 million. However, the company is not being sold to anyone else, but to my younger brother, so naturally it cannot be calculated at this price. Since you only have 200 million, then let's calculate it based on 200 million. I'll sell the company to you for 200 million. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the artists and veterans of the company can help you control the entire company. All you have to do is wait and see the profits every year. If you want to gain some experience, you can take over as chairman or general manager of the company and try running the company. After all, you still have quite a bit of money. If possible, you could become the general manager yourself and manage the company's development. You'll gain a lot of experience there, and it'll also be a foundation for purchasing other companies in the future. If you have any questions, you can ask me. If not, let's just sign a contract. I'll transfer the company directly to your name, and from now on, their entertainment company will belong to you. This is actually not bad. Your brother owns an entertainment company worth around 100 million, and you own one worth 200 million. You two brothers can compete to see whose company is developing better. Since you came back, you've gained a lot of money, but it was all accidental. None of it can reflect your ability. I know you want to gain your parents' recognition, but how can you get them to recognize you if you don't demonstrate your ability? Buy an entertainment company and compete with Haoyu. Let's see which of your companies develops better. Then your parents will naturally see your ability. This is also an opportunity for you to integrate into this family. Are you willing? This is pure moral kidnapping. Or it could be called emotional kidnapping. If you want to get your parents' approval, you have to buy an entertainment company and compete with Lu Haoyu. The entertainment company can just buy the ones for the family, and at a cheap price. If I were to rebuild or buy another company, they would all say that I had no conscience. Fortunately, I didn't care about you in the first place, and what you want to sell to me is exactly what I want to buy. Chapter 29: Buying Thunder Entertainment. Entertainment company? I'm quite interested, but the company situation is just what you said. I've already suffered a loss once before. Last time, it was Lu Haoyu who took me there. I had 100,000 trust in him, but in the end, he let me down. This time he recommended me to buy an entertainment company. I have to see if there are any problems with it. If there are no problems with the entertainment company, I will buy it. After all, it is a subsidiary of the group, so I don't think there will be too many problems. You're right. If I keep this money, it'll just sit there in the bank gathering dust. I might as well spend it. Buying an entertainment company is a good opportunity for me to try it out. I also want to grow a company with my own abilities. Why don't you take me to see this entertainment company? He had already offered it, and his family had already prepared for it, so naturally they wouldn't refuse. His eldest sister, fifth sister, and Lu Haoyu took him to the entertainment company. The entertainment company affiliated with the Lu Group is called Thunder Entertainment. After Lu Linqing joined the company, he had a good impression of the entire company. Even when he checked the company's financial statements and other issues, he did not find any problems. But he knew very well that the more problems he couldn't find, the more it showed that the company had big problems. For Lu Linqing now, nothing else matters. The most important thing is that he bought this company, so no matter what problems the company has, he pretends not to know, and even says he is 100% satisfied after reading it. I've looked at the company's situation, and overall it's pretty good. I'm very satisfied with it in every aspect. There are also several young stars in the company, and there are quite a few trainees who should be able to help the company develop. Moreover, the company's qualifications are in place, and the framework is in place. This provides a solid foundation for our development in the entertainment industry. There's no problem on my side. If possible, transfer the company to my name now. As soon as the company receives the money, I will transfer it immediately. Since he said so, Lu Haoyu and elder sister Wu Jia naturally wouldn't waste any words. Thanks to their relationship, everything was actually very simple. When Lu Linqing decided to buy the company, it took only a little over an hour for the company to be successfully transferred to Lu Linqing's name.
Now that the company is under my name, I'll take over. Go back and tell my parents that I may not be back tonight.
Hearing that he was going to the loan company, Lu Haoyu quickly stopped him and said,
It's already 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It's obviously not convenient for you to take over the company at this time. Why don't you meet with Zhong Muyao tomorrow and then go to supervise the company?
Otherwise, if you don't have enough time to solve the problem, and you keep the employees and make them work overtime on the first day, they won't have a good impression of you. This sounded like it was good for him, but Lu Linqing knew that they must want to do something during this time.
But even if they did, what would they do? With the system in place, no matter what they did, they couldn't possibly lose money. In that case, why not just go along with them a little?
That's true.
I won't go to the company this afternoon. I'll go tomorrow.
It just so happens that there are some unresolved issues in my building, so I'm going to go and fix them this afternoon. The few people stopped him temporarily, and only after Lu Linqing took a taxi and left did they drive home. After returning home and telling the whole family about the situation, they were all very happy. The eldest sister, Lu Nianchuan, said, I've already made all the preparations. Those who still have potential within Thunder Entertainment have all been transferred to the group headquarters during the handover process. At the same time, the group headquarters has placed most of the veterans within Thunder Entertainment. When Lu Linqing takes over the company tomorrow, you'll find that he has many senior employees from the group in the company, and it's a place for retirement.
And these old people in the group have now transferred everything to Lu Linqing's company.
They no longer have any relationship with the group. Even if they want to come back, they can't. Although this doesn't eliminate all of the group's lagging subsidiaries, it's enough to eliminate the entertainment company and a large number of senior employees. Without these burdens, the company will develop better, and the sales of its daily chemical products will be less restricted.
Fifth sister Lu Nianchu also laughed. Lu Linqing doesn't know yet. His visit to the company today was arranged in advance by us. It was all we wanted him to see.
Over the years, Lei Tang Entertainment has actually been the company's place to deal with problems, so naturally it can't make too much money. In addition, because Haoyu established an entertainment company in recent years, Lei Tang Entertainment has also provided a lot of help to EU's entertainment company. So, Lei Tang Entertainment hasn't made any money in recent years. Now that Haoyu's entertainment company is developing, Lei Tang Entertainment has fallen behind.
It will be lucky if Lei Tang Entertainment doesn't go bankrupt in the future.
Haoyu, don't forget to discover all the talented artists and star trainees in Lei Tang Entertainment who still have some potential. And poach all those who are capable and willing to follow you from the company and bring them into your company, leaving it completely empty.
Doesn't he think he's very capable? Give him a shell company, and I wonder if he can still develop the company?
This time, Lu Haoyu didn't need to speak, as Lu Chanxian, who had become his fiancé, had already said it proudly.
I'm now the deputy manager of Haoyu Entertainment.
I've already arranged for people to do all these things.
Sister Wu, don't worry.
All the people who can be poached have been poached.
The ones left are just useless trash.
When he goes to the company tomorrow, he will be completely dumbfounded. Several sons, daughters and daughters-in-law were discussing how to plot against their own son, but the Lu couple were not angry at all.
Instead, they nodded happily. You did a good job. That kid should be taught a lesson. He didn't learn a lesson from the UN group incident before. Should he learn his lesson after suffering another loss?
You did a great job on this matter.
The group has gotten rid of the burden of the entertainment company and also relieved many of the old employees.
This will allow the group to develop faster. At the same time, it will also teach that kid a lesson and let him know who has the final say in this family.
That's right.
As the saying goes, suffering a loss is a blessing. Let him suffer more losses, and he will know how to be obedient.
Chapter 30 Zhong Muyao.
It was naturally impossible for Lu Linqing not to go home that night. After all, living in the basement can increase your strength by 10 to 8 kilograms every day, and at the same time improve your physical fitness and all-round physical qualities. There was no way he would miss such a good opportunity, but he came back a little late today. After he came back, no one in the family paid any attention to him, and he ignored them too. They seemed to be people from different timelines living in the same villa. Back in the basement, Lu Linqing was originally going to sleep as before, but thinking about the harsh environment in the basement, which would affect his physical condition, he had a new idea. In the past, in order to improve his physical fitness, he added water and various spoiled foods to his substances. At the same time, I also bought a lot of things that have radiation and are harmful to the body. But none of these things are lethal. After all, the improvement that non-lethal things can bring to the body is limited. If there is something deadly in the basement, can I improve my overall physical fitness? Think about my current powerful strength and strong physical fitness. If I can improve myself by this much, it would be doubled. Lu Lincheng got excited just thinking about it. There happened to be gas in the basement, so Lu Lincheng simply closed the door of the room and prepared to turn on the gas and go to sleep. But he also knew that this attempt might very well cost him his life, so he was prepared before trying. He first sealed the room, then turned on the gas for more than half an hour, and then turned off the gas, and then he stayed in the room. After staying there for more than an hour, he felt that his physical condition was getting better and better. Although he did not try his own strength, he knew that he had increased by at least 20 to 30 kilograms. This method really works. From now on, I can sleep and breathe gas every day. Just in case, he turned on the gas while sitting in the room looking at his cell phone. After persisting for more than 2 hours, he felt that his strength had increased by hundreds of pounds in these 2 hours. He finally confirmed that he was out of breath and there was no problem. For others, this gas is a deadly thing, but for me, it is a panacea. Sure enough, my system is definitely very powerful. This improvement is completely regular. As long as he stays in the basement, all negative states will become positive and improve his physical fitness. Before, it was just because the environment was bad that his improvement was less, but when the gas was inhaled into his mouth, it caused great harm to his body, but at the same time it also became a huge improvement for him. He didn't dare sleep the whole night. But even without sleeping, he is full of energy. Although his physical fitness was not as good as he thought it would be, it had generally doubled, but it had at least improved by more than 1/3. In other words, this one night directly increased his body's strength by several hundred kilograms. This is already a very abnormal improvement, okay. Looks like I'll have to keep trying after I get back tonight. I don't know how long I can keep trying, but no matter what, as long as I can improve, I can't let go of this opportunity. When he woke up in the morning, the family was having dinner. He didn't say hello to them and just opened the door and left. As soon as he went out, Lu Haoyu stood up. Mom and Dad, I have to go to the company too. I'm almost done eating, so I'll leave first. After he finished speaking, he walked out. Just as he took a few steps, his eldest sister and fifth sister stood up, indicating that they were going to do their own things, and left with him. As a result, although the three of them went in different directions, they met unexpectedly after they walked out of the villa. Because they all drove their own cars, their goal was very simple, which was to follow Lu Lincheng. Lu Lincheng didn't know that there were 3 tails following him, and he didn't care whether there were tails or not. After he got a taxi, he left in it. We arrived at the agreed location very quickly. He thought that his meeting with his fiancée would be awkward, or that it was a bit melodramatic due to the system's arrangement. In any case, he never expected that as soon as he appeared, a young woman who was much more beautiful than Lu Chanxian came over. You are Mr. Lu Lincheng, right? Hello, I'm Zhong Muyo. I originally thought that my fiancé was that fake young master of the Lu family. Where is Lu Haoyu? If it's him, then this meeting today wouldn't be necessary. If it were you, I'd be quite interested. Everyone in the circle is saying you're not doing your job properly. You went from being poor to rich, and now you don't know what's going on. You're gambling and buying companies recklessly. But I never look at the process, I only look at the results. They say you're not doing your job properly, but now you're worth over 10 billion. They said you went off to gamble, but what I saw was that you made $1 billion and left. They said you bought recklessly and that the company lost everything when it bought on UN Group. But what I saw was that although on UN Group went bankrupt, you got a building worth tens of billions of yuan. So I think you're talking differently than they are. As my fiancé, can you tell me if I have chosen the wrong person? Lu Lincheng didn't expect that the other party would be so direct and even so optimistic about him. I don't know whether it is really optimistic or it is affected by the system. But none of this matters, one thing is true. With the system, he will only earn more and become more powerful in the future. Even if everyone has doubts now, as your assets grow and your successes increase, these doubts will disappear. So he nodded calmly and said, Congratulations, you didn't make a mistake. Having me as your fiancé is indeed much better than Lu Haoyu. Since you recognize my abilities, then as your fiancé, I will let you see what I am capable of.
It just so happens that I just bought the Liu family's Thunder Entertainment yesterday, and today I'm going to take over this entertainment company. Aren't you also the owner of an entertainment company? It's a good idea to come with me and take a look. I want to show you how much I can earn by buying Thunder Entertainment. Originally, Zhang Muyo had to agree to become Lu Linqing's fiancée because of her grandfather. It was also for this reason that he found a reason for himself, not looking at the process but only looking at the results to comfort himself. But now, when she heard that Lu Linqing was going to take over the Lei Ting Group, she almost couldn't help it. She is in the entertainment industry herself, so she is naturally very familiar with entertainment companies. Lei Ting Entertainment, which is just a hobby for the Lu family, is a complete pit. What's more, after their family member Lu Haoyu established Haoyu Entertainment, this entertainment company allocated most of the company's resources to Lu Haoyu. Taking over this company is a complete loss of money. Chapter 31 let him show off. If her grandfather hadn't threatened her own health, she would have wanted to walk away. But for his grandfather's health and to make him feel at ease, he could only suppress his inner dissatisfaction and took a deep breath and said, I know about Thunder Entertainment. This entertainment company has never achieved any good results since its establishment. In recent years, most of the company's resources have been transferred to Haoyu Entertainment to support your Lu family's other prince. This entertainment company has absolutely no potential for development. If you buy it, I really don't see any possibility of developing the company. Lu Linqing didn't care about it, but stood up and said with a smile, In your opinion, Thunder Entertainment may be worthless, but in my opinion, Thunder Entertainment is worth a fortune. I spent 200 million to buy Lei Ting Entertainment. I believe that after I take over this entertainment company, its value will exceed 2 billion in less than half a year. Zhang Muyo sighed. That's completely impossible. I've been running my own entertainment company, worth 5 billion yuan, for years, and I've invested a lot of resources from Value House to develop it. Turning a mess into a company worth 2 billion yuan is possible, but it's not something you can do in just half a year. Even if you were given 3 to 5 years, you wouldn't be able to do it. Lu Linqing smiled. He could see that his fiancée might not agree with him, but for some reason she didn't break off the engagement with him directly. This is an opportunity for me. No matter what, Zhong Mengyao is the most beautiful person I have ever seen. She is also the eldest daughter of a family worth hundreds of billions of dollars and the president of an entertainment company worth 5 billion. Regardless of appearance, identity, or background, if the other person becomes your girlfriend, you are very lucky. The opportunity is right in front of you, you must seize it. Such a daughter-in-law must not be let go. Then why don't we make a bet? I'll use the people and resources of Thunder Entertainment to build it into a conglomerate worth over 2 billion within 6 months. I know you don't quite approve of me yet, but if this works, then we won't just be engaged. It will also mean you officially accept me as your boyfriend or girlfriend. What do you think? This kind of thing is impossible in the first place, and Lu Linqing's words also show an attitude. Although they are an engaged couple, they have no emotional foundation, so they are just an engaged couple. They can only go further unless they really get married. Now that he was proposing a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he was telling Zhang Muya that there would be no intimate contact between them before they got married or became boyfriend and girlfriend. This is very valuable for Zhang Muya. Even if it was only half a year, it gave him a good buffer. After half a year, if the other party really succeeded, what would it matter if I married him? If the other party fails, you can talk to Grandpa and maybe cancel the engagement. The only thing she lost was half a year, which she could still accept. Sure, I'd love to see how you turn a rundown entertainment company into a $2 billion conglomerate. Aren't you going to take over the company? I happen to have all day today, so I'll go with you to see how you're going to handle this mess. As he spoke, Zhong Muyo also stood up. After they both stood up, Lu Linqing didn't waste any words and directly took the other party out. When they got outside, Lu Linqing followed Zhong Muya. Seeing the other person looking at him, he spread his hands and said, Since you've investigated, I should know that I don't have a car, so I always take a taxi when I come here. You must be driving here, so you can just give me a ride. Okay, come with me. The two men quickly got into the car. As the car started, it drove quickly past the door. Just at this time, several cars passed by and saw the two men leaving. Lu Haoyu said loudly, Don't stop. Now that they've left, let's follow them. I want to see where he and Zhong Muyao are going. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that his character seemed to have collapsed a little, and he quickly spoke again in a low voice. I'm just a little too worried. I'm afraid my brother will take people to places they shouldn't go, or do things they shouldn't do. If the Zhong family really holds us accountable, we can't afford it. Otherwise, as soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Lu, who was driving, would have quickly turned around and followed him. Hao Yu is right. I don't know what's going on with Lu Linsheng. Didn't we ask him to come over and explain things to others before he left immediately? Why did he leave in the same car with someone?
If he dares to offend the Zhong family, I'll show you how I'll deal with him.
We can quickly follow them and see what they are going to do. If they offend anyone, we can apologize immediately.
Their family was in 2 cars. As soon as he turned, the other car followed closely behind.
Soon, they followed Lu Linsheng to the building where Thunder Entertainment was located.
Lu Jinting breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them enter Thunder Entertainment. I was wondering what he was going to do, but it turns out he was just showing off.
He thought he could show off just because he spent 200 million to buy an entertainment company, right? He's such a loser. Lu Haoyu said. Dad, you can't blame my brother for this.
After all, he grew up in an orphanage and has never seen so much money, let alone been the boss of a company.
Now that he has finally become the chairman of an entertainment company, it's natural that he wants to show off. But why don't you think about it carefully, brother?
Zhong Muyo is the president of a 5 billion entertainment group and has a family worth hundreds of billions behind her.
He's not showing off at all. I'm afraid he'll be embarrassed.
But even if he embarrasses himself, it's better than offending the other party.
Dad, let's hurry up and catch up.
Don't wait until my brother is too embarrassed and can't finish the job. If he gets lost, he will still be a member of our Lu family. As they were talking, they had already gotten off the car, along with several other people in the car behind.
Hearing what Lu Haoyu said, Lu's mother simply said, Haoyu is sensible. He is right.
We must not let him bring shame to our Lu family.
Let's go over and take a look.
If all else fails, we'll just go out there ourselves.
We absolutely can't let the other side make a fool of themselves. I don't know what he's thinking. What's there to brag about with Thunder Entertainment?
Is he trying to show off that the entertainment company is about to disband, or that most of the artists have left, or that the company doesn't even have a basic structure?
Chapter 32 Employees make trouble. If he wants to show off, let him show off.
After he embarrasses others, we can help him clean up the mess. As long as he doesn't embarrass our Lu family, it doesn't matter if he loses face a little.
It's a good opportunity for him to learn a lesson. Eldest sister Lu Nianshuang said. He probably doesn't know that there are only a few big names and small people in the entire Thunder Entertainment. People working in the entertainment industry only account for a quarter of the company.
The rest are all transferred from other companies in the group.
Every one of them is a veteran of the company. These elderly people are employed by the entertainment company for retirement. It is simply impossible to expect them to generate income for the entertainment company.
It will take a long time for him to keep his entertainment company running.
And time alone isn't enough, a lot of money needs to be invested.
So, when he took over, the entertainment company was a complete mess.
He's going to be embarrassed next.
When the family of 5 entered the lobby of the entertainment company, the receptionist had already seen them. No matter what, this is also the Lu family's property, and now it is taken over by the eldest son of the Lu family, so these people are very polite to the Lu family. Seeing them come in, he hurried forward to greet them. At this time, Father Lu said, "Just take care of yourselves, don't worry about us, we're just here to take a look." As he said this, he wanted to sit over there for a while, but at this time Lu Haoyu slapped his forehead and said, "Dad, Mom, big sister, fifth sister, I arranged for those people in the company to resign yesterday, but due to time constraints, they couldn't leave yesterday.
They should be leaving today, and they should be leaving right now.
Since they've decided to join my company, and I'm here, there's no way I wouldn't welcome them.
So I want to greet them when they leave Lei Ting Entertainment. But wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? After all, this Thunder Entertainment belongs to my brother now. Will I embarrass him by doing this?" He knew that this was not a good thing to do, but he wanted to do it because he wanted to save Lu Linqing's face, and he believed that his family would definitely support him if he asked for it. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the family of 4 expressed their support, and the eldest sister Lu Nianshuang even said directly, "He's willing to gamble, buy a company that's about to go bankrupt, and not listen to his family. This shows he doesn't care about us at all. So why should we care about his reputation?
Since those people have decided to join your company in entertainment, then treat them well and make sure they feel they made the right choice when they leave Thunder Entertainment. Let them know that by joining Friends, entertainment will only get better, will only go further, and will only develop better. With the support of their family, they did not stay and walked towards the office. As soon as I entered the office, I found that most of the company's employees had already gathered in the office. Most of them are old employees of the Lu Group. Although they are old employees, they are only in their 30s or 40s. After all, the best period of development of the Lu Group was about 10 or 8 years ago. The old employees at that time were only in their 20s and 30s, and now they are in their 30s and 40s. Because the group no longer needs them, they were already resentful about being sent to the entertainment company. Now they see Lu Linqing taking over the entertainment company, but as soon as he arrived, a large number of agents, artists, and related personnel in the company want to resign and terminate their contracts. Seeing that the company is about to fail, they can only wait for bankruptcy, and then they will lose their jobs. This was something they couldn't accept. So a group of people gathered together and even sent a representative to confront Lu Linqing. Master Lu, you are the eldest master of the Lu family, a high and mighty being, but we are just ordinary people. The company's failure is just a small matter for you, but for us, it's a disaster. The group said before that, young master, you took over the entertainment company and asked us to come so that we can enjoy life and lead the company to a good life. We also understand that the company wants to grow now and doesn't need so many of us as a burden. We agree to this based on the principle that the better the company grows, the better for us. But we've just arrived at the company, and most of the key personnel are leaving. Moreover, the company has actually separated from the Lu Group and transferred directly to your name, young master. If the company simply goes out of business, all of us will lose our jobs. Master, we agreed to join the company because we trust the Lu family, but you can't bully us because of this. Master, please give us an explanation. At least tell us how to solve any problems that arise in the company, or how to resolve the current problems in the company. Just give us some hope. When the Lu family came in, they heard these words. Lu Haoyu looked at this scene with a smile on his face, but quickly restrained his expression. He was going to see how Lu Linqing would solve this problem. If he couldn't, not only would the company go bankrupt, but he would also have to face the anger of so many people. At the same time, he will completely lose the trust of the Lu family. From now on, he will be the only young master of the Lu family. Moreover, Lu Haoyu believed that Lu Linqing had no way to solve this problem. After all, faced with this situation, even he had no good ideas. I just happened to catch up, so I'll add some more trouble to Lu Linqing. Thinking of this, Lu Haoyu stood up. Everyone, I am Lu Haoyu from the Lu family. The company has its own rules for position adjustments, so there's nothing wrong with you being transferred to Thunder Entertainment. It's just that Thunder Entertainment has been bought by my brother. Since Lei Tang Entertainment has separated from the Lu Group, it is now an independent group company. So even though you are veterans of the Lu Group, if something goes wrong with Lei Tang Entertainment, you won't be able to return to the Lu Group. But our Lu family is not heartless. If you really lose your job, we will find a way to help you contact other companies. At least give you a chance to interview again. However, what kind of job you can find by then depends on your abilities. All we can give you is an opportunity. As for whether you can find a good job, that depends on you. Giving you a chance means you're not helping me. Everyone present could hear that this was clearly intended to cut off this group's escape route. The same thing is to cut off Lu Linqing's retreat. Leaving Lu Linqing with no other choice, making these people opposed to Lu Linqing. Chapter 33, Suggesting a Salary Increase? Sure. All the employees present understood what was said. Lu Linqing and Zhong Muyao beside him also understood. Zhong Muyao even whispered in Lu Linqing's ear. Now you know why I don't like Lu Haoyu. I've met him a few times before, and I always thought he was a bit of a white lotus among men. Now it seems that he is more vicious than a white lotus. He is completely a black-hearted lotus. He said these words obviously to leave you no way out. Also, this company is clearly trying to trick you. Do you think you can turn the situation around now? Zhang Muyao has no choice now. The two of them have already been engaged, and her grandfather will not allow her to go back on her word. So he could only stand on Lu Linqing's side. However, he still had a little hope in his heart, hoping that his fiancée could solve this problem and show his ability. It doesn't matter if the problem cannot be solved, but at least if it is solved, she can see some hope. There are more than one person of this generation in their family.
How much property they can inherit from the family depends on how far their own startup can grow. According to family rules, by their generation, the entire family will be split up. However, for the continuation of the family, the split Zhong family will also have a main line. The main branch can obtain more than half of the Zhong family's wealth. This can ensure the operation of a family, while other branches can also develop independently, perhaps making the family better. It is also for this reason that she and several other brothers of the same generation started their own businesses. His entertainment company has reached a bottleneck and it is very difficult to make further progress. It was precisely because of this that he agreed with his grandfather's words and found a fiancée for himself. After all, it was natural for a fiancée to help him. I did some investigation after I found out that the other party was Lu Lixing. No matter what, it is true that Lu Lixing owns real estate worth tens of billions. In other words, the other party can still help you. However, if the other party is being cheated by his family right now and there is no way to solve the problem, Zhang Muya will also be disappointed. After all, a person who can be cheated by his family and cannot solve his problems, even if he has some money, will probably spend it all and will not be able to help himself. Even though she had already prepared herself for this in her heart, when the moment finally came, Zhang Muyao still held on to a glimmer of hope. Lu Linsheng smiled. "Are you worried about me now?" "There's absolutely no need to worry. It's just a small matter. Just wait and see. The problem will be solved in a moment." Lu Linsheng was talking about the 3 recipes rewarded by the system. With these 3 top-notch formulas for daily chemical products, as long as you operate them well, you can make not only tens or even hundreds of billions, but even hundreds or even 18 billions. However, the development of the matter was somewhat unexpected, because at this moment, a word from Lu's father actually triggered another system prompt. "Lu Linsheng, look at how considerate your brother is. Then look at yourself. How could you be so cold-blooded and heartless? I'm telling you, these people are all veterans of the Lu Group. They've witnessed its development and success. Now they've come to your company. You're also a member of the Lu family. You can't just watch them lose their jobs. Your brother is right. They've lost their jobs. We can give them a chance to interview with other companies based on our past friendship. But, as the boss of Thunder Entertainment, you can't just watch them lose their jobs like this. And I think if they really lose their jobs, life will be very difficult. You might as well give them a raise now. Even if the company really goes bankrupt one day, they will have more confidence. This is completely true, and I am not afraid of the pain in my waist." No one present took it seriously, even the employees knew that there was no chance of a salary increase. But sometimes everything is so unexpected, because this sentence did trigger a system prompt. "Your father wants you to raise the salaries of the employees at Thunder Entertainment. Following his advice will only lead to you being stuck in a quagmire. Follow his advice. The more you raise the salaries of all Thunder Entertainment employees, the more loyal they will be to you, and the more they will earn money for you." This system prompt is really great. Lu Linsheng was not afraid of exposing the fact that someone in the company had the secret recipe, but he didn't want to expose it now. If the Lu Group knew that he had 3 secret formulas that were more advanced than their daily chemical products, they would try every means to snatch them away. Although they can't snatch it away, it's still troublesome. It's not as good as the current suggestion. Since the system has said that the more you give, the more loyal they will be to you, and the stronger their ability to make money will be. Then what else do I have to hesitate about? Father, you are right. I just took over Lei Ting Entertainment. Many of the old employees here are also veterans of our Lu Group. If Lei Ting Entertainment really goes bankrupt, they will probably be out of work. They have worked hard for my Lu family. Even if the group doesn't want to care about them anymore and has given up on them, I can't do that. At the same time, all the other employees of Thunder Entertainment had left when I came here. The remaining ones still had some conscience and didn't abandon me. I can't let them down. How about this? Based on your current salary, everyone's salary will be doubled. Also, my Thunder Entertainment cannot just be involved in the entertainment industry. It will become the Thunder Group in the future. So for all the employees of the company, no matter what you do, as long as you can bring benefits to the company, I will set up a reward for you. All celebrity agents, trainees, and others in the entertainment industry who have profit-sharing contracts will see their commissions increased by 1%, and this can be further increased based on your individual contributions.
For other positions, as long as they can contribute to the company and expand its business, they can receive corresponding rewards, with the highest reward being 1% to 30% of the dividends of the corresponding industry. Working under me, I'll tell you one thing, you'll never be short of money to spend. Even if Leitang Entertainment can't hold on any longer, and one day the company goes bankrupt, I will make sure you earn enough money before it goes bankrupt, enough to cover your living expenses for the next few years. It gives you time to arrange other things and also time to look for your next job. As soon as he said this, everyone present was stunned. Those who were not ready to leave looked surprised. Everyone had already decided to leave, but some people who were still watching the fun were dumbfounded. The Liu family felt it was incredible. Chapter 34 Taunting. Well, don't think I'm just teasing you. You'll all go sign the contracts. To compensate you for your losses, I'll deposit an additional bonus equivalent to 1 month's wages into your accounts after you sign the contracts. That is to say, everyone in the company will receive a bonus of twice their current salary after re-signing their contracts today. Although the Chinese were shocked, confused and unconvinced at first, after Liu Linqing finished speaking, no one doubted him anymore. They said that everything will be settled today and the money will be given today. How could such a thing be a lie? This is not just a lie at all. This is a real pie in the sky. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, several company executives were the first to sign the contract. As soon as the contract was signed, the funds started to be transferred. Upon seeing the funds arrive, they were pleasantly surprised and thanked Liu Linqing repeatedly. Mr. Liu, don't worry. From now on, if you tell us to go east, we will never go west. We will do whatever you say. We will do our best to maintain the company. As long as we are here, we will devote our whole heart to our work. That's right, Mr. Liu. Putting aside other things, just for your bonus and future salary, I'm going to try to keep the company going for as long as possible. The longer it lasts, the more I'll earn. Right now, I might earn as much in a year as I used to earn in several years. As long as I work hard and keep the company going for 2 more years, I can retire early. The others were also in a good mood, as if they saw hope again. Even if the company really goes bankrupt, it will take a long time, and before bankruptcy, they have to make as much money as possible. One of the little stars took out his phone and said excitedly, "Before, I wanted to give up, because I was just an 18th tier star, but now it seems that I have to work harder to live up to the company's trust and cultivation of me. I was invited to a variety show before, but I haven't agreed yet. Now it seems I should agree. Even if the salary is a little less, I have to be worthy of the company's training." The agent from another company also picked up the phone and spoke. "Someone wanted to switch to our company before, and I was worried that I wouldn't be able to provide them with resources after they came. Now that there's a chairman who's so willing to spend, I don't have to worry about not having resources. So I'll contact him." The entire company seemed to have regained its vitality. This scene left everyone in the Liu family stunned and a little unable to accept it. Father Liu was even more speechless. "I asked you to raise wages, and you really did, and you doubled the wages, or even doubled the wages and gave commissions and bonuses. At this rate, the employee expenses alone would increase several times a year. He is indeed a moron, he knows nothing and just messes around. How could I have such a son?" But he couldn't speak at this time. After all, many of the people here were old employees of the group. If he denied Liu Linqing here and refused to give him a raise, these old people would spread the word, and his reputation in the company would be ruined. And there was no need for him to speak. After all, the money he spent was not from the Liu family, but from Liu Linqing himself. Anyway, he has a growth fund of 1 million every month, and hundreds of millions of yuan in rent every year. He can afford to lose this money, so it would be a good idea for him to invest all the money in this one company. Just because Liu's father doesn't care doesn't mean others don't care, especially when Liu Haoyu sees that everyone in the company is so excited and motivated. He's afraid that these people will really revitalize the company. How can he then cheat Liu Linqing? So he couldn't help but say it. "Brother, even though you're rich and your building brings you hundreds of millions in rent every year, it won't be enough to cover the financial losses if the company can't survive. No matter how much money you give them, it's not as good as reviving the company. Only when the company is doing well can they make money and have long-term, stable jobs without the risk of unemployment at any time. Show me your expected salary increase. It's better to keep the money. If Leitang Entertainment can't hold on, you can take out the money you've saved and buy a new company to give them jobs. Wouldn't that be better? If we really do as he said and ask for the promised salary back, I'm afraid the company will go bankrupt.
This is not a good suggestion in itself.
The suggestion of this mobile phone was not recognized by the system, probably because it was related to Lu Jinting. Whatever the reason, Lu Linsheng felt sorry for a moment and then stopped thinking about the suggestion. Since there is no reward, I won't be stupid enough to reduce my salary again and ruin the reward I just got.
Brother Haoyu, I think you've got one thing completely wrong.
Even if I keep this money, I won't have enough money to start a new company when the company goes bankrupt. After all, it's not easy to build a large company with so many people. Also, I've already promised to give them a salary increase today.
It's theirs now, and I can't take it back.
As for how long the company can last, I think it can at least last a few years. After all, I'm not short of money.
If it doesn't work out, I'll just invest in it myself.
For me, these hundreds of millions of dollars every year are free money, so I don't feel bad about spending it. Besides, if I just hold on for a little longer, maybe the company will turn around.
Maybe the next moment the company will be able to turn losses into profits and even make money. Everything is uncertain.
Hearing his rebuttal to Lu Haoyu, the Lu family was unhappy. After he finished speaking, Mother Lu sneered.
Your brother is really concerned about you. Look at your attitude. You have plenty of money and don't know where to spend it. You can spend it however you want. I don't care.
But what you said about your brother is wrong.
Also, if your company wants to revive, it's impossible, okay? Unless one of your current little stars suddenly becomes popular and is promoted to the second or first tier? Or maybe the TV series and movies the company invested in will become a huge hit, but is that even possible? If I remember correctly, besides those who left the company, the only people left are 5 or 6 18th tier celebrities and a dozen or so trainees, right?
There's also a web series that's about to be released, and a TV series currently being filmed that the company is investing in.
It seems like there's nothing else going on, right? Do you think those 18th tier celebrities and trainees can become popular, or do you think these two dramas can make money? Stop dreaming. Chapter 35. The web drama became popular and the company was revived.
Eldest sister Lu Nianshuang also said,
Mr. Lin, your brother is right.
I didn't think much about it when I handed the company over to you, but who could have imagined that after you handed it over to the company, so many people would leave, and even the star artists that the company had trained have jumped ship. If there weren't so many people leaving and switching jobs, the company wouldn't be in trouble.
But now the company doesn't even have enough basic staffing. It's really hard to grow the company. No matter how much money you offer, many of the senior employees in the company are not in the entertainment industry.
It's impossible for them to help develop the company. Unless you recruit new staff and retrain new people, the company won't be able to make a profit in the short term, and you'll have to invest all your profits in the next few years.
This is really going to do you a lot of harm and no benefit.
The fifth sister sneered.
This is his own choice, why do you care about him?
He wanted to buy Lei Tang Entertainment himself.
It was doing pretty well when he bought it.
But right after he acquired it, most of the employees resigned one day, and most of the celebrities jumped ship.
Only a few of us are left. How can we keep such a huge company running? Besides, the company is in such a state that it can't even be sold. In my opinion, it will just sit there. If he has money, let him invest. He has plenty of money anyway.
Let him use his money to maintain the company and see how long he can keep it going. I was on their side and had just finished mocking them when an unexpected phone call came in. Vice President Zhang quickly smiled embarrassedly.
Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, Mr. Lu, this is the number for the platform we're working with.
We did complete a web series and we're planning to release it soon, but we heard yesterday that the company was sold, so we decided to just release it directly.
We're also trying to see if the change of CEO can change the company's feng shui. Now I guess we don't know the effect of the data after it goes online. Before Lu Linsheng could say anything, Lu Haoyu spoke. It's that web series called Harem Promotion, right?
It's a crude and poorly made web series, but only some platforms are willing to broadcast it.
Otherwise, it's all in his hands. This kind of series has no chance of making money.
You should stop filming this kind of series in the future, otherwise it will affect the company's development.
Lu's mother also said. I've heard of this script, and many companies have rejected it. I didn't expect Lei Ting Entertainment to actually make it. What's the point of making a web series like this? It's impossible to make money. Lu Linsheng ignored them completely and looked at the vice president. Sister Lu said. Sister Lu, no matter what, it's a call from a partner. We're not in a rush here. Please answer the phone first and put it on speakerphone so everyone can hear what this drama is all about.
Sister Lou obediently answered the call, turned on the speakerphone, and then heard an excited voice coming from the other end.
Mr. Lou, congratulations. Congratulations are invaluable. The web series your company produced is a huge hit. We released 2 episodes of the show last night at 8:1 and 2 episodes of the show on demand at 10 o'clock. In just one night, the hit rate exceeded 200 million. Furthermore, the on-demand streaming service has added 3 million new users for us. According to our predictions, this drama will become a phenomenal online drama and a hit on the entire internet. Yesterday you came to me and asked me to release the web series, but I refused. In the end, I agreed only after signing a bet agreement with you. At that time, I thought I had one, but now it seems that I have lost a lot. It's just that the TV series in the market has already fully met the minimum standard of the gambling agreement. After the web series is finished, I'm afraid it will all meet the highest standard. You've made too much money. Just based on this drama, your company's market value can be multiplied several times, and it's easy to make hundreds of millions from a single drama. Congratulations. I wonder when the second season of Harem Promotion will start filming. If you choose a streaming platform, be sure to choose our platform. The price is negotiable. After hearing this, Sister Lou was stunned. Everyone else present was also confused. They never expected this to happen. Lu Haoyu's face was full of disbelief at this moment. The reason they wanted to sell the company to Lu Linsheng wasn't because the entertainment company wasn't developing at all? Furthermore, this entertainment company had never produced a star above the 3rd tier, nor a hit TV series. You haven't even produced a TV show or film that made double the money, but now you tell me that you have produced a huge hit. You can earn at least hundreds of millions. Their company itself has no value, but with this drama, I'm afraid its value will increase several times over in an instant. It was clearly a company that was about to go bankrupt, but after being sold to Lu Linsheng, it turned losses into profits in an instant and made money directly. There is simply no place to reason. He felt that all this was a little unreal and must be fake. Same. People who know about this web drama find it even more incredible. Sister Lu was one of them, and she spoke directly into the phone. Mr. Gao, are you sure what you said is true? We know this drama ourselves. Because no one was willing to invest when we were filming, the funds were limited, and everything was very simple, especially the hatches inside, which were particularly exaggerated. If I remember correctly, many scenes were repeated, and many things were reused. There were also many clothing designs that were built entirely from curtains and frames. Are you sure this show is really popular? The person on the other side heard what he said and laughed out loud, then said after laughing. So, whether you can survive or not depends entirely on fate. If you really had the money to build a hatchery, perhaps your show wouldn't be a hit. It's precisely because you didn't have the money to build a hatchery that this show became a hit. You might not have paid attention, but if you check the trending searches, you'll know. It's trending all over right now. The reason why this drama has become so popular and why so many people watch it is because of its exaggerated and simple nature. Netizens said they had never seen such a crude and poorly made TV show before, and they all wanted to watch it out of curiosity, and the show became a huge hit. This time, Sister Lu didn't need to remind the people around her, as they all reacted and quickly took out their mobile phones to check the results. When they saw the results, everyone was shocked. Lian Rolinsheng didn't know what to say. 4 of the top 10 hot searches are related to this drama. Flipping back, I found there were actually more than 10 topics related to this drama. How is this popular? It's simply too popular. Chapter 36. The actors also became popular. Outrageous, really outrageous? Lu Haoyu almost popped his eyes out when he saw this hot search. Are these netizens crazy now? Other dramas are popular because of the good costumes and props, the good plot, and the good story. In short, no matter what the reason is, it became popular because it is so good. What happened to Lei Ting Entertainment? Because the show was so bad, it became a hit. Could you please have some brains and vision? Even if you really have no brains and no vision, couldn't you have done it earlier? I finally came up with a solution and threw this mess to Lu Linsheng, but in the blink of an eye you became famous. Originally, Thunder Entertainment would be a huge burden no matter who it was handed over to. But now that this drama has become popular, Thunder Entertainment will definitely make a lot of money in the future. Not to mention it was a huge burden, it was simply a huge surprise.
The other members of the Liu family were also speechless at this moment. They originally wanted to get rid of a burden and let their own son and brother learn a lesson so that they would be obedient when they returned home. What's the result now? What you throw out is a burden, but what others receive becomes a red envelope. As for those who have already resigned from the company but have not left yet, their expressions are complicated. When a drama becomes popular, it brings not only money to the company, but also fame and resources. With these resources, it is an opportunity for them. As a result, they have all left the company and this opportunity has nothing to do with them anymore. But those who stayed in the company were all very happy. I'm famous? Did you see that? I'm trending, and I'm number 8. I see. Initially, the drama had too little investment, so no one wanted to participate. No one wanted to join the drama, so only those of us who were not valued had the opportunity to star in this drama. Who would have thought that now this drama is so popular, and you, the lead actor, are even more famous? That's right. Whether it's the lead or supporting role in this drama, it means that everyone has gained quite a bit of fame. And because we had a bad relationship with second young master Liu, we were all stuffed into this drama. Now, we're all staying in the company. Without those who had a good relationship with second young master Liu, we are the only ones left. I thought this company was over, but now it seems like it's just getting started. When a show becomes popular, it will inevitably boost the popularity of the main and supporting actors like us. I think my fans have increased by 50,000, and the main actors' fans will definitely increase even more. Moreover, this show has just aired. After it ends, maybe we will all become famous. Then we can create more value for the company. I suddenly feel that the future of our Thunder Entertainment is not too bad. The people who stayed in the company talked about it and found out that this was indeed the case. Those who stayed in the company were all related to the show. Of course, there were some who had nothing to do with the show, but none of the related people left. As long as these people are in the company, Thunder Entertainment's development cannot be bad. Those old people who had been complaining originally were all smiling. I was right to say that young Master Liu was the one taking over Thunder Entertainment. Look at how Thunder Entertainment is now, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, right? I heard that young Master Liu is lucky, but I didn't see it before. Now I believe it. The company is saying that the young master was so lucky that he won 1 billion yuan in the casino and spent 1 billion yuan to buy a company. In the end, the company went bankrupt, and he left behind a building. In the blink of an eye, that building became a 10 billion yuan asset due to the development zone. Now he has purchased our Lei Ting Entertainment, which means he has also brought good luck to Lei Ting Entertainment. I don't care whether it's young master's luck or not. I just want to say one thing, I will definitely follow you and develop the company well. At this moment, they no longer had any complaints. All the hidden dangers of the company were solved at this moment. Hello, young master. It would be better if the company was under the name of the eldest young master. The drama that the eldest son had just taken over the company from became a hit, and the company's value increased several times. Next, the company will also be able to make money. At the same time, the eldest young master was a very nice person. He doubled their salary and also set up various bonuses. It would be hard for them not to get rich following a boss like this. The employees were happy, and those who left regretted it and became depressed. Before Liu Linsheng could say anything, Liu Haoyu couldn't stay still anymore. Just now he was only thinking that if a drama became popular, it would drive up the value of the company. When he thought about the fact that he had also poached the company, so many people wanted to come, and some of these people would be the leading and supporting actors of the drama. By promoting them, he could increase the value of his Haoyu Entertainment several times, and also bring in a lot of profits. Unfortunately, after hearing the discussions of the people around him, he was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. I worked so hard to dig up so many people, but in the end, none of them were useful. On the contrary, those who were unwilling to be discovered by me or whom I looked down upon, because this drama became a hit, and they all stayed in Thunder Entertainment. There is a very popular drama, and most of the people in the drama are from Thunder Entertainment. It is impossible for Thunder Entertainment not to develop. His Haoyu Entertainment was originally inferior to Lei Ting Entertainment. Now that he has tapped out his people, most of them can help Haoyu Entertainment develop rapidly. This is already pretty good for Haoyu. But when we compare them now, how can we compare them? If I can absorb these people myself and work hard to increase the company's value by 30% to 50%, that would be good enough. Lei Ting Entertainment was originally worth 2 or 300 million yuan, but it could be worth 1 or 800 million yuan with just one drama. In addition, the main and supporting actors of this drama are all in the company, which can double the value of the company again, and it may reach 2 billion. Where can he seek justice? He really didn't want to stay any longer. But when he turned around to leave, he was stopped by Lu Linsheng. "Brother Haoyu, why are you leaving right after arriving?" "But you should leave. After all, you poached so many people from Thunder Entertainment. You should go back and digest it properly." "But you can't leave on your own. You have to take all your people with you. It just so happens that our Lei Ting Entertainment has a hit drama right now, and we should have a lot of things to do next." "I won't entertain you. You should take them back quickly." After saying this, he didn't even look at Lu Haoyu, who had a grim expression on his face, but smiled and spoke to the people who stayed in the company. "Since the web series is already a hit, I need to fuel it. Taking advantage of this popularity, I'll promote everyone in our company who's related to the series. I'll try to help them gain more fans so they can have a brighter future." Chapter 37. Another suggestion? Lu Haoyu was so angry at these words that he almost vomited blood. His original intention to leave suddenly faded. All his hard work and planning ended up making things difficult for Lu Linsheng. He absolutely cannot accept it. Now we can see that Thunder Entertainment's development momentum is getting stronger and stronger. A hit drama, with all the relevant actors in Thunder Entertainment, will definitely help Thunder Entertainment move further. If I don't do something, the future of Thunder Entertainment will be limitless. It will be very difficult for Haoyu Entertainment to catch up. Isn't this equivalent to creating a powerful enemy for yourself? Lu Haoyu absolutely couldn't accept it, so he had an idea and looked at the group of people coming from other companies, and immediately decided not to leave. He said, waving his hand at those who were already willing to join his company. "Since you've already left Lei Ting Entertainment and are planning to join my Haoyu Entertainment, then don't stay any longer. Report to Haoyu Entertainment. I've already made arrangements there, and I'll assign positions to you anytime you get there." After saying this, he looked at Lu Linsheng again with a flattering smile. "Brother, your company is very popular. If you have the chance in the future, please support my Haoyu Entertainment. But brother, you've never been a boss before, let alone taken over such a large company. If Lei Ting Entertainment continues to develop step by step as before, you just need to learn slowly and it won't have any impact. But now it's different. The company is currently facing a huge opportunity. You have no experience managing a company. If you rashly interfere in its affairs, you may cause the company to lose this opportunity. In my opinion, you might as well hand over the management of the company to someone else and let professionals handle professional matters. That will allow the company to develop better, don't you agree?" Lu Linsheng had heard this before, but he didn't quite agree with it. But it doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. What he needs is to get the system reward through this suggestion. Unfortunately, the system prompt did not come. After Lu Linsheng thought about it, he felt that there was probably no specific direction. It's like the previous system prompts only appeared because there were specific suggestions. For example, taking yourself to gamble, or asking yourself to directly purchase on UN Group or Thunder Entertainment, these all have specific directions. This was because Lu Haoyu just asked him to hand over the salary to someone else, but did not specify to whom, so the system did not prompt. He just needs to verify whether it is what he thought. "Brother Haoyu, you're right, but you also know that I've only just returned to the Lu family. I don't know much about the people in the group company, let alone who in Lei Ting Entertainment is qualified for the position of general manager. If there is someone who can make the company develop better, I naturally hope that someone can help me manage the company. Brother Haoyu, why don't you introduce me to someone, or take a look at the people left in the company and see who is more suitable to manage the company? I will recommend someone, and if possible, I will let that person help me manage the company. After all, you know that besides this company, I also own a building and have a lot of money to spend on things. It's impossible for me to do everything myself." There's nothing wrong with what he said, but it always feels like he's showing off. But no matter whether Lu Linsheng was showing off or not, Lu Haoyu achieved his goal. Lu Haoyu actually just mentioned it casually, thinking that if it succeeds, it will succeed, and if not, forget it. In any case, I didn't expect Lu Linsheng to be so receptive to advice. I asked him to hand over the company to someone else, and he agreed. Without me even asking, he asked me to recommend someone. In order to obtain more resources from Thunder Entertainment, he has a good understanding of Thunder Entertainment. It is precisely because he understands Thunder Entertainment that he knows the general situation of everyone in Thunder Entertainment. Most of those who were recruited by him had some abilities, and the abilities of the rest were average. Among these people with average abilities, the one who was least suitable to manage the company would be Ting Entertainment's artist director. It is because of him that he allows these star artists in the company to easily leave the company. It was also because of him that the company lost many good projects. This person is very methodical in his work and never does anything to harm others. The artist contracts he gave to the company did not include high penalties for breach of contract and no hidden clauses. It is also because of him that Thunder Entertainment does not have so many messy things. This is incredible for an entertainment company, but Thunder Entertainment was originally a subsidiary of the Lu Group, and there was no need for Thunder Entertainment to do these messy things, so there has been no problem so far. Now that Thunder Entertainment has become popular and has separated from the Luo Group, if Thunder Entertainment wants to develop in the future, it will have to be like other companies. If this person becomes the general manager of Thunder Entertainment, it will be difficult for Thunder Entertainment to develop. So, he just thought about it for a moment, remembered the man's name, and said with a smile, "Since you asked me, brother, I do have someone to recommend to you. He's also from your Lei Ting Entertainment." The development of Lei Ting Entertainment to this point is closely related to him. He is Lan Sai, the artist director of Lei Ting Entertainment. If you let him become the general manager of Thunder Entertainment, I think he can make Thunder Entertainment develop even better. Moreover, he has so many years of experience and it will be easy for him to deal with the current situation. It is better than you being completely in the dark and not knowing what to do now. Fake young master Lu Haoyu suggests you appoint the company's artist director, Lan Sai, as the company's new general manager. She will be very strict with the company, prioritizing people over profit. As general manager, this will seriously slow down the company's development. Follow this advice. Lan Sai will treat you as a confidant and wholeheartedly help you develop the company without betraying you. Furthermore, the company will remain free of any violations of law and discipline. Furthermore, her character will bring certain benefits to the company, further strengthening its development. After hearing this reminder, Lu Linsheng would be a fool if he hesitated. After listening to this advice, he felt that he had a subordinate who would not betray him. Moreover, this subordinate abides by the law and does not cross any bottom line. Although this will slow down the company's development. However, because it was a malicious suggestion and the system was reversed, this last bit of the problem was resolved. On the basis of abiding by the law and not touching any bottom line, her personality can also bring benefits to the company and make the company develop better. She is definitely the best candidate for general manager. Chapter 38, Breaking off the engagement with Lu Linsheng. Lan Sai, right? You know what? I've actually heard of this name. Yesterday when I inquired about the situation at Lei Ting Entertainment, I heard that this person was the artist director. The most important thing is that the industry has been saying that Thunder Entertainment abides by the law and has not committed any violations of regulations or laws, and all of this is related to the artist director. Brother Haoyu, you really recommended the right person to me. What my company, Lu Linsheng, cannot accept the most is breaking the law and discipline. My company is committed to ensuring there are no violations of laws and disciplines, no violations of regulations. If you want a company to develop according to my ideas, you need someone to execute them. It just so happens that Lan Sai completely meets my standards. Thank you very much, Brother Haoyu. If it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost forgotten this person. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Lu Haoyu, but looked at the crowd and spoke. I don't know who you are, Lan Sai. If you are willing, from now on you will be the general manager of Lei Ting Entertainment. As he finished speaking, everyone present looked towards a corner, and in the corner, the woman who was originally out of tune with the others stood out. Seeing this woman with a look that was no worse than any star, and with a cool temperament, and the fact that she was obviously under 30 years old, Lu Linsheng was a little surprised. He had never expected that this artist director was actually such a beauty and looked quite young. But it doesn't matter, as long as he is Lan Sai. Lu Linsheng walked up to the other person and said, "Are you Lan Sai? Artist director?" "Yes." "Okay, from now on you'll be the general manager of Thunder Entertainment. You're familiar with the current situation at Thunder Entertainment. I've just taken over a lot of things at the company, and I'm not familiar with them myself. Plus, a lot of people have left, so what you need to do next is maintain the company's status quo." Lu Linsheng didn't waste any words and continued speaking. At the same time, the popularity of Gogo Concubine will also bring huge profits to the company and give the actors involved a lot of exposure. There should be a lot of invitations and endorsements coming your way, and you need to carefully screen them all. As for the rest, I believe you can handle it, so I won't interfere. From today on, I will hand over everything in the company to you. You can handle everything and make all the decisions. As long as you stick to your previous principles, even if the company makes little money, even if the company loses money, you will still be the general manager of the company. In other words, unless the company goes bankrupt, everything in the company is up to you. Of course, if you do anything that harms me, I will hold you accountable. Lan Sai has always known what kind of person Lu Haoyu is. This is also the reason why he refused despite Lu Haoyu trying to win him over several times. Although Haoyu Entertainment is developing rapidly, it is full of corruption and he would not go there even if he was asked to. She originally thought that after the company was acquired by Mr. Lu, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold in the company, but she did not expect that Mr. Lu would actually promote her directly to general manager. He even delegated all power to him, allowing him to manage the company in his own way. At this moment, he felt a sense of being moved by the death of a close friend. At the same time, he also secretly swore in his heart that he must not let young Master Lu down. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu, I will definitely stick to my principles, and I will also work hard to make the company better. I trust you, so I'll leave the company to you. After all, I'm an outsider, so I won't interfere. You have the final say over everything in the company, and everything will be done according to your ideas. Now I've taken over the company, and the general manager has made arrangements. I also have to accompany my fiancé from now on, so you all have to work hard. The last sentence was said to all employees of the company, and then he asked Zhong Muyao to leave. However, when the two of them walked to the door and saw the Lu family, Lu Haoyu stopped them and said, "Classmate Zhong Muyao, I didn't expect that after pursuing you for so many years, you would become my brother's fiancé. Although we are not destined to be together, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Although my brother didn't grow up at home but in an orphanage, and has been at the bottom of society for many years, he also has his strengths. At least he's lucky. He can make 1 billion yuan in the casino, and even if the company he bought goes bankrupt, he can still make unexpected money. You also witnessed this with your own eyes. After my brother bought Thunder Entertainment, it almost went bankrupt. But now it's turned a profit and is even making huge profits. Believe in my brother's luck, it will definitely bring you good luck." He was almost saying that Lu lynching himself was nothing, and that he was just lucky these few times. But who can guarantee that luck will always be good? He wanted to tell Zhong Mengyao that relying on luck would not last long. It would be better to break up with Lu lynching as soon as possible. Anyone with a discerning eye can hear this. But the Lu family not only didn't hear it, but they thought Lu Haoyu was right. Mother Lu stepped forward and said, "Mu Yao, we've met a few times. I know my biological son best. He's had better luck lately, but everything else is a mess. If you think he's not suitable, just tell me and I'll go talk to the old man myself and have the engagement between our two families dissolved." Father Lu also said, "Zhong girl, our Lu family is self-aware. There's a huge difference between our family and yours. Marriage requires a good match between the two families. You two are not a good match, so I'm really wronging you by letting you marry my son. If it was my other son, Lu Haoyu, it would be acceptable. After all, he was also raised under our education. But Lu lynching is really not worthy of you. Although he has made some money recently due to his luck, it's all irreparable. He might lose it all one day. I can't bear to see you get ripped off by this guy. Don't worry, just say the word and I'll bring my family along to cancel this marriage. I won't make it difficult for you." Eldest sister Lu Nianxuan also said, "It's a pity that my brother Haoyu already has a fiancé. Otherwise, you two would be a good match. But Lu lynching and you really don't match. People can't always be lucky. His good luck may end one day. So if you really want to break off the engagement with my brother, leave everything to us." Fifth sister Lu Nianxu also said, "Zhong Muyao, you are indeed a gifted girl. I heard that you ignored everyone when you were in school. Now that you suddenly have a fiancé, you must be unable to accept it. Don't worry, our family will definitely not make things difficult for you. I just hope that the Zhong family will not target us. As for the engagement between you and Lu Linsheng, our family will help you." Chapter 39, Zhong Muyao slaps the Lu family. They said this in front of everyone.
There was a complex look in the eyes of the employees of Thunder Entertainment. Especially those old employees who transferred from other companies in the group reacted at this moment. It turns out that they were abandoned by the Liu family from the very beginning. It turned out that although the eldest young master of the Liu family was found, his status in the family was so low. He clearly has a net worth of over 10 billion, and he has turned Thunder Entertainment from being on the verge of bankruptcy into a company with a valuation that is about to exceed 10 to 20 billion. But no one in the Liu family looked up to him. He was even trying to get him to break off his engagement with his fiancée. Although they felt puzzled, they understood one thing: they, like Lu Linsheng, were abandoned by the Liu family. At this moment, many of them began to have ideas. My family is heartless, so don't blame us for being ungrateful. In particular, there were a few people who had the improved formula of Liu family's products. They originally thought that the Liu family was ruthless and they could not be disloyal, so they did not take out the formula of the improved products for the time being. Now it seems that they were just overthinking it. This family is fundamentally heartless and ungrateful. In other words, the eldest young master of the Liu family who was brought back from outside is still a good person. Since you all look down on the young master, let's help him. They secretly decided to take out the new formula they had researched and let the eldest young master give the Liu family a good slap in the face. Naturally, no one knew this, but everyone present understood one thing: the Liu family did not like the eldest young master. It became clearer that Thunder Entertainment was a burden thrown out by the Liu family. They originally wanted to trick the eldest young master, but unexpectedly, Thunder Entertainment became popular. They cursed in their hearts, thinking that he deserved it. They couldn't earn this money, but at the same time they felt a little sorry for this young master. I haven't been with my parents since I was a child. Not only was I finally found, but I was not even welcomed. No one can accept this. Zhong Muyao, who had also listened to what they said, had a gloomy expression at this moment. Are you done? Her voice was low, but powerful. Everyone present, with different thoughts, was instantly attracted to him. That's all. The Liu family was stunned for a moment, and it was the fifth sister who replied in a daze. When you're done, get out of the way. Seeing that they didn't move, Zhong Muyao's face became even gloomier. You're talking bad about my fiancé in front of me, and you're trying to get me to break off the engagement with him. I'm now doubting whether you're actually family, and whether you're my fiancé's biological parents or sister. You're actually afraid that he'll become my fiancé. I'll vent my anger on you, so stay away from me. It's best not to appear in front of me in the future. And Lu Linsheng, he's my fiancé after all. Before we dissolve our engagement, I hope you'll show some respect to him. As for how long our relationship will last, that's not for you to know. At least I understand one thing: luck is also a part of strength. If I can have a few good fortunes and become worth tens of billions, then I believe there will be more good fortunes. I also believe that we have become an engaged couple, and this good luck will also come to me. I am happy to see it happen. Oh, by the way, since you all think that Lu Linsheng is not worthy of me and being with me will bring you trouble, then remember this: don't do anything in my name. Otherwise, if I find out, you'll be in trouble. One last thing. Please call me Ms. Zhong or Manager Zhong. I'm not familiar with you. After saying that, she pulled Lu Linsheng and walked out. After leaving the company and getting into her car, she turned on the air conditioner, took a deep breath, and said, I thought Lu Haoyu was not a good person when we were in school. I didn't expect him to bully you so much at home. How could you tolerate it? Lu Linsheng smiled. Are you concerned about me? First of all, thank you for your concern. But you don't have to worry about me. After all, if you can see it, I can see it too. If this family wasn't related to me by blood, they wouldn't have found me. Even if they find me now, they still despise me in every way. You forgot what I told you before. I brought you to the company today so that you can witness how the company makes money. They look down on me and want to belittle me and suppress me. So they took me to gamble, took me to take over on UN Group, and took me to buy Lei Ting Entertainment. They thought they were trying to trick me, but they didn't know they were actually helping me. If I didn't have the Liu family's connections, even if I won 1 billion, I wouldn't be able to leave the home ground safely. If I didn't have the Liu family's connections, I wouldn't be able to get in touch with on UN Group. If I didn't have the Liu family's connections, it would be even more impossible for me to buy the Liu family's Thunder Entertainment. They thought I would lose all my money gambling, but they didn't know I was very good at it, so I won 1 billion. They thought on UN Group was a scam, so they asked me to buy it,
But they didn't know that I had already set my sights on this building because I knew it would be developed into a development zone. They thought Leiting Entertainment was a burden and were eager to get rid of it, but they didn't know that I was also eager to take it over because I knew that the drama Prince's Royal Highness would be a hit. And there's Lon Sai, whom Lu Haoyu recommended to me before. He probably thought someone as rigid and rule-abiding as her wasn't suitable to be the general manager of an entertainment company, and that it would keep the company from making any money. But he didn't realize that someone like her would actually be more beneficial to the company. I'm willing to listen to them simply because I know I'll benefit from listening to them. At the same time, I'm happy to see the unhappy and depressed expressions on their faces when they see me benefiting from it. Everything is within my plan, you don't have to worry. As for what Lu Haoyu said about being well matched, I think that's quite right. Your family should have at least 100 billion in assets. Don't worry, give me some time, I can always be your equal. Remember, it's not that the Lu family and your family are well matched, but that I, Lu Linsheng, and your family are well matched. Zhong Muyo looked at the confident Lu Linsheng and thought about what happened to him. She couldn't help but nod. If he really had thought of all this in advance, then it wouldn't be difficult for him to own the same business as his own family. So, she smiled. I don't know why, but I'm willing to believe you. Since you're so confident, let's make a deal. If your assets exceed 100 billion, we'll get married that very day. Whether it was luck or other reasons, if Lu Linsheng really did it, then he would be worthy of her entrusting her life to him. Moreover, this agreement can be regarded as a delaying tactic, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Chapter 40, New Idea, Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Lu Linsheng naturally understood the meaning, but he didn't hear any system prompts, which meant there was no malicious intent. So he just treated it as a game, which was completely acceptable. No problem, I'll do as you say. I believe we will be married soon. The two separated after finishing their meal. Although they are now an engaged couple, to be honest, they are not really familiar with each other. Although both sides had some good feelings for each other, they each had their own things to do. Before separating, we agreed that the two companies could cooperate with each other. Zhong Muyao's company can find actors for the film and television dramas it is preparing from Thunder Entertainment, and at the same time, Thunder Entertainment can also make corresponding returns. As for how the two parties would cooperate, Lu Linsheng didn't care and let Zhong Muyao directly contact Lon Sai. Now he owns a building worth tens of billions of dollars and an entertainment company that is about to be worth 2 billion yuan. Moreover, this entertainment company has great potential for future development. Even if it doesn't grow to over 10 billion, it can certainly grow into a large entertainment company worth 50 or 60 billion. But even these two industries could not support him to own a trillion-dollar group. If you want to really win your fiancé, you really need to work hard. I don't know when the veterans from the Leiting Entertainment Group will be able to give me the 3 secret recipes. If they can be given to me soon, I can invest in the daily chemical industry sooner. But this time the reward was obviously delayed. And if you really want to grow and develop yourself, the best way is to find the Lu family and let them give you advice. So he didn't stay outside for long, and went back home only after finishing his dinner when it was almost time for dinner. As he expected, dinner was not prepared for him, and when he came back the whole family had almost finished eating. I originally thought that this family would be able to give me some more advice, but I didn't expect that when I came back, they would ignore me. Lu Linsheng had no intention of actively trying to please them, so he simply nodded and returned to his basement. Since they don't give me any advice, I'll just improve my own strength first. Next, he believed that the Lu family would not let him go. There will be plenty of suggestions, it's just a matter of time. He thought the family could wait for a few days, but he didn't expect that when he got up the next morning and prepared to go to Thunder Entertainment to see if anyone had the secret recipe, he came out and found that there was one more person in the Lu family. It was none other than his ex-fiancée Lu Chanxian. As soon as they saw him come out, Lu Chanxian and Lu Haoyu walked straight towards him, obviously having come up with some new idea to target him. Lu Linsheng was full of anticipation, so he stood there leisurely, looking at the two of them. After the two of them approached, Lu Chanxian said proudly, I asked around with other people and found out that your engagement with Zhong Muyo was forced upon you by the old man of the Zhong family. Except for the old man, no one agreed. Even Zhong Mengmu himself only agreed to it to make the old man happy. The old man of the Zhong family doesn't have much time left. I heard that no one can find out what disease he has. But the authoritative experts have already said that he won't survive more than 3 months. So, your engagement will only last 3 months at most. When the old man passes away, your engagement will be over.
Even if you two are together, it's just a casual affair. Unless a miracle doctor comes along and prolongs the old man's life, or finds out the problem and cures it, allowing the old man to live a few more years, perhaps you two can still get married. But how is such a thing possible? After Lu Qianqian finished speaking, Lu Haoyu next to her continued with a look of concern.
Brother, don't blame Qianqian for her harsh words. It was my request that he go to investigate. After all, Zhang Muyo has become your fiancé, and I hope you can grow old together and be together forever. But we were just afraid of the worst case scenario.
Who would have thought that this investigation would actually lead to something?
You should have heard that I pursued him for a long time when I was in school, but unfortunately he was never willing to pay attention to me. In fact, there are many people pursuing her, not just me.
But there is no one she can look at.
It doesn't matter if they are the sons of officials, ordinary commoners, peerless geniuses, or even the sons of wealthy families like us. Even if you are paid by $1 trillion group, people still look down on you. Without this marriage contract, you two would never become an engaged couple.
Qianqian said something very good.
If you two want to be together, the old man is the key, but he only has 3 months to live. You've sought out famous doctors across the country, and even around the world, but no one can cure him.
Now he can only stay in the hospital.
After a few months, when the old man is gone, your relationship will be over. After I found out the results of the investigation, I also considered not telling you yet, for fear that you would be shocked.
But who told you to be my brother? I have to tell you this fact.
Brother, I hope you won't blame me for acting on my own.
Lu Linsheng was speechless. Since you've done all the research, can't you give me some advice? What's the point of all your nonsense to me? I want suggestions, not your findings. I don't blame you, I don't blame you. If you hadn't investigated, how would I have known there was such a type? You're right. If the old man were gone, I guess we wouldn't be together.
I finally found such a rich and beautiful fiancée. I can't lose her because of the old man's affairs.
Lu Haoyu, Lu Qianqian, since you've come to tell me about this, is there no way to solve it?
No matter what method it is, as long as it can solve it, I'm willing to try it. The two looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. As they expected, Lu Linsheng lost his fiancée Lu Qianqian and gained Zhong Muyao, who he could see but not touch. Now he's probably trying to keep his fiancée, the daughter of a multi-billion-dollar group, at all costs. They had discussed it yesterday. Now Lu Linsheng owns things worth tens of billions, and it would be difficult to make him lose all of it using normal methods.
By the same token, the old man's existence means that his fiancée Zhong Muyao can only be his fiancée.
The best way to deal with Lu Linsheng is to make Lu Linsheng completely offend the old man or cause the old man to leave early.
Because in this way, his fiancée will no longer be his fiancée, and he will offend the Zhong family and lose his property.
It can be said to be a good idea that kills 2 birds with 1 stone.
Chapter 41. Let me study medicine? Okay.
Almost everyone in the Zhong family's circle knew that the old man had a strange disease. It was precisely because of this strange disease that the Zhong family searched everywhere for miracle doctors and methods, which made families smaller than the Zhong family try their best to help the Zhong family and thus gain this favor. The Lu family also had this idea, but they did not find any results in their search for the miracle doctor. After all, those top miracle doctors are not in the same circle as them, and they can't get in touch with them even if they want to. So they thought of a better way, which was to look for the inheritance of those miracle doctors. Especially when they heard about the old man's illness, a Chinese medicine doctor once said that if someone could use the long-lost 13 Ghost Gate needles, the old man's condition would be completely cured, so they wanted to find the secret of the 13 Ghost Gate needles. It's true, they didn't know whether they were lucky or unlucky, but they really found this secret book. However, after they presented the secret book, they found that there were dozens of other people who had also presented the same secret book. It turns out that this secret book was imitated. Although it is also a secret book of 11 ghost gates and 13 needles, it is a secret book that has been deliberately reversed and confused. Although such secrets are true, people who don't know how to crack them will never be able to learn them no matter how hard they try. If someone really uses the above method to treat the disease, it can easily cost the person's life. The reason they knew about this was because the true successor of the 13 ghost gate needles explained it to them, but unfortunately, the successor did not know this acupuncture method. He only knew that this secret book was passed down from their ancestors. Because it contained various secret codes, they could not learn it at all, and it was even more impossible for others to learn it. This immediately made everyone lose hope. The Lu family's secret book was naturally taken back. After all, it was bought at a high price. No matter what, this secret book is indeed real, but no one can crack it. If it is cracked one day, their Lu family will have an additional inheritance. In order to decipher the book, they also bought a large number of related medical books, including books on Chinese medicine and Western medicine. They even filled one of the rooms in the basement with suicide notes, but no one has been able to decipher it so far. Moreover, other families who have this book are also looking for someone to crack it, but unfortunately, everyone has given up for so long. The Lu family naturally gave up, but now Lu Haoyu has found a new successor for these books. Brother, since we've told you about this, we naturally have to give you a solution. Otherwise, what's the point of telling you this? As your younger brother, I naturally hope that you can live a good life. I also hope that your fiancé is Zhong Muyao. As for me, I hope that you can be together in the future. It was this thought that reminded me of a book we once had at home called 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Then he recounted the origin of this acupuncture method and finally said, the successor of the Ghost Gate 13 Needles clearly stated that as long as someone knows how to use this formation, they can save Mr. Zhong. Although we cannot decipher this acupuncture method, if someone has a high enough level of medical attainment, they will definitely be able to learn this acupuncture method through some of the information contained therein. You're in the basement, and there's nothing else to do anyway. It just so happens that the room next to yours contains a large number of medical books and secret manuals on the Ghost Gate and 13 Needles. If you study medicine carefully, you might be able to decipher the true secrets of the 13 Ghost Gate needles, or even learn how to use them. If you can save old Master Zhong, your marriage to Zhong Muyao will be a done deal. This is a great opportunity. I've already asked my parents for the key to that room. Brother, if you're willing to study art, I'll give it to you. This is the best and only idea I can think of for you. You just need to work hard. Maybe you will succeed in 3 months. If you're talented or lucky enough, you might even be able to crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles and advance and master them. Then you'll be Mr. Zhong's savior, and Zhong Muyao will have no choice but to marry you. Fake young Master Lu Haoyu has asked you to study medicine and research the 13 Ghost Gate needles. You have no talent for this, and you wouldn't have been able to master it in 3 months, not even in your previous life. Follow his advice, and your medical talent will be reversible, reaching the extraordinary level, and amplified tenfold. When learning medicine, you'll achieve twice the result with half the effort. As long as you devote yourself to studying medicine, you'll have a photographic memory, apply knowledge to other cases, and master 100 things. Study 3 hours a day, and after a month you'll be able to crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Study 8 hours a day, and after a month you'll have mastered the 13 Ghost Gate needles. It's true. Lu Haoyu is the best person to me. This is really great advice. He really has no talent for studying medicine. As a result, those who have no talent now can turn themselves around and become extremely talented. Then it was amplified tenfold. His talent was absolutely unprecedented. As long as I am willing to study medicine, all the miracle doctors in the world will not be my match. Give myself 3 months and I will surpass everyone. He stepped forward and took the key, saying with great gratitude, Lu Haoyu, although I know you are hostile to me, the advice you gave me today is indeed good. My characteristic as a person is to listen to advice, especially useful advice like yours. I will definitely listen to it. You're right. I need to study medicine well, understand the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and use them to revive Mr. Zhong. I have decided to be the son-in-law of the Zhong family. Zhong Muyao must be my wife. Okay, I won't say any more to you. I'm going to study hard. When he was done, he took the key and ran back to the basement. After a while, Lu Haoyu and Lu Chanxian came back to their senses, and then they both burst out laughing. Lu Chanxian, fortunately, he's not my fiancé, otherwise he'd be so stupid. I really can't stand it. Haoyu, if your brother wasn't lucky, he would have died countless times. He believes everything you say. Does he think studying medicine is that easy? If the 13 Ghost Gate needles were so easy to crack, it would have been cracked long ago. Lu Haoyu smiled. He's willing to listen to advice, isn't that great? Since he's going off to study medicine, he won't have the time to manage the company. I can take this opportunity to buy out his Thunder Entertainment and the building's management. Then, if something happens to him, I'll be able to take over Thunder Entertainment and the building more easily. Chapter 42 Another 2 birds with 1 stone? Lan Sai might look okay, but she's just an old-fashioned person. If someone like her were to run an entertainment company, it would be a good thing if she didn't bankrupt it. It just so happens that he has just taken over the company, so I can arrange more people for him.
When he completely offends the Zhong family, it will be easier for me to accept Thunder Entertainment. As for his building, the current management is all the original people. I only need to bribe some of them and easily take ownership of the building at a critical moment. After all, I am his biological brother. Lu Haoyu spoke very confidently. Because he believed that Lu Linsheng would not be able to learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and in the end he would only offend the Zhong family. When the time comes, I just need to cry a little to my parents and sisters, and all these properties will be mine. As he spoke, he took Lu Chanqian and headed towards Thunder Entertainment. Lu Chanqian asked doubtfully, "Brother Haoyu, why should we learn from Leitang Entertainment?" "You just need to arrange for people to bribe the people in Leitang Entertainment and insert some people there." "What's the point of going to Leitang Entertainment?" Lu Haoyu said with a smile. "How can it be meaningless? Leitang Entertainment is Leitang Entertainment, and Haoyu Entertainment belongs to me. Before Leitang Entertainment officially becomes my company, my main focus will be on Haoyu Entertainment. As you know, the drama harem promotion from Leitang Entertainment successfully became a hot topic yesterday. I plan to take this opportunity to see if I can get some benefits from Thunder Entertainment. The first season of this web series has just aired. If we buy the rights to the second season while the popularity of the series is still there and film it, we can use this popularity to directly increase the value of Haoyu Entertainment. In this way, my Haoyu Entertainment assets can at least multiply several times, reaching a market value of several hundred million. At the same time, if we can train a few new people for the company, it will be an even bigger surprise for Haoyu Entertainment, and it may even help Haoyu Entertainment break through the billion-dollar market value. This opportunity is right in front of me, I have to grab it. Lu Chanqian said with some heaviness after hearing what Lu Haoyu said. "Brother Haoyu, I know this is an opportunity. Not only me, but everyone knows this is an opportunity. However, it is impossible for ordinary people to seize this opportunity. Although Lu Linsheng is your brother, the one who really has the final say in Haoyu Entertainment right now is Lan Sai. If he isn't a fool, there's no way he would sell the rights to this drama to you." But after hearing what Lu Chanqian said, Lu Haoyu said confidently, "He's certainly not a fool, but I believe he will definitely sell the rights to this drama to me." Thunder Entertainment now seems to be thriving and full of vitality, and the future holds unlimited possibilities. But if they want Thunder Entertainment to develop quickly, they need money. Without enough money, they can't do anything. Whether it's cultivating star artists or other aspects, it's impossible for them to recover the money in a short period of time. And now I can directly use the money to buy the subsequent copyright of their drama, so that they can see the benefits in a short period of time. With money, they can do more. Otherwise, they won't be able to eat it even with this popularity now. I can see it, and so can others. It's just that everyone else is just trying to take advantage, so they definitely won't pay too much. But for me, it's completely different. Thunder Entertainment will eventually be in my hands anyway. I can give him more money so he can develop Thunder Entertainment better. At the same time, I get the copyright, which will allow Haoyu Entertainment to develop better. It can be said that this is a good strategy that kills two birds with one stone. I can destroy Lu Linsheng with just one book. It's worth it to get a little more money now and eventually gain two rapidly developing entertainment companies. As the two were talking, they had already arrived at Thunder Entertainment. Everything was just as he had expected. There were indeed quite a few guests at Thunder Entertainment who came from various major entertainment companies. They all have only one goal, which is to purchase the copyright of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. They not only want the subsequent filming rights, but also the exclusive filming rights. Some people even want to buy out all the copyrights. Although Ansai had decided to sell the subsequent copyrights under Lu Linsheng's instructions, the prices offered by these people were not high. The most they gave was only 20 million. You have to know that with their first step, they can make at least hundreds of millions, and with the second step, as long as the film is shot successfully and there are no problems, it is possible to make hundreds of millions. As a result, even if you offer 20 million now, no fool would sell it. Just as everyone was talking, Lu Haoyu pushed open the door of the conference room with Lu Chanqian and spoke loudly. "Everyone, don't even think about taking advantage of this opportunity. You're right. Thunder Entertainment currently lacks the funds to capitalize on this wave of traffic. But don't forget, the boss of Thunder Entertainment, Lu Linsheng, is my brother, Lu Haoyu, and the eldest son of the Lu family. You want to take advantage of the situation and rob others, but you are totally overthinking it. I'm good entertainment and am willing to invest 50 million to purchase all subsequent copyrights of harem promotion. Basketball Association, I wonder if you are satisfied with my price. When Lan Sai saw that it was Lu Haoyu who made the bid, she no longer hesitated. Lu Linsheng had already explained yesterday that if anyone wanted to buy the subsequent copyright, he could sell it at any time. If it was Lu Haoyu who wanted to buy it, he would sell it to Lu Haoyu even at a low price. Now Lu Haoyu's bid is 2.5 times that of others. If he hesitates for a second, he will miss this opportunity. Mr. Lu Haoyu has offered 50 million. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? If there is no higher price, then all subsequent copyrights of harem promotion will be sold to Mr. Lu. At such a high price, they wouldn't make much money by buying it back, and it would waste a lot of energy and cost a lot of working capital. They all shook their heads. Although they also wanted to bid, after weighing the pros and cons, they all chose to give up. Seeing that no one made a bid, Lan Sai took out the contract and handed it to Lu Haoyu. Second Master Lu, the contract is ready. As long as you sign the contract and transfer the money, all subsequent copyrights will be yours. Lu Haoyu took the contract and read it with a smile. After confirming that there was no problem, he quickly wrote his name on it. Thank you all for your patience. I hope you will give me your comments after the subsequent episodes of Harem Promotion Diary are released. Chapter 43 Lu Linsheng, I learned. Seeing that the matter was a foregone conclusion, people from other companies left one after another, leaving only Lu Haoyu behind. Lan Sai didn't understand what Lu Haoyu was going to do, but after all, he was the younger brother of her own president, so she couldn't just leave, so she accompanied Lu Haoyu to visit the company. You got 50 million from me, so you have to develop the company well. Every department in the company should improve these celebrity artists if necessary, and help them make money if necessary. Also, we can't exploit their potential just for the sake of making money. We should let them learn more and accumulate more experience. Only then can the company develop better. Also, the company's decoration is a bit outdated. If there is any money left, I will renovate the company. We still don't have enough staff. We're recruiting some people who were sent here from the group for retirement. We just need to find them some retirement positions. The company needs to develop, but they say they can't be relied upon. He walked around, making suggestions and muttering as if the company belonged to him. Lan Sai didn't understand why, but since these suggestions were quite useful, he just let them go. He originally thought that this kind of thing would only happen today, but he never expected that for the next month, the second young master of the Lu family would come to see him every day as if he had a serious illness. If you see anything wrong, point it out and ask Lan Sai to correct it. Lan Sai was ordered to call Lu Linsheng for some unknown reason. Lu Linsheng was not interested in paying attention to these things and just told her to handle it herself. Lan Sai felt that there was nothing wrong with the advice Lu Haoyu gave, and she didn't want to have a conflict with Lu Haoyu because of this matter, so she simply followed his instructions, changed what could be changed in the company, recruited the people who should be recruited, trained those who should be trained, and made money from those who should make money. I have to say that with the help of Lu Haoyu, Thunder Entertainment has developed better this month. Relatively speaking, Lu Haoyu paid less attention to Haoyu Entertainment. That is, the second part of Harem Promotion is about to be completed, and he comes less often every day, but he will definitely come once a day, as if he is punching in at work. At the same time, he also got to know a lot of people in the process and was ready to win them over at any time. And during this month, he also arranged as many people as possible to enter Lu Linsheng's company to help the development of Thunder Entertainment and help the management of Thunder Building, which was renamed by Lu Linsheng, to promote the improvement of Thunder Building. It can be said that he has spared no effort in order to take over his own business. The purpose is to enable these two industries to develop better, and after Lu Linsheng is dealt with and he takes over, the industries will be able to develop faster. In 2 months at most, Lu Linsheng, will be left with nothing. Lu Haoyu was imagining the future, the moment when he would take over an industry worth tens of billions. But when he was about to leave home, he found that the basement that had been closed suddenly opened. Lu Linsheng, who only ordered takeout every day, finally came out of the basement. The complicated expression on his face turned into surprise at this moment. Brother, you finally came out. We were all worried sick for not coming out for a month. Mom said you've been studying medicine diligently for the past month, and now you've come out of seclusion. Could it be that you've already figured out the 13 Ghost Gate needles, or cracked the secret? Lu Haoyu naturally didn't believe that Lu Linsheng could figure it out in such a short time. Even if Lu Linsheng were given his entire life, he might not be able to figure it out. He said this just to make fun of himself,
but he didn't expect that as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Linqing nodded firmly. You're right. After this month of seclusion, I've read most of the medical techniques in the basement. I've mastered a great deal of the medical knowledge. Through this understanding of medical knowledge, I've successfully deciphered the true meaning of the 13 Ghost Gate needles and even learned how to use them. What the successor of the Ghost Gate 13 needles said is true. Most of the difficult and complicated diseases in this world can be completely cured by using the Ghost Gate 13 needles and combining them with the corresponding techniques. When he said this, he walked forward, patted Lu Haoyu on the shoulder, and said with great gratitude, "Brother Haoyu, thank you so much. I misunderstood you before. I thought that because I came back, you would snatch away your parents' favor and even take away some of the family property, leaving you with much less. You would hate me. Through these past few incidents, I'm certain that I was judging you by my own standards. Far from hating me, you've actually been very kind to me. You took me to gamble, and I won 1 billion, which gave me the starting capital. It was you who allowed me to buy on UN Group, allowing me to own tens of billions of assets. It's because of you that I have these tens of billions of assets. I can collect hundreds of millions of dollars in rent every year, which is why I have the money to buy Thunder Entertainment. Even more, because you deliberately snatched Lu Chanqian, who was originally my fiancé, away from me, I got a much better fiancé, Zhong Muyao. Even so, you didn't hate me. Instead, you gave me advice in books, letting me learn medical skills and the 13 Ghost Gate needles. This was all so that I could cure the old man of the Zhong family and promote the relationship between me and Zhong Muyao. Now I have lived up to your expectations. I have used this month to learn the basics of medicine and also learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. As long as I use the 13 Ghost Gate needles to cure the old man of the Zhong family, then the engagement between Zhong Muyao and me will be finalized. Don't worry, I will never forget your help even if I live well. If you need my help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask me. I will definitely help you if I can. It was not until this time that Lu Haoyu reacted. What happened to Lu Linqing? He actually thought that he had learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles and cracked the 13 Ghost Gate needles. In a month, I learned medicine, cracked the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and learned something that was simply impossible. But he, Lu Linqing, actually thought that he had done it. There are only two reasons for this result. One is that he really learned it, but this is simply impossible. The other is that he didn't understand it at all, but instead thought he knew it based on his own understanding. If that is the case, then letting him get treatment would be a life-threatening situation. When Lu Haoyu thought of this, he couldn't help laughing in his heart. Lu Linqing, do you really not know how to write the word death? In just 1 month, you actually think you've mastered the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Excellent. Since you think you've mastered it, I must help you and let you treat Mr. Zhong. I was originally thinking of taking over your business in 3 months, but you couldn't wait to give it to me. Chapter 44. Is this a skid world? After figuring this out, Lu Haoyu's face was full of surprise, and he spoke with some excitement. Really? You actually cracked this book and even learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. That's amazing. Brother, you don't know that many people have tried to crack this acupuncture technique, but up to now no one has been able to do it. I also bought a lot of medical books in order to decipher this book. Many of the books in your basement were just bought by me. I was originally thinking of researching it myself to see if I could crack it. If I could save Mr. Zhong, it would be a good thing for our family. Because you and Zhong Muyao are engaged, I'm giving you these books so that you can truly decipher this acupuncture technique. I thought it would be difficult for you to complete it, but I didn't expect you to successfully crack it in just 1 month. That's great. With these 13 Ghost Gate needles, as long as you can cure the old man, our alliance will be unbreakable from now on. And with the old man here, the engagement between you and Miss Zhong won't be cancelled. It will be a wonderful story for you to win her heart. As the saying goes, there's no time to lose. Since you've already learned it, why not contact Zhong Muyao and see if you can go to the Dong family and cure the old man's illness? The sooner you two are cured, the sooner you can be together. It is impossible to cure it. If you really succeed in treating him and kill the old man, it would be best if you can't kill him. I'm afraid that at least he will live a little shorter, and then I can take over your property earlier. I don't know who gave you the confidence, but you actually felt that you had successfully studied medicine in just 1 month and even learned the most difficult 13 Ghost Gate needles. Since you are so confident, I will naturally help you and make you a laughingstock. While Lu Haoyu was preparing to watch the joke, he was also ready to take over Lu Linqing's business.
After hearing what Lu Haoyu said, Lu Lincheng nodded and said, "You're right. It's better to treat this kind of thing sooner rather than later. After all, the disease progresses very quickly. If I go too late and it gets more serious, my method won't work. Wouldn't that be a waste of practice? Let's get going quickly." As he was about to walk out, Lu Haoyu took out his cell phone and said with a smile, "There's no need to be so anxious. Although you've already learned it, your exact level is still uncertain. How about this, we'll call an old senior to go with us later. If there's any accident, the old senior will be able to remedy it in time. If there's no accident, that would be the best." As Lu Haoyu was talking, he started making a phone call. Lu Lincheng did not stop him, but waited beside him. At the same time, Lu Lincheng became even more certain that he had traveled to a world of short plays. Or it can be said that it is the time of a novel, and this novel must be a novel about a true and fake young master. If I hadn't appeared, the original owner would have been badly cheated by this fake young master. Of course, if that's all, it can't be confirmed. The appearance of the 13 ghost gate needles is very inconsistent. If it were a normal world, there would be no such magical acupuncture method. When he first heard about it, he was just surprised and thought that this world really had such a tradition. But after he learned it, he found that this so-called acupuncture method was indeed a bit too mysterious. Because the so-called 13 ghost gate needles actually involves internal force. Using the 13 ghost gate needles does not require the gold or silver needles used in acupuncture. The use of gold and silver needles is simply to better conduct internal energy. Using internal energy to transform needles for treatment will increase the therapeutic effect by more than 100 times. This is the most magical thing about the 13 ghost gate needles. The reason why it is called the 13 ghost gate needles is because this secret book involves 13 methods. Through the combination and arrangement of these 13 methods, countless treatment methods can be derived to treat most diseases. This is definitely something that only appears in movies, TV series, novels, and short plays. If this was not enough to prove it, then when he was reading a book and found that one of the books contained a method to crack the secret book of the 13 ghost gate needles, he finally confirmed it. If I hadn't appeared, if nothing unexpected had happened, Lu Haoyu should have been able to crack the 13 ghost gate needles through this book. First, he stole his fiancée, and then he got Zhong Muyao through the 13 ghost needles. Later, some beautiful women may appear and eventually be taken into his harem. So strictly speaking, this book should be considered a true and false young master story with Zhong Haoyu as the protagonist, and it is also a harem story. I don't know which female characters will appear in the future. I need to pay more attention to them. After all, there aren't any simple female characters in these books and short plays. She's either the daughter of a conglomerate, the daughter of a gangster, or a genius in some field. With the help of the system, I will have many businesses under my control in the future. These people are basically capable of managing large groups. Taking them under my wing is the best option. It's easy for me to have these original protagonists helping me manage the group company. And it can also put an end to Lu Haoyu's dream of having a harem. This is definitely killing two birds with one stone. And now Lu Haoyu's actions further verified Lu Lincheng's guess. As the protagonist, he stole his brother's fiancée and went from being a fake young master to being the darling of the whole family. Then he used the identity of a fake young master to collect a large number of medical books and crack the 13 ghost gate needles. Finally, he found a miracle doctor he knew, learned the 13 ghost gate needles, and cured the old man of the Zhong family, thus adding another great general to his harem. This is not a typical cool writing model. But now that I'm here, your role as the destined protagonist is over. At this time, Wu Haoyu finished his call and called Lu Lin to go out. Lu Lincheng followed closely behind him. The two walked out of the villa and soon got into Lu Haoyu's car. I walked out of the villa in the car, but instead of going directly to the middle, I took a road and walked for about 10 minutes. As a result, I was met by an elderly man with white hair and beard, and even his mustache was gray. Without thinking, everyone knows that this is definitely the miracle doctor that Lu Haoyu is looking for. This image is really too similar to the miracle doctors in movies, TV dramas, short plays, and novels. This is Dr. Xue, a nationally renowned doctor. He is considered one of the best in the country when it comes to acupuncture. When we get to the Zhong family, if you're not sure, you can ask Elder Xue for advice. But I believe in my brother's ability, and I believe that he can save Mr. Zhong. Chapter 45 Shocking Zhong Muyao. Zhong's house. Zhong Muyao pulled Lu Lincheng to an empty corner and said anxiously, "Why did you come here so suddenly? And I heard from Lu Haoyu that you still want to cure my grandfather's illness. Can you? Can you cure him? Do you know the consequences of doing so? If you really have the ability to cure my grandfather, then everything will be fine. But if you tell even one lie, then our relationship will be over, and you will face many unpredictable situations. I know you're not that easily fooled. Tell me what's going on. Whatever your plan is, tell me and we can figure it out together. Lu Linqing took out the gold and silver needles he had prepared from his arms and said with a smile. Could it be that I really do have medical skills and possess the 13 ghost gate needles that can cure this old man? How is that possible? Zhong Muyo shook her head directly. What's going on with you? I've been investigating everything for the past month. Forget about learning the 13 ghost gate needles. You haven't even recorded the basics. How could you possibly learn it? What exactly are your plans? Tell me now. If there's anything you need me to check or fill in, I'll help you. But don't tell me excuses that are so obviously fake. You have to understand that from the moment we confirmed our engagement, we became a community of shared interests. My grandfather's health condition is related to our future. No matter whether we can be together or not, if something happens to my grandfather, neither of us will be happy. For the sake of our future and our respective destinies, I hope you will stop joking with me. Lu Linqing nodded firmly. I said I wasn't joking, but I don't think you believe me. But it doesn't matter. You'll believe it soon. Lu Linqing knew that if the old man wanted to receive treatment later, he would need someone else's support. If there was no one to support him, no matter how strong his abilities were, it would be useless. So after saying this, he took out 3 needles from the needle bag in his hand and instantly inserted them into Zhong Muyao's body. Since you are Mr. Zhong's granddaughter, you should have heard of the 13 ghost gate needles and studied them carefully. The 13 ghost gate needles record 13 acupuncture techniques. Combining these 13 acupuncture techniques can produce countless effects, and one of them is specifically designed to treat dysmenorrhea in women. Although you've hidden it well, I can tell at a glance that you're still feeling uncomfortable. I'll combine 3 acupuncture techniques to relieve your pain. It only takes 3 courses, and your dysmenorrhea symptoms will be reduced by 90% going forward. The most direct effect of this method is that the needle is inserted and the effect is immediate, within a minute, without any pain. And it's painless and gradual. That means within the next minute, your pain will gradually subside and eventually disappear. Do you feel the pain starting to subside now? Although Zhong Muyao didn't believe it, she didn't know if it was a psychological effect. She hoped that what Lu Linqing said was true. She felt her pain was actually slowly easing. Have you really learned it? After he learned it, Lu Linqing did not answer, but looked at the watch on his hand. The second hand on the watch moved second by second, and with every second it moved, Zhong Muyao felt that her pain was relieved by 1 minute. After the pointer turned half a circle, the pain in his body disappeared instantly, and an unprecedented sense of relief instantly filled his heart. You really learned it. It was a question sentence just now, but this time it became an exclamation sentence. It's really too shocking. After all, everyone knew Lu Linqing's situation in advance, and it was precisely because of this that we realized that he had never studied medicine. A person who had never studied medicine, after just 1 month of seclusion, actually mastered the 13 ghost gate needles, the most difficult technique in medicine. It's really too unbelievable. But the reality is right in front of us. Zhong Muyo has naturally studied the 13 ghost gate needles. Although the front part of the secret manual of the 13 ghost gate needles was deliberately tampered with and it was impossible for ordinary people to understand it, the examples in the back were very real. In addition to the secret book of 13 ghost gate needles, there are similar records among the descendants of Ghost Gate. The 13 acupuncture techniques combined can produce countless effects. Among them, there is indeed a method for relieving dysmenorrhea. This method is precisely the effect of combining 3 of the 13 acupuncture techniques. He had only seen it before, but now he experienced it himself and realized the magic of this acupuncture technique. It is indeed a magical medical skill that combines 13 true methods and is said to be able to cure all diseases. It only took 1 treatment to relieve my pain. If I go through a course of 3 treatments, I will never have dysmenorrhea again. This is really great. As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, she was stunned on the spot. You really learned it. The first question was a doubt, the second question was an exclamation, and the third question is no longer a question, but a confirmation. This affirmation also carries a great surprise.
If someone learns the 13 Ghost Gate needles, he can save his grandfather, and by saving his grandfather, his own destiny will be completely different. If someone else had learned this, there might have been some trouble, but since Lu Linsheng was the one who learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles, there was no trouble at all. Now Lu Linsheng is her fiancé and her good grandfather, which is a perfect match for both of them. The confusion, worry and helplessness in my heart disappeared in an instant at this moment.
Okay, that's great. Let's go and see Grandpa.
You should treat him immediately. Don't worry, after Grandpa is cured, no matter what the relationship between us is, you can come to me for help with anything.
I will do my best.
And if you cure Grandpa, all the things our family promised before can be done.
At the same time, I am a human being, and I can give you 100 million. And I can also ask the Zhong family for how much you want.
At the same time, from now on you are our family's benefactor.
If you need anything, just come to us and we will help you. This commitment can be said to be huge. This promise alone is worth billions and billions. Lu Linsheng smiled and pulled out the needles one by one. I've taken note of your promise, and I've recorded it on my phone. I'll also record everything else from now on. What's mine, I won't ask for less, and I won't be polite.
But before I go to treat the old man, there are some things I need to make clear to you. Chapter 46: The Zhong Family's Traitor.
What is it?
No matter what it is, I will stand by your side.
I will agree to any request. As long as you can help my grandfather, nothing else matters.
Zhong Muya was really anxious at this moment. He pulled Lu Linsheng and was about to leave.
However, Lu Linsheng was not pulled away, but stopped Zhong Muya and said,
"Don't worry, since I'm here and there's still so much time, your grandfather will be fine.
I will definitely save him.
The reason I came here today is because my cheap brother Lu Haoyu wanted me to make a fool of myself.
Or maybe he's thinking that I'll kill the old man, and then we'll become enemies.
Then I'll be targeted by your family, and then I'll be left with nothing, and he'll be able to take over all my property. You could say he's made all the preparations just to trick me. In order to trick me, he even found a so-called miracle doctor. Who will he use to prove that you really learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles? In the end, I didn't cure the old man, and even killed him. The end result is that we were both cheated by him. That business is probably ready to bear the consequences with us. He himself can stay out of it and even take advantage of this opportunity to gain a lot of benefits. But he would never have imagined that he was trying to trick me, but he had no idea that I had actually learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. I originally wanted to take this opportunity to ask him to help me create opportunities so that I can successfully treat the old man.
But I'm afraid he doesn't have the ability.
Even if he asks someone to come forward, he may not be able to create an opportunity for me to treat the old man, so I hope you can help me." Zhong Muyao's mood, which was originally in shock and excitement, suddenly became heavy at this moment.
I think there will be someone to help you without my intervention. You will definitely be able to treat my grandfather. Lu Linsheng is not a fool.
Besides, he has already regarded this world as a world of short plays and novels. According to the usual routine in short dramas and novels such as True and False Young Master, Zhong Muyao is one of the female protagonists. The old man is seriously ill and needs the male protagonist to treat him. During this process, there will definitely be a few villains in the family. Originally, these villains were supposed to be slapped in the face by the protagonist Lu Haoyu. However, my arrival broke all this. I am now together with Zhong Muya. In order to target me, Lu Haoyu may team up with the villain. So there are indeed many people in your family who hope that something bad will happen to the old man. Some people are even impatient to take action and have even gotten involved with Lu Haoyu.
That should be it. Otherwise, how could Lu Haoyu allow you to treat my grandfather?
Even if you brought a miracle doctor, it would be useless.
Oh, now that someone is helping me, it will be easier.
As long as they can create an opportunity for me, I can cure the old man. Once the old man comes back to life, your position in the Zhong family will be as solid as a rock. As long as my grandfather can wake up and give me a little more time, they won't have a chance to jump.
All this depends on you. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong here. Let's go now.
When he returned to the hall again, there were not only Lu Haoyu and the miracle doctor there, but also a middle-aged man and a young man accompanying Lu Haoyu. Seeing the two of them coming, the middle-aged man said with a smile,
"Muyao, this must be your fiancé, right?
I heard from Lu Haoyu that he's quite amazing. He was able to unravel the true secrets of the 13 Ghost Gate needles by self-study and even mastered the technique.
This is a testament to the youthful emergence of heroes. The fact that you were able to master the 13 needle technique at this crucial moment proves that you and Mai Muyao are truly a match made in heaven. I've heard from the miracle doctor that you've learned the 13 ghost gate needles really well. If that's the case, I won't stop you. Go and give the old man a good look and see if your 13 ghost gate needles can save him. Don't worry, as long as you can save my father, regardless of your other identities, I, as his son, will definitely be very grateful to you. Zhong Muyo and Lu Linsheng looked at each other and understood what was in each other's eyes. Didn't he, the person who was working with Lu Haoyu, just come out on his own initiative? Lu Linsheng didn't know who the other person was, but Zhong Mengyao did know. It was precisely because she knew that although Zhong Mengyao's face was calm, she was furious in her heart. Uncle San is right. As long as we can save Grandpa, no matter how much we pay, it will be worth it. I just don't know how Uncle San is going to thank you. It can't just be a verbal thank you. If my fiancé really rescues Grandpa, third uncle won't have to say anything to thank him, nor will he have to give anything. All problems can be solved with money, so third uncle can just give him 200 million yuan. The expression on Uncle Zhong's face stiffened unconsciously. He has been eating his family's food, living in his family's house, and even cheating his family of money over the years. Even so, he has only accumulated more than 200 million yuan. If he were really asked to take out 200 million, he would not do it. But thinking that this recording engineer knew nothing at all, how could he possibly save the old man? He didn't have to pay even if he agreed. No problem, my niece is right. As long as we can save the old man, any price is worth it. Let alone 200 million. I just don't have more money. If I had a few more, I would take 400 million or 500 million, or even 1 billion or 800 million. As long as the old man can do it, no matter how much I pay, it will be worth it. The young man who had been standing next to him and had been silent all the time suddenly rolled his eyes, stood up and spoke with a smile. Sister, you know my situation. My dad can come up with 200 million, but I can't come up with that much. But in order to cure Grandpa, I am willing to give everything. If Grandpa is cured, I will give him all my 20 million savings. It's just a blank check anyway. If he can't save the old man, he won't get a single cent. Moreover, once this statement is made public, people will say that he is filial, so it can be said that it is a no-cost business. Only a fool would not do something like this to improve his reputation. But after they finished speaking, no one noticed the gap when they nodded. Zhong Muyao lowered her head and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lu Linsheng didn't expect that he would get such an unexpected gain when he ran to save people. With these 200 million, I can do a lot of things, right? So what are you waiting for? Thank you, Third Master Zhong and Third Young Master Zhong. Chapter 47 Betting, 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. I recorded everything you just said. Don't wait until I save the person. If you still refuse to pay me, I will ask the old man to judge the matter personally. Lu Linsheng raised his cell phone and said with a smile. Uncle Zhong was slightly stunned, and then he spoke firmly. Don't worry, we will definitely keep our word. If you really save the old man, let alone the 200 million yuan, even an extra 100 million yuan will be no problem. Okay, then let's make a deal. I save the old man, you give me 300 million, and your son gives me 20 million, a total of 320 million. I want to see the money directly after I save the old man, otherwise I will talk to the old man. There was no reason for Lu Linsheng to refuse the money that was offered to him. It just so happened that he had money in his hands, and he guessed that the Lu family would persuade him, and once they persuaded him, he could make more money. This was simply a good deal with no investment and huge profits. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Now can we go and rescue the old man? Sure, if we can rescue the old man sooner, I can get the money sooner, right? Then let's go. They soon arrived at a room in the manor, and found that more than a dozen members of the Lu family had also arrived. Seeing them coming, naturally there were people who didn't want Lu Linsheng to take action. Regardless of whether they believe it or not, those who believe it are afraid of being cured, and those who don't believe it are afraid of being cured worse, so both sides are in a stalemate. At this time, Lu Haoyu appeared, and with him appeared the miracle doctor from the morning. As soon as the miracle doctor arrived, he came straight in front of everyone and spoke righteously. There's no need to argue. Let's not discuss whether or not young friend Lu Linsheng can save the old man. I can only guarantee you one thing, he has truly mastered the 13 Ghost Gate needles. These 13 Ghost Gate needles are inherently beneficial and harmless to use.
As long as they are not used incorrectly, they will not harm the old man.
Let young friend Lu Linsheng give it a try. There's absolutely no problem.
It won't cause any harm, and there's a chance you might even wake the old man up.
Don't you want to seize this opportunity? Could it be that you all don't want the old man to wake up?
The last sentence definitely made these people afraid to act rashly. Regardless of whether they want to wake the old man up or not, they are unwilling to take the responsibility and bear the crime of waking the old man up.
If Lu Linsheng's medical skills were not recognized, they could also explain it as not trusting Lu Linsheng.
Even the miracle doctor testified that the current situation is that Lu Linsheng has learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles and may be able to cure the old man, but they were not allowed in. In the end, the old man died, and someone will blame them.
But after putting people in, they were unwilling to give up.
Seeing that Lu Linsheng still couldn't get in, Lu Haoyu became anxious and gave the doctor a look, and the doctor immediately continued. I know you're all afraid of taking responsibility, but I'm not. After confirming the authenticity of the 13 Ghost Gate needles, I swore in my heart that I would always prioritize young Master Lu. And I'm also confident that this formation won't harm the old man, so there won't be any problems if he tries it. So if you trust me, then let Lu Linsheng cure him.
I don't want any credit, but if there's any problem with the treatment, I'll take full responsibility. Is that all right? With his promise, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief.
The third master of the Lu family and his son were angry because they didn't have to speak up. Otherwise, after they speak up, if something happens to the old man, they will be implicated.
Although the impact is not big, they do not want to be involved at this critical moment. Others breathed a sigh of relief because someone was taking the blame, and they could accept any outcome. Zhong Muyo believed it because he had confidence in Lu Linsheng's ability.
As long as Lu Linsheng could get in, his grandfather would be able to survive.
Lu Linsheng, everything depends on you.
He finished speaking softly, and then saw Lu Linsheng nodded and walked into the room. The people behind him also wanted to follow in, but were stopped outside the door by Lu Linsheng.
If so many of you go together, it will easily affect my treatment. I hope you can reduce the number of people and come with at most 5 people.
Let them witness that I have done nothing to offend the old man, and at the same time witness my treatment methods.
As for the others, just wait outside. This makes sense, after all, the old man's room is only that big.
Lu Linsheng went in, and Zhang Muya naturally had to go in as well. This takes up one spot. The third and second uncles of the Zhong family, as the only 2 living sons of the old man, naturally had to go in as well. Lu Haoyu originally wanted to go in with someone, and it turned out that the miracle doctor was able to go in, but there was another young man who stopped Lu Haoyu. Although the genius doctor said he was sure it was all a result of war, as a descendant of the Ghost Gate, I feel it is my duty to go in and verify whether it is true. At the same time, I also want to see what the lost 13 Ghost Gate needles are like. After he said this, he turned his gaze towards the Zhong family.
I think my request is reasonable. No one should refuse it. Even his last glance fell on Lu Linsheng.
Because he thought Lu Linsheng must have told a lie, but Lu Linsheng was the first to nod.
So you are the descendant of Gue Men. That's great.
The true successor of the 13 Ghost Needles, and he is still a young man. Judging from the plot of the short play and the novel, he is most likely a supporting male role, and it is possible that he is an important supporting male role who appears in the early stage.
Such male supporting characters usually have good personalities. He is also a medical student.
Although his medical skills are already very high, it is not impossible for him to recruit a subordinate with higher skills. The key is that the other party is the successor of the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and he doesn't know the Ghost Gate yet. After I use the 13 needles, I'm afraid I will be the most important person to him. If I don't take this opportunity to recruit the other party who is supposed to be the male protagonist's younger brother, then all the years of reading short dramas and novels would be in vain. Since you are the true successor of the Ghost Gate, I, who learned this by accident, naturally cannot reject you.
Please come in with me.
One reason is to witness how well I've mastered the 13 Ghost Gate needles. The other reason is that I want you to confirm that my 13 Ghost Gate needles are sound. After that, I'll have the chance to return the true inheritance to you. As for how to return it, this is a top-level inheritance.
How can I return it to you if you don't pay something?
I, Lu Linsheng, have decided to accept you as my little brother.
Chapter 48 Lu Haoyu performs.
In this way, the miracle doctor and the successor of the 13 Ghost Gate needles temporarily occupy 2 places, and all 5 places are occupied. Lu Haoyu really wanted to say that he wanted to go in, but in the end he could only sigh. There really is no place for him. He wanted to follow in, wouldn't it just be one more person? But looking at Lu Linqing's expression, there was no way he would be allowed in. He did not seek clarification himself, but came to the miracle doctor and spoke in a low voice. Divine Doctor, you should know how to say certain things. If this succeeds, I'll give you double what you asked for. However, if something unexpected happens, I can only guarantee a continuous supply for your son until he dies of old age. Don't take any chances. If I'm involved, your son won't have a chance to get that thing again. Mr. Lu, don't worry, I know what to do. That's good to know. The descendant of Ghostgate is also in jail. We'll try to fool him as much as possible. If we can't, we'll have to convict him of a crime and make sure he can't turn over a new leaf. Please rest assured, Mr. Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, the others started walking into the room, and the miracle doctor quickly followed. After watching the 5 people enter, the third young master of the Zhong family found Lu Haoyu. Lu Haoyu, are you sure that kid hasn't learned the 13 Ghostgate needles? Let me tell you, if he really did learn it and save the old man, then don't blame me for being rude. Third master, don't worry. That kid has no basic knowledge at all. He studied for a month and said he learned how to use 3 needles in China. Isn't that pure nonsense? Just wait and see. I've already made an agreement with the miraculous doctor. Let him fool the Ghostgate descendant. Once this guy takes action and ends the old man's life, our cooperation will be complete. Please take good care of me from now on, third master. Seeing Lu Haoyu so confident, the third young master of the Zhong family finally laughed. They had been planning this day for a long time, but they had never had the chance before. Not long ago, Lu Haoyu found them and told them about the plan. They didn't think much about it and agreed to it directly. After all, whether this matter succeeded or failed, it would not affect them. If he succeeds and the Lu family is implicated, it will have nothing to do with them. Even if they are bitten, they will just say that they are doing it out of kindness to save the old man. There is no risk at all, so why not let others take the risk and try it? Okay, this plan is really successful. No matter what you need in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. Lu Haoyu was overjoyed. In his opinion, he has already established a connection with China and Canada. In the future, it is possible for him to take Zhong Muyo into his harem, develop the Lu family, or even swallow up the Lu family's industries. He seemed to see an infinitely bright future for himself. At this moment, the door opened again. Lu Linsheng walked out first, and Lu Haoyu was delighted to see Lu Linsheng coming out. It came out so quickly? Most of it was exposed. Although it was a little different from what I had expected, which was to kill the old man directly, it was enough. As long as he is exposed, he will achieve his goal of harming the old man. Just for this reason, there is no way she would let him go. After returning home, her parents would definitely abandon Lu Linsheng and ask him to hand over all the tea in his hand to her. Although this plan was not completely successful, it was half successful, which was enough for me. At this time he knew he had to show himself, so he quickly stood up and spoke. Brother, what's going on? Why did you come out so quickly? Could it be that your 13 Ghostgate needles didn't work? At this point, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and exclaimed. With such a short time, there was no chance for you to try. So you probably didn't even treat the old man. If you came out without treating him, could it be that you didn't even have a chance to use your skills? That won't do. You finally learned the 13 Ghostgate needles. How can you not use them? If you don't use them for a while, how will you know if the 13 Ghostgate needles you learned are effective? Just at this time, the young master of Guimen and the miracle doctor came out. The miracle doctor's expression was a little unnatural, and it was obvious that things were beyond his expectations. Lu Haoyu quickly looked at the two of them and said, suppressing the excitement in his eyes. I'm so sorry to have wasted your time, you two. I thought my brother had already mastered the 13 Ghostgate needles, but I didn't expect him to come and treat the old man without even learning it. Isn't this wasting everyone's time? Thank you for your testimony. Although my brother didn't learn it, he had good intentions. Although what he did was wrong, his intentions were good, right? At least nothing happened to the old man. I also want to thank you too for correcting my brother's mistake in time. Then the third uncle of the Zhong family came out. Seeing the third uncle of the Zhong family, Lu Haoyu hurriedly bowed respectfully to the third uncle of the Zhong family, and then said, Mr. Zhong, I'm sorry. My brother was a little overconfident. He thought he could learn the 13 ghost gate needles in just 1 month. He thought he could figure out a secret technique that no one else could figure out no matter how hard they studied. He thought he could easily save the old man with the 13 ghost gate needles. But these are all his assumptions. He doesn't know that these 13 ghost gate needles are not that simple. I apologize for his arrogance. I also apologize to the Zhong family for my brother's recklessness. My brother gave you hope by doing this, but in the end he let you down. Furthermore, the old man almost suffered because of it. It was indeed his fault. I will go home and tell my parents that my brother will be punished for what he did. His words seemed to be speaking in support of his brother, but in fact he was accusing Lu Linxing of a bunch of crimes. He was arrogant and overestimated his own abilities, and it almost affected the old man's life. Even if they didn't have any other ideas, they would probably want to take action against Lu Linxing after hearing this. As soon as he finished speaking, a few more people walked in from outside. Everyone turned their heads to look and found that the people who came were none other than the Lu family's couple and 2 girls, Lu Nianxuan and Lu Nianxu. As soon as they came in, they did nothing else but bow respectfully to the Zhong family. Everyone's face was filled with guilt, and finally Lu Zhenting, the head of the Lu family, spoke. Master Zhong, I'm so sorry. I never thought my son would be so arrogant and self-deprecating. He's a worthless person who has never studied medicine, and yet he dares to say that he has mastered the 13 ghost gate needles. Chapter 49. Father Lu continues to play. Don't I know what his situation is? I did a lot of research to find him. My son grew up in an orphanage and struggled at the bottom of society after leaving. How could someone who earns less than a few thousand yuan a month, lives in a basement, and has terrible grades possibly be able to learn the 13 ghost gate needles? I used to think he was not presentable, but I didn't expect him to be so bold. He actually wanted to learn something casually and then tried to cheat people, and he even cheated Mr. Zhong. Fortunately, you exposed him in time and prevented him from doing anything. Fortunately, he didn't treat the old man. Otherwise, if he made the old man worse, it would be the fault of my Lu family. Master Zhong, please rest assured. Even if he is my son, I will not favor him. Since he made a mistake, he should be punished accordingly. You don't have to avoid the face of our Lu family. As the saying goes, one person is responsible for his own actions. If what he did has an impact on the Zhong family, he should be punished. At the same time, please rest assured that after you punish him, I will let him know the lesson when we get home. After hearing what he said, Lu Haoyu looked excited. But it was quickly covered up, but a few sharp-eyed people present noticed it. The others had different expressions. The miracle doctor and the Ghost Gate young master both had strange expressions on their faces, but said nothing. When Mr. Zhongsan saw the reaction of the Lu family head and Lu Haoyu, he seemed to have figured something out and said with a smile. So what Patriarch Lu means is that your son has to bear the consequences of his mistakes, and you will use this as an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Is that what you mean? That's right. Lu Zhenting nodded. He rushed here as soon as he received the news, but he didn't expect that something would happen despite his haste. Now he only has one thing in mind, which is to remove his family from this matter and never let it affect the Lu family. Master Zhong, you know that I just found my son. Although he is my biological son, he doesn't listen to me at all. He makes many decisions on his own. You clearly haven't learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles, yet you insist on saying you have and wasting everyone's time. You are clearly nothing, yet you insist on having high aspirations. All this is the result of his overestimation of his own abilities and his arrogance. So it's natural that he should bear all of this. And if you do something wrong, you must be punished. Otherwise, he would think he can make mistakes at will. No matter how you punish him, when I return, I will make him realize his mistake and make sure he doesn't repeat it again. He was also afraid that the Zhong family would implicate him, and so was Lu Haoyu next to him. Hearing Lu Zhenting say this, he quickly stood up and continued. Master Zhong, my father is right. My brother is my brother, and we are us. Although he is my parents' biological son, he was just found, so he can't represent our family in many cases. He did everything on his own this time. I tried to persuade him not to come, but he was very confident and I couldn't stop him. Anyway, our family has done their best in this matter. I was the one who found the miracle doctor, and that's how we were able to avoid any accidents. If you want to punish my brother, that's what he deserves, but it really has nothing to do with my Lu family. If you're still not satisfied, no matter how you punish him, once you release him and return to the Lu family, we'll make him hand over all his assets and let him continue living his life as punishment.
Is that okay with you?
This is not only to separate Lu Linqing and the Lu family, but also to take the opportunity to seize Lu Linqing's property.
That's great.
Mr. Zhongsan originally thought that his eldest niece would now have the support of the Lu family and have an additional helper.
Now it seems that this help is obviously a castle in the air. The most crucial thing is the fiancé he chose.
Although he has some talent and accomplishments in medicine, he is not welcomed at home.
The Lu family is now so eager to distance themselves from the matter and even wants to seize other people's property. The two sides will definitely become enemies, so the Lu family will never become the eldest niece's property. If I give them a little guidance, they may even become enemies.
In this way, one of my niece's helpers was eliminated, and after we became enemies, the enemy of my enemy became my friend, and the Lu family might even be used by me.
This is truly a silver lining.
He was about to continue guiding when he heard a voice behind him.
He shut up instantly and then heard Zhong Muyao's voice. What a Lu family! Even though you gave birth to my fiancé, you never raised him. You finally found him, but you can't bear to see him do well. Since you've also said that he should take responsibility for his own actions and bear the blame himself, and he will continue to be punished, then isn't there a benefit?
He can enjoy it all for himself, and then you will reward him again. Lu Zhenting didn't notice Zhong Muyao's closeness to Lu Linsheng, but hurriedly spoke because of this sentence.
If you do something wrong, you should be punished. It's okay if everyone takes the blame. Of course, Miss Zhong is right. If he really did something good, then he should just keep the benefits for himself. Our family doesn't even consider this little bit of benefit.
At the same time, since you've done a good deed, it's also a matter of reputation for our Lu family, so the rewards you deserve will not be small.
Our Lu family has always followed this rule. Zhong Muyao nodded thoughtfully. If that's the case, then everyone should be held accountable. If your son makes a mistake, how will you punish him when you get home?
Lu Zhenting instantly thought of his second son's words and spoke directly.
Hao Yu is right.
Since he made a mistake, he must learn a lesson. When you guys finish your punishment and go back, I'll make him hand over all the tea in his hand and continue his life as usual. I want him to know that he has to abide by the rules even when he returns to the Lu family. I want him to understand that if he does something wrong, he has to pay the price.
Zhang Muyao said. If I remember correctly, the assets under Lu Haoyu's name are worth at least 12 billion yuan. If he does something wrong, and you directly deprive him of 12 billion in assets, then if he does something right, can you still reward him with 12 billion? As soon as Zhong Muyao said this, everyone's eyes fell on Lu Zhenting, wanting to hear what answer Lu Zhenting would give. Chapter 50 All confused. My Lu family has always been abiding by the rules. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. If you do something right, you will be rewarded. But a reward of 12 billion is a bit exaggerated.
But if he can really do something useful for the Lu family and do some good things, rewarding him with 100 million or 200 million is no problem. It's a pity that he hasn't done anything to satisfy me since he came back. I want to wait for him to do a good deed and give him this reward, but I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for it in this lifetime. Lu Zhenting looked disappointed, while Lu Haoyu next to him had a blank expression on his face but was actually very happy in his heart. As long as I go back today, all the properties under Lu Linqing's name will become my own. As for whether it would be handed over to him after being taken back, Lu Haoyu was not worried at all. What is there to worry about if it can be solved with just a few words? He seemed to have already seen the scene of an industry worth more than 10 billion being taken over by himself. As a result, at this moment, a figure walked out of the room again. It shouldn't be said that there are two figures.
A middle-aged man pushed an old man out?
The middle-aged man Lu Haoyu recognized the second master of the Zhong family whom he had met not long ago. When he saw the old man, although he didn't know him, it was like an electric current passing through his heart, making him immediately understand who this person was. The old man of the Zhong family. Although the old man was sitting in a wheelchair, his eyes were bright and there was a smile on the corners of his mouth. It was obvious that he was better. He was stunned for a moment, and his head instantly turned to Lu Linsheng. His eyes were full of disbelief and shock. Similarly, everyone present turned their eyes away from the old man and looked at Lu Linsheng. All the emotions in my heart were revealed at this moment.
In any case, they didn't expect that Lu Linsheng really cured the old man?
In other words, Lu Linsheng only took 1 month to study and learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles. It can even be applied in practice now to save a person who is on the verge of death. The implications of this are truly shocking. Just rescuing Mr. Zhong completely ruined his plan.
And as long as the old man is alive, the engagement between Lu Lincheng and Zhong Muyo will continue.
There's even a possibility that the two might get married. This was even more unacceptable to Lu Haoyu. How could he accept that his goddess married that loser Lu Lincheng? Likewise, what he couldn't accept even more was that this idiot actually knew the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Just based on this ability, many upper-class people will come to him in the future. Just with this skill, he will develop so many connections. Lu Haoyu felt that things were getting out of control little by little. I had planned everything before I brought the person back. He took her to gamble and do things she shouldn't do, making her completely hated by her family. He was deprived of family love at home and had nothing. Everything is clearly going according to plan, but why are the results different? Take him to gamble and he wins 1 billion. He took him to buy a company that was destined to lose money and made him earn 10 billion. If we give him the group's entertainment company, its value will increase tenfold. He clearly listened to advice and clearly included everything in his plan. But the results were all disappointing. This time he was also very obedient. When asked to study medicine, he studied medicine. When asked to study the 13 Ghost Gate needles, he studied the 13 Ghost Gate needles. We asked him to treat the old man, and he came to treat him. As a result, you actually learned how to do it and cured him. How is this possible? Even though the facts were right in front of him, he still couldn't believe it. I want to take this opportunity to destroy you and seize your property. Who would have thought that this time, not only did you not come back, but you also made a name for yourself? The intangible benefits that will then be brought about will be beyond imagination. Moreover, your tea industry cannot be seized, and because of a few words, the Lu family will lose another 100 or 200 million yuan to you. This made him feel even more distressed. After all, in Lu Haoyu's mind, all the Lu family's assets belonged to him. He couldn't figure out how Lu Lincheng learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Even though he knew that the occasion was not right and that some things should not be said, he still couldn't help but speak. You actually cured Mr. Zhong. Brother, you are amazing. I only gave you the secret manual of the Ghost Gate 13 needles for a month, and you were able to figure out the secrets of the manual and even master the Ghost Gate 13 needles. Brother, you are really amazing, but I just can't understand why so many people have studied it for so long and still haven't figured it out, but you learned it so easily? Can you tell us why? The matter has been decided. Now that the old man of the Zhong family has recovered, Lu Lincheng's future will be completely different. Lu Haoyu knew very well that the root cause of all this was that Lu Lincheng had learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. He really wanted to know where he lost. Everything went according to my plan, so why did I lose in the end? Others also wanted to ask him the same question, but they were too embarrassed to ask it out loud. Now that Lu Haoyu has spoken, they will naturally look at Lu Lincheng first, hoping to get an answer. After all, this is a legendary acupuncture technique. It would be best if they could learn it. But they all thought that Lu Lincheng would not say it. Unexpectedly, just as they were thinking this, Lu Lincheng spoke. I'm sure there are many people who are curious about how I learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. Actually, it's not too difficult to learn this acupuncture technique. First, you need to have a strong physique. Then you just have to use the right method. Lu Haoyu sneered in his heart, but spoke cautiously on his face. Brother, you'd better stop joking with everyone. You grew up in an orphanage all these years, and after leaving the orphanage, you've been living in the basement. Your physical condition isn't that good either, so having a strong physique is a bit of a joke in itself. Some use the right method. We all know you figured it out, but if you don't reveal it, how can we know? Since you've said that, why don't you tell us your method? Let everyone know how you learned it. In one sentence, he revealed Lu Lincheng's bad background and forced him to come up with a method. It can be said that he has mastered the art of green tea. And Lu Lincheng smiled as he wished. Let's put aside the question of whether my physique is strong or not. It's not that I don't want to use this method, because my opinion doesn't count. Chapter 51, Ghost Gate joins, Lu Haoyu is dumbfounded. Brother, you're joking with everyone again. You've already used all 13 Ghost Gate needles, so you must know the method. And you're the only one who knows the method. Do you want to use all the methods? Only you have the final say. Do you think I have the final say? Lu Haoyu said this jokingly, meaning to force Lu Lincheng, but Lu Lincheng nodded and said it affirmatively. You really have the final say. How about this, if you agree, I'll tell you the method. Of course, in order to prevent this secret book belonging to the Ghost Gate from being spread everywhere, I only told it to the descendants of the Ghost Gate. Then let him verify whether this method is correct.
Do you think it will work?
Lu Haoyu felt that Lu Linsheng said this on purpose.
I want to be the one to decide this matter. If I disagree, everyone will say I am stingy. The key point is that your level of tricking me is too childish, and I don't care whether this method will spread.
Anyway, this method is not developed by me, so you can tell it to whoever you want.
You want me to help you refuse?
That's impossible. Although I don't understand why you insist on my permission, I must make one thing clear. If I knew the method, I would definitely return it to Guimen, and I would not learn it myself.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
As soon as Lu Haoyu finished speaking, Lu Linsheng took out a book from his arms in front of his puzzled gaze and handed it solemnly to the young master of Guimen. Since Lu Haoyu has said so, I can only listen to him. You may not know this, but the reason I was able to understand the 13 Ghost Gate needles was because he prepared a bunch of books for me, and one of these books happened to be from the Ghost Gate. It just so happened that this book contained a method for breaking the 13 Ghost Gate needles. I used this method to break the 13 Ghost Gate needles. And because my physique happened to be suitable, I was able to learn it in a short period of time. Now that the item has been returned to its original owner, please ask Ghost Gate Young Master to carefully examine this book. The last 2 pages clearly explain the method to crack the code. Although it is obscure, you will be able to figure it out with just a little thought. According to Lu Haoyu's request, I'll return this book to you. Don't worry, since I've already learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles, I won't pass it on to anyone without the Ghost Gate's permission. And now, the method has been returned to you.
You can pass it on internally or make it public. This has nothing to do with me anymore.
Although the young master of Ghost Gate found it a little unbelievable, he couldn't wait to turn over the last 2 pages of the book. After a careful look, he found that the content really contained the method of cracking the 13 Ghost Gate needles. However, it was not about cracking the 13 Ghost Gate needles, but about cracking the medicine mystery. So-called drug addicts combine a bunch of secret recipes based on the dosage and usage of herbs to treat the diseases they treat, and these secret recipes appear to be cures. In fact, if you combine the results of all the secret recipes, you will find a way to crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles. To crack the code, one needs to have a certain level of attainment in traditional Chinese medicine, and at the same time, one must have a very clear study of the usage and dosage of some medicinal materials. Otherwise, it will be impossible to crack it. After he solved all the puzzles, he finally understood the practice method of the 13 Ghost Gate needles. He closed the book with a snap and excitedly shook Lu Linsheng's hand.
Mr. Lu, thank you very much.
Without you, our Ghost Gate's inheritance would be cut off. It is you who have allowed us to regain the inheritance of the Ghost Gate 13 needles.
From now on, you will be the honorary leader of our Ghost Gate.
No matter what you find Ghost Gate with, we will do our best to help you. Lu Linsheng smiled and pointed at Lu Haoyu.
You don't have to thank me alone.
Although I cracked this method, the reason I was able to obtain this book is because of Lu Haoyu. If he hadn't found this book, hadn't he allowed me to study art, and hadn't he allowed me to crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles, I wouldn't have found the secret. And even if I find it, crack it, and even use it, I won't give it back to you without his permission. The reason you have this method now is that you should first thank Lu Haoyu for his selfless contribution.
The young master of Guimen is not a fool.
If he still doesn't understand at this point that Lu Haoyu was a bastard with bad intentions, then he has lived all these years in vain. Although he has obtained the method now, if he wants to learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles, he still needs Lu Linsheng.
Passers-by or even other people will definitely have lower attainments than him in the future.
If Ghost Gate wants to develop well, it must be bound to him. Now that Lu Haoyu is targeting Lu Linsheng, he is also targeting their Guimen, so he must help them. So he let go of Lu Linsheng's hand, took a few quick steps, held Lu Haoyu's hand and said,
I was negligent just now. I have to thank you, Master Lu.
If you hadn't asked the eldest son of the Lu family to learn medicine, I'm afraid we don't know how long it would take for the inheritance of our Ghost Gate to be passed down. At this time, Lu Haoyu finally came to his senses.
There was no expression on his face in response to this thank you. It wasn't because he wasn't excited, but because he was completely dumbfounded.
The method to crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles was actually in the books that he had found.
Why am I so stupid? Why do you have to give these books to Lu Linsheng?
If I don't give these books to Lu Linsheng, then Lu Linsheng will not be able to learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles. He couldn't learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and if he couldn't save the old man, he wouldn't be able to save him for 2 or 3 months at most.
That would be the end of his relationship with Zhong Muya.
As a result, because of his own reasons, he not only learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles and gained the recognition of Ghost Gate, but also saved Mr. Zhong. I persuaded him to study medicine, which was clearly a deception for him. He had been treating Mr. Zhong these days, clearly intending to harm him. But what is the result? He was advised to study medicine, and he actually learned it, and unexpectedly cracked the 13 Ghost Gate needles, and even learned this acupuncture method.
There is simply no room for reasoning.
And because he had learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles, he didn't even know that he had to spend money, ask people for help, and cooperate with others before he finally sent Lu Linqing to Mr. Zhong's bedside. As a result, the old man was saved.
The marriage between Lu Linqing and the eldest daughter of the Zhong family is basically finalized.
Feeling the unfriendly gaze of Mr. Zhong-san, his scalp tingled. What he had worked so hard to plan had happened, and the unexpected incident affected not only himself, but also the third son of the Zhong family. The third brother Zhong had been planning for so long just to seize the Zhong family's property, but the old man suddenly got better. All the plans have gone to waste, and I am the one who caused all this.
I am afraid they all want to kill me. When he thought of this, his scalp went numb.
As a result, at this time, Lu Linqing spoke again, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he felt that his scalp was not only numb, but about to explode.
Chapter 52. Another 200 million.
It's not just you, the Ghost Gate, who are thanking the wrong person.
Even your Zhong family is thanking the wrong person. I've said it before, and I'll say it again.
Although I learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles, it was an accident. The reason I was able to learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles was all thanks to my younger brother Lu Haoyu. He was the one who found the secret manual of the 13 Ghost Gate needles and the book that could help me decipher the secret manual. It was also because he made sure no one could disturb me, allowing me to study quietly. That's why I was able to learn this method within a month. It was also him who believed that I had learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles the moment I came out of seclusion, and brought me to the Zhong family. It was because of his help that I was able to treat the old man and successfully cure him.
If you want to thank someone, don't just thank me.
You also have to thank my brother Lu Haoyu.
Then thank you very much, Lu Linqing. But when I beg you to keep silent if possible, you should try not to speak.
Do you know that as soon as you said this, the third uncle and the third young master of the Zhong family followed my gaze as if I were a dead person? They wanted to take revenge on me. They were willing to cooperate with me because I promised them that I would be able to deal with you and get rid of Zhong Muya. Now that you said this, they're still going to doubt that all this was a setup by us.
You are trying to kill me.
He absolutely could not admit it, otherwise he would suffer endless wrath. So he said quickly, "Brother, why do you always like to joke around? You are able to break through the 13 Ghost Gate needles, that is all due to your own ability and talent. Didn't you also say that to learn this, one must have a strong physique? Also, according to you, one must understand pharmacology, and one must be very proficient in it to find a way to crack it. So even if you give me those books, they're useless. I don't know art, let alone the methods in them. Besides, I just left those books there after I bought them. I had no intention of reading them. If it weren't for my brother wanting to read them, I would have forgotten about them. So all the credit goes to my brother and has nothing to do with me. Although he also wanted the credit, if he took it, he would offend Uncle Zhong and he was afraid that he would suffer the consequences. You don't have to give up the credit, but you must save your life." Seeing him refuse so directly, Lu Linqing was a little disappointed. He wanted to see this kid and the third son of the Zhong family fighting each other. Since he's not falling for it, let's get back to the previous topic. Since my brother doesn't want the credit, then forget it. Just remember, it was he who helped me find the secret manual and the cracking method. After saying that, he looked at Lu Jinting again. "Father, Lu Haoyu said that my ability to save the old man and learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles was all my own work and has nothing to do with anyone else. You said before that our Lu family's meetings are to reward those who have made contributions and punish those who have made mistakes. If I can cure the old man, it will be of great benefit to our Lu family. And you also said before that as long as I can succeed, you will reward me with at least 100 million or 200 million.
I won't ask for more from you. Just give me 200 million. Is that okay?"
Lu Jinting didn't expect that his son was waiting for him here. For the Lu family, 1 or 200 million is no big deal, but he is unwilling to give it to Lu Linqing just like that. But words spoken out are like spilled water, and there are so many people watching, especially there are many people he cannot afford to offend, and there is also an old man who was just rescued by Lu Linqing. If I dare not pay this money, not only will my reputation be ruined, but it will also be impossible for me to cooperate with these top families in the future. So he simply took out a check and wrote 200 million on it. I've already said that our Lu family has a clear distinction between rewards and punishments. Since you have done something that has contributed to the Lu family, rewards are inevitable. Consider these 200 million as a reward for you. You've received money a few times before, but you spent it right away. Don't spend it all at once this time. Although there was no malice in the words, they were the truest thoughts in his heart. If he really spent it all at once, he would inevitably have to ask his family for money again, and he didn't want to give any more money to this cheap son. Lu Linsheng, who didn't feel any system prompts, said with a little disappointment, "Thank you very much, father. Please rest assured that I will never let you down." He turned around and looked at everyone and said, "Since the old man has woken up, there must be a lot of things that need to be resolved. We won't do much. After we stay here, please let Muyao notify me if you need me. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll come back every 3 days to treat the old man. I estimate he'll be fine after 3 or 5 treatments. But if you want to maintain good health for a long time, you need acupuncture treatment at least every 3 days. If you are willing, I can do it for you." Mr. Zhong nodded quickly. "Thank you for your hard work. Come and treat me every 3 days. You don't have to come every 3 days. After all, you are Muyao's fiancé. You can come whenever you are free. You can come whenever you want." When the old man said this, he was telling everyone that the situation between the two engaged couples was clear, and unless there were any unexpected circumstances, they would get married. And this is something the old man decided, and it cannot be changed as long as he is still alive. Unless they themselves were unwilling, but it was obvious that Zhong Muyao did not refuse, and Lu Linsheng was even more happy to see it happen. After the old man finished speaking, he looked at the others and continued. "My body is just getting better now, and I need to recuperate from now on, so I won't entertain you all. Muyao girl and Linsheng boy stay here, the rest of you can go do what you need to do, don't disturb me, an old man, from resting here." After he finished speaking, he simply waved his hand and asked Zhong Muyao and Lu Linsheng to follow him to the study. Seeing this situation, the others had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. However, compared to others, although Lu Haoyu ran very fast, he was stopped by young Master Zhong San who had been waiting outside. "We just want to leave after being cheated. How can such a good thing happen? Lu Haoyu, regardless of whether what happened today was intentional or not, the fact is that you have caused us a lot of losses. If you can't give us a satisfactory explanation, then we can only give you a satisfactory explanation." For a moment, Lu Haoyu was in a dilemma, but fortunately he came up with a solution not long after. Chapter 53 New Idea. What happened today was definitely unexpected. I really didn't expect him to be so talented in medicine. He was able to learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles in just 1 month. I never expected that there were methods to crack the code in those crappy books I prepared for him. If I knew, how could I do this? I was also tricked by him. However, third young master, don't worry. Although he unexpectedly cured the old man of the Zhong family this time, he won't be able to jump around for long. Doesn't the old man's body need him to take care of it? If he's gone, will the old man's body ever get better? You may not know this, but my brother is definitely number one when it comes to listening to advice, let alone other aspects. I persuaded him to gamble, so he did. I persuaded him to buy a company, so he did. I persuaded him to study medicine, so he did. Although the final results are somewhat unsatisfactory, as long as he is willing to listen to advice, everything will be fine. I originally thought that he would become a pauper, be unwelcome at home, and eventually be abandoned by his family. But now it seems that this method is a bit difficult. The assets under his name are now worth over 10 billion yuan. It's not easy for him to squander all this money. To make him lose everything, we need to find another opportunity, but if we can just get rid of him, then all other problems won't be a problem, right? I can accept his inheritance. The old man has no one to take care of his health, and Zhong Muyao has also lost her fiancé. I remember the Zhong family has a rule: if you're not married, you only have management rights, not inheritance rights. Then you can arrange a boyfriend for her. In the end, everything in the Zhong family will belong to you. I have to say, his brain reacts really quickly. And his analysis makes a lot of sense. In fact, Mr. Zhang San also realized that it was completely accidental that Lu Linsheng learned the 13 Ghost Gate needles. But since this matter was instigated by Lu Haoyu must be held responsible. Now when he heard Lu Haoyu's idea, his eyes lit up.
What you said makes a lot of sense. As long as we deal with Lu Linsheng, not only will you benefit, but we can also solve most of the problems here.
But there is one most crucial point here, which is how to deal with him. No matter how much he listens to advice, you can still persuade him to die.
Lu Haoyu smiled and shook his head.
Of course I wouldn't persuade him to die, but I can persuade him to seek death.
What do you mean?
Young Master Zhong San asked in confusion.
Third young master, what industry in Linhai City should we avoid? Aren't you talking nonsense?
The thing that Linhai City cannot touch the most is naturally the marine fishing industry. Young Master Zhong San had just finished speaking when he suddenly reacted and said with wide eyes.
You're not trying to persuade Lu Haoyu to go into the marine fishing industry, are you?
If he's not a fool, there's no way he would agree to that.
The marine fishing industry has been completely controlled by the fishing gangs.
In recent years, many families and forces have wanted to get involved in the marine fishing industry.
However, after their teams and companies are established, accidents always happen when they go out to sea.
In the beginning, either the boat broke down or there was a problem with the staff. If you continue, it's very likely that this boat will never come back once it leaves. After so many times, everyone knows that it's the fish gang behind this, trying to monopolize the entire industry. And everyone understands that if anyone wants to get involved, they must either deal with the fish gang first or bear the consequences of their retaliation.
Your eldest brother is very smart and there's no way he would agree to this.
And even if he did, as long as he doesn't go, he won't be in any danger. However, when Lu Haoyu heard this, he laughed. I don't know if my eldest brother is smart or not, but I'm sure of one thing, he really listens to advice. I think this has a great chance of success. I can persuade him to get involved in the marine fishing industry and lead a team out to sea myself. By then, as long as we anger the fish gang, he will have completely confessed.
Young Master Zhong nodded. If your elder brother really listens to my advice and really wants to go into the marine fishing industry, that would be a good idea. How about this? I'll trust you again and give you a month.
If you can get that guy to start a fishing company and personally lead the team out to sea within a month, then I'll let this matter go.
But if you don't, you're going to die.
Lu Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Finally, the matter was resolved. As for whether Lu Linsheng would listen to the advice, he didn't consider it at all. Third young master, rest assured, I will definitely finish it as soon as possible. It may take less than a month, 10 days, or even half a month to meet your requirements.
That's better. Alright, hurry up and leave before anyone sees us spending too long together.
After Lu Haoyu left, Zhong Xinshan, the third son of the Zhong family, and Zhong Zhangrun, the third uncle of the Zhong family, also got in the car. The third young master, Zhong Xinshan, repeated Lu Haoyu's idea before continuing.
Dad, I think his idea is good.
If Lu Linsheng really listens to my advice and can confront the fish gang, that would be the best. With the help of the fish gang, we took care of Lu Linsheng.
Without anyone to take care of the old man, I don't think he will live long.
Also, Zhang Muyo has lost her fiancé and can't get married in a short time. This gives us more opportunities to take over the group's calculations. He was a little proud of himself when he said that, as he had done it all by himself, but Uncle Zhong slapped him on the head. Let's not talk about whether this thing can be accomplished.
Even if it can be accomplished, will it really be that beneficial to us?
Even if Lu Linsheng is gone, the 13 Ghost Gate needles have been completely cracked.
How many people in Ghost Gate can learn it?
Even without Lu Linsheng's treatment, the people in Ghost Gate can still treat it.
And Zhong Muya, even if he lost his fiancée, couldn't he find another one and get married right away?
When Uncle Zhong said this, the third young master was stunned.
So I was fooled by that kid Lu Haoyu. Well, he and Lu Haoyu actually dared to fool me. Let me see how I deal with him. Uncle Zhong waved his hands quickly. Just forget it. That kid is full of evil intentions. Go and deal with him. Don't let him fool you anymore.
And what that kid said was right. It's really not his fault. Who would have thought that someone could crack it and learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles in just 1 month? All of this was an accident. Although Lu Haoyu's method was useless, it still helped me get revenge. He, Lu Linsheng, dared to sabotage our plan, so he should pay the price. Let Lu Haoyu, a member of the Lu family, take action and guide the Yu gang to attack Lu Linsheng.
If it succeeds, that would be the best. Even if it doesn't, it won't implicate us. Why not do it? Chapter 54, 10% of Lu's shares. In the manner. Lu Linqing didn't know that a conspiracy against him had been formed on his way into the manor. Inside the study, there were only 3 people: the old man of the Zhong family, Lu Linsheng, and Zhong Muya. After the 3 of them sat down, the old man smiled and spoke. Lin Shang, I really have to thank you for today. Otherwise, I don't think I would have had the chance to wake up. I have to say it again, you are my savior. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. I will definitely help you if I can. But I didn't call you in to talk about this. When old Lu, your great-grandfather, and I decided on this marriage, we agreed that after the marriage was confirmed, I would transfer 10% of the shares of the Lu Group to my grandson-in-law. As the old man spoke, he took out a document. Sign here, and the 10% stake in the Lu Group will be yours. Lu Linqing didn't expect that this time he listened to the advice and learned the 13 Ghost Gate Needles, which would bring him so many benefits. Originally, the 13 Ghost Gate Needles was a very magical skill. Now, because he saved the old man with this skill, he gained the friendship of Goemon and can mobilize Goemon's resources at any time. It turns out that this is not the end yet, and now I have unexpectedly obtained 10% of the Lu family's shares. I was so upset by the win, I really was so upset by the win this time. At this time, the old man continued to speak. Your Lu family was doing quite well when old Lu was in power. It went downhill after it was passed to your father. It was only in the past few years since your eldest sister took over the company that things have improved a lot. But even so, the Lu Group is on the decline. Your 10% stake is only worth 20 to 30 billion. It's about the same amount of money I could make by going to the casino with you, or buying any company. If you want to manage the Lu family's affairs, you can keep these shares. If you don't want to manage them, you can find a chance to sell them. Anyway, you have money and can make money, so I don't have to worry about your future life. You can do what you like with these things. The most important thing for you two next is to quickly set a wedding date and have a child soon so I can enjoy the pleasure of having 4 generations living under one roof. The old man's words made both of them blush. Lu Linqing had never been married in his 2 lives, so he was a little unable to adapt to the sudden mention of marriage. However, when he turned around and took a look at Zhong Muyao's stunningly beautiful face, he instantly smiled and said, "Grandpa is right. It's still up to you to decide our marriage. We'll get married whenever you tell us to. Don't worry, I'll follow your arrangements. As for my family, you don't have to worry about them. My household registration isn't with them anyway, and they don't have the final say in my affairs." The old man said with a smile in his eyes. "That would be great. Once I figure out when is the right time for you to get married, I'll help you arrange the wedding. Since your household registration isn't with the Lu family, it's best not to go back there. An independent household registration has its advantages." Lu Linqing nodded. "I know, old man. I'm not a fool. I can have my own household registration. Why should I be with them?" The old man said with satisfaction. "It's good that you know. I've said everything I need to say. If you need any help, remember to come to me. You've all been working hard for me during this time. I won't waste your time, young people. Go shopping on your own." Lu Linsheng stood up. "Then you should rest, old man. Mu Yao and I will leave first and come to see you in 2 days." Zhong Muyao also said, "Grandpa, you are in good health now, have a good rest, I will go out first." "Go, go." As the old man waved his hand, the 2 men left. After walking out, Lu Linqing shook the documents in his hand and said with a smile, "I never thought that the old man still had shares in the Lu family, and it was directly 10%. I remember that Lu Haoyu seemed to have received 1% of the shares from my cheap dad when he was an adult. If he knew I had 10% of the shares, he would be so jealous that he would go crazy." Zhong Muyo also laughed. "If you want to avoid trouble, then don't tell him. Few people know about the shares my grandfather holds. Even the Lu family has always had an investment company hold them on their behalf. You can also continue to ask the investment company to hold the shares on your behalf. That way, they won't know. But if you want to make Lu Haoyu feel uncomfortable, you can take this document home with you. He will probably be jealous and crazy then." Lu Linqing thought about it and decided that he needed the Lu family's advice. The better he performed and the more things he had in his hands, the more advice they would give him. If they knew that I had 10% of Lu's shares, who knows how much ill will would emerge. This is definitely a good thing for me. But even if I don't take it out, they are now full of malice towards me. In that case, it's better to keep it as a trump card.
I've made over 10 billion yuan in this period, and he's already going crazy with jealousy. Don't give him this 10% stake to continue provoking him. I'll let him know when the time is right. Let's not talk about this for now. It's time for dinner. Let's go out and eat something. But I have to make it clear, even though I've been in Linhai City for over 20 years, the food I eat most often is street food, fast food, and takeout. I don't know any of these high-end places. If you know where to eat, let's go. Zhong Muyo waved her hand. You've asked the right person. I may not know other places, but I do know where the food is delicious. Since you haven't been there, I'll take you to the most famous restaurant, the observation deck restaurant in the lighthouse building. When he heard the name, Lu Linsheng also remembered it. I've actually heard of that. I heard that the prices in the lighthouse building are very high, especially at the Lookout restaurant. A single meal there can cost tens of thousands of dollars. Before, I just thought about it and didn't even have the courage to take a look. I didn't expect that I could give it a try now. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. But after they got in the car and the excitement in his heart gradually faded away, he suddenly had a bad premonition. If this were a world of short plays or novels, this kind of high-end restaurant would inevitably be accompanied by a plot of pretending to be cool but then getting slapped in the face. I wouldn't run into this kind of shit the first time I go there. Chapter 55, Face-Slapping Plot. If he only had this bad premonition when he was on the road, then when he got out of the car, arrived at the door of the lighthouse building, and got on the elevator, when he found that Lu Haoyu and Lu Chanxian were also in the elevator, he finally confirmed it. Something is bound to happen today. There is nothing good happening wherever Lu Haoyu is. In addition, in a high-end restaurant, a place that easily triggers pretentious and face-slapping plots, it would be strange if nothing happened. Otherwise, just when he was wondering what would happen, Lu Haoyu also discovered it, and he smiled and spoke. I didn't expect my brother to come to the lighthouse building too. He should be going to the Watchtower restaurant, right? We're going to the Watchtower restaurant too, so it's a good opportunity for us to go together. I also happen to have something I want to talk to you about. Lu Linsheng was actually looking forward to what Lu Haoyu would say, hoping that he could give him some advice so that he could gain some benefits. But he also needs to seek Zhong Muyao's opinion. He said, tilting his head. Muyao, what do you think? Zhong Muyao was also curious about what Lu Haoyu was going to say, so she nodded. It's up to you to decide. Okay. Lu Linsheng nodded. Then let's eat together. I just received a 200 million yuan reward, so I'll treat you to a meal. You and I can share in the joy. I also want to hear what you have to say to me. Lu Haoyu smiled speechlessly. If he could help it, he really didn't want to laugh. Those 200 million originally belonged to me, but I ended up giving them to you. Since you're willing to treat me, I'll just spend some of it back. At this time, the elevator opened and they walked out. Along the way, the others were fine, but Lu Linsheng was looking around. Lu Haoyu laughed in his heart but said nothing, waiting to see Lu Linsheng make a fool of himself. Lu Linsheng was naturally not looking at the restaurant. He wanted to see where this pretentious and face-slapping plot would begin. How this restaurant is now filled with the protagonist, villain, and heroine. If nothing unexpected happens in this situation, it would be a real accident. Sure enough, just as the four of them sat down, a young man in a suit and tie came over and said with a look of surprise. Lu Linsheng? Is it really you? Lu Linsheng turned around in surprise, and after seeing the other person's appearance, he instantly remembered who the other person was. Boss Ho? Why are you here? The reason why Lu Linsheng was familiar with Boss Ho was because he had helped Boss Ho distribute flyers before. I remember you started your own business and opened a Zubingqing milk tea shop, didn't you? It seems like it's been less than a year, and you've been able to come here and spend money in such a short time. It seems your milk tea shop is making quite a lot of money. Boss Ho smiled bitterly upon hearing this and said, How can I make any money? I only have 5 branches of this milk tea shop, and I don't make much in a year. The reason I came here to eat today is because I was hoping to meet someone who could invest in my milk tea shop and allow me to expand it and see if I can promote it throughout the province, or even the country. What I didn't expect was that I met you here. A year ago, you had to rely on handing out flyers to make a living, but now you can even afford to eat here. Could it be that you become rich? Lu Linsheng said with a smile. I become rich, yes, but it may be a little different from what you think. I just went home and became a rich second generation. Tell me how much investment your milk tea shop requires?
I've tried your milk tea and it tastes good, and the price is low. Maybe if you expand the business, you can actually make money. If the investment required is not much, then I will invest it for you.
Boss Ho didn't expect that after repeatedly hitting a wall, he would now see a light at the end of the tunnel.
No matter how Lu Linsheng became a rich second generation, as long as we know that he is rich, it will be fine.
If I could get him to invest in my own milk tea shop, maybe I could really open them all over the country. Whether it was true or false, he had to try it, so he said it as he had done countless times before. If I just want to expand the milk tea shop to the whole province, I only need an investment of 20 million yuan, and I can guarantee that this 20 million yuan investment can be earned back within a year at most. If you want to expand your milk tea shop nationwide, you'll have to invest hundreds of millions of yuan at least, and investing 100 million yuan will only extend the time. This will easily affect the future development of the milk tea shop. After all, my model is likely to be copied by others. By then, they will have invested more, and my business will be meaningless. So it would be best if we could get an investment of 200 million. If we can invest 200 million, I will be able to expand our stores across the country in the shortest possible time. Once you capture the market first, there will be no chance for other stores. If there is an investment of 200 million yuan, I am willing to give up 90% of the shares of the store. If there's a 100 million yuan investment, I can only give up 49% of my shares. If you invest 20 million, I can only give up 10% of the shares. Boss Ho had just finished speaking, and before Lu Linsheng opened his mouth, Lu Haoyu said with a smile, "You know what, this milk tea shop is really profitable. I heard that many milk tea shops across the country have annual revenues of several hundred million. If I can get 90% of the shares for 200 million, then I can easily make back my investment in 1 year, and I will be making money every year from now on. To be honest, I'm a little tempted, but I don't have that much money. If I could get 20 million, I could get 200 million. I really don't have that much money." "Brother, didn't you just get 200 million from Dad? You're not short of money anyway, and it's useless to keep it. Why not invest it in this Boss Ho?" "If you really don't want to, then I'll invest 20 million and even take a gamble on a 10% stake." Not to mention the system prompt that appeared after Lu Haoyu finished speaking. Even this scene made Lu Linsheng feel that he must not miss this investment. If the short play were to develop according to the circumstances, I would be feeling neglected at home and having no money. At this time, Lu Haoyu kindly brought me to the big restaurant just to see me make a fool of myself. At this time, Boss Ho came to seek investment, but he had no money, so Lu Haoyu just took 20 million. It didn't take long for the 20 million investment to be paid back, and stores were opened in streets and alleys all over the country, making huge profits, which was a slap in the face. This routine is too familiar to me. If this face-slapping plot continues to develop, let alone other things, this Zubingqing milk tea shop will definitely be a huge hit. After all, this is what the protagonist originally wanted to invest in. Now that I have met you, I won't be polite. Chapter 56 Investment. Bang! A check for 200 million was slammed on the table. Isn't it just 200 million? For me, this is not a big deal. This is the 200 million I just got and haven't had time to deposit it in the bank yet. Boss Ho, go prepare the contract. After signing it, you can cash out the 200 million yuan yourself. I don't have any other requests. Just do as you said and expand my stores nationwide in the shortest possible time. I want to see if our Snow Ice City can be sold nationwide and if I can make back my money. But you don't have to feel stressed. For me, this amount of money is just a drop in the bucket. Even if you lose, it's nothing, so you can do it with confidence. Looking at the check for 200 million yuan, Boss Ho was stunned. My biggest goal is to get an investment of 20 million, open stores across the province first, then make money from the stores, and then expand the stores nationwide. I didn't expect to get 200 million yuan in investment at one time. Although 90% of the shares were lost, just 10% already represents 20 million. So you can definitely make money. Any second would be disrespectful to the 200 million, so he grabbed the check. He instantly took out the contract he had prepared from his arms, found the contract for an investment of 200 million yuan, put it on the table and quickly signed his name. Mr. Lin, no, Boss Lu, from now on you will be the boss of Xuebing City. Don't worry, under my leadership, I will do my best to promote Xuebing City nationwide. Lu Linsheng also said with a smile. I believe in Mr. Ho's ability, so I wish us great success. As he spoke, he also signed the contract, and the matter was settled. The reason why he was so impatient was naturally because of the system. Just now, the system prompt appeared. Fake young master Lu Haoyu persuaded you to invest 200 million yuan in Boss Ho. He had ill intentions, but he didn't realize his bad intentions were actually a good thing. However, he also succeeded in getting you to spend the 200 million yuan, making it easier for him to propose a loan plan to you later. If you follow this advice, the company you invest in will expand tenfold, making you profitable sooner. Also, if you agree to the loan proposal, I won't have to repay it in case of an unexpected event. It was precisely because of this reminder that Lu Linqing became impatient. If Zubingqing milk tea shop expands tenfold, it might allow him to make money faster. But Lu Linqing had no expectations of earning that little money. What he was really looking forward to was the following sentence. As long as he agreed, then Lu Haoyu would ask for a loan and he would not have to pay it back after taking the loan. This is definitely a conceptual skill for me. The most powerful thing about this skill is that even if you go to the bank for a loan, you may not need to repay it for various reasons. The reason why Lu Linqing was so looking forward to this was not to get a loan from the bank, but to trick Lu Haoyu. Sure enough, after Boss Ho left, Lu Haoyu spoke again. Congratulations, brother, you have successfully completed another investment. The previous few investments were all great successes. 1 billion became 10 billion, and 200 million became 2 billion. You've invested another 200 million this time, and I don't know how long it will take for it to become more than 2 billion. But I believe in my brother's ability. Any investment of yours will never fail. It's just a pity. When I met you this time, I wanted to tell you about an opportunity for you to invest in a new industry. It's a pity that you have no money now. If you want to invest in a new industry, I'm afraid you will need a loan. If you invest 20 million in that shabby milk tea shop, you might have a chance to break even, but if you invest 200 million, you're just wasting money. While Lu Haoyu felt amused, he was also looking forward to hearing the news about Lu Linqing and the other two failing. At the same time, he also started his new plan. Sure enough, when he said this, Lu Linqing asked as if he was very curious. What kind of new industry are you so optimistic about? You're even willing to take out a loan to invest in it. Lu Haoyu said. It's not really a new industry. It's more like a new industry for you. But I won't tell you what industry it is for now. We can talk about it when we get home. If you really want to invest in this industry, you'll really need a loan. If you don't know anyone in this area, you can come to me. Let's eat first. Lu Linqing understood that he didn't want to say this in front of Zhong Muya. Besides, the plot for today's meal has already been released. Who wants to eat with these two bastards? He immediately waved his hand and said. Forget it, forget it. After all, this is a dinner party between us engaged couples, and the same goes for you. It's really a bit unreasonable for the four of you to get together. Let's each find a seat and eat our own food. When you get home, you must tell me in detail what this new industry is and how to get a loan. After he finished speaking, he pulled Zhong Muyo away. After finding the location, Zhong Muyo spoke. I've actually tried that Snow Ice City milk tea. It tastes good and is cheap. With a 200 million yuan investment, at least I won't lose money. It's just that if it doesn't develop, the return on investment will be slow. But Lu Haoyu definitely has no good intentions. He wants to introduce you to a new industry, and it's about loans. It's probably a trap. You'd better be careful. Lu Linqing said with a smile after ordering the food. You're starting to think about me now. Don't worry, I'm not a fool. After these few times, haven't you discovered any problems? Lu Haoyu thought he could trick me, but he didn't know that he was giving me opportunities every time. If he really wanted to trick me, I would have dodged it long ago. Sometimes what seems like a bad thing may actually be a good thing. He is destined not to be able to cheat me. You just need to remember one thing. It doesn't matter to me whether I'm on the first floor or the 100th floor, because I'll always be in space outside the atmosphere. I am a dimensionality reduction attack to him. How can he resist me? Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's eat first. I've never eaten in such a high-end restaurant before. You have the final say on what we eat. Although I don't understand where Lu Linqing's confidence comes from. But seeing that Lu Linqing didn't seem to be fooled, Zhang Muyao felt relieved. You are so ambitious even though you have been fooled. It is obvious that you have the confidence. She wanted to see if it was really as Lu Linqing said. He was standing in space.
Chapter 57 Proposed Loan. High-end restaurants are different. Although there are fewer items, they look exquisite and taste especially good. There is just one bad thing: it is hard to eat enough. But this does not pose a problem for Lu Lincheng. Anyway, he was not short of money. If he couldn't finish one, he would ask for two. If he couldn't finish two, he would just ask for five. After parting with Zhong Muya, he took a taxi back home. As a result, before he even entered the house, thanks to his powerful hearing, he heard Lu Haoyu's voice inside. "Mom and Dad, and my eldest and fifth sisters, didn't you know that my brother just got 200 million? And today, while we were having dinner, a boss he knew from his old job was looking for investment, and he just gave him the money, and put all 200 million into it. I don't know if I can keep these 200 million. Fortunately, he still owns a building and an entertainment company. Otherwise, he would have no money to eat. You said he was so eager to spend the money. Are you worried about what will happen when he comes back? Mom and Dad, how could he miss you so much if you ask for the money back? How can you possibly get the money back that you gave out? It's really wrong for him to do this." After Lu Haoyu finished speaking, he heard his father's furious voice. "He's such an ungrateful person. I gave him 200 million, but can I really get it back? What does he think of me? When he comes back, ignore him. He's already spent all the money. His entertainment company won't be able to distribute dividends anytime soon, and there's no rent for the building for now. So, what's next for him if he runs out of money?" Then came the mother's voice. "Listen to your father. This son is not raised by his side. He has lived in an orphanage since he was a child. He lives in the bottom of society. I don't know how many bad habits he has developed. Let him bring those bad habits home." At this moment, Lu Lincheng had already walked to the door, and the surveillance camera at the door could already capture him, and the projection screen in the room also happened to see the scene at the door. Seeing Lu Lincheng, his parents and eldest sister Wu stood up immediately. Eldest sister Lu Nianchuang said, "When he comes back, I won't meet him again." The fifth sister also said, "I still need to take better care of myself, so I won't stay in the living room anymore." The parents didn't say anything, they just walked upstairs silently. Only Lu Haoyu did not stand up. After seeing them take a few steps, he spoke somewhat stiffly. "Brother, when you come back and see that your family is not here, it's inevitable that you will feel sad. I will stay here and say hello to you. You guys go back first. Father, you are so kind, but your brother won't appreciate your kindness. But if you want to keep it, keep it. Mother, Haoyu, you are sensible. I hope your brother can be as sensible as you." The eldest sister said, "Brother Haoyu, why do you always care about his face? He won't be grateful to you." Fifth sister, "It would be great if Brother Haoyu was my biological brother, but unfortunately he is not. Fortunately, we have a friendship that we grew up together. Brother, wait for me. Go back to the room and tell me that we will fight for the King of Glory today." After saying this, the four figures gradually disappeared in the corridor. As the footsteps disappeared, the door was pushed open by Lu Lincheng. Seeing Lu Lincheng come in, Lu Haoyu walked up to greet him with a smile, and then followed Lu Lincheng to the basement. As soon as I saw this, I knew he was going to talk to me in the basement. Fortunately, I don't have to go to Lu Lincheng's room, otherwise it would be easy for Lu Haoyu to discover the secret of my room. My room is messy and weird, which inevitably makes people think too much. As soon as the two entered the basement, they went directly into the study where medical books were stored. When Lu Haoyu saw these books, a trace of depression flashed through his heart. He never imagined that there actually was a book in here that could crack the 13 Ghost Gate needles. If he knew, he would definitely find someone to study it. Unfortunately, everything has become a foregone conclusion and there is no if. Putting these thoughts behind him, Lu Haoyu got down to business. My brother now has his own building, an entertainment company, and has invested in a milk tea company. As long as the building is there, as long as nothing unexpected happens, it will generate hundreds of millions of yuan in revenue every year. If the entertainment company develops well, there will be a lot of dividends every year. Even if we can open milk tea shops all over the country, it will also bring in considerable income. You might be able to earn 500 million to 600 million, or even 1 billion every year. It would be a waste if I kept all this money in my hands. Instead of waiting for the money to fall into your hands, it is better to invest it first.
You can take out a loan first to invest in promising industries, and then repay the loan when the funds from your companies and buildings come in. Even during this process, if your company makes money, you can just pay off the loan. There's absolutely no risk to you. What he said was good, but unfortunately he didn't get to the point. Even the system didn't prompt him, and Lu Lincheng became a little impatient. You're quite right. I don't want to throw my money away in the bank, but I don't know what industry to invest in. Besides, who would be willing to lend me money now? Do I have to mortgage my building and company? Which bank can give me such a large amount of collateral? I don't understand any of this. I've already said it clearly. I don't know which industry to invest in. Can you give me some advice? I don't know where to get a loan. How can you help me get the money? I've already told you that I'm willing to mortgage the building and the company, so why don't you take advantage of the opportunity and do something about it? Stop saying useless things. I'm just waiting for your suggestions. Sure enough, after he made it clear, Lu Haoyu stopped talking nonsense. Brother, you're right. Most people really aren't willing to give you a mortgage. However, you're my parents' child after all. If you're willing, I can convince them to give you a partial loan. You'll just have to mortgage your company and building. Of course, the more you pledge, the more money you get. It depends on how much money you need. Mom and Dad still have quite a bit of money. Even if you don't have any, we still have the company. If you don't want to borrow money from your family, I can also contact a loan company for you. I can lend you billions for your businesses. Hearing this, Lu Lincheng was already satisfied. As long as he could get a loan from the Lu family, it would be fine. At that time, try to bring as much as possible, and then you don't have to pay back the money, which is the best outcome. However, there must be a reasonable reason for wanting to borrow more. The loan amount doesn't depend on me, but on this new industry you mentioned. If this new industry you're talking about can really make money and requires a lot of investment, then I'll invest more. Chapter 58 Recommendations for Entering the Fishing Industry. Everything has finally come to the point. Lu Haoyu said with a smile on his face. This is the crux of the matter. The reason I let you take out a loan is because you really can't come up with so much money in a short period of time. But the industry I want to tell you about will be very difficult to enter later if you don't seize this opportunity now. This is a good industry that can 100% make money, and you can make a lot of money. You can take out a loan to enter this industry first, and then pay it back when your other businesses or newly established companies make money. If you're borrowing money from someone outside, the interest rate might be higher, but if you're just borrowing from your family, then it won't be that much. It's even possible to get no interest. This nonsense, I asked you to explain it clearly, but you still haven't told me what industry it is. Lu Lincheng didn't waste time talking to him and asked directly. You've been talking for a long time, but I still don't know what industry it is. Can you tell me what industry it is first? Lu Haoyu said with a more sincere smile on his face. It's my fault. I was so focused on telling you this good news that I forgot to tell you what it was. You also grew up in our Linhai city, so you should know a lot of things. Because we are near the sea, the economy of Haicheng is developed. At the same time, because there are many ports near the coast, both the shipping and fishing industries are very developed. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the fishing industry alone has spawned a lot of big companies. However, behind these big companies, there is more or less the shadow of a powerful force, and that is the fish gang. Originally, no one could enter this industry, but recently the higher-ups have been very dissatisfied with the monopoly of the fish gang. Because of them, the prices of seafood and other products in Linhai City have almost doubled, and we have no chance of selling them outside. This is of no benefit to the city's development, so the higher-ups are preparing to take action against the fish gang. This information is inside information. If I didn't know someone, I would never have known this information. You have to understand that the fish gang represents trillions of dollars in interests. Regardless of how severe the suppression is, it will at least allow multiple factions to rise. If it's serious, the gang will be directly destroyed, and the newly emerging factions will quickly divide up these benefits. You just happen to have this opportunity now. To be honest, if I didn't have no money and was worried about losing everything and having no way to pay back the money, I would have wanted to join the market myself. It's a pity that I only have a small entertainment company that can only earn me a little pocket money a year. If anything goes wrong, I can't afford it at all. But you're completely different. Even if you invest billions, if something goes wrong, you can pay it back in 3 to 5 years. For you, this is not a problem at all.
And the most crucial thing is that the possibility of failure is very small. If it succeeds, your billions could potentially turn into tens of billions or even hundreds of billions. Don't you want to prove yourself in front of your parents and make your sisters look up to you? If you can seize this opportunity to join the fishing industry, establish your own company to compete with YouBang, and be the first to intervene when YouBang encounters problems, then your own company may be able to catch up with our Lu group. When the time comes, mom and dad will naturally look up to you, and your sister and the others won't dare to look down on you anymore. To be honest, if I hadn't taken your place all these years, forcing you to grow up in an orphanage and live in the basement for so many years, causing you to suffer so much injustice, I really wouldn't want to tell you this good news. Now that I've told you this, consider it my compensation for you over the years. I hope you can accept it. The fake young master Lu Haoyu lets you enter the fishing industry and earn resources from the hands of the fish gang. Under normal circumstances, no matter how much you invest, it will all be wasted in the end. If you are intercepted by the fish gang, you may even be in danger. Follow this advice. No matter how much you invest in the fishing industry, you won't be targeted by the fishing gangs. At the same time, the industry you invest in will reach its peak in the shortest possible time, increasing in value tenfold. Due to industry restrictions, the maximum amount you can invest cannot exceed 3 billion. When he heard this tip, Lu Linsheng was actually planning to mortgage all his assets to a bank and invest 18 billion yuan directly. In this way, he can own hundreds of billions of assets in the shortest time. I didn't expect that this system still has restrictions. But if you think about it, you can understand it. As a newly joined force, no matter what the reason, if I want to directly intercept hundreds of billions of resources, I am afraid I will offend too many people. And this is obviously a bit unreasonable. After all, there are so many old companies on the alert. How can we break through the siege and intercept a large amount of resources? Being able to intercept 30 billion is already a lot. Since I don't need that much, if it's only 3 billion, I can actually take out a loan. With the help of the system, I didn't have to pay back even a penny of the loan from Lujia. I invested 3 billion yuan and ended up making 30 billion yuan. It was a huge profit. He looked at Lu Haoyu and said, I didn't expect you to have such inside information. If you're right, this is a great opportunity. I don't know where to spend my money right now, and since the fishing industry is about to become a big deal, I have to get in early. However, the fishing industry requires a team, personnel qualifications, etc., which will cost at least tens of billions of yuan. I also need to keep some working capital, so I need at least 300 or 400 million yuan. Can my family lend me so much money? When Lu Haoyu heard that Lu Linsheng wanted so much, he became very excited. Putting aside other things, just give 3 billion yuan to Lu Linsheng. After he loses all the money, he can take back his company through the contract. This is a sure win for Lu Haoyu. That is an industry worth more than 10 billion yuan. If I can control it, then I will truly rise. So he was originally planning to ask his family for money, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that maybe he didn't have to ask his family. At least you can't tell your family what you want the money for? Wait until your plan succeeds, then tell them, and then take control of the entire group. I can find a reason to ask my family to take out the money, and then tell them when Lu Linsheng can't pay it back. In this way, Lu Linsheng's buildings and companies worth more than 10 billion yuan will be mine. Once I dispose of these properties and pay back the money, I can make a lot of money. Why not? Chapter 59. This fool really listens to advice. That's a difference of 180 billion. With this money, there are many things I can do. At this moment, the greed in Lu Haoyu's heart overshadowed everything, so he said with an idea in his mind. In fact, it's very easy to get money from my family. After all, the family has accumulated tens of billions of yuan over the years. I don't know the exact amount, but they do have that much money. Since the establishment of the group, we have saved all the dividends we receive each year, except for expenses. If you borrow the money from them, they will probably lend it to you. After all, you have your property as collateral. But if you ask them for money, it will easily make your parents and sister look down on you. I absolutely cannot tolerate them looking down on you, so I think I can help you with this matter. If you agree, brother, I will find a reason to borrow 3 billion from them, and then I will lend the money to you, and we will sign a contract. That way, they won't know you borrowed money, and you actually did borrow 3 billion yuan. Then you'll use the 3 billion yuan to build your own fishing company and invest in the fishing industry. Once you're successful, you'll pay them back and tell them about your success. If that building is accidental entertainment, it's because you were lucky.
Learning the 13 Ghost Gate needles has proven it, and it's just that you found the right method. But you directly established a company, developed it, and made a lot of profits. In this way, my parents and sister will have to recognize you. I believe that on that day our family will get along even better.
Sure enough, Lu Lincheng knew that Lu Haoyu was planning to lend him money.
Originally, Lu Lincheng thought that Lu Haoyu had some other method, but he didn't expect that he would take money from home.
That's a great idea.
According to the system's rules, I don't have to pay back the 3 billion yuan I borrowed, but Lu Haoyu knew that he had borrowed 3 billion yuan from him, but he had no evidence. He would also tell his family that he had used the 3 billion yuan to do other things. In the end, he could only feel helpless and furious, and then had to fill the 3 billion yuan hole by himself.
This is really exciting.
He, Lu Lincheng, was determined to make this happen no matter what.
Your method is acceptable. I can mortgage all my assets to you for 3 billion yuan, but are you sure you can get 3 billion yuan from your parents?
One more thing, if my parents ask me where the money came from, how will I explain it? Since he wanted to make this money, Lu Haoyu naturally had to help him think of a reason.
It's still possible for my parents and I to borrow 3 billion yuan. I will then tell them that I am using the money to start a business. And you can also tell your parents that you got this money from a loan.
It seems to them that you borrowed money from the bank, but they don't know that you got the money from me.
You could actually go to the bank, but the interest rates are so high. It's better to get it from home without having to pay the interest. Don't you think so? It's bullshit. Any fool would know that there is something wrong with this excuse. You really think I am a fool?
But since you are willing to play me like a wizard, I will play along with your fools. When you give me the money and I find out that you don't want to return it and you don't have any evidence, you will cry.
You just treat me as a fool. For these 3 billion, what's the harm in being a fool? You're right. 3 billion yuan has a lot of interest every day. If I borrow from the bank, I don't know how long it will take for me to actually succeed. The interest alone is enough to make me feel bad.
It's better to get it from home without paying a cent in interest.
Then it's settled.
If my parents ask, I'll just say I borrowed the money from the bank.
Don't let anything slip. Just tell them you're using the money to start a business. It's better to actually build a company so they can feel that you're working hard.
This way, I can spend more time developing this fishing company. When I succeed, I will not only return your 3 billion, but if I really make money, I will definitely give you a big red envelope. I'll go investigate tomorrow and make some preparations.
When you have 3 billion ready, we'll sign the contract.
Having said that, Lu Lincheng seemed to have just remembered something and asked cautiously.
Let me confirm with you one last time. Are you sure they're really going to take action against the fish gang?
If the higher-ups don't allow me to be passive, I'll definitely lose money if I set up a fishing company.
Lu Haoyu nodded firmly. That's for sure. This is the news I just received. It's absolutely top secret information. No one else knows it. If you hadn't come back, if I hadn't wanted you to be recognized by my parents, I would have joined this operation myself. How could I have given you such an opportunity?
I hope you can cherish this opportunity, seize the moment, and strive to make your parents look up to you, so that our family can be happy together.
I know nothing. I'm kind of lying to you now.
The Yu gang has been entrenched in Linhai City for so many years, and no one has ever touched them.
How could anyone touch them? If I don't tell you this, can you set up a fishing company? If you don't set up a fishing company, how come you are targeted by the fishing gang? If you were not targeted, how could you have lost all the 3 billion yuan, and how could you have allowed me to obtain your properties?
You, a fool, are lucky enough to get so many things. If I don't carry these things over, it would be against the will of heaven. Don't blame me, you can only blame yourself for being too obedient and stupid.
I've tricked you like this, I guess you want to thank me, right?
So that's how it is, brother Haoyu, you're so kind to me.
I really have to thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Don't worry, I will never let you down. I will strive to make the fishing company bigger and stronger, so that my parents can see my abilities and accept me. I also look forward to the day when our family can live in harmony. Having said that, Lu Lincheng stood up directly. I'm going to go back and research how to establish and develop a fishing company.
I can't waste any time.
After saying that, he walked out. But as soon as he went out, he couldn't help but smile, and he almost couldn't hold it back.
It's so hard to act with a fool.
As expected of the protagonist of the skit, he always treats others as fools.
In the room, at this moment, Lu Haoyu's mouth corners unconsciously curled up.
This fool really listens to advice. Chapter 60 Partiality. After returning to the room, Lu Linqing naturally had no intention of studying the establishment of a fishing company. Since the system exists anyway, why should he bother with that? Once the money is in hand, just set up the company and it will be done. As for the rest, leave it all to the system. Now he still needs to improve his strength and physical fitness as soon as possible. But this time, when he woke up in the morning, he found that his physical condition had decreased a lot. Without asking the system, he knew that his physical condition was now extremely terrifying. Common viral diseases do not cause any harm to him. Even if you release gas directly or spray poison directly, your body has powerful antibodies that can offset them all and cause no harm to your body. And when the damage is reduced and reversed, the improvement will naturally be smaller. It seems that I still need to think about whether there is any other way. Otherwise, this basement will be of no use to me. From the time he came to this world until now, although he had gained a lot with the help of the system, the only thing that improved his physical fitness was this basement. He will have to continue living in this basement until there is an alternative option. So he has to think of other ways. It would be great if someone could give me some advice so I can improve in other ways. Living in a basement is uncomfortable in itself. Moreover, if it weren't for the basement, which could improve the Lu family manner for me, I wouldn't be able to live here at this moment. If I move away from the Lu family, I can easily buy the house I like. I can decorate it however I want and live in it however I want. Besides, I have a fiancé now. We are already an engaged couple, so naturally I have to find an opportunity to live together. I'm embarrassed to bring anyone back to the basement where I live now. It seems I have to take this matter to heart. With all sorts of random thoughts in his mind, he had already washed and dressed, and after walking out of the basement, he discovered that the whole family was gathered in the hall again. The second, third, and fourth sisters who had never appeared still did not show up. It looked like they had finished their meal, but they didn't leave. It was obvious that they were waiting for me. As long as they come looking for me, it must be something bad. For him, bad things would turn into good things, so he walked towards them with great interest. As soon as he walked into the house of the head of the family, Lu Jinting spoke. Lu Linsheng, since you are here, there is something I want to tell you. Although you are my biological son, Haoyu was also raised by me. Originally, I was planning to give each of you 1.5 billion to start your own business, but now that you already have over 10 billion in assets, you no longer need my 1.5 billion. So I decided to give all 3 billion to your brother. These will become his startup capital. It just so happens that the entertainment company you own is worth 200 to 300 million yuan. I heard that you invested the 200 million yuan I gave you into other people. Why are you planning to open a milk tea shop? Aside from your one building, each of you owns 2 companies, and their combined value is about the same. So don't accuse me of being partial. If you really count it, you own tens of billions more than your brother. When Lu Linqing heard this, he almost laughed out of anger. Although he knew that this was a short play world and that this family was blind and wholeheartedly good to young Master Jia, he had already accepted it. But when he really faced all this, he still found it hard to accept. Not because he felt uncomfortable, but because he felt sick. I can't feel better until I get rid of the anger in my heart. So, this is your impartiality. I have a building worth tens of billions and a company worth over 3 billion. I earned it through my own abilities. And Lu Haoyu's entertainment company was established by you guys, and it was also built with the resources from the Thunder Company that I purchased. Now we're giving him 3 billion yuan directly. You're not partial, it means I earn money through my own hard work, and then you just make up for it to him, right? Then why did you only give him 3 billion? I should have given him more than 10 billion. If you don't have the cash, giving him about 30% of the company's shares should be enough. Otherwise, how can he catch up with me? He was just venting his dissatisfaction, but the faces of everyone present changed. The eldest sister stood up immediately and said with a look of "You are really ignorant. No matter where you got all that money, at least you have 10 billion more than Haoyu now. You already have more than him. What are you not satisfied with just one building? Now your parents are only giving Haoyu 3 billion yuan, and you are not happy. Can't you be more generous? The fifth sister also said. You two are my brothers. There are things I shouldn't say, but brother Haoyu only has an entertainment company worth 100 million, and you already have an industry worth over 10 billion.
Is there anything wrong with mom and dad giving Haoyu 3 billion?
If it was brother Haoyu, who now has over 10 billion in assets, then mom and dad would definitely give you the 3 billion. You still care about such a small matter. Mother Lu also said with some dissatisfaction. Your eldest sister and fifth sister are right. We should be more generous and not fuss over trivial matters. If you don't have money, you can still say that you are so rich yourself. Why do you still care whether your brother has money or not? You can't be dissatisfied just because we gave your brother 3 billion. After all, you are all our sons, and we love you all equally. That's why we can't bear to see your brother have so few assets under his name. You all should work hard from now on. If your brother really surpasses you, we won't ignore you. At this time, Lu Zhenting, Lu's father, also stood up and said to Lu Linqing seriously. We are both my son, Lu Zhenting, so can't you learn from your brother? We've already made up our minds about this matter. We asked you to come here just to let you know. If you can figure it out, then figure it out. If not, you'll just have to endure it. We're willing to inform you, so you should be content. There's nothing for you to do now, so go do what you need to do. Good guy, you, Lu Zhenting, are really direct. In that case, don't blame me. Although I am not your son, who told me to occupy your son's body? His soul has left, how can I not let his body suffer such a great loss? Chapter 61 Skit Classic, Big Pussy. Although I am not sure what kind of short play or novel this world is, since it is similar to the short plays I have seen, Lu Linqing suddenly thought of the big bitch that appeared most frequently in the short plays he had seen. It's a good opportunity to try this out and make things bigger at the same time. He wanted more people to know that the Lu family gave 3 billion yuan to young Master Jia, Lu Haoyu. In the future, no one will believe that Lu Haoyu will lend him 3 billion yuan, so when there is no evidence, he can just take the 3 billion yuan away and make Lu Haoyu suffer a loss. So he raised his hand and slapped Lu Haoyu in the face, causing Lu Haoyu's head to tilt and fall onto the sofa. Under everyone's shocked gaze, his left cheek quickly became red and swollen. Oh, it hurts, my face. Whose voice was Lu Haoyu? Everyone finally came to their senses. The eldest sister walked towards Lu Linqing angrily. Lu Linqing, you dare to hit someone? Today, as your elder sister, I will teach you a lesson. Bang! Accompanied by a big-breasted sister Lu Nianchuan, she flew to the sofa. One side of her face also swelled up quickly, and she kept Lu Haoyu company. The fifth sister who had just rushed over widened her eyes when she saw the scene. Don't you know that brother Haoyu even dares to hit you, big sister? Bang! Lu Linqiang slapped Lu Nianchu without hesitation and sent him away to accompany Lu Haoyu and Lu Nianchuan. You also said that I even dared to hit your brother Haoyu and your elder sister, so why wouldn't I dare to hit you? If you don't come up, I can still help you. Since you came here on your own, don't blame me for being rude. You are a family of biased, blind, and heartless bastards. Since you don't treat me as a human being, don't blame me for being rude to you. Father and Mother Lu came to their senses after hearing Lu Linqing's voice and became furious. Father Lu shouted, You evil creature, what are you trying to do? They are your brothers, how could you lay hands on them? Bang! Lu Zhenting and his two daughters went to keep each other company. You've already said I'm an evil beast. Isn't the so-called evil beast a combination of evil and beast? I'm a bastard. Is it normal for me to hit my brother? Is it normal for me to hit my two sisters? It's normal for me, a wicked beast, to treat you as his biological father. As he spoke, he looked at his mother again, whose eyes widened. The mother was so frightened that she quickly took 2 steps back. I'm your mother. It's a pity that Lu Linqing doesn't care whether the other party is his biological mother or not. Anyway, he is not the real Lu Linqing. Today he will seek justice for his body. He walked quickly to Lu's mother and reached out to grab a big pussy. When all 5 members of the family had one side of their faces swollen, he smiled and said, A family should be together. Aren't you biased? Aren't you going to give everything to this fake young master? Damn it! I made over 10 billion, and you're going to give him 3 billion. If I make 100 billion on my own, are you going to give him the entire group? When he said this, he ignored everyone else and came to his eldest sister Lu Nianchuan. I say, even if you are biased, you can't be a fool. If you can give him 3 billion today, you can give him the entire company tomorrow. When the time comes, you, as daughters, will hand over your rights and have no shares left, which means you will have no relationship with the Lu family at all. Evidently, both sons and daughters have the same inheritance rights, so why are you giving it to him?
Lu Haoyu is working for free.
You should also get a portion of the Lu family's assets.
Why is it that only Lu Haoyu gets it and you don't?
I don't know how you distributed it before I came back, but I just want to ask one question now. Those two old guys keep saying they treat their children the same, but now they've given this fake son 3 billion yuan, what have they given you?
They don't give me anything, I understand.
After all, they've been so partial to me since I came back, and I don't care. It's just that if they don't give it to me, I'll go crazy.
It should be fine. But it's a bit unreasonable that they don't give you money.
Lu Haoyu can get 3 billion.
Big sister, you have worked diligently for the family and the group over the years, what have you gained?
Having said that, he looked at his fifth sister Lu Nianchu again. There is also the fifth sister, as well as the second, third, and fourth sisters whom I have never met. They are also children of the Lu family, and they are older than Lu Haoyu and me. They are in their 20s and still unmarried. They both have the right to inherit the Lu family, but you only gave Lu Haoyu 3 billion.
How are they going to calculate it?
Giving 3 billion to my son and 500 million to my 5 daughters, at least each of them should get 500 million or 600 million, right?
Otherwise, wouldn't that be too unfair?
If we really have no cash left, we should at least give them some shares of the company. Even if they are almost married, with shares in the Lu Group, they will have more confidence instead of being penniless like they are now. Having said that, he slapped his fifth sister again.
Why are you still hitting me? Why did you hit me when you were not in your right mind?
After saying that, he walked up to Lu Haoyu, slapped him and said,
My dear brother, tell me, am I right? You've already received 3 billion yuan. Don't my eldest and fifth sisters deserve gifts from their parents?
Although Lu Haoyu was a little confused.
But he is not a fool. If he really dared to say that, the 5 sisters would become alienated from her.
In the future, many things in this family will depend on these 5 sisters, so we must never push them away.
But it's fine to just give them money.
If you really give them the money and they spend it, it's no longer theirs. So he could only give them shares. Anyway, he could get the shares back as long as his 5 sisters didn't get married.
As for them getting married, that's easy. I can just ruin the wedding and drag them along. It's just that Lu lynching is really going too far. Aren't you just worried that if your parents knew you borrowed money from me, they'd disapprove of you? Are you really that cruel?
Forget it, let us get through this hurdle first.
Brother is right.
My eldest sister, fifth sister, second sister, third sister, and fourth sister are also our parents' children.
I have received 3 billion yuan. If they have nothing, it would be a bit unreasonable. But I also know that our family doesn't have much money. If I give money to my 5 sisters, there won't be much left. Instead of taking money, it's better to give them shares directly. Mom and Dad, how many shares do you still have in the group? Why not give some to each of my 5 sisters? Chapter 62, each daughter has 1% shares.
Although Father Lu was somewhat reluctant, he also knew that if he didn't give his daughters some shares at this time, it would definitely not work, so he said depressedly, The Lu group doesn't belong to our family. Your great-grandfather handed the group over to your grandfather, and your grandfather handed the group over to me. During this process, the group went through several rounds of financing and IPOs, and only 37% of the shares remained in my hands. And of this 37% stake, I hold 35% and your mother only holds 2%. It is precisely because our family has these shares that we can guarantee the position of chairman. If the shares are divided too thinly, any unexpected event could cause huge damage to the Lu family. I promise you that after I retire, I will distribute all my shares to you.
But now I can only give you 1% of the shares at most.
This way, I will still have 30% and will still be the group's largest shareholder. Although this 1% stake isn't much, it's still worth 300 to 400 million yuan, and there's a lot of dividends every year. The eldest sister Lu Nianchuang and the fifth sister Lu Nianchu were both silent at this moment. They had thought about acquiring shares in the group over the years, but their parents never mentioned it. They thought it was impossible for them to get shares in the group, but they didn't expect that today, because of Lu Lingqing's mischief, they would each get 1%.
Although this number may not seem large, its significance is enormous. They couldn't even muster the courage to say no.
Because they know that this is the closest chance they will ever have to get shares in their lifetime, and if they refuse, they may never get them in the future. Seeing this, Lu Xinting had no choice but to bite the bullet and call a lawyer. After a while, several lawyers came to his house and signed the equity transfer contract. Even the second, third, and fourth sisters who did not return each received 1% of the group's shares. After all this was done, several lawyers from the group stood up and said with a smile,
"The chairman has completed everything.
Now, I will give 1% of your shares to each of your 5 daughters. You still have 30% of the shares left.
If there is nothing else, we will leave first. Thank you very much. I have nothing to do here. You can go back now."
Unfortunately, before my dong could take any steps, the lawyers were stopped by Lu Linsheng.
"What's the rush? My dear mom and dad.
What you did was not authentic. You gave Lu Haoyu 3 billion, and I just came to you to seek justice, but you gave each of my 5 sisters 1% of the shares.
Then I'd like to ask where the justice is?
Justice is that you give your adopted son 3 billion yuan and give each of your 5 daughters shares worth 300 to 500 million yuan.
Justice is my own son.
Since I came back, not only have you not given me a penny, you've also made me eat and drink on my own, and even forced me to live in the basement. Justice means that you give the family's money to my adopted son, my fake son, and not to my biological son. Fairness means that you can give each of your 5 daughters 1% of the shares, but I, your biological son who was abandoned by you for many years and finally found, get nothing.
Fairness. What the hell is fairness?
When the group lawyers heard this explosive speech, they all felt a little unbelievable.
Is their chairman so stupid? He gave his money to his adopted son instead of his biological son.
If I have shares, I would rather give them to my daughter than my son. It is rare to find a family that values girls over boys. It is rare to find a family that pays so much attention to other people's bloodlines and doesn't care about their own bloodlines. In their view, Lu Linsheng is, after all, your biological son and brother. Now that everything has been made clear, you should at least give him some shares to cover it up.
As a result, the family's subsequent remarks left the lawyers dumbfounded. "Father Lu Linsheng, can you please stop making trouble? Didn't I tell you all this before?
You already have over 10 billion in assets, so why are you still hanging on to your brother's 3 billion? You think giving your brother 3 billion is unfair to your sisters and the others, but I gave them each 1% of the shares.
Isn't that enough?
Even if I gave them shares, they would only be worth 300 to 500 million.
How can that compare to your 10 billion?
Yes, you're right. You earned all the 10 billion yuan yourself.
We didn't give you anything when you came back. But don't you have the ability to make over 10 billion?
Your brother only has an entertainment company worth about 100 million, and nothing else. We only gave him 3 billion, not even 10 billion, which is much less than your assets. Even for this, you still care about it.
As an older brother, can't you be more generous and give in to your brother a little?"
These lawyers are really confused. This conversation led them to conclude several things. First, after their biological son was found, this family really didn't give him a penny. Moreover, after their biological son came back and made money, they actually felt sorry for the fake son and gave him 3 billion yuan instead. After the son made a fuss, they did not give him money, but gave 1% of the shares to each of their 5 daughters. As a result, the biological son was scolded just because he expressed the unfairness of the matter.
How can they have the nerve to do that? Does the chairman of the Lu Group have such a weird way of thinking?
They suddenly felt that working in such a company seemed a little unreliable. However, thinking that the eldest daughter was still the president of the company, they felt a little comforted. Just when they were relieved, their eldest daughter president also spoke.
"Lu Linsheng, that's enough. The 5 of us sisters are only now getting this 1% stake. We've lived in this family for so many years and made so many contributions to it. You just came back and you want a share. Don't you think you're going too far?"
Before you came back, Brother Haoyu was the only Nanjing in the family. Originally, this house belonged to him. Now he is willing to give each of us 1% of the shares.
It's not bad.
If you also want to inherit the family business and want to get shares, you should first contribute to the family instead of always looking for problems with it. You need to get your parents' approval first, and then you'll naturally get your shares and your money. If you make a scene like this now, it will only alienate your parents from you, and make us look down on you even more.
The lawyers?
So, who can tell us that the chairman and president of the Lu Group have such weird thinking patterns? Should we continue to stay here?
Chapter 63 Lu Linsheng's Decisive Move, Live Broadcast. I really don't want to do it again.
You guys forced me to do this. Just when these lawyers were still thinking about whether they should leave the company, Lu Lincheng spoke and took action.
Pa.
Sorry, I wanted to give each of you a slap, but you're a fake young master who just sits back and enjoys the fruits of others' labor, so I couldn't help but give you an extra slap. From the time I came back until now, you have been discriminating against me and have never acknowledged me.
I've been trying so hard to get your approval.
I went gambling and won 1 billion, and you said gambling is wrong. I bought on UN Group and made tens of billions, but you said I lost money at first and that my subsequent gains were due to good luck.
I listened to you and bought the group's entertainment company.
It turned out to be profitable, and you said it was all your credit. I worked hard for a month, learned the 13 ghost gate needles, and cured Mr. Zhong. Not only did you not express any gratitude, but just because I made over 10 billion after returning, you are giving this fake young master 3 billion. I am your biological son, yet you don't give me a cent and instead give him so much.
I'm just asking for fairness from you.
You gave each of my 5 sisters 1% of the shares, but you gave me nothing.
I just want to ask you, where is the fairness? Do you want it?
Tell me to stop making trouble, or say I've had enough, but why should I make trouble?
Why won't you let it go? Don't you know? I am your son, and you don't give me anything. Do you think you are doing the right thing?
I'll put the goods here today.
My demands are not high.
If you can give Lu Haoyu 3 billion and give each of my 5 sisters 1% of the shares, then you must at least give me the same amount as Lu Haoyu.
Lu Haoyu's 3 billion is equivalent to 10% of the group's shares.
I don't ask you to give me 10% of the shares. As long as you can give me 5% of the shares, I can barely accept it. Otherwise, none of you will have a good life. Lu Zhenting covered his face and roared. Rebellious son, why did I give birth to such a rebellious son like you? I shouldn't have brought you back. You already have so much, and you still want to compete with your brother and your sister. Don't think that just because you are my son I won't dare to deal with you. Before, I tolerated you because you are my biological son, but since you still dare to continue to attack me and want to ask me for shares, then don't blame me as your father. He picked up the phone and was about to dial, but Lu Lincheng sneered and took out a mobile phone from the corner behind him. Looking at the phone screen, he was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile.
As expected, this show about wealthy families having a large audience.
Even though I spent some money to promote it, I didn't expect it to have over 100,000 viewers already.
Let me see how many it is. Sure enough, my friends actually got me over 500,000 viewers.
Even my fans have reached 300,000, and there are still 200,000 who haven't followed me yet.
Hurry up and follow me. If you want to see the feud between the rich and powerful, how can you watch it later if you don't follow me?
I can't guarantee a scheduled live broadcast. I can only broadcast randomly when something happens.
Okay, now let's get back to the topic.
I think after the live broadcast just now, you already know the whole story. That's right, I am the real young master who was found among the real and fake young masters. Now this family is biased towards the fake young master. They are willing to give him 3 billion yuan and not give me a cent. They are willing to give each of my 5 sisters 1% of the shares and not give me anything. You must remember, they are the chairman, president, and their families of the Lu Group, the daily chemical company. When you buy daily necessities in the future, you must be careful.
Can you really use products produced by such a boss with confidence?
They don't even acknowledge their own sons and brothers, only fake ones.
Do people like them have any bottom line?
Thank you all for the gifts, but you should have heard what I just said. I've made over 10 billion in the past month since I came back. Even if I didn't have that 10 billion, I still have the 1 million growth fund my deceased great-grandfather gave me every month. So I'm not short of money, I just like to share with everyone my life from the bottom of the ladder to the top of the ladder. At this moment, everyone in the Lu family's faces turned black. Lu Haoyu, no matter what, never expected that Lu Lincheng would actually be broadcasting live. Moreover, they used these people to directly attract hundreds of thousands of people and gained hundreds of thousands of new fans. From now on, Lu Lincheng is a celebrity, and it will be much more difficult to target him again. The faces of the other members of the Lu family also turned pale and blue. They actually know that some things are wrong, but their hearts are biased. As long as there are no other people involved, they can feel at ease. But when hundreds of thousands of viewers are watching, they can no longer feel at ease. The lawyer also had cold sweat on his head. Fortunately, they just came to witness and sign a contract and did nothing else. If they had done anything that violated principles and morals, their lives would be over. Just now they felt a little sympathy for Lu Linsheng, but at this moment they only felt sympathy for themselves. It turns out that if you are not from the same family, you won't enter the same house. This family is weird. The parents and the older sister don't like to be close to the children, they like to raise them. It is appalling that he secretly exposed his parents and sister through live broadcast when he was his biological son. Looking at their expressions changing like a color palette, Lu Linsheng smiled. Since it has been confirmed that this world should be the world of short plays and similar novels, Lu Linsheng naturally would not make no preparations and rely entirely on the system. Although he can get a lot with the help of the system, if he does not prepare a few trump cards for himself, he will have to rely on the system's reversal every time. If something goes wrong, he will be finished. So before he was ready to face these people today, he had already adjusted the live broadcast and asked Lon Sai from Thunder Entertainment to spend money and resources to recommend him. He wants to create the first golden image for himself to survive in the world of short dramas, that is, a public figure. Now it seems to be very successful? In just a short while, the 300,000 fans have become 400,000 and are still increasing rapidly. Wait until the live broadcast is over, then send out the recorded video. Are you there? If this matter becomes a trending topic, he will gain at least 1 million fans. At that time, Lu Linsheng was already a well-known public figure, and it would not be so easy to take action against him again. Chapter 64: Obtaining another 5% of the group's shares. Many things in the world of short plays are so unreasonable. Lu Linsheng was afraid that even if he had a system, he would be affected by this unreasonable plot one day. Even if his current physique is very strong, far beyond that of normal people, who can guarantee that there will not be someone stupid enough in the plot of this short play who will take out a mushroom egg and kill him as well. Although this possibility is very low, it is not impossible. Therefore, in addition to wanting to earn money by earning rewards, improving his physical fitness, and acquiring various abilities, the most important thing for Lu Linsheng is to create multiple identities for himself. Especially after buying Thunder Entertainment, he wanted to enter the entertainment industry. Even if he didn't want to be a star, he wanted to be a celebrity and a public figure. At least a public figure can tell the public whatever he wants to say at any time, so that many people will be afraid to act rashly. For example, now. Looking at the changing expressions of the people in the Lu family, he smiled happily. Father, mother, eldest sister, fifth sister, and my dear brother Hao, why don't you say anything? You gave me over 500,000 viewers for this livestream, but now we have over 600,000 online viewers. So how did you manage to find my biological son after losing him for over 20 years and not even give me a penny? How did you do it? Just because I made over 10 billion, you insisted on giving your aquaculture business 3 billion. Even when I came to you, you only gave each of my 5 sisters 1% of the shares, and you didn't give me a cent. Is this the culture of the Lu group? Or maybe this is a unique inheritance of our Lu family. Seeing that Lu Linsheng was about to continue speaking, Lu Jinting had already recovered. That's enough. He was just about to get angry, but then he thought of the hundreds of thousands of viewers in the live broadcast room and immediately lowered his voice. Why do you have to broadcast our family affairs live? We did this just to test you. When the test is completed, will we be short of your money or shares? Originally, your mother and I planned to give your brother 3 billion yuan so he could start his own business. Then you two will compete well. No matter who wins or loses, we will give you 10% of the group's shares. You're right about one thing. You're our biological son after all. This group will eventually be handed over to you, so we'll give you 10% of the shares first so you can participate in the group's development. Later, when we step back, all the shares will be yours. That's why we gave your brother 3 billion yuan to start his own business. Because these 3 billion yuan are equivalent to buying out your brother's future. We will not be of any help to him in the future. Originally, we shouldn't have said these things because it was a hidden test. Unfortunately, you broadcast it live. If I don't say it, I'm afraid it will be misunderstood by netizens and other people in the company. If it affects the company's development, or even its stock price, I'd be sorry to those who support the Lu group. Lu Jinting understood the whole story in an instant and realized that he had to treat everyone equally. He also had to minimize the impact of this incident on the Lu group. Otherwise, even if he had a lot of shares, he would be targeted by other people in the group. Moreover, if something really went wrong in his family, he was afraid that others would unite and kick him out of his position as chairman. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Relatively speaking, he would rather give away part of his shares. Lu Linsheng, I'm very disappointed with your performance today.
You lack the most basic trust in your parents and family.
But as your father, I won't argue with you. But as the chairman of the group and the head of the Liu family, because of you, the group and the entire family have had a significant impact, so I must punish you. I was originally going to give you 10% of the shares later, but now I'm giving it to you directly, but I can only give you 5%.
If you agree, the lawyer is currently drafting a contract to transfer 5% of the shares directly to your name.
And you must pay the price for your immaturity today.
Before, as my wife and I's only son, you were the irreplaceable heir to the group.
However, your immaturity made me see the crisis. So I decided to give your brother Liu Haoyu a chance to become the heir to the group. Originally, I wanted you to compare the development of your respective companies. It seems that there is no need now. As the heir to the group, I must contribute to the group.
Starting today, both of you will join the group.
I will let you each take charge of some projects. In the end, whoever contributes the most to the group will be the heir. Liu Linqing is too familiar with this plot.
Whoever contributes more will become the heir. This is simply nonsense. With the shares you hold, whoever you want to be the heir will be the heir. No matter how well I do, I can't be the one if you don't want me to.
According to the development of the plot of the short play, no matter how hard I try, you will favor Liu Haoyu. In the end, you force me to go to extremes, and then I might be sent away or imprisoned by you. As expected of a world of short plays, these familiar plots come out one after another. But now my goal has been achieved. He got another 5% of the group's shares, and he already owned 15% of the shares. When I become the largest shareholder, I will kick this family out and see how they can plot against me. As for letting me work in the group, it's not impossible. Only by interacting more with Liu Haoyu can you get more advice and more benefits.
Okay, let's stop talking nonsense.
Since you've already agreed to give me 5% of the shares, then hurry up. After the equity transfer is completed, I will be considered a shareholder of the group and can still go to work in the group.
But don't treat me differently like you did today. How would I know what you were thinking?
How would I know you were planning to give me shares later? Don't let any misunderstandings happen again, or I'll broadcast it live again.
Mr. Liu felt choked up and asked a lawyer to draft the documents.
After confirming that all the transfer contracts were correct, the two signed directly, and Liu Linqing successfully acquired 5% of the group's shares.
Chapter 65, 3 billion in hand. Thank you to everyone in the live broadcast room.
Although my father said he might give me 10% of the shares in the future, that is something I can't see or touch.
It's because of you that I was able to actually get 5% of the group's shares. You may not know much about the Liu Group, but I'll explain it briefly and you'll understand. The Liu Group is a major company in the daily chemical industry. While it's not the top company, it's definitely one of the best. The total value of the group is at least 30 billion yuan, and at its peak it was 50 billion yuan. Even if we use the lowest standard, my 5% stake is worth 1.5 billion yuan. There are quite a few dividends every year. So I'm really not short of money.
Today, the amount of money donated to my live broadcast room has reached 100,000.
All I can get is 50,000. To be honest, I don't really need the money. I'll just give you a red envelope. There are 1.2 million people watching the live broadcast now.
In order to let everyone get a red envelope, I decided to give out 1.2 million red envelopes.
The number of people is still growing, and 1.2 million may not be enough. How about this?
I will directly send out 1.5 million red envelopes, divide them into 1.5 million, and everyone can grab one. Whether you get 1 or 2 points, 100 or 200, or even 1,000 or 2,000, that's your luck. Today's live broadcast ends here. Everyone who has grabbed the red envelopes, remember to follow me. I will broadcast live from time to time. At the same time, if I make money during the live broadcast, I will continue to give out red envelopes.
Okay, goodbye everyone. With that, he closed the live broadcast room.
And the moment he closed it, a red envelope of 1.5 million yuan divided into 1.5 million was sent out. Originally everyone thought he was lying because the live broadcast was turned off, but then a red envelope appeared on the black screen and everyone quickly clicked on it.
Next, the barrage changed completely. Oh my god, my luck is so bad, how come I only got 1 cent?
Ah, I'm so lucky, I won 998 this year. It's really a 1.5 million red envelope, and I was able to grab 3,900.
You guys are so lucky. I only stole 30 cents. And me, I snatched 2 cents. Oh my god, I'm leaving first.
Even though I only grabbed $1, I asked my mom to go into the live broadcast room and grab 100.
Now I have to go call my dad and my wife.
Yes, there are only about 1.2 million people in the live broadcast room, and there are still 300,000 red envelopes left.
Hurry up and call more people. I also asked my family to grab the red envelopes. My son is really filial. He actually told me this good news.
Not bad. I actually managed to grab a 300 red envelope.
This streamer is really good, I must follow him.
Yes, you must follow us first, and then you can grab more red envelopes in the future.
Am I the only one who noticed that today's incident is not simple? Isn't that nonsense?
If there were no live broadcast, and if we weren't watching, then the real young master of the Liu family would probably get nothing. It's because of the live broadcast that they're afraid it will affect the company's reputation and their family's reputation, so they gave him 5% of the shares.
Great minds think alike.
We should be more careful with the Liu Group's things from now on.
Anyway, I don't dare to use it anymore.
With this family as the chairman, general manager, and president, they can treat us ordinary people seriously. Even their own sons are not taken seriously.
That's true.
I'm still running out of the Liu Group stuff I'm using.
If I keep buying more, it seems I should switch to another company.
Oh my god, go check out the plummeting stock price of the Liu Group. The total market value was 38.2 billion before, but now it has dropped to 37 billion, a loss of 1.2 billion.
This is just the beginning, and there may be more losses later. What happens on the internet will naturally be reflected in reality very quickly.
As Lu Linqing's live broadcast ended, Lu Jinting and Lu Nianshuang received calls at the same time. The content of the call was simple: the company's stock had plummeted, and they were asked to go to the group immediately to discuss how to respond.
The two of them didn't care about anything else. They glared at Lu Linqing fiercely and left together.
Mother Lu looked at Lu Linqing deeply, then took her fifth sister to go shopping. They all believed that the group's crisis could be easily resolved and they didn't have to worry about it. Finally, only Lu Haoyu and Lu Linqing were left and they walked towards the basement tacitly. After arriving at the study room filled with medical books that day, Lu Haoyu couldn't help but say,
"Brother, what you did today is a bit too much.
Although this will help mom and dad stop doubting my decision to lend you 3 billion, it will also severely damage the image of our Lu family and company." Lu Linqing interrupted Lu Haoyu and said directly,
"I didn't want this to happen, but you know what?
I thought you could get 3 billion from your family, but you borrowed it from your family.
If you want to borrow 3 billion yuan from your family, you have to lend it to me. I can pay it back when I make money.
But the reality is, they actually gave you 3 billion yuan, but didn't give me a cent.
I am their biological son.
They have money but don't give it to me, but give it to you instead.
Do you think I can accept that?
After I found out they gave you the money, I couldn't accept it anymore, and that's when the next thing happened.
So this is all your fault.
If they hadn't been so nice to you, if they hadn't been so partial to you, nothing would have happened today.
Okay, let's not talk about this anymore.
At least I got 5% of the shares now. Even though it's not as much as yours, I can accept it.
Let's get back to the topic. What happened today is very obvious.
It can be seen that they still look down on me. I have to make some achievements to let them know that I am not bad either. Since they all attributed everything I did before to luck, I will prove myself with my own strength.
Let's sign an agreement quickly.
You give me 3 billion yuan, and I'll mortgage the tea to you. I'll pay you back when I make money. Lu Haoyu was originally worried that Lu Linqing would no longer lend him money, but now that he saw that Lu Linqing actually wanted to lend him money, he immediately felt relieved. At the same time, seeing Lu Linqing's angry look, he felt very satisfied. As expected, a child who has lost the love of his parents since childhood wants the recognition of his parents and family the most. As long as he grasps this point, Lu Linqing will be nothing. Isn't it just 5% of the shares?
I'll find a way to get it back later. Okay, then let's sign the agreement first.
I'll transfer the 3 billion yuan to you first, and you should quickly develop the fishing industry. Use this opportunity to grow and expand, so that your parents and sister will look up to you.
Chapter 66: Acquisition of Lu's stock. The two quickly signed the contract.
Although Lu Haoyu hinted that he could add the 5% stake, Lu Linqing pretended not to hear it.
Lu Haoyu didn't care. It was already good enough to be able to set up the building and the entertainment company in it.
Initially, Lu Linqing was only willing to mortgage the entertainment company, but Lu Haoyu disagreed.
Finally, Lu Linxing suggested mortgaging the building, but Lu Haoyu said he wasn't sure about the building's price, so he mortgaged both the entertainment company and the building. During this process, Lu Linxing clearly stated that the shares of the milk tea company and the entertainment company could be used as collateral, but was directly rejected by Lu Haoyu. Lu Haoyu is not a fool. That milk tea company doesn't look like it can make money. The final result was that a building and an entertainment company were mortgaged for 3 billion yuan. After the contract was signed, Lu Haoyu left with satisfaction. After walking out of the basement, he went straight back to his room, closed the door, and burst into laughter. Lu Linxing, Lu Linxing, who told you to listen to advice like this? Then don't blame me. As long as you actually invest these 3 billion yuan in the fishing industry, then all of your 3 billion yuan will be wasted, and all of your industries are mortgaged to me. If I lose your 3 billion yuan, all of your industries will be mine. When I sell it, I'll have over 10 billion left. I'll use 3 billion to support my parents, and I'll still have 10 billion left. Next, I'll be waiting for your 3 billion yuan. When will it go down the drain? In the basement, after Lu Linxing received 3 billion yuan, he left directly. But after he left, he went to a building which he named Thunder Building. Today, the top 2 floors of Thunder Building have become his office and the headquarters of Thunder Entertainment. At the same time, the top 5 floors of the building have been cleared. Will they be reserved for Lu Linxing's future company? As soon as Lu Linxing arrived, Lan Sai came to him immediately. Boss, you're finally free to come over. Let me report to you on the company's recent situation. Lu Linxing nodded, and Lan Sai continued. Over at Leitang Entertainment, thanks to the phenomenal success of Goddess of Honor, the company's market capitalization has reached 200 to 300 million yuan. Furthermore, all the actors involved have received numerous invitations, endorsements, and commercial performances, generating significant profits for the company. As long as we develop step by step, the company will rise steadily. And those veterans who came over from the group did come up with the formulas for 3 daily chemical products, which are much better than the several daily chemical products currently available at the Lu Group. According to your instructions, we have already started building the factory and establishing the corresponding company. However, it will take some time for these 3 companies to be officially completed. Then, according to your instructions, boss, we will integrate Thunder Entertainment into the Thunder Group and make it a part of the Thunder Group. At the same time, we will establish the Thunder Investment Department. The loan secured by the Thunder Building has also been approved. All of this has been prepared. I'm not sure what to do next. Boss, please let me know. During this month of seclusion, Lu Linxing naturally did not just read books. As early as when he just started his retreat, the old employees of Thunder Entertainment had already offered him the formula. He immediately appointed them as bank presidents and established a branch company to prepare for the production and sales of these daily chemical products. But this kind of thing takes a long time. Lu Linxing would just ask every once in a while. However, after acquiring 10% of the shares of the Lu Group, he established the Thunder Group and transferred all the industries under his name to the Thunder Group. Finally, Thunder Investment Department was established to focus on investment. He even incorporated the Thunder Building into the Thunder Group and borrowed 5 billion yuan from the Thunder Building. Now that everything is ready, invest all 5 billion yuan in the stock market. Take advantage of the drop in Lu Group's stock price and buy it all for me. If possible, try to buy more than 10%. If the stock market isn't enough, find an intermediary to contact the other shareholders of the Lu Group. Take this opportunity to see if anyone is willing to sell their shares. If they are, I can buy them at a 10% premium. I want to be the largest shareholder of the Lu Group. Lan Sai nodded respectfully. I see, boss. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. After he finished speaking, he put down the tablet in his hand. Boss, this is Haoyu Entertainment's latest web series, The Imperial Concubines Promotion, Part 2. Right now, there's a lot of criticism online. Here are the latest analysis reports and online comments. You can take a look. After saying that, Lan Sai said goodbye and left. Lu Linxing took the tablet and looked at the report on it, but he only took a glance at it before opening the playback platform and watching the second part of Harem Promotion Diary. As a result, he laughed when he saw it. The reason why the first part of Harem Promotion became a hit is, on the one hand, because of its own system, and on the other hand, because it does have a characteristic, that is, poverty, extremely poor. But the second part of Harem Promotion Diary is very rich. Whether it is the makeup, the scenery, or any other aspects, it is all very exquisite.
It is this exquisiteness that makes the second part of The Legend of the Concubine look out of place with the first part. Looking at the cliched plot again, without the characteristic of poverty, it would be a complete insult to the audience's eyes. Moreover, the barrage was filled with curses. I don't know what my good brother's expression would be when he sees this situation. With all the copyrights purchased for $50 million, plus the investment in filming, I'm afraid his company has spent all its money on this, right? And he must have used his own capital and even borrowed money from his family. Now that this drama is completely ruined, I'm afraid his Hallyu Entertainment is about to go bankrupt, right? It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see his current expression. Everything that needs to be arranged is almost done. Next, I should go make money. Although I don't know how I can bypass the fish gang by attacking the fishing industry, but since the system has already said so, I think it should be no problem. As long as I can bypass the restrictions of the fish gang, my involvement in the fishing industry will not only be worth 30 billion, but may very well be worth 300 billion or even 3 trillion in the future. Also, the money for acquiring the Lu Group needs to be paid quickly. The other investments will be slower. Only the fishing industry is the fastest. If he wants to get involved in the fishing industry, he first needs to have his own company. So he decided to go to the beach to take a look. He had just gone out, and before he could get a taxi, a sports car stopped in front of him. Chapter 67, Third Sister asks me to be your sparring partner? That's great. The car door opened and a figure in a fiery red outfit walked down. The red car, red clothes, and even red hair made her look like a ball of fire. In addition, her bright and majestic face makes her look like a queen walking out of the flames. However, after the woman came down, the look she gave Lu Linsheng made people feel very cold. Suddenly, it was like a feeling of ice and fire, and I was invited to be around Lu Linsheng. As soon as he saw the look, Lu Linsheng knew who the other person was. Before Lu Linsheng returned home, he naturally got to know the people in his family. The eldest sister is in charge of the group, and the fifth sister just graduated and is preparing to enter the entertainment industry. The third sister, the fiery figure in front of you, works as a coach in a martial arts school, learning martial arts. Because of her great talent and strength, which is much stronger than men, she makes rapid progress in martial arts training. Although he is not very old, he is already a top-notch master in the country. Although he is a coach in the martial arts school, he owns 49% of the shares of the school. It can also be considered as the completion of self-employment. I haven't been home for a while, but I didn't expect him to appear in front of me today. Lu Linsheng, since this is our first meeting, you should know who I am. Yes, I am your third sister, Lu Nianyun. I heard from Xiaowu that you are very capable. I just beat him up, and I also beat up my sister, brother, and even my parents. It seems that you are quite good at fighting. In that case, let me test your skills. As he said this, he raised his leg and kicked towards Lu Linsheng. Lu Linsheng didn't expect that the third sister he had just met would suddenly attack, so he was accidentally mentioned. He could have stopped her directly, but he didn't do so. He pretended to be hurt by the kick and took a few steps back. Third sister, why are you doing this in public? Isn't that a little inappropriate? What's wrong with that? After being kicked by me, you can still speak normally. It seems that you do have some strength. Lend me another move. The third sister continued to do it regardless. Lu Linsheng could only use a little strength to dodge quickly, and he didn't take it seriously when he was hit from time to time. After more than a dozen rounds, the third sister Lu Nianyun stopped. I thought that his biological brother was just a little bit arrogant and had some strength to prevent his family from fighting back. I didn't expect that he really had such strength and flexible movement. As for the skill of the hands, you can tell at a glance that there is really none. There is one thing he said that is true. In public, if you can just hit someone a few times and knock him down, that would be fine. But if it goes on for a long time, it will have a bad impact in itself. If they are seen by acquaintances, they might be mistaken for monkey trainers. She, Lu Nianyun, couldn't afford to lose face with this person. However, when she thought about how this new little brother dared to beat up family members, even her younger brother Hallyu and her parents, she became furious. I can't hit you now, but I still don't believe I can't deal with you. Not bad, not bad. Your physical fitness is indeed good, and your reaction ability is also quite good. Given your physical fitness and reflexes, it would be a waste not to practice martial arts. How about this, you come with me to the martial arts gym to practice martial arts, and be my sparring partner. I believe that with my help, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds.
If possible, you can also be a sparring partner for others.
Not only can you learn martial arts, but you can also earn a salary at the same time.
Didn't brother how you tell me that you really want to be recognized by your family? Your current group company was acquired by accident. Your parents won't approve of it.
Only if you earn it through your own hard work will they recognize it. If you really want to be recognized, then listen to me and come to our martial arts gym to be a sparring partner.
You can learn martial arts and earn money at the same time. The most important thing is that it will be easier to get the approval of my parents. What do you think?
What do I think? I think what you said is very good.
What you are saying is not good. How can I hear the system prompts? Although I know that you have deep malice towards me, who told me to like your evil?
Your third sister, Lu Nianyan, suggested that you join her martial arts school to learn martial arts and serve as a sparring partner.
This is because she saw that you had no basic skills and didn't believe you could learn.
She also wanted to use your strong reflexes and ability to withstand blows to improve the fighting power of the students at the school. Follow this advice, and your martial arts talent will be greatly enhanced, with a tenfold increase. Also, while serving as a sparring partner, any damage you would otherwise incur will be directly reversed, and the damage will be increased tenfold to your physical fitness. As the saying goes, when you feel sleepy, someone will give you a pillow. This is what my third sister is like.
He really didn't want to continue living in the Lu family's basement.
After all, he had finally traveled through time and space and became a rich young man with assets worth hundreds of billions. In this situation, why doesn't he buy a house and live in it himself, but instead goes to live in the basement of the Lu family? If the basement wasn't so effective in improving his body, he really wouldn't have been able to stay there for a moment. Not long ago, you were still thinking about how to find a replacement, and in the blink of an eye, the replacement you thought of was delivered to you. If you want to upgrade your basement, you need to change the environment of the basement, either by releasing poison or radiation.
Just a good night's sleep can greatly change your physical condition. However, this improvement has its limits.
Because as his physical fitness improves, the damage to his body, whether it is poisoning or radiation, will gradually decrease. Even if he continues to live in the basement, I am afraid that these toxic gases and various things will no longer be effective on him after a while.
By then, the basement will be of no use. I didn't expect the basement hadn't been fully utilized yet.
This second sister, whom I met for the first time, brought me a big gift. When the system prompts text, there is also relevant information.
This information clearly states,
as a sparring partner, Lu Linqing doesn't look at the physical fitness of the opponent, but rather the strength of the person who attacks him.
The stronger the person who attacks, the more commission you will get.
Even if the person who attacks is not very strong, as long as he can hit you, he can enhance your physical fitness. And this is just the improvement of various aspects of the body. The most important thing is the practice of martial arts. Although I don't know what the difference is between the martial arts in this short drama world and the ordinary world, as long as I can learn it quickly and well, coupled with a strong physique, I will have another trump card. From now on, he had a new place to improve his strength, and he could finally move out of the Lu family's shabby place. So his eyes were shining when he looked at his third sister.
Become a sparring partner and learn martial arts, right? Third sister, how do you know this is my dream since I was a child? What are you waiting for? Third sister, let's go now. Chapter 68, Stop playing and start live streaming again. The matter of the fishing company can wait for a while. The most important thing is to make sure that the martial arts school can allow me to continue to improve.
Third sister Lu Nianyan couldn't quite understand her younger brother, but as long as he was willing to go to the martial arts gym with her, that was all that mattered. The third sister drove Lu Linqing to the martial arts gym quickly, then asked Lu Linqing to change his clothes, and then the two began to fight. Lu Lin, survive as many attacks as possible, but also get hit a few times without exposing his abilities. Every time he was beaten, he felt that his physical fitness improved. At this moment, he was finally convinced that he should come to the martial arts gym more often in the future. The other people in the martial arts gym were originally watching the fun, but after the fight, the third sister spoke directly to them.
This is our new martial arts sparring partner.
Anyone who wants to practice Kung Fu can find him. But I have to make it clear, every sparring session costs money. 100 yuan per session, and it won't last more than 10 minutes. If you're willing, just go find him directly.
If you're not willing, just watch the fun.
That day, except for mealtime, Lu Linqing was beaten in the house, but the effect of the beating was very obvious. Through these people, he also mastered a lot of martial arts knowledge and gained a certain level of strength. At the same time, his physical fitness has increased by at least 10 to 20 kilograms, and other aspects have also improved.
According to this situation, I don't need to live in the basement anymore.
As long as I come to the martial arts gym every day, my strength will increase rapidly, and I can also learn martial arts knowledge.
But I still have to stay here one more day. Tomorrow I'll have time to buy a house, and then I can move out.
In the evening, Lu Linsheng returned home in his third sister's car.
As soon as he came back, Lu Linsheng prepared to go back to the basement because he didn't want to see this family anyway. As a result, it was obvious that this family was not going to let him go.
Every time I see them sitting neatly in the living room, I know they are preparing to target me.
Anyone with a bit of common sense wouldn't bother with them.
Unfortunately, although Lu Linsheng is smart, he needs rewards from the system. Even though he knew that these people had bad intentions, he still followed his third sister.
The third sister asked in confusion, "Mom and Dad, why are you all sitting here without saying a word?"
When the third sister started talking, Mother Lu spoke directly.
"What else can I do? It's all because of your good brother Lu Linsheng.
Your fifth sister said you took him to the martial arts gym.
It's time to teach him a lesson."
When she said this, her nose was not a nose and her eyes were not eyes, and she looked at Lu Linsheng and said, "You are our son, our biological son, but Hao Yu is also our son, the son we have raised for more than 20 years. Not a biological child, but better than a biological child.
And since you came back, Hao Yu has been absolutely devoted to you.
It was because he took you to the manor that you got 1 billion. It was he who took you to buy the company, and that's how you own the billion-dollar building. It was he who proposed selling the group's Thunder Entertainment to you, which is why you own this company worth 2 or 3 billion. It was also he who found the book for you, so that you could learn the 13 Ghost Gate needles, so that you could save Mr. Zhong, and so that you could turn Zhong Muyo into your real fiancé.
It can be said that your brother has never done anything to let you down.
Even when others were not optimistic about it, he spent 50 million to buy the subsequent copyright of Harem Promotion. And now, he poured his heart and soul into you, but you ruined the entertainment company he worked so hard to build, nearly bankrupting it. You knew full well that the copyright for Harem Promotion was worthless and might even be a scam, yet you kept silent and deliberately tricked your brother.
Is there anyone who acts like a brother like you?
I tell you, I don't care. Anyway, this Harem Promotion record originally belonged to you. You sold it to your brother for 50 million and then you can buy it back for 50 million. Also, your brother spent a lot of money on filming the web series.
If you give me another 10 million, I won't mind you cheating your brother."
Lu Linsheng slapped his forehead before he remembered. Previously, when Lan Sai reported, she only mentioned the matter of Harem Promotion, which he had also read. I originally thought that the matter would end here and Lu Haoyu would just suffer in silence, but I didn't expect that Lu Haoyu would come back to complain.
How could he have the nerve to do that?
Lu Linsheng took out his cell phone directly. He said as he fiddled with it,
"I've discovered that you're completely unreasonable. I can't explain it to you. So, why don't you let netizens witness whether you're reasonable or not? I really don't understand. Lu Haoyu is already an adult, right?
He wanted to purchase the subsequent copyrights himself, and now he has lost money, yet he has the nerve to come to me.
I want to see if everyone in this world agrees with this."
He was about to click on the live broadcast when he said that. Lu Haoyu rushed over and grabbed Lu Linsheng's hand.
"Brother, we can't broadcast live."
Lu Linsheng looked at Lu Haoyu with a smile and said,
"Can't live broadcast? Why can't we live broadcast?
You were the one who took the initiative to buy the subsequent copyrights.
How come now I'm the one who cheated you?
I feel like I can't win an argument with you guys, so I want netizens to judge for me.
If I don't broadcast it live, how can they judge for me?
Also, when netizens hear that we're discussing the second season of the Imperial Concubine's advancement during this live broadcast, maybe they'll be interested and go check it out, potentially boosting the popularity of your drama." If they were giving him suggestions or rewards, Lu Linsheng would still play with them.
But if someone comes to blame you and hurt you, forget it. This is an order, not a suggestion. It won't trigger the system reward at all. Then why would I play with you guys?
He directly clicked on the live broadcast, ignoring the family, and said with a smile to the thousands of people who suddenly rushed into the live broadcast room, "I didn't expect so many people to be looking forward to my live broadcast. Congratulations, you got to eat the melon firsthand. You may not know that the first part of Harem Promotion was produced by my company, Thunder Entertainment. The first film was a big hit, so my brother Lu Haoyu bought the copyright and filmed the second film. Now that the second film has flopped, he's teamed up with my dear parents and sisters to get me to buy the second film back and return all the copyright fees I collected previously. Come on, let's show you guys what kind of expressions they'll have now that you're watching them," he said as he turned the camera towards everyone in the Liu family. The few people who were about to speak shut up instantly. That expression was like a pallet. "You said everything, what shall we say?" Chapter 69. Lu Haoyu was confused again. "Why are you all silent? Tell me what I did wrong in this matter." "And my dear mother, she asked me to buy back the subsequent copyright of Harem Promotion at the same price, and even cover the cost of filming the new drama. Do you think it's still necessary now? By the way, there are already tens of thousands of people in the live broadcast room right now, and there will be even more soon." Threats, naked threats. But the Liu family just buys into this. They can be extremely shameless behind people's backs, but when everything is put in front of the public, they still have to maintain a hypocritical face. Seeing the camera facing her, Mother Liu said directly, "Son, what are you talking about? Your dad told you before that you should wait until everything is over before discussing some things. But now you're live again right after it all started. If you didn't know, you would think that we, your biological parents, were not good to you. The reason I said that just now is because Haoyu is also our son. He bought the game, and ended up using up all of the company's resources. Now the company is heavily in debt. If they can't fill this hole, the company will go bankrupt. A matter of tens of millions but less than 100 million is not a big deal for our family, but things must be completed from beginning to end, and we want to teach him a lesson. That's why we asked you to buy it back, even for a smaller amount, to let him know that starting a company isn't easy and that you shouldn't be so impulsive. After you give him the money, how can we still be shortchanged by you? We will double the amount in compensation later. But look at you now. When you say that, I think we parents have lost our minds again. It's okay if it affects our family's reputation, but it affects the interests of the group. This is unacceptable to everyone in the Liu family." Father Liu also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and then said, "Your mother is right. We never intended to cheat you out of your money from the beginning. We just wanted to teach your brother a lesson. We'll make it up to you later, and double the compensation. Now that you're unwilling, forget it. We won't care about either of you anymore. Is that okay? I still say that, don't do live broadcasts all the time. Can't you wait until you figure things out before doing it?" When Lu Haoyu heard this, he became anxious. Now his Haoyu Entertainment is about to go bankrupt. Moreover, he lent the 3 billion yuan he had just obtained to Lu Linsheng. In order to obtain Lu Linsheng's property, it was naturally impossible for him to ask for the money back. If his family doesn't give him money and he can't get some money from Lu Linsheng, then his company will really go bankrupt. He doesn't have the ability of Lu Linsheng, who owns shares in the group, has his own building, and has invested in several companies. He only has this one company now. If he loses it, he will have nothing. Even when facing the live broadcast, he cried, and he really cried. "Dad, Mom, you can't just ignore me. Brother, there was really no problem when you sold the copyright to me. I volunteered to do it. I can understand why you didn't help me. But you can't just ignore me. This is the only company I own. If it goes bankrupt, I'll be left with nothing. This is the company I've built with years of hard work. I don't want to see it go bankrupt in my hands." Seeing Lu Haoyu like this, the whole family couldn't help but reveal a look of heartache, but when they saw the mobile phone in Lu Linsheng's hand, they immediately shut their mouths. Father Liu thought for a moment and said, "Didn't I just give you 3 billion? Even the people in the live stream room shouldn't have forgotten. Take out 100 million from this. If you can revive your company, you can use the remaining 30 to start a business and build something great. Okay, let's just end this matter here, right?" Lu Jinting's main purpose was to get Lu Linsheng to turn off the live broadcast as soon as possible. The others also understood his thoughts, so they all said they wanted to go back. Lu Linsheng watched as all these people went back, and then he spoke to the live broadcast room. "Thank you all, my friends. Without you, I don't know how long this thing would have dragged on, and I don't know what it would have cost me. It's a pity that I didn't make any money this time, so I won't be giving you any red envelopes. But even though there are no red envelopes, I can give you a benefit. Now send me the 4 words "a cup of milk tea" through the backend, and do not delete these 4 words, and keep the sending time. As long as you send it within half an hour, you can use this message to redeem a free cup of milk tea in the Shuebing City file.
You may not know what this Snow Ice City is?
It's a milk tea shop with very affordable prices. Other shops sell milk tea drinks for more than 10, 20, or 30 yuan, but they only cost 5, 6, or 7 yuan. I have already invested 200 million yuan in this milk tea shop. I expect that within a month, Zubingqing milk tea shops will be all over the country.
So most of you will be able to redeem it within a month.
From now on, within half an hour, everyone who sent me a message and has been following me before the redemption can redeem a cup of milk tea.
I've finished giving out the benefits, so let's end the broadcast. See you next time.
After saying this, Lu Linxing didn't hesitate at all.
Directly download.
When the audience in the live broadcast room saw him acting like this again, they were so angry that they opened their private messages and each sent a message saying a cup of milk tea. Although I don't mind a cup of milk tea, I have to fleece him.
That's right, it's always like this.
He starts broadcasting at irregular intervals and then suddenly stops broadcasting.
It makes me unhappy at all.
I have to make him compensate me with a cup of milk tea.
How can 1 cup be enough? Didn't he say within half an hour?
I'm going to have all my family and friends message him.
I'm going to pay him back. Brother, what's the point of saying this? I've already taken action. Now this message is sent from my wife's phone.
I'll have my parents, father-in-law, mother-in-law, and brother-in-law all send it at the same time.
Hey, I'm being generous for once and treating the whole class to milk tea.
Now everyone in our class is paying attention to this bastard.
Fuck, the guy upstairs is awesome. I'm going to treat everyone in our company to a drink too.
Alas, I don't know if we can buy it in our village, but I can also ask our villagers to drink it first and wait until it is no longer available. Chapter 70 Lu Haoyu, Lu Linxing, you have no moral integrity. After Lu Linxing's last live broadcast, his fans had already increased to 2 million. But this time, it only took half an hour for his fans to exceed 5 million. And even after half an hour, many people still came over to give him a cup of milk tea, 4 words. By the time Lu Linxing went to bed at night, his number of fans had grown to 7 million and was still rising. Seeing this, Lu Linxing smiled, opened his account, and sent another notification. If I remember correctly, I had about 5 million fans half an hour after I went off the air. So if these fans sent a message, each of them could get a cup of milk tea. But half an hour later, more than 2 million people became my fans. As my fans, I can't be partial to you.
But if you want me to continue delivering, I really can't afford it.
A cup of milk tea at Zubingqing stores costs 8 yuan, so 5 million people would cost me 40 million yuan. I believe many people won't believe this number, but even if I, as the boss, use the cost price, the store needs money, and everything else needs money, so the cost is still several dollars. Let's calculate it a little lower, even if it's half, it will still cost 20 million. So I've already given away at least 20 million.
I really can't afford to give away more. After all, I didn't make any money this time. I'll continue giving it away next time I make some money.
But I've already said that I won't play favorites, so I won't disappoint new fans.
There are still 2 hours until midnight. Send a cup of milk tea before midnight today.
Fans of these 4 characters can buy milk tea at half price at Zubingqing stores.
That is to say, you can buy a milk tea worth 8 yuan for 4 yuan, and a drink worth 4 yuan only costs 2 yuan. Of course, the cheapest drink in the store is probably 10 yuan. There are no cheaper ones.
If you don't like it, please ignore this message.
Thank you.
After sending this message, Lu Linxing sent the screen recording of his live broadcast, the growth of fans and the latest news to Boss Ho.
Last message. I've already placed the ad for you. Can you tap into this wave of traffic? Will Zubingqing milk tea soar to fame or become a joke? It all depends on you.
After posting it, Lu Linxing went back to his basement to sleep and try to see how much he could grow tonight. On the other side, Lu Haoyu returned to his room, vented for a while and then left. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he would always ask Lu Chanxian to come out and accompany him. After unlocking a new posture, the two gradually calmed down.
Lu Chanxian said, "Brother Haoyu, I know everything about you. I watched Lu Linxing's live broadcast."
He knew clearly that the second part of Harem promotion story was not good, but he still wanted to sell it to you at a high price.
He is really mean. But I believe in Brother Haoyu. You still have 3 billion in your hands. Why would you care about an entertainment company? If you want to continue developing the entertainment industry, then invest 100 million. If you don't want to continue in the entertainment industry, then why not just give up and invest in other industries? Lu Haoyu's face was slightly embarrassed, but he quickly regained his composure. You're right. I don't need to worry about a small entertainment company. It's a pity that my 3 billion yuan was invested elsewhere. Now I can't withdraw the money, so I have no choice but to give up this entertainment company. I know what's going on, but I'm afraid others might misunderstand me and think I'm incompetent. Lu Chanxian said quickly. Brother Haoyu, don't worry. I will explain everything to them and won't let them misunderstand. I also believe in your ability. With 3 billion, you will definitely earn much more than Lu Linsheng. It's just a TV series that failed, it's just a small entertainment company that went bankrupt. It's actually nothing. After all, Brother Haoyu, your investment in this entertainment company is only 10 million. Lu Linsheng invested 200 million in that milk tea shop. I went to that milk tea shop and saw other people's milk teas costing over 10, 20, or even 100 or 80 yuan, but theirs only cost 5, 6, 4, or 5 yuan. How can they make money? It won't be long before he successfully squanders all of his 200 million. When my uncle and aunt compare us, Brother Haoyu, you were cheated by Lu Linsheng, but you only lost 10 million, while he easily lost the 200 million given by my uncle. They will definitely look upon you more favorably then. The heir to the Lu Group will definitely be you, Brother Haoyu. What Lu Haoyu cares about most is the Lu Group. What he feared most was that Lu Linsheng would snatch the Lu Group away. Lu Chanxian's words immediately made her smile. Chanxian, you're right. My parents have always cared about me more. My dad has even told me that I will definitely be the successor of the group in the future. It just takes time. If Lu Linsheng really was better than me in every way, it would be fine. But now the entertainment company I invested in is going bankrupt, and his 200 million investment will be wasted. This is his first time investing, right? He actually lost so much. How can he compare to me? Besides, the second season of Harem Promotion, produced by my company, has just aired. There might be a twist. Chanxian, check the trending searches on your phone. Maybe it's already turned around. Lu Chanxian obediently picked up the phone, opened it and said with a smile. Brother Haoyu is right. This has just begun. Maybe it will turn around in the next moment. As he spoke, his voice became weaker and slower. Lu Haoyu also felt something unusual and said as he leaned his head over. What's wrong? Is there something going on? Lu Chanxian pointed the phone screen at Lu Haoyu and said this. Brother Haoyu, look for yourself, that Zhu Bingqing milk tea has become a trending topic, and Lu Linsheng directly invested in it? Being on the trending search means that your popularity is rising rapidly. As long as the product isn't too bad, you probably won't lose money. Lu Haoyu quickly took the phone, clicked on the hot search, and after reading it, he threw the phone to the ground and said angrily. Lu Linsheng has no moral principles. How can he advertise like this? He just gave away tens of millions. Even if his money came from the wind, he wouldn't be as wasteful as him. You've already invested 200 million yuan in a crappy milk tea, and now you're spending tens of millions more on advertising. You're really not afraid of losing everything, are you? Chapter 71 Lu Haoyu's incompetent rage. These words could only reflect his own impotent rage. Both he and Lu Chanxian understood. When Zhu Bingqing's name became a hot search, and was accompanied by hundreds of millions of free milk tea and coupons, it already had tens of millions of customers. Tens of millions of customers across the country are enough to support the rapid popularization of Zhu Bingqing milk tea shops across the country. As long as we can open a store, it will snowball and expand to various cities and regions. In addition, the reputation gained from this fight has increased its national popularity. Although more than 200 million yuan has been invested, it will not lose money even if it does not make a profit. However, if you fail to keep up in the later stage, you may only be able to break even, and it may take many years to get your money back. Thinking of this, Lu Haoyu could only comfort himself. Isn't it just a trending topic? It's just a few tens of millions spent to generate buzz. Once the buzz dies down, who will still remember the Snow Ice City milk tea? Lu Chanxian also nodded. That's right. How much effect can it have by just throwing money at it and creating some hype? Other milk teas cost at least 10 yuan, but his is only a few yuan. If it were me, I wouldn't believe this thing is drinkable. I'm sure it won't sell many. Brother Haoyu, let's take a rest first. Maybe we'll have good news tomorrow morning. Lu Haoyu nodded. You're right, let's take a rest first. One night passed.
But when I woke up in the morning, there was no good news, and Xuebing City was even more popular. Not only Xue Bingcheng was on the hot search, but Lu Linsheng was also on the hot search. Spending money to gain tens of millions of fans and directly becoming a hot topic is something that no one else can do. Moreover, at the end of the hot search, there is an official statement from Xuebing City. After seeing it, Lu Haoyu couldn't help but click in. After reading it, I realized that this was the official account of Zubingqing, which directly announced that almost 80 stores across the country were ready to open at the same time, and 300 stores would be opened in the next week. At the same time, if the benefits remain similar, we will open no less than 1,000 stores across the country in the future. In the end, he agreed with Lu Linxing's words, acknowledged the fact that Lu Linxing invested in the milk tea shop, and promised to redeem all the things Lu Linxing promised. Seeing that the situation was getting worse and worse, Lu Haoyu frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. My entertainment company went bankrupt, but a milk tea shop you casually invested in might become a hit. The most important thing is that I also had the opportunity to invest at that time, but I just watched it as a joke. Now think about it, if this milk tea shop really becomes popular, I would be a real joke. Seeing Lu Haoyu like this, Lu Chanshan comforted him. Brother Haoyu, hasn't their store opened yet? We'll know whether they're profitable or not after they open. Even if they advertise aggressively and build up their reputation, if no one buys, they're doomed to fail. Lu Haoyu also nodded. You're right. The more hype they have now, the more embarrassed they will be when no one buys. During this period, the legend of the Condor Heroes is still being broadcast, so Haoyu Entertainment has to persevere until the broadcast is completed no matter what. When he was free, Lu Haoyu devoted all his energy to paying attention to the Zubingqing milk tea shop. As a result, after he collected information from the internet, he found that Zubingqing milk tea shop was on the hot search again. It turned out that a group of people were filming the situation in each store, and the long queues in each store directly sent this popularity to the hot search. There were even many internet celebrities who went to the door of Zubingqing milk tea shop to check in, which greatly increased Zubingqing's reputation. This is all due to the recent craze. Once the craze subsides, no one will buy it anymore. Lu Haoyu comforted himself in this way, but he soon found that his comfort was of no use. 3 days later, 5 days later, and even 10 days later, the popularity of Zubingqing milk tea shop was still visible to the naked eye. Half a month later, no one questioned whether Zubingqing milk tea shop was not profitable. Some people even speculated that Zubingqing milk tea shop could generate more than 1 billion yuan in profits every year. The valuation of Zubingqing milk tea shop has also successfully exceeded 10 billion. Even the value is still increasing little by little. When the news spread for a few days and was recognized by everyone, Lu Haoyu smashed his phone again. Why? Why is Lu Linxing successful in everything he does? Why is it that he always has good luck even though he's so obedient and so stupid? This time, I asked him to invest in Zubingqing milk tea, and he actually made a profit. Originally, I was thinking of waiting until you'd lost all the 3 billion yuan and were broke before acquiring your shares. But now you've opened another milk tea shop, so it seems I need to think long term. I just don't believe that your luck can always be this good. Suddenly, Lu Haoyu's eyes lit up. Yes, everything he has now is all due to luck, but luck can't last forever. If he really needs someone with real strength, his luck will be useless. If Lu Linsheng gets involved in the fishing industry, he will definitely be targeted by the fish gang. Those people in the fish gang are all from the underworld, and each one is more greedy than the other. As long as they spend all the 3 billion yuan in Lu Linsheng's hands, I will tell them that Lu Linsheng still has a milk tea shop worth more than 1 billion yuan. They will definitely take the opportunity to snatch it up. Even if Lu Linsheng manages to save the milk tea shop, he'll still suffer. Lu Linsheng, you want to make money easily? That's impossible. Just wait for my revenge. Oh, and my entertainment company, since it's doomed to bankruptcy, I might as well get rid of this mess as soon as possible. Didn't you, Lu Linsheng, hear that? I hope you'll listen to my advice this time and take over my company. At this time, there was a knock on the door. It turned out that it was time for dinner. Because of his own failure in Lu Linxing's success, he was a little worried that his family would look down on him, so when he heard that it was his fifth sister who came to call him for dinner, he pretended to be uncomfortable and spoke aggrievely. Sister, am I really useless? The entertainment company I worked so hard to build was destroyed just because of a sequel. Compared to my brother, I'm such a loser. The fifth sister laughed. How can you be blamed for what happened to the entertainment company? If you have to blame someone, blame Lu Linsheng. If he hadn't sold you the rights to the sequel,
How could you have been cheated so badly? Isn't it just an entertainment company? If it fails, right? For you, the most important thing right now is the 3 billion. As long as you make good use of it and make money, your parents will definitely recognize you even more. Okay, let's not talk about this for now, let's go downstairs and eat. You can eat, but you can't keep these words to yourself. If I don't tell you, how can I change your mind and make you value me more? So when we got to the dinner table, he spoke again. Chapter 72, Fighting Father Lou. I have to say, brother is really lucky. I took her to experience the life of high society, and she went gambling and made $1 billion. I took her to buy a company that no one else was optimistic about, and after she bought it back, its value soared to tens of billions. He invested in this milk tea company right in front of me. I really didn't think much of it, but it turned out to be so popular. I had someone do some careful research and found out that the reason Mishue Ice City Milk Tea Company became so popular was because of my brother's live broadcast. To be honest, I really admire my brother for this. He was able to have 15 million fans in such a short time. You know, even some big stars don't have so many fans, but my brother did it. Although his ability to do this has a lot to do with our family. He even gained so many fans by relying on the reputation of our Lou family and the Lou Group. But who made him successful? Anyway, we're all members of the Lou family. He used the reputation of the Lou family and the Lou Group to become an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans. He also made a milk tea shop he invested in very popular, which is worth at least tens of billions of yuan. Although it's not as big as the Lou Group's loss of several billion, but with these 15 million fans and the milk tea shop, I'm likely to make even more money in the future, so it's not really a loss. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the table put down their chopsticks, and each of them looked unhappy. They really didn't think much about it before. Sometimes they even think that their biological sons and brothers might still be able to do it. After all, being able to make so much money by starting from scratch and investing in the right projects is also a kind of ability. In their room, Mr. and Mrs. Lou said several times that their biological son was pretty good. But now, after hearing what Lu Haoyu said, they reacted instantly. Haoyu is right. Lu Linsheng, how did you get those 10 million plus fans? You cheated them, not only the Lou family, but also the Lou Group. The group lost tens of billions, but Lu Linsheng actually took advantage of this opportunity to increase his income by more than 10 million, and his fans also launched Zubingqing milk tea. Aren't you just taking advantage of the Lu family to satisfy yourself? So it was a stunt. The Lu family used tens of billions of dollars to make Lu Linsheng famous and helped him make the milk tea shop he invested in popular. In other words, without the Lu family's losses, Lu Linsheng would not have so many fans, and without their losses, Lu Linsheng's milk tea shop would not have become popular. Therefore, Lu Linsheng has no real ability at all, it all depends on luck. It would be fine if it was just beneficial to himself, but he was lucky and his company developed well, but it hurt the Lu Group. The more Mr. Lu thought about it, the angrier he became. Just then, Lu Linsheng walked out of the basement. Father Lu also slammed the table and stood up. Evil creature, look at what you have done all day. You used the reputation of my Lu family and the background of the Lu Group to satisfy yourself. You've become a celebrity with millions of fans. Are you happy now? I want your worthless milk tea shop to be popular all over the country. Are you satisfied? Can't you just be down to earth and do something practical? Do you think you have to trample on others to succeed? We are your family and we don't mind you, but others may not mind you. If you still have a little bit of conscience, find an opportunity to go live and clarify things. Tell your fans that there is nothing wrong with our family. Tell them that there is nothing wrong with the Lu Group. You have to understand that you are also a shareholder of the group. You also own 5% of the shares. Moreover, you are my son, Lu Jinting. If the Lu Group is doing well, you will also be doing well. If the Lu Group is not doing well, how can you be any better? During this period, Lu Linsheng was very busy every day. Various conditions need to be created in the basement at night to achieve certain improvements to the body. But the improvement effect is getting slower and slower. Whenever he has time during the day, he goes to the martial arts gym to practice with others. The improvement he gets from practicing with others is much greater than that achieved in the basement. He will also use the remaining time to investigate the fishing industry to see where to start. Originally, he wanted to start from scratch, but he found that there were indeed several fishing companies in Linhai City that were almost unable to operate due to the suppression of Yubang and were being sold to outsiders.
So Lu Linxing was planning to buy these companies, so he got up early, but he didn't expect to meet this family again. The key is that they started teaching themselves a lesson again. If they were to give him advice and get him a reward, then Lu Linxing would naturally be willing to play with them. But you only come here to scold me. Even if you give me suggestions, you only ask me to help the company, not with any malicious intent. I won't get any reward, so why should I listen to you? I worked like a slave in my previous life, and in this life I just want to live a carefree life. Clarification? That's hilarious. Tell me, how can I clarify this? Could it be that one of the things I said in the live broadcast before was wrong? Since you came back until now, apart from the 200 million you were forced to give me, have you ever given me even a penny of the remaining money? Even now, I'm not even qualified to eat at your Lu's restaurant. You're asking me to clarify something. What do you want me to clarify? As for the group's problems, what does that have to do with me? If you guys are fine, then the group won't suffer any losses. If the group suffers losses, then it means you are the one with the problem. Why can a few words from me cause the group's stock price to plummet? The root cause is also because of you. So if you want to solve a problem, you have to think carefully about the root cause of the problem. Don't tell me I won't make any so-called clarifications. Even if I did clarify as you ask, would anyone believe it? If that's all you want to talk about, then we have nothing else to talk about. I have something important to do, so I won't play with you guys anymore. After he finished speaking, he was about to walk out, but at this time Lu Haoyu stood up. Brother, don't leave yet. Lu Haoyu has already confirmed that his parents and sister are still on his side. Most of the heirs of the Lu group are still his own. This reassured him and reminded him of his plan. He was going to sell his entertainment company to Lu Linxing, and it would be easier to sell it while his family was around. If I wait until the two of them meet in private before trying to sell this entertainment company to Lu Lin, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it. Now that the harem promotion story has finished airing, there is only a chorus of curses. It is impossible to make money, and the company can no longer be maintained. It is better to quickly hand this mess over to Lu Linxing. Chapter 73 New Proposals. Brother, if you don't want to clarify, no one can force you. However, this matter is related to the development of the group and the reputation of our Lu family. If possible, I hope you can clarify it. Seeing that Lu Linxing's face looked bad, he quickly changed the subject and spoke. Of course, this is all your decision, brother. I'm just giving you a suggestion. If you don't want to listen, forget it. Seeing that Lu Haoyu was about to continue chatting, Lu Linxing quickly interrupted him. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't talk nonsense to me anymore. I'm leaving right away. If I wasn't hoping you could give me some more advice on how to get this reward, I wouldn't bother talking to you. Lu Haoyu also knew that Lu Linxing was impatient, so he got straight to the point. My brother is like this. You know my entertainment company is on the verge of bankruptcy because of the harem promotion incident. If the company really goes bankrupt and liquidates, there will be nothing left, and there won't be much left for me. Instead of doing that, it would be better to sell the company while it's still around. Besides, if my company is integrated into Thunder Entertainment, it will definitely help Thunder Entertainment move forward. At the same time, the company's network resources can be preserved and will not disappear in an instant. I invested 10 million yuan in my entertainment company when it was first established, and I don't have any other requirements. Brother, if you can give me 10 million yuan, then I will sell my entertainment company to you. Even if the company has problems now, as long as the problems are solved, it will definitely be profitable. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't tell you this kind of good news. As for his entertainment company, no one would want it now, let alone 10 million, even before he arrives. Because he didn't have the copyright, he spent a lot of money, and many of the company's projects were done with loans, and now the company is heavily in debt. Who took over? The company will be responsible for the debt. By the time you buy the company and find out that it owes so much debt, it's already too late. You can only swallow this loss in silence. Fake young master Lu Haoyu wants to sell his entertainment company to you for 10 million. After buying it, including the company's debt, you'll need to pay over 10 million to cover the debt. If the company doesn't go bankrupt and liquidate, you'll need to invest at least 100 million to stabilize it. Following this advice, you will be able to earn 100 million yuan through this company in a short period of time to offset your debts while also allowing the company to continue operating normally. Although it is only 100 million, the tip said that it will be obtained through the company. In other words, if you get the company you bought, you can get 100 million through the company's current resources. Although Lu Lincheng no longer cared much about the 100 million, if Lu Haoyu knew that he sold his company for 10 million, allowing him to make 100 million in a short time, and also stabilized the company and continued to operate successfully, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood. Just treat it as a joke, I can't refuse it. But before he could even open his mouth, the Lu family started to act up again. Mother Lu, Lu Lincheng, your brother is right. Your Leiting Entertainment is still lacking in resources. We lack professional personnel, connections, and resources. It just so happens that Haoyu's company has plenty of resources, connections, and a lot of professionals. If you take over the two companies and merge them, it will only help Thunder Entertainment develop better. Besides, you two are brothers after all, so you should help him. It's only 10 million, which isn't much for you. Eldest sister, the group no longer has an entertainment department, otherwise I would have acquired it directly. Now that the group's entertainment company has been sold to you, Lu Lincheng, you should take on this responsibility and acquire brother Haoyu's company. Third sister, you are already worth hundreds of billions, so you are still short of these 18 million. Hurry up and take 10 million to buy out brother Haoyu's company. We still need to go to the martial arts gym to practice martial arts. Fifth sister, brother Haoyu's entertainment company was originally worth hundreds of millions. Even if it's in trouble now, it's worth more than just 10 million. We can sell it to you for 10 million because you are our brother. Don't be ungrateful. Father Lu made the final decision, it's settled. We're all family, so we should help each other. If your brother's company goes bankrupt, there'll be nothing left. It's better for you to buy it for 10 million. It won't be a loss for you. Lu Lincheng was really impressed by this family. I don't know how the timing of this short play was set. This is obvious favoritism. If I were really a young master, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to stand it. But who says I am fake too? Lu Haoyu is not your biological son, and I have even replaced his soul with yours. It doesn't matter to me how biased you are, as long as I can get rewards. And I don't know what your expressions will be when you find out that I am making money with this company. After figuring this out, Lu Lincheng simply nodded and said, You can let me buy Haoyu Entertainment, but it must be clearly written in the contract that after I buy it, everything in the company belongs to me. I cannot raise any objections to whether the company makes a profit or a loss in the future. At the same time, you can't talk to me about this company's mess anymore. Otherwise, you will have to pay me 10 million every time you say it. If you don't agree, forget it. Everyone knew that the company was going to go bankrupt soon. Things can only get worse in the future, not better, unless more money is invested. But if so much money is invested, the company will be different from the current one, and it may even have to be integrated into Thunder Entertainment. So no one will bring up the company's affairs anymore, so they have no objections. Lu Haoyu couldn't wait to take out the prepared contract. Since you agree, brother, let's sign the contract. I'll sign it and send the electronic version over, and the formalities will be completed immediately. Okay. Although you have been prepared for a long time, I am willing to cooperate with you. After all, it's not certain who will feel bad after signing this. All the procedures were successfully completed just a few minutes after the contract was signed and sent. From this moment on, Lu Lincheng is the person in charge of Haoyu Entertainment. Lu Haoyu said with a smile, Brother, congratulations. From this moment on, Haoyu Entertainment is yours. Don't worry, I won't use this company to make trouble again. Although the company is on the verge of bankruptcy, it still has some resources. Who knows, one of them might suddenly become valuable, and you might not necessarily be able to afford it. As he was speaking, a phone call came in. Chapter 74 Lu Haoyu, you are just a fool. Seeing the name displayed on the phone, Lu Haoyu said to Lu Lincheng with a smile. The person who called me was the general manager of Haoyu Entertainment. I guess he knew the company was sold to my brother, and he was going to ask you to come and report on your work. How about this, I'll turn on the speaker, and you can use my phone to listen first. Lu Haoyu turned on the hands-free function as he said, then put the phone on the table. Everyone unboxed the phone together, and then they heard a man's voice coming from the phone. Boss Lu, good news, great news. Meng Haoyu thought he was talking about selling the company, and said with a smile. It seems you also think that my selling the company is good news. Since you reported it to me immediately, I will allow you to resign from your current company and continue to work for me. What? The voice on the other end was a little distorted. Don't be too touched. You're the first person to tell me this, which is enough to prove your loyalty. When you leave, just come to me directly. I will arrange for you to do it well. It will definitely not be worse than it is now." As he said this, he glanced at Lu Linsheng with pride. "I sold the company, but the general manager is still so loyal to me. This is my ability." The other members of the Lu family also looked at Lu Haoyu with admiration. As a result, the person on the other end seemed to take a few deep breaths, and then spoke in a low voice. "So, Mr. Lu no longer owns the company. I wonder how much Mr. Lu sold his salary for." Lu Haoyu said, "You know the company was sold, but you don't know how much I got. So let me tell you, I spent 10 million to establish the company, and now I've sold it for 10 million, so at least I've broken even. Boss Lu, I have to say, you're a real talent." Lu Haoyu frowned. "Gu Qingjiu, how can you talk like that? I tell you, if you keep talking to me like this, don't come to me even if you quit. I'm not quitting my job, I must be crazy to come to you. Anyway, you're not the president of the company anymore, so I have something to say." The person on the other end of the phone was called Gu Qingjiu, and his voice was low and cheerful. "If the salary wasn't high, I wouldn't have wanted to work for you a long time ago. Now that you've sold the company, I probably can't be the general manager anymore. I really need to talk to you about this. Tell me about these past few years when you asked me to leave everything at the company to you, but every time there was a good project or event, you turned me down. I worked so hard to get this project, but you rejected it without even looking at it. I worked so hard to get this opportunity, and you just gave it to someone else. It's better to sell the company. If the company goes bankrupt one day under your control, I won't have to continue looking for a job as the general manager of the bankrupt company, and my salary will be greatly reduced." His long string of words left Lu Haoyu somewhat stunned, and the other members of the Lu family also looked embarrassed. "I was just proud of Lu Haoyu, but he just criticized me directly." And through this experience, they finally understood how Lu Haoyu managed the company. Even with such blind management, he was able to grow the company from 10 million to 100 million. We have to say that this general manager is capable. Of course, it is also possible that they have been taking advantage of Thunder Entertainment and receiving financial support from Thunder Entertainment, which is why they have been able to persist and become stronger and stronger. For the first time, they began to wonder if their son and brother were different from what they had imagined. Feeling the inquiring gazes of Lu's father, mother and sisters, Lu Haoyu felt like he was struck by lightning. "I finally realized that now is not the time to be embarrassed. If the impression of me in my family's mind becomes worse, which affects my inheritance of the group and my future, I will suffer a huge loss." So he had an idea and said, "Nonsense, Gu Qingjiu, stop talking nonsense there. How could the company have grown to where it is today without me? It was me who increased the company's value from 10 million to 100 million. It was me who brought so many resources to the company and made it develop. I don't know who bribed you to say these things on purpose, but I tell you, no one will believe you even if you talk nonsense. Since you've been my general manager for so many years, I won't hold it against you. But don't even think about following me anymore. You should find a job on your own." There was a chuckle from the other end of the phone, and then Gu Qingjiu spoke. "You're really thinking, even if you increase my salary tenfold, I won't follow you anymore. I didn't quit my job before because my family was short of money. If this hadn't happened today, I think it wouldn't be long before I would have quit as well. I had originally thought about making a contribution to the company before I resigned, so that the company could grow stronger. It seems useless now. But my final effort will make you, Mr. Lu, depressed and angry for a while." For some reason, Lu Haoyu had a bad feeling in his heart. "What do you mean? What do you mean?" The person on the other end of the phone spoke in a very frivolous tone and continued. "What else could it mean? It means literally. You should have remembered what I said at the beginning when I called you just now. That's the good news I want to report to you, the great news. You sold your company at the perfect time. You wouldn't have sold it any later. And selling a company worth 100 or 200 million yuan for 10 million yuan is something only you can do. To be honest, someone like you, Lu Haoyu, has a professional term in our industry to describe him. Do you know what it is? So you didn't know. To be honest, this is what I've always felt in my heart, and I'm giving it to you today. Lu Haoyu is Shaboi, a purebred Shaboi. Didn't the company previously collect some novel copyrights to fill the company's copyright library and increase the company's foundation? Isn't that a coincidence? When I first started collecting them, I looked for those that were already somewhat famous and hadn't finished their work yet. Even though collecting them wouldn't have much impact, if they were filmed, at least I wouldn't lose money.
But I never thought that one of them would explode this month.
The number of readers of the novel has increased dozens of times, and it has been listed on various rankings. It only cost me a little over 500,000 yuan to acquire the copyright for this book, but now the book can be sold for 20 million yuan just for the film and television rights.
We also have other copyrights. If we manage them well, we can easily earn hundreds of millions of yuan.
If we have the ability to shoot it ourselves, we can earn more.
Oh, by the way, you've already sold the company. It has nothing to do with you anymore. Forget it, I won't say anymore. I need to go and prepare well.
When the new boss comes, I'll report this achievement.
Maybe I can continue to be the general manager.
After saying this, he hung up the phone with a click. At this moment, Lu Haoyu was completely dumbfounded.
Chapter 75, The whole family is brain dead. Lu Linqing wants to leave. He tried every possible means to sell his Haoyu Entertainment because it was about to go bankrupt.
In order to make more money, he deliberately let Lu Linqing take over. He even thought about waiting until Lu Linqing took over, and then letting everyone in the company leave, leaving him with an empty shell, so that Lu Linqing could enjoy the pleasure of going bankrupt as soon as he got it.
Everything is ready on his side. He even relied on the Lu family's help to sell the company to Lu Linqing.
As a result, I had just signed the contract and completed the formalities when you told me that the copyrights that the company had hoarded exploded.
Something worth hundreds of thousands can be worth hundreds of millions.
In other words, as long as the copyright is sold, the company will be able to return to normal and regain its value of hundreds of millions. If the copyright is not sold, and the company develops the product by itself or in collaboration with others, it is likely that the company's value will increase again. Now, I sold a company that is worth no less than 100 million for only 10 million.
Lu Haoyu regretted this moment extremely. He looked at Lu Linqing.
Brother, you should have heard that my Haoyu Entertainment is now profitable again. You have so many businesses under your control, and my small entertainment company is no longer a big deal.
Why don't we cancel our agreement?
Lu Linqing raised the contract in his hand, then turned the phone screen to Lu Haoyu. The contract has been signed, and, in addition to having several lawyers as witnesses, I also recorded it.
We agreed that you wouldn't mention this company to me again. From now on, the company is mine.
But you brought it up again, asking for 10 million each time. So I don't have to transfer the 10 million I didn't transfer to you before.
Thank you for the free entertainment company. I will accept it without hesitation.
Seeing that the family was about to continue speaking, he simply shook his phone so that they could see the recording.
Stop talking nonsense to me.
I have a recording and a lawyer as witness.
If you say one more word about reconciliation and entertainment, I'll make you pay.
10 million for one sentence, I'm willing to listen, it just depends on whether you're willing to say it. The family, who were about to speak, were blocked by him and couldn't utter a word.
Seeing their faces flushed with anger, Lu Linqing laughed and went straight to the basement. If you have such good things in the future, be sure to find me. I don't mind helping.
Seeing Lu Linqing disappear, several lawyers quickly stood up and said goodbye. This is a dangerous place, and they are afraid of being implicated if they stay there for even a second longer.
Wait until the lawyer's figure disappears outside the door and the door closes. Lu Haoyu has realized that the company is gone for him now. Not only did he lose the company, but he didn't get a penny.
He worked so hard to plan this, but in the end he didn't get a single point. I said that he lost money for the company and made his parents and sisters doubt him. The most important thing now is to stabilize the talents of the Lu family first.
So when everyone came to their senses, they saw Lu Haoyu looking depressed. Brother Haoyu, what's wrong with you?
When fifth sister asked this question, Lu Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief. At least there is someone who cooperates with me, otherwise this play would be difficult to continue.
Fifth sister, I am so sad. I can be said to be open-hearted to Gu Qingjiu.
Not only did he leave the management of the company to him, but he also never asked about the company's affairs, big or small. As a result, he rejected all the projects I was optimistic about.
When I started making money, he said I didn't persist.
I gave many company projects to others when I saw problems, but he accused me of not caring about the company's development. I finally managed to convince him to buy the copyrights to some online novels and store them in the company. I was hoping that one day my book would become a hit, but I didn't expect it to be a hit now.
The copyright has become valuable, but the company is no longer mine.
He is my general manager, but he turned around and slandered me and wronged me.
It's really hard for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the family's expressions instantly changed from suspicion and inquiry to anger and pity.
The fifth sister grabbed Lu Haoyu's hand.
That Gu Qingjiu is so abominable. He actually bullied my brother Haoyu like this. Don't give me a chance. If I have the chance to meet him, I will definitely give him a good beating.
The third sister also came over.
Forget about you, Xiaowu.
You have no strength and no power.
If we really meet, who will take care of whom?
If we do meet, just call me and I will beat him up myself.
How dare you bully my brother Haoyu like this?
The eldest sister also came over. Next time you hire someone, do a thorough investigation, especially for positions like general manager or manager.
If you don't have the right connections, tell me and I'll help you find them. It's better not to keep someone like that around. Not only will they easily cause problems, they'll also be a bad influence on you.
Mother Lu came over and patted Lu Haoyu on the head.
It's okay. Every failure is a learning experience. No one can guarantee that they can see through everyone.
It's a good thing for you to see this person clearly through this incident.
If you let them know you're investing 3 billion yuan and you join them, you don't know what will happen. What if they run away with the money? What if the other party cheats you at the critical moment? Maybe you will lose all your money in one go. So, this is a good thing for you, you don't have to be sad. Father Lu also stepped forward and spoke. You have to remember that not everyone has the same noble character as you. Many people in this world have bad character. You don't have to punish yourself for their mistakes. It's his loss that he left you. And he deserves to be punished for daring to slander you like that.
Nian Shuang, tell all of Lin Haicheng's companies that they are not allowed to hire anyone named Gu.
Lu Haoyu was proud. Sure enough, as long as I find a reason, they will believe me.
Lu Linsheng, who had not yet returned to his room in the basement, was speechless after hearing all this thanks to his powerful hearing.
It turns out that this family is full of idiots. I've lived with idiots for so long that I'm afraid I'll become one too. This basement isn't doing much to improve my physical fitness anymore. It seems I need to save up some cash and buy a place of my own sooner rather than later. After one night, Lu Linsheng's physical condition improved much less than yesterday.
But he no longer cares much. It's a pity that I didn't have time to go to the martial arts gym this morning, otherwise I could have improved a lot. He was just sighing when his cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, Zhong Muyao's voice came from the other end. Lu Linsheng, I'll wait for you outside the Lu family manor.
Chapter 76 Lu Haoyu's excuse.
During this period, the most thing Lu Linsheng did every day was to go to the martial arts gym.
In addition to the martial arts school, he went to see how to enter the fishing industry. Another thing is to go to the Zhong family every 3 days.
Every time this time came, his fiancée Zhong Muyao would take the initiative to pick him up. After Lu Linsheng hung up the phone, he quickly washed up, put on his clothes, and walked out of the basement. He found that Lu Haoyu was not there, nor were his father and mother. Instead, his eldest sister, third sister, and fifth sister were there. When they saw Lu Linsheng coming out, the three of them stopped talking, stood up together and walked towards Lu Linsheng. After both sides calmed down, the eldest sister spoke. Lu Linsheng, my parents left early because of something, and they specifically asked me to stay and tell you something. You are a child of our Lu family after all.
Isn't it a bit too much to use the reputation of the Lu family and Lu group to achieve your own success?
Mom and Dad asked you to compete with Brother Haoyu, not to harm the interests of the family to achieve their goals. You and Brother Haoyu now both have the right of inheritance.
I know you want to inherit the Lu group. In order to inherit the Lu group, you want to show yourself, and I can understand that.
Although you were lucky to acquire Thunder Tower and Thunder Entertainment, my parents and I don't approve.
But we don't think there's any problem with it.
However, you are willing to sacrifice the interests of the Lu family and the Lu group in order to belittle Brother Haoyu and expand the milk tea shop you invested in.
That's a bit too much.
All your current assets are either due to luck or such shady means. Even the acquisition of Brother Haoyu's entertainment company was deliberately set up to trap Brother Haoyu. If you keep doing this, I won't approve of you, and Mom and Dad will definitely not approve of you. If you want to gain our recognition, you must rely on your own abilities, not these crooked ways. You should learn more from Brother Haoyu on this point.
He established his entertainment company in an above-board manner.
Even though the company is now in your hands, he can still say that he has a clear conscience. And now he has established an investment company with $3 billion to invest in overseas stocks. Using domestic money to make money abroad is what a real man does.
Everything we do must be upright and above board.
This is what the descendants of the Liu family should do.
In the end, I still say the same thing.
You should learn more from Brother Hao Yu and stop thinking about taking the crooked path.
Lu Linsheng was speechless. Last night he lamented how stupid this family was.
Now, seeing the eldest sister who spoke with her head held high, and the 2/3 and 5th sisters who expressed their deep agreement, he was even more certain that this family was indeed stupid. But he was very curious about how these idiots could be so sure that he was on the wrong path and how they could be so sure that their brother Hao Yu was upright. How can you be so sure that your brother Hao Yu really invested his money in foreign stock markets?
How can you be sure that if he invests his money abroad, he will definitely make money? Isn't it possible that he will lose money?
It was as if these words had touched their weak spots. The eldest sister was silent, but the 5th sister spoke up.
Isn't this nonsense? Brother Hao Yu told us himself, so it must be true. He is different from you.
You like to lie, but he doesn't like to lie, let alone lie to us. Brother Hao Yu, if I invest my money in foreign stock markets, then I will definitely invest it in foreign stock markets. He also said that the reason he invested overseas was because he had insider information.
With this insider information, 3 billion yuan could be turned into at least 5 billion yuan. When Brother Hao Yu succeeds, you will know his ability.
The 3rd sister also said.
Lu Linsheng, I know you are jealous of Brother Hao Yu.
I also know that in order to inherit the group, you wish Brother Hao Yu would fail.
But you're obviously overthinking this.
Let me tell you, Brother Hao Yu won't fail. It won't be long before he triumphs and impresses everyone with the money he earns. Then I will propose to Dad that Brother Hao Yu should also join the group to work.
By then, the heir to the Lu group may not necessarily be you.
It's true. I just raised a question, but was refuted by 3 people. If they were told that their good brother had lent them the money and had done nothing wrong, the 3 of them would definitely not believe it. This way, when Lu Hao Yu can't prove that he lent me 3 billion yuan, if he wants to ask me for the money again, I'm afraid this family won't believe it. As the saying goes, if you gain something, you must lose something. This is probably the truth. Okay, you're all right. Your brother Hao Yu is the most upright person with the highest moral character.
Okay. Now that I've said everything I need to say, please move aside. My fiancé is still waiting outside for me to treat Mr. Zhong. Don't waste my time.
As Lu Linsheng spoke, he walked past the 3 of them. At the same time, I became more determined to leave quickly. It's really troublesome to live with these idiots every day. Originally, I needed them to provide me with rewards, but after such a long time, Lu Linsheng also realized that if he did not live in this Lu family manner, they would still come to cause trouble for him and give him suggestions with malicious intent.
If that's the case, why bother living with them?
Not only do they need to move out, but their condescending attitude is truly disgusting. It seems I need to speed up the process and become the first shareholder of Lu Group as soon as possible. When the time comes, kick this family out.
I wonder how they can still be so arrogant.
After confirming that this world was similar to a short drama, Lu Linsheng no longer thought about having a happy ending with this family. Because they understand that if they follow the skit, they will definitely be the ones who die a miserable death. And even if I don't die, it would be depressing enough to face such a bunch of brainless family members all day long. It is better to make others depressed than to make yourself depressed.
I'm really looking forward to your family being kicked out, and even when I find a way to make you lose everything, will you still be as arrogant as you are today? And what would become of Lu Hao Yu if he didn't have the Lu group to inherit? He's truly replaceable.
While walking out, he called Lan Sai and asked her to continue to increase her efforts to acquire shares of Lu group. As soon as he finished speaking, he came outside and saw a sports car parked on the side of the road. Lu Linsheng had driven this car several times.
The driver was none other than his fiancée Zhong Muyao.
It was just that he had just gotten in the car when Zhong Muyao's words made his scalp tingle. Chapter 77 Suspected Drama Variety Show. Lu Linsheng, in addition to taking you to treat Grandpa today, there is one more thing I want to tell you. We are an engaged couple anyway, and we are not far from getting married. You may have heard about a variety show that came out a while ago called The CEO's Daily Life. This program invites CEOs of well-known companies across the country to participate. For some technology companies and physical companies, they are naturally reluctant to participate in this kind of thing, but for internet companies, participating is a good thing. For our entertainment company, as long as we can join in, it will bring a lot of popularity to the company, which is definitely a good thing. The production team originally invited me to go first, but I wasn't going. After all, I didn't want to meet Lu Haoyu from your Lu family. But the program team sent me a message earlier. They have given up on having Lu Haoyu participate. Instead, they want to invite you to the show. You already have tens of millions of fans, and you're also the president of Thunder Group? He owns a building and 2 companies, so that makes him 3 companies. You can join this show as the president of any company. Of course, if you join, it's best to reveal all your identities. After all, you've already said it during the live broadcast. Once both parties verify, you'll only gain more fans. The premise is that you are willing to participate. I wonder if you are willing. Lu Linsheng did not answer, but fell into deep thought. He used to think this was a world of short plays, but now he feels more and more that it is too similar to short plays. If Lu Haoyu is the protagonist, then the development of this world should be like this. As the real young master in the control group between the real and fake young masters, he found that his family members always protected the fake young master after returning home. Every time the fake young master framed others, he would be increasingly disliked by his family members. I can't earn a penny at home and can only work to earn money. At that time, I would most likely find a good boss and work for Boss Ho. After all, in short dramas, the characters are always used to work in a milk tea shop. After finally making some money, I wanted to please my family, but ended up being looked down upon everywhere. During this time, Lu Chanxian, who was supposed to be married to him since childhood, fell into Lu Haoyu's arms. While Lu Haoyu was eating from his bowl, he was also looking at the food in the pot. He lived in the basement and accidentally discovered the secret of the 13 Ghost Gate needles in a hidden book. He told his parents and wanted to take credit for it, but was locked up. Lu Haoyu had to win in public. Lu Haoyu successfully unlocked the second female role, Zhong Muyao. Of course, it is not certain which female number she is, but she is definitely one of the female protagonists. He opened the key to a higher family for the Lu family, so he received rewards from his family of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Lu Haoyu, feeling very proud of himself, ran to the milk tea shop to show off to himself. As it turned out, Boss Ho was looking for an investor, so Lu Haoyu simply invested in Boss Ho and made a request that Lu Linsheng was not allowed to work for others. He lost his job, but the milk tea shop that Lu Haoyu casually invested in became a huge hit and he made a lot of money. Now that he has money, he wants to develop an entertainment company and at the same time take advantage of Lei Ting Entertainment to make his entertainment company grow and become stronger. A variety show called The President's Daily Life appeared, and Lu Haoyu joined it. If nothing unexpected happens, Lu Haoyu will participate with Zhong Muyao, and because of this variety show, both of them will become popular and are confirmed to be together. I am well aware that there may be other opportunities in variety shows to promote the growth of the protagonist. The plot collapsed due to his own reasons, but this can promote the growth of the protagonist and deepen the neutrality of the relationship between the male and female protagonists. There is definitely one thing that is not wrong. A program with this main theme is bound to be a big hit. If you want to build a reputation as a public figure for yourself and have netizens supporting you, it is natural that you can increase your popularity and gain more fans. If you don't participate in such a huge hit program, wouldn't you be a fool? Perhaps sensing that Lu Linsheng had been silent, Zhong Muyao said with some disappointment. If you don't want to participate, then forget it. If you don't participate, then I won't participate either. Lu Linsheng reacted and said quickly. Who said I wouldn't participate? I just didn't expect there would be such a show. I also want to use this show to gain more fans. Please help me sign up, and we will participate together. Zhong Muyao was overjoyed and quickly took out her cell phone. I'll tell them right away, and we'll sign up together. By the time they arrived at the Zhong family, registration had already been completed. While Lu Linsheng followed Zhong Muyao to treat Mr. Zhong's health, the news about their registration also reached Lu Haoyu's ears. It turned out that he had specially found the program crew early this morning. He actively recommended Lu Linsheng to the program team and offered to join the program team for free. For the program team, the real and fake young master is definitely a very good gimmick. Moreover, it is clear that young Master Jia has different purposes, and different sparks will definitely be created. Moreover, Lu Haoyu also gave the other party a method to let them invite Zhong Muyao again. And this Zhong Muyao is Lu Linsheng's girlfriend.
Putting them together will definitely generate topics and traffic, right? The program team is naturally happy to make this happen. And he told Lu Haoyu as soon as he received the news. I hope Lu Haoyu will do something tonight to increase the popularity of the show. Lu Haoyu left after receiving the news. Back in the car, Lu Chanxian couldn't help but ask. Brother Haoyu, why did you give such a good opportunity to Lu Linsheng? Good opportunity? Lu Haoyu sneered. This is indeed a good opportunity for me, but it is not a good opportunity for Lu Linsheng. I was originally worried that he wouldn't want to participate in this variety show, but now that Zhong Muyo is joining, it seems like they both joined the show together. I, Lu Haoyu, always try to kill two birds with one stone. The two previous attempts to kill two birds with one stone were both foiled by accidents. This time, my plan to kill two birds with one stone was successful from the very beginning. Who dares to say that my plans will never succeed? Lu Chanxian was helpless. Brother Haoyu, you always say that your plan of killing two birds with one stone is successful. Can't you just tell me your plan directly? If you really want me to ask you, then I will ask you. Brother Haoyu, can you tell me how you plan to kill two birds with one stone? And which two birds were you shooting at? Why do you say your plan has succeeded? Chapter 78 Killing Two Birds with One Stone. Lu Haoyu. When Lu Haoyu heard this question, he immediately smiled triumphantly. He had planned to kill two birds with one stone against Lu Linsheng twice before, but both times failed. The first time was when he wanted to use a book called 13 Ghost Needles to destroy Lu Linsheng. Let Lu Linsheng kill Mr. Zhong, offend the Zhong family, lose Zhong Muyao, and take away the property. As a result, a big accident did happen this time. He didn't expect that Lu Linsheng had really learned the 13 Ghost Gate Needles. And this accident happened because he had found the book on how to crack the 13 Ghost Needles in advance, but he just didn't check it himself. The second time he killed two birds with one stone, he did not bribe the people of Thunder Group, but arranged his own people to develop Thunder Group better, let Lu Linsheng run the company, and reap the benefits himself. In the end, not only did he gain nothing, but he also gave Haoyu entertainment to Lu Linsheng. These two plans to kill two birds with one stone were the two most failed attempts in his life. For a while, he was a little afraid to use this plan. This time, he mustered up the courage to use it again, but he didn't expect it to succeed at once. Did he say that his previous failure was simply due to bad luck? It is impossible for a person to always be lucky, nor is it possible for him to always be unlucky. He was the lucky one, but Lu Linsheng's good luck did not last. Actually, my plan is very simple. The so-called killing two birds with one stone, the first one is naturally to let Lu Linsheng join the program. For someone like him with tens of millions of fans, joining a program like this is a good thing in itself, but he is now preparing to devote himself to the fishing industry. And this fishing industry is bound to come into conflict with the fish gangs. Faced with the attention of a group of fans and passers-by, he had no choice but to fight to the end. The final result was a complete loss of both sides. I don't know what will happen to the fish gang, but his fishing company will definitely lose everything. The 3 billion I lent him will all be wasted. Lu Chanxian knew that the Lu family gave Lu Haoyu 3 billion. But he didn't know that Lu Haoyu had lent all the money to Lu Linsheng. When he heard this, he was shocked. Brother Haoyu, why did you lend all the money to Lu Linsheng? And if he loses all the money, how can he pay you back? Lu Haoyu smiled proudly. How do you return it to me? Isn't that simple? Of course, he used his company and building to pay off his debts. Do you think I'm stupid? When I lent him the money, I also let him mortgage the company and the building. As long as he loses all the money and has no money to pay me back, then the company and the building will be mine. Actually, I didn't want to do it so drastically, but who can blame him for being so lucky? They just mortgaged Thunder Entertainment and Thunder Building to me, and in the blink of an eye, Snow Ice City became popular and snatched away my entertainment company. Although the combined value of these two companies is only around 1 billion. But if things develop well after a while, or if his value rises again because of his popularity, then even if he loses the 3 billion yuan, these companies will be enough to compensate him. In this case, how can I obtain his building in Thunder Entertainment? So I signed him up for the variety show so that he could fight the Yu Gang to the end. I just put in the 3 billion yuan I lent him, and I also had to put all his two companies into it. By then, I'll be taking over his Thunder Entertainment and the building, and he'll be left with nothing. This is the first of my 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Chanxian nodded with admiration in her eyes. Brother Haoyu is unparalleled in strategy, a true Zhuge Liang of the modern era.
But I don't know where the second bird of your two birds a dice scheme is. Speaking of this, Lu Haoyu was a little embarrassed, but still spoke directly. You know, my entertainment company is gone now. I told my parents that I invested the 3 billion yuan overseas, but the truth is, I loaned it to Lu Linsheng. Whatever the reason, I have no money and no company now. But I also want to use this variety show to destroy Lu Linsheng, so I must have the identity of a CEO. After all, this show is called CEO's Daily Life. I'll tell my parents about this when I get home. I think they'll definitely give me one of the group's subsidiaries so I can participate in the show. Then I'll be the president again, right? Besides, I'm the president now, so I can get some of the subsidiaries' shares, right? Then I'll become the CEO, be on the show, and get shares. It's like killing two birds with one stone. I have to say that Lu Haoyu's vision is very exciting. After hearing this, Lu Chanxian felt an urge to participate. It would be very interesting to witness his brother Haoyu's plan and be able to watch the scene and see how brother Haoyu tricked Lu Linsheng. The most important thing is that Lu Linsheng's fiancée Zhang Muyo is also going to participate. As Lu Haoyu's fiancée, why can't I participate? Maybe I can become popular with the help of this variety show, and then I can become a big star in the entertainment industry. It makes me excited just thinking about it. As soon as she brought it up, Lu Haoyu agreed immediately. But after thinking about it, he said, Lu Linsheng and Zhang Muyo, two engaged couples, will each be attending as CEOs. They won't be able to show off their CP feeling at all. Many people who watch variety shows like to ship couples, and they'll just be two CEOs getting along coldly. If we too follow their example, we'll definitely not get any attention. So, from now on, you'll be my personal secretary. This way, the sweet interactions between the president and the secretary will definitely attract a lot of fans. Also, how about you say that she was originally Lu Linsheng's fiancée? Now that she's mine, he must be unwilling to accept it. Seeing us together will only make him more irritable and lose his mind, which will be more helpful to my previous plan. This is a good idea that kills two birds with one stone. We can use them as a control group for the two of us, and use them to help us gain more fans. That's so exciting. If he makes some unwise moves, it will definitely make it easier to complete my plan. It's decided. I'll tell the production team now. As he spoke, he picked up the phone. Although Director Meng had already decided on the candidate, he made a decision instantly when he heard that the new person who had joined was originally Lu Linsheng's fiancée and now became Lu Haoyu's fiancée. She must participate. Didn't you say you wanted her to be your secretary? Then you and your secretary will be the leaders, so let her participate as well. Chapter 79, Acquisition of a Fishing Company, coming soon. Lu Linsheng has been very busy recently. Apart from practicing martial arts at the martial arts gym every day, the rest of the time is either spent on treating Mr. Zhong or contacting the fishing company. He handed over all the company's affairs to Lan Sai and Gu Qingzhou. Lan Sai became the general manager of Lei Ting Group and was unaware of the group's daily operations. Gu Qingzhou merged Haoyu Entertainment into Lei Ting Entertainment, which became a subsidiary of Lei Ting Entertainment. He then left Lei Ting Group and followed Lu Linsheng to look for fishing companies every day. Later, Lu Linsheng simply stopped looking for martial arts and left the matter to Gu Qingzhou. He just went to check on it every day and considered that he had completed the task. In just a few days, Gu Qingzhou found two fishing companies that were about to go bankrupt. The selling price of the two companies was only 500 million yuan. According to what Gu Qingzhou learned, these two companies have one thing in common, that is, they belong to foreign families. In the past 3 years, the two companies have invested more than 5 billion yuan, but because of the existence of Yubong, all the 5 billion yuan has been wasted. The reason why it can still be sold at a price of 500 million yuan is because these two companies have their own fleets of ships. At the same time, the shops and warehouses they built still have certain value, which is why they can be sold at this price. Of course, if these two companies can operate normally, the company's value will not be less than 1 billion. Even better operations will bring more. Unfortunately, due to the suppression, these two companies are simply unable to make ends meet and are losing money every day. In order to lose less money, I have been selling it to others. However, a year has passed and no one is willing to buy it. A year ago, they sold it for 800 million yuan, but now it has dropped to 500 million yuan, but still no one is buying it. The Yu Gang said they would take the 100 million, but they have a strong force behind them and they don't see the 100 million at all, so they are just dragging it out with the Yu Gang. We can take it down at any time. Boss,
let me ask you the same question again. Are you sure we won't be suppressed if we buy these two companies and enter the fishing industry? Are you sure we can succeed?
You know, just buying these two companies would cost 500 million. And after merging them into one, buying more ships and hiring more people would require another 500 million. At the same time, if we follow your idea, boss, and build a large warehouse, a logistics company, and a chain of directly operated seafood stores, we'll have to invest at least 10 to 20 billion yuan.
I know you have 3 billion yuan, but if you really do this, it won't be long before all 3 billion yuan is invested. If you lose money, then it will all be wasted. The situation you'll face will be essentially the same as the situation of the two original companies. Are you sure you still want to do this?
Lu Linsheng smiled mysteriously.
Don't worry. Once we acquire the company and get it up and running, we won't be suppressed by anyone and will only grow stronger.
You can be your general manager with peace of mind. I guarantee that within the shortest possible time, the company's value will increase tenfold or eightfold.
Investing 3 billion will mean 30 billion in the future. Although Gu Qingjiu didn't understand why Lu Linsheng was so confident, he didn't ask.
After all, it was Lu Linsheng's money and he was just a tool.
Even if there is compensation, it is not his money. But if it is true, then my status will change drastically.
Now that Lu Haoyu has been banned in the industry, it is not easy for him to go to other companies unless he leaves this city. But Linhai City is one of the most developed cities in the country, and he really doesn't want to leave.
Since Lu Linsheng gave him a chance, he would give it a try. If you succeed, you will be successful and famous. If you fail, the worst that can happen is that you move to another place and start over.
Finally, he said goodbye and went to negotiate the purchase. These two companies are asking for 500 million yuan.
Who says there is no room for bargaining?
As the general manager of the next fishing group, he has to save some money for the group first. At the same time that Gu Qingjiu went to discuss the purchase, Lu Linsheng also received a notification from Zhong Muya.
The show has begun. I want to see if this is a drama variety show. If it is, this skit should still be a semi-entertainment skit. Skits related to the entertainment industry are more melodramatic than other skits.
If that's true, and Lu Haoyu is the protagonist of this skit, then there must be a lot of them waiting for me in this variety show.
I wonder if I can get any more benefits from this.
As long as the system exists, he really has nothing to worry about. Especially during this period, his strength has been rapidly improving, and he feels more confident. Even if the system cannot solve the problem, he can solve all problems with his powerful strength. When she returned to the Lu family in the evening, Lu Linsheng found that the whole family, except for her second and fourth sisters whom she had never met before, was waiting for her again. Thinking that the show would start tomorrow, Lu Linsheng thought they were preparing to ask him to move out of the basement. Unexpectedly, he heard Lu Haoyu say this as soon as he came back.
"Brother, I'm so sorry. I just told my parents and sister that we're going to be on the same show soon, and it's going to be broadcast live. It's not good for you to live in the basement, so I want you to move out."
But Mom, Dad, and my sisters all disagree. I've tried my best to persuade them, but now there's nothing I can do.
You should continue to live in the basement. So to speak.
They waited for me to come back together, not to tell me that it was time to move out of the basement, but to tell me that I had to stay in the basement.
Lu Linsheng couldn't understand why this family was so stupid. After all, you are the boss of a multi-billion-dollar group? Can't you have a little brain? Is it something I should be proud of that my own son lives in a basement? Okay, you guys can continue to be stupid. I also want to see if netizens are as stupid as you. Is the world of short plays so difficult to understand? As long as you're happy, I'm going back to rest. I still have to record the show tomorrow. He must go to the basement and clean it up, otherwise people will see that he lives in a doghouse with all kinds of messy things in it, and they will think he is sick. Although he didn't mind being photographed living in the basement, he also didn't want others to think he was sick. After saying that, he turned around and was about to go to the basement, but he heard Father Lu shouting. "Stop right there! Do you still have my biological father in your eyes? I've been waiting for you for so long, and you're just leaving like that?" Chapter 80. The show officially begins. Why shouldn't I leave? Should I stay here with you guys and fool around? I've already told you, I'm really tired and don't have time to waste talking to you. I'm going to rest now. He continued walking towards the basement, and at this time, Lu's mother also spoke. "Mr. Lin, wait a minute, we have something to tell you." Unfortunately, Lu Linsheng still didn't stop.
In this case, the elder sister simply stopped talking nonsense and spoke directly. Lu Linsheng, we're waiting for you here today because we want to tell you to be more careful when participating in the show tomorrow and not embarrass the Lu family. Also, Hao Yu is your younger brother after all. You should be more considerate of him on the show. She wanted to continue speaking, but unfortunately Lu Linsheng didn't give her the chance and went straight down to the basement. Lu Linsheng is now too lazy to take care of this family. If he wanted to give him some advice, that was fine, but he didn't want to listen to any of this meaningless nonsense. He was afraid to listen any further and couldn't help but slap them a few times. Seeing Lu Linsheng's figure disappear, the eldest sister said angrily, "Mom and Dad, look at Lu Linsheng, what's his attitude? We just gave him a few instructions, but he became impatient. Didn't I just ask him to take care of brother Hao Yu? He didn't even reply to me. He is so uneducated." The third sister said calmly. Lu Linsheng grew up in an orphanage. What kind of upbringing can he have? He is not only uneducated, but also thick-skinned. I kind of regret bringing her to my martial arts gym. I originally took her to the martial arts gym, thinking I'd teach her a lesson. I didn't expect him to be my sparring partner. Not only did he make money from me, but he actually learned some skills. Now he can fight evenly with the senior students in our gym. I gave him so many benefits, but he didn't even thank me. It's impossible to expect him to be well educated. Brother Hao Yu, you can't beat him right now, and he's a bit irritable. If you can ignore him, try to ignore him. After all, didn't our parents hand over the shampoo company under the group to you? During the show, let the audience see how legitimate and effective the group's shampoo company is, and try to increase shampoo sales. As for Lu Linsheng, if you can just ignore him, it would be best to avoid him finding an opportunity to beat you up again. Lu Hao Yu was speechless. You are really my good sister. Although what you said makes sense, if I ignore him, how can I make him my control group? Besides, why would I participate in a variety show to promote shampoo? Even this company I joined by finding a random reason. I participated in this show for two reasons, one was to trick Lu Linsheng, and the other was to please my fans. But he didn't say this, instead he nodded seriously. I know, third sister. Don't worry. I won't pay any attention to him if I can. I will definitely work hard to sell more of the group's shampoo. If possible, I will even help the group sell more of its other products. Sure enough, when he said this, the whole family was very satisfied. The fifth sister said, Brother Hao Yu is very sensible. I believe that with several brothers participating in this program, it will definitely make the program more popular. And when the program becomes popular, under the leadership of Brother Hao Yu, our group's products will sell better and the group's market value will be higher. Father Lu also said. That's right. The reason I agreed to let Hao Yu participate in this program was so that the Lu group could benefit from it. I originally wanted to talk to Lu Linsheng about it, but I didn't expect him to even listen. In that case, I'll just leave him alone. Lu's mother said. He is my biological son, but everything that has happened since he came back has completely chilled my heart towards him. You asked him to help the Lu group. It's good enough that he didn't cheat the Lu group. How could he possibly help? It's okay not to tell him. Just limit your contact with him and prevent him from influencing us. As long as the value of the Lu group is not affected by him, the reputation of our Lu family will be fine. If I want Lushur Group to develop better and if I want my Lu family to have a better reputation, everything still depends on Hao Yu. Hao Yu, don't let us down. Lu Hao Yu looked at the whole family, all of whom were on his side and blaming Lu Linsheng one by one. He was so happy in his heart that he quickly made the promise. Dad, Mom, and sister, don't worry, I will never let you down. While the family was enjoying each other's company, Lu Linsheng had almost finished cleaning up the basement. After feeling that there was nothing wrong, he simply went to sleep. He didn't expect the basement to improve his strength today, so he slept quite comfortably. In the morning, Lu Linsheng was awakened by a knock on the door. When he opened the door in a daze, he found that there were 7 or 8 people outside, 2 of them were holding cameras. Only then did he realize that the show had already begun. He glanced at the camera, then opened the door and said as if nothing had happened. Come in, I'm going to wash up, you can take whatever pictures you want. As Lu Linsheng spoke, he went to the bathroom to quickly wash up without caring about other people's reactions, then put on his clothes and walked out. When we walked into the hall, everyone in the Lu family was still there except for the second and fourth sisters. It's just that their family looked a little strange today. Normally, they would have finished their meal at this time, but today they were all sitting at the dining table without touching a single bite of the food. And the most important thing is that the seat opposite Lu Haoyu was empty. Lu Lincheng felt something was wrong, and then he listened to what Lu Haoyu said. "Brother, why did you get up so late? Mom, Dad, and sister have been waiting for you for a long time. Come over and have dinner. After dinner, we will go to record the show together." Now Lu Lincheng finally understood that this family was acting against him. Even so, he still wants to perform a drama of a loving father and filial son, and a harmonious family in front of the national audience. "If I really cooperate with you, everything I have done before will be in vain." So he sneered. "They haven't let me sit at the work desk since I came back. For so many days, I've never had a part in the meal, but today they have to wait for me." The audience has memories. They can't have forgotten what happened during my previous live broadcast so quickly. Forget about trying to act out some family harmony scene. Let's just let things be as they are. Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't bother each other? Or are you paying attention to this just to make netizens think I was just acting, or to wait for me to refute you like this so they can accuse me of being unfilial? Alright, whatever your reasons are, now that your goal has been achieved, I won't waste any more time talking to you. I have things to do. Bye. Chapter 81 Lu Haoyu, what the hell? Originally, when everyone in the live broadcast room saw Lu Haoyu get up in the morning and eat with his family, and said that he was waiting for his brother Lu Lincheng to eat together, they thought they had misunderstood before. Only now did they feel a glimmer of reality. Especially when they saw the stiff faces of this family, they suddenly realized. TSK, this family can really act. Who said it wasn't? I thought they were always like this. It was all scripted before, but now it seems it was never a script. They just wanted to perform for us. It's a pity that the people who should have cooperated with their performance didn't cooperate with them. I've been paying attention to Lu Lincheng before. Although he is the biological son of this family, he is treated worse than my own son. Now it seems to be true. It's really hard to evaluate this family. Forget it. We are not here to see the intrigues between the real and fake young masters. We are here to see the daily life of the CEO. Let's go and see what CEO Lu Lincheng does all day, shall we? While they were talking, Lu Lincheng, who was walking to the door, suddenly stopped. He turned to look at the family and said, "Third sister, since you haven't even eaten today, then you can eat slowly. I won't wait for you to join me. But you have to tell the people over there that my sparring fee cannot be reduced." After saying that, he opened the door and left. The voice of my third sister came from behind me. "We're live streaming right now. Why are you, a CEO, practicing martial arts? Can't you do something more practical?" Unfortunately, even though Lu Lincheng heard it, he had no intention of answering his third sister. The people in the live broadcast room were even more confused. "What do you mean?" He, Lu Lincheng, if I remember correctly, owns a building worth tens of billions, an entertainment company worth billions, and even invested in Zubingqing milk tea. There are so many companies waiting for him to manage, and he went off to be a sparring partner. Maybe that's the case. Sure enough, there's no one normal in this family. The Lu family's acting is better than that of movie stars, but their own son is also such a weirdo. As the saying goes, if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. There is a reason why they can become a family. I want to see if it's true or not. Maybe this is intentional. Unfortunately, their idea was quickly shattered. When Lu Lincheng came to the martial arts gym, greeted the front desk and everyone skillfully, and talked about the true events of the previous few days, it was discovered that he, Lu Lincheng, a big CEO, did not manage his company but came to be a sparring partner. No, is he sick? He's a perfectly healthy CEO, but he's here to be your sparring partner. I don't know if he's sick or not, but I just like this contrast. I came to see the president's daily life, not to see him doing his job. I'm so disappointed. Lu Haoyu, who was on his way to the shampoo company, had also seen these comments before. After seeing the messages on the barrage, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lu Lincheng, how can you compare with me? Even if you become the president of a group, aren't you still a waste? I received an elite education since childhood and was influenced by it, so managing a company is easy for me. How can a bastard who came from an orphanage and is only fit to live in a basement manage a group company? Just wait. It won't be long before the audience realizes that you are not worthy of being a president.
At that time, you should quickly invest in the fishing industry to prove yourself, right? Once you get into fishing, you're done.
Now that you are in this state, you can become my control group, so that they can see the stark contrast between my diligence and your idleness. So, after arriving at the company, Lu Haoyu held meetings with employees, revised documents, solved company problems, etc. in full accordance with the knowledge he had learned. He seems to be a responsible president. It's a pity that he didn't know that he thought his performance was great, but netizens were almost sleepy watching him. The director rarely switches the camera to him, because there is really nothing interesting about him. It's not as good as Lu Linqing's fist-to-flesh fight. Fortunately, after Secretary Lu Qianxian appeared, the interaction between the two still attracted some traffic. But after the live broadcast had been going on for half a day, Lu Haoyu asked Lu Xianxian with a complacent look.
Xianxian, among the several live streaming rooms, which one has the highest traffic? What is the total traffic now?
Lu Qianxian had been embarrassed to say it, but now when he heard Lu Haoyu's question, he spoke hesitantly.
Brother Haoyu, we're not participating in this show for traffic, so don't worry about the traffic. Just do your best. Although Lu Haoyu was a little arrogant, he still understood what Lu Qianxian meant. Qianxian, what's going on?
If you don't tell me, I'll just look at it myself.
Lu Qianxian sighed.
Brother Haoyu, currently, the program team has a total of 6 live broadcast rooms, and ours is the least popular.
The total number of viewers is less than 20,000.
The lowest number of viewers in other people's live broadcast rooms is more than 50,000, while the highest number of viewers in a live broadcast room has reached more than 1 million. The total number of viewers in the 6 live broadcast rooms has reached nearly 3 million.
Lu Haoyu was stunned. If 3 million people watched it, then 20,000 of them watched me.
There are only 6 people in total, and there are 50,000 people among the remaining people, which means that the other 4 people share nearly 3 million viewers. In other words, Lu Linqing definitely pays more attention to him than himself.
This is what he can't accept the most.
However, thinking that Lu Linqing himself had tens of millions of fans, he took a deep breath and smiled.
Brother Lin Shang's livestream should have a lot of people in it, right? At least more than me, maybe 50,000 people? Lu Qianxian was embarrassed.
The 1 million is his live broadcast room.
The expression on Lu Haoyu's face was almost out of control.
In the live broadcast room, everyone was laughing as they watched.
If this is not the effect of the show, then this part is absolutely wonderful. Lu Haoyu remembered that he was still broadcasting live, so he quickly controlled his expression and said happily. Is that so? That's great. I didn't expect Brother Lin Shang to have so many viewers. It seems I need to learn from him. What has my brother Lin Shang been doing all day? Could it be that he helped the company make money, or helped the group solve some crisis, which attracted so many people? Lu Qianxian felt even more embarrassed.
No, I just saw that Lu Linqing has been serving as a sparring partner this morning.
What the hell?
Lu Haoyu's voice was a little shaky at this moment.
I work so hard to be the CEO, don't you see? He, Lu Linqing, doesn't deserve to be the CEO, but instead becomes a sparring partner, and you all watch with great interest. What is going on in this world? Chapter 82: Investing in the Fishing Industry.
Lu Haoyu, who was originally very calm, was completely uncalm at this moment. His plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone was to let Lu Linqing serve as his control group. He wanted to use his professional knowledge and professional ability to highlight Lu Linqing's nature as a country bumpkin.
The result is good. I want to compete with you to see who can be a better president. You don't want to be a president and go to be a sparring partner.
At this moment, he was a little complaining.
Why did his third sister bring Lu Linqing to be the sparring partner? There is no point in just complaining. Lu Haoyu also understands that since he has no traffic now, he has to create traffic.
Besides, it was difficult for him to deal with other contestants, but it was easy to deal with Lu Linqing. Since you, Lu Linqing, have a lot of fans, I'll go and take advantage of your popularity. The most important thing is to urge Lu Linqing to get down to work.
If you don't set up your own fishing company, when will my plan succeed?
I didn't expect my brother's fans to be so supportive of him. This show is clearly the CEO's daily routine.
My brother stopped being the CEO and went to be a sparring partner, and yet so many people are watching.
Come on, Qianxian, let's go and see why brother is so popular.
It would be great if I could be so popular.
As he spoke, he looked aggrieved. Unfortunately, there were indeed a few crazy fans in the live broadcast room who supported him, while the others were all sarcastic. Netizens are just like the reader, but they are not as idiots as his parents and sisters.
However, although they don't like Lu Haoyu, it doesn't mean that they don't like Lu Haoyu. Go find Lu Linsheng.
I've been following Lu Linsheng for a while, so I came here specifically to see Lu Haoyu. I didn't expect that they would meet soon.
This is really great.
Yes. What I'm most looking forward to is their meeting.
I don't know what the reaction will be. I just arrived and thought I would see something different.
I didn't expect to go to Du Linsheng's martial arts gym, but I ended up going there. Lu Linsheng had just finished sparring and left. It looked like he received a phone call or something important.
Afterwards, a bunch of people's reminders came from the barrage. The filming teacher saw this situation and gave a reminder to Lu Haoyu and Lu Chanqian.
Only when they looked at their phones did they realize that Lu Linsheng had moved to another place. The two of them simply watched the live broadcast on their phones and went to find Lu Linsheng. When they were about to find it, they finally saw other people appear in the live broadcast room. When Lu Haoyu saw the two people sitting opposite Lu Linsheng, excitement flashed in his eyes.
In order to trick Lu Linsheng, Lu Haoyu made special inquiries.
In the entire Linhai city, there are only a few fishing companies that can still survive, and these two people are the owners of two of them. Even when he saw Gu Qingjiu beside Lu Linsheng, he didn't react much.
Because Lu Haoyu knew that Lu Linsheng should acquire these two companies. If Lu Linsheng acquired the company and increased his investment, then Lu Linsheng's pace towards losing everything would be even faster. Sure enough, he soon saw in the live broadcast that Lu Linsheng and the other party had agreed on a price. The two companies finally came to a price of 400 million yuan, and Lu Linsheng bought them all. If that's all, it's nothing. During the live broadcast, Lu Linsheng asked Gu Qingjiu to make a call after buying the company.
I agreed with you before that once the company is acquired, we will immediately finalize the 500 million yuan worth of ships that we ordered and have them deliver the goods directly.
We also sent electronic contracts to those we poached earlier and asked them to sign labor contracts and report in tomorrow.
Let them buy the shops and warehouses that you like, and rent those that they can't. Including the money to purchase the two companies, I have prepared a total of 3 billion yuan for you. I hope you can use this 3 billion yuan to expand my fishing group.
Gu Qingjiu had been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Although I don't understand where Lu Linsheng's confidence comes from, the fact that he is willing to invest 3 billion yuan is enough to show that he is very confident.
So Gu Qingjiu naturally had to take a gamble. Okay, boss, I'll arrange it right away.
Then he made one call after another, and then called to confirm the payment, all in one go. I paid a deposit of 100 million yuan as soon as the deal was settled, and then paid another 200 million yuan after the other party delivered the ship. I also paid another 200 million yuan after the ship was sailing for a month without any problems. Those who agreed to do so have signed electronic contracts and are waiting to come to work tomorrow, and he is not idle with the remaining money. Although Lu Linsheng said that any warehouse or store that could be rented, in order to avoid subsequent troubles, Gu Qingjiu directly bought all the warehouses and stores that he was interested in. In the blink of an eye, the 3 billion yuan was reduced to less than 300 million yuan. As a result, Lu Linsheng did not even let go of the last 300 million and simply said,
either don't do it, or make it bigger and stronger. Don't keep the remaining 3. I remember you contacted a cold storage facility before. Go buy me one.
From now on, we can have 2 ways to ship our seafood.
One is to sell it directly.
Every day, those that are unsold or on the verge of dying are directly frozen.
At the same time, we will equip each store with refrigerators and freezers.
In front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, I solemnly promise that all seafood must be caught and sold on the same day. Any seafood that cannot be sold on the same day will be frozen and discounted. Of course, if we cooperate with other companies or individuals in the future, we will also adhere to this. After he said this, no one knew how the audience in the live broadcast room reacted, but Gu Qingjiu frowned and said,
"Boss, the price of that cold storage isn't 300 million.
If you want to buy the entire cold storage, you'll need at least 1 billion.
Why don't we just rent a cold storage?"
Lu Linsheng shook his head directly.
The annual cost of renting a cold storage is not small.
It is better to buy a cold storage directly and rent out the space we use. We can still make a lot of money in a year. For us, this is the most cost-effective.
Isn't it just 1 billion? Go talk to them.
If we can sign the contract today, I'll buy the cold storage. I still have the shares of my milk tea shop. Use them to mortgage me. What else could Gu Qingjiu say but to do as he was told?
The result was obvious. After an hour, all the procedures were completed. Lu Haoyu, who was watching all this outside, finally pushed open the door and walked in. His face was filled with uncontrollable joy. In any case, Lu Haoyu never expected that he, Lu Linsheng, would be so crazy. Not only did they spend 3 billion yuan, they also mortgaged the company directly. I was originally thinking of asking you for money when you were out of money, but now it seems I should ask you for money now. The fishing company's business is settled, and you can only go on or go bankrupt completely. Plus, you can't pay back the money you owe me. I wonder how you're going to get through this. Chapter 83 Lu Haoyu, pay back the money. Lu Linsheng, no. Who pushed the door open for Lu Haoyu? The two live broadcasts merged into one. The director team pointed several cameras at the live broadcasters from both sides. Then Lu Linsheng was slightly stunned, while Lu Haoyu pretended to be anxious and said, "Brother Linsheng, I was stunned watching your live broadcast just now. I forgot to tell you something. Didn't you borrow 3 billion yuan from me before? That 3 billion yuan was the startup fund my parents gave me. I lent you the money, but you can't squander it like this. Hurry up and talk to those people and get the money back to you. I urgently need these 3 billion yuan. You also know that I am currently only serving as the president of a subsidiary of our Lu Group. To put it bluntly, I only meet half of the criteria for the CEO's daily routine. I don't want to be so unworthy of the reputation, and I have a project that I am optimistic about, and I need these 3 billion yuan. If you return the 3 billion to me, I'll make my project a success. I can even lend you 5 billion from the profits I make. Lu Linsheng, you have already spent all the money, it is impossible to get it back. Now I want you to pay back the money, and if you can't, then you can only give me your building in Thunder Entertainment. By then you will be left with only a fishing company suppressed by the fishing gangs. In the end, all that awaits you is either nothing or the death of the fish and the destruction of the net." Wu Haoyu had already expected that Lu Linsheng would be shocked, astonished, and feel incredible, but facing the IOU and mortgage contract that he once owed him, he had no way of refusing. No matter how much Lu Linsheng begged or how much he knelt down to beg, the final result was that he won a great victory. His words instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. Just now I saw Lu Linsheng spending money lavishly, and I thought his company buildings were really that profitable. He said he would spend 300 to 400 million yuan, and he spent 300 to 400 million yuan. It turns out he borrowed 3 billion yuan to invest in the fishing industry. This is the first time I've seen such a foolish person. People from other places may not know much about the situation in Linhai City. Let me briefly explain to you that in our city, if you want to enter the fishing industry, the first thing you have to deal with is the fish gang. The two companies acquired by Bena Lu Linsheng can be considered strong outsiders, but they are ultimately no match for the local tyrants. It is conceivable that most of Lu Linsheng's investment will be wasted. That 3 billion yuan wasted is not right. It should be closer to 4 billion yuan. This is really something that ordinary people can't do. How come you can't see it? I guess he did it on purpose. He borrowed Lu Haoyu's money to throw it away. Isn't that good? The money has already been spent, so what's the harm in not spending it? While a group of people were discussing, Lu's parents, who were watching the live broadcast, started cursing. "Father Lu, I said that I asked Haoyu where his money went, and he said he spent it on overseas investments. I was a little surprised that even the investigation couldn't find it. I thought Haoyu hid it well this time, but I didn't expect that he lent the money to that beast Lu Linsheng. Mother Lu, that little bastard, I was wondering how he got so much money? Turns out he borrowed it from Haoyu. He's so extravagant with Haoyu's money. These 3 billion yuan spent on the fishing company, most of it will never be recovered. Old Lu, what do you think we should do? Father Lu, no matter what, we can't let this evildoer take away our Lu family's money. If his own money is gone, it's gone. Our Lu family's money must not be lost. I believe Haoyu must have left an IOU or other proof. As long as we can show him the proof, he will have to pay it back. Then, whether it's his building or his company, we will get it." Mother Lu said happily, "That's how it should be. Leaving that building worth tens of billions and that company worth billions to him would be a waste. This is the perfect opportunity to get them all. Leaving them in his hands would be a waste. If it weren't for that news, why would I take him back? How could I give him the chance to earn these things? They originally belonged to us." Father Lu said sternly, "I've told you countless times that there are some things you can't even talk about or think about. Keep your mouth shut from now on. But you're right about one thing. No matter what, these things in this property must be taken back. He must be left with nothing.
Just when the couple were thinking about Lu Linxing's property, during the live broadcast, Lu Linxing seemed to have heard a huge joke, and said with a smile and shaking his head.
Lu Haoyu, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet?
I, Lu Linxing, own a building worth tens of billions, an entertainment company worth over 2 billion, and a milk tea company worth over 10 billion.
My total assets are at least over 10 billion, right? Do I really need to borrow 3 billion from you?
There are some things I don't want to say, but you're being too bullying.
Even if you want to show off the 3 billion your parents gave you, you don't have to ask me to lend you the 3 billion, right? Okay, just go away and stop showing off in front of me.
Don't you just want to tell others that although I am rich, you are no worse than me?
Don't you just want everyone to know that even though I am the Lu family's biological son, I can't compare to you?
Okay, I admit it, okay? I admit that I, your biological child, am indeed inferior to you, your fake one. I also admit that my biological parents and sister treat you, my non-biological child, better.
I've been living in the basement since I returned home, and I've been living there ever since.
I've never eaten anything at home, and I haven't spent a penny of my family's money since I returned home. And you eat well, live well, use things well, and have pocket money to spend every day. Because I unexpectedly acquired some assets, they gave you 3 billion to make you feel better.
I admit that I'm envious and jealous. Is that okay?
But you said I borrowed 3 billion from you. That's a little hard to explain, isn't it? Why should I borrow money from you when I'm so rich? Besides, netizens are not blind. They can clearly see your hostility towards me.
Do you think they will believe you and lend me 3 billion? I've said everything I need to say. Stop showing off in front of me. Just do what you need to do. We're live streaming now. We each have our own things to do. Can we just not bother each other?
Lu Linxing was about to leave, which made Lu Haoyu anxious.
He never expected that Lu Linxing would deny it. That's 3 billion yuan. Not to mention that I already have the IOU in contract. Even if you didn't lend me 3 billion yuan, isn't it a bit unreasonable for you to deny it now? Chapter 84. Lu Linxing wants to move out.
He caught up with Lu Linxing in a few steps and stood in front of Lu Linxing, speaking excitedly.
Brother, how could you do this? When you borrowed the money, we agreed that I would lend you the money and I could always ask you to return it whenever I needed it. We wrote all of this in the contract. Are you still going to break it?
Lu Haoyu held the contract and IOU in his hands and was not worried at all.
He just didn't quite understand what Luo Diqing was trying to do. Did he think he could just deny the debt and get away with it? What contract? I don't know what contract there is. If there is a contract, just show it to me. I also want to see how you lent me 3 billion yuan without me knowing. Where did it go?
Let me tell you, Lu Haoyu, this is happening in front of so many people, in front of millions of people watching the livestream.
If you continue to frame me like this, I don't mind taking you to court.
I'm borrowing 3 billion yuan from you right now, and you're trying to cheat me out of it.
The amount you're asking for is too large, and I might even arrest you. Seeing that Lu Linxing didn't cry until he saw the coffin, Lu Haoyu didn't say anything anymore.
Fortunately, he had prepared the documents when he came, just waiting for this moment, so he immediately took out a stack of documents from his bag and slammed them on the table at the door.
Brother, I understand if you want to default on your debt.
After all, it's over 3 billion, but it's also my money.
I really can't accept you refusing to pay my debt.
Since you don't admit it, I'll show you the contract and let everyone and the netizens bear witness to whether it's real or fake.
Did you actually take over the 3 billion? Seeing that Lu Haoyu actually produced evidence, both netizens and the staff present were somewhat doubtful. As a result, after they opened the file and turned to the end, one of the staff members couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Sorry, I really couldn't help myself. I haven't read the specific contents of this document yet, but in the end I didn't sign it at all. In other words, the recording was not signed at all, so the contract is not valid at all. Okay. Naturally, the others also saw it and said the same thing.
That's true.
No matter how well you prepare your documents, no matter how perfectly you write your contract, if the other party hasn't signed it, the contract won't take effect. You're using a contract you concocted to try to trick people during this live broadcast.
Isn't that a bit unreasonable? This is the first time I've seen someone so brazenly want to rip someone off for 3 billion yuan. I admire you so much. That's true. That's 3 billion yuan.
You just asked for it so easily, and you even prepared a contract.
I'm confused. You even have the contract with you. Can't you just find a way to get someone to sign it first?
You can fake it, and in the end, you get nothing.
Even if you're pulling something off, you still have to make it seem real.
You're making it hard for us to believe you. The photographer also turned the camera towards the document at this time. After turning each page, he finally saw that there was no Lu Linqing's name on the signature.
There was not even a name at all. Everyone was a little puzzled. Are you, Lu Haoyu, a fool? You imagine lending others 3 billion yuan, or you deliberately wanted to cheat people?
I don't care, but you are treating us as fools. I just thought it was true, but it turned out to be complete nonsense.
I think he prepared this in advance. It seems he's preparing a recovery ringtone. Luckily, this is a live broadcast and we're witnesses. Otherwise, he would have really tricked us. What a ripoff! The documents are so poorly prepared. Even if the content is well written, it's useless. If people don't sign, it's fake.
Fuck, did you guys just look at the document?
I saw the details.
One sentence mentioned that the 3 billion yuan mortgage loan actually directly mortgaged a building worth tens of billions and a company worth 200 or 300 million.
That's too cruel. It's not that they're too cruel, it's that they're too careless. Let's not discuss whether this contract is real or fake for now. Just look at the content.
Even a fool would know that it's impossible to use something worth over 10 billion to mortgage 3 billion.
Otherwise, if something goes wrong, over 10 billion worth of things will be gone. Who could be so stupid?
Lu Haoyu is treating everyone like fools, producing this document to insult everyone's intelligence. In the live broadcast room, while doubts were everywhere, Lu Haoyu also felt that something was wrong. But before he could check it, Lu Linqing had already picked up the document. Looking at it, Lu Linqing started to smile. Unscrupulous, really unscrupulous. To be honest, there are some things I didn't want to say before, but since you are so shameless, don't blame me. Those of you who have watched my live broadcast should all know that since I returned to the Lu family, I haven't eaten a single meal from them, haven't spent a single cent of their money, and even live in the basement. The most important thing is that even if you live in a basement, you still have to face their sarcasm every day. If it was just sarcasm, it would be fine, but this family wants to compare me with this Mr. Lu Haoyu every day. Today I'm not as sensible as others, tomorrow I'm not as filial as others, and the day after tomorrow I'm not as well educated as others. In their eyes, I'm useless anyway. Many people may think, if it has come to this, why don't I leave? It's actually very simple. The reason I didn't leave was because I was thinking about that family. After all, they are my biological parents and sister. I also want to live in harmony with them and have a happy family. I grew up in an orphanage, and what I wanted most was family love, the love of a father and a mother. Unfortunately, now that I'm finally sure, they can't give it to me. I can even imagine that Lu Haoyu will come to me with a document like this and say that I borrowed 3 billion yuan from him. I don't know where Lu Haoyu spent the 3 billion, but if he can't find it, my biological parents will definitely force me to give them the 3 billion because they will believe Lu Haoyu. After all, in their eyes, I am just a country bumpkin, an uneducated, low-class waste. As long as Lu Haoyu says that he simply forgot to sign the document, they will choose to believe Lu Haoyu instead of me. I really can't stay in this house anymore. It just so happens that I don't have much myself, just a few tattered clothes at home. I'd like to take advantage of this live broadcast to say something. From now on, I no longer ask for family affection, nor do I ask for your love. I won't go back to the Lu family's basement. I will buy a house outside and live there. From now on, just go with the flow. Chapter 85, 3 billion changes to 31. Lu Haoyu was still a little confused, but after hearing Lu Linqing's long string of words, he finally came to his senses. After he ran over to get the new document to check, he found that there was indeed no Lu Linqing's signature, but he clearly remembered that Lu Linqing had restricted it. How could this happen? I clearly signed it, so how could it disappear? This must be an illusion, I must be hallucinating. Yes, in addition to the documents, there is also an IOU. He searched again and actually found an IOU. When he opened it, he found that he could understand all the words written on it, but he couldn't believe it. Seeing that he looked like he had seen a ghost, the others came forward. After a photographer pointed the camera at the IOU, everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this guy is totally the comedian on our show.
Borrowing 3 billion yuan, without the other party's signature is fine. But can't you take a good look at the IOU?
3 billion was written as 31, the difference is really huge.
Who said it wasn't? This is so anxious and not at all thoughtful.
And you guys really shouldn't mention that, although there's no signature on that document, there is a signature on this IOU.
The note worth 31 really has Lu Linqing's name on it.
I saw it too.
Could it be that this IOU is real? Yesterday, when netizens raised their doubts, many people gathered around, even Lu Linqing gathered around, wanting to see how the system would solve the problem.
After seeing it, he laughed too.
Lu Haoyu, although I don't know where you got this IOU from. But it's much better than your contract, and it's more presentable.
At least your IOU has my signature on it, but it always feels familiar to me.
It's like I just wrote my name on a piece of white paper. You're not mistakenly writing an IOU with the white paper I wrote my name on, are you? You've got to say this is really perfect. If you really wrote 3 billion on it, I will definitely argue with you and prove my innocence no matter what. But it's only 31 yuan. I really don't need this little money.
I'll transfer 31 to you later.
However, you've worked so hard to cheat me, I'd feel bad if I gave you less.
I'll at least transfer 310 to you as a token of my appreciation. Then Lu Linqing took out his cell phone in front of everyone and searched for a while before speaking awkwardly. I'm really sorry, I don't have your friend, but I can transfer the money to your family first. Lu Linqing pretended to flip through his phone, then said helplessly. I'm really sorry, not only do I not have any friends of yours, I also don't have any friends of your dear parents and sisters. I don't even have their contact information, so I can't give it to your family.
I hope so. I've added the director's WeChat.
I'll give the money to the director, and you can ask the director for it later, or ask the director to call you directly.
Everyone was speechless. So the result of you, Lu Haoyu, calling me brother all the time is that you don't even have any contact information with Lu Linqing, right? Even so, how can you still have the nerve to call him brother? And you people from the Lu family, you brought the people back but didn't give them food or clothes. I'll give them a basement to live in.
You have to rely on yourself for everything. In the end, you don't even have the other person's contact information, so you can't get in touch with them even if you want to. You, as a family, still have the nerve to say that you are nice to others.
You are so shameless. And you, Lu Haoyu, stop calling me brother all the time. You don't even have my contact information, which shows that our relationship is not very good. Why bother pretending? Do you really think you are an actor?
However, at this moment, Lu Haoyu no longer had the mind to think about his personality issues, nor did he have the energy to waste time with Lu Linqing. If he doesn't get the 3 billion back, he really won't be able to explain to his family. He knew very well that the 3 billion yuan was given to him by his parents, and it was also a test for him.
A group as big as the Lu group will need an heir in the future. It is obvious that his parents look down on Lu Linqing. Unless there are any accidents, the group can only be inherited by myself. To inherit the group, one naturally has to demonstrate sufficient capabilities to gain the approval of his parents, and at the same time, he has to make those on the board of directors feel that he is capable of taking on this important task. That's why his parents gave him 3 billion yuan, not just for the sake of fairness, but also so that he could use the 3 billion yuan to demonstrate his abilities, let others see his abilities, and better take over the group. If he lost these 3 billion yuan, he would probably never have the chance to show himself again in the future. After all, he knew the situation of the Lu family. Although it is impossible to take out all 3 billion yuan, it is still more than half of it, and the remaining amount in the family may be less than 1 billion yuan. If I lose the 3 billion this time, it will be impossible to expect my parents to give me money. After all, the money in the family has to be left to my sisters. After realizing this, his eyes instantly turned red. There was a problem with the IOU, and he didn't believe that there would be problems with other things as well. He also has the mortgage contract and the equity certificate of Lu Linqing's Lei Ting Group. Lu Linqing, I admit that you're a mastermind on this IOU. I can't believe how you managed to turn 3 billion into 3. But do you think you've won just like that? Don't forget, we have an agreement. It clearly states that I'll lend you 3 billion yuan. If you can't repay me, you'll have to give me both Thunder Building and Thunder Entertainment.
Now all the documents for these two companies are in my hands, including the mortgage contract. If you don't pay me back quickly, I can take this information and take over both your Thunder Building and Thunder Entertainment Circle. Lu Haoyu felt that he had used the ultimate move, But facing his ultimate move, Lu Linqing was not worried at all. Instead, he spread his hands and said, "I know whether I borrowed the money or not. Since there was a mistake with your IOU, I believe you have a backup plan. But I never expected you to even give me a mortgage contract. I just don't understand. I guess few people here understand it either. Even the people in the live broadcast room might not understand it. Can you explain this to everyone? Tell us why I'm mortgaging my $10 billion Thunder building and over $2 billion Thunder Entertainment to you, just to borrow $3 billion from you. You know, with these two properties, I can always go to the bank and borrow 30 to 50 billion. We don't even have any contact information. How can I borrow money from you? To put it more bluntly, you don't even have my contact information. Aren't you afraid that I'll borrow your money and run away? If you want to trick me, you can't find a better excuse. At least your excuse is a little more reasonable. Yours is obviously unreasonable. Do you think we are all fools?" Chapter 86 Lu Haoyu goes crazy. Several people around nodded repeatedly after hearing this. I have to say that what Lu Linqing said makes a lot of sense. Someone is giving you something worth more than 10 billion yuan at a low price of 3 billion yuan. This in itself is unreasonable. The second one is unreasonable. People have said that it is such a valuable industry. It is easy to get a loan of 30 to 50 billion from the bank. Why would they come to you? With such a huge amount of money involved, anyone would be afraid of problems and would naturally have to deal with a bank. How could it be solved privately? What's more, it's obvious that your relationship is not good. How could he borrow money from you, and how could you lend him money? It's obvious that you are deliberately trying to deceive people. I have indeed prepared a promissory note, and now I am preparing a mortgage contract. I am really afraid that something might go wrong. Unfortunately, no one will believe what you bring out even if it looks too real. The live broadcast room became even more popular because of this incident. Because the number of viewers has exceeded 2 million and is heading towards 3 million. For this purpose, the director specially purchased hot searches in order to attract more people to make the show more popular. Under everyone's attention, Lu Haoyu calmly took out the things he had prepared. It's no use denying it. No matter how right you are, the fact is that I really lent you money, and you signed the contract. I have evidence here. It's meaningless even if you deny it. As he spoke, he opened the thing in his hand, but the moment he opened it, when the camera was pointed at the thing in his hand, the audience was stunned, and Lu Haoyu almost went crazy. Because what he took out was a pile of white paper. Impossible, how could this happen? He flipped through the papers one by one with a look of disbelief on his face, but his face grew darker with each page he opened. When he finally found that they were all blank, his face became as gloomy as water. His entire body exuded a strong sense of low pressure, and one could tell at a glance how much anger and panic he was suppressing. Even if you were watching the live broadcast room, there were fewer viewers sending comments at this moment, and they were all looking forward to what he would do next. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Haoyu did not disappoint them. He threw down the pile of white papers in his hand and rushed back to the car he was in. However, when he got in the car and looked for a piece of paper, he found nothing. After that, he fell into a daze. No, why not? I clearly put it in the car, why did it turn into a pile of white paper? No, there must be something wrong with all this. I could clearly see it just fine before, why did it turn blank? There must be a conspiracy. He looked around and suddenly fixed his eyes on Lu Linqing. Then he rushed towards Lu Linqing like a mad lion. Lu Linqing, it's you, it must be you. You must have changed the documents. I clearly lent you the 3 billion yuan. The documents and the IOU are all genuine. How could there be a problem? When he said this, he had already rushed to Lu Linqing and wanted to grab Lu Linqing, but was kicked to the ground by Lu Linqing. How could I not know whether I borrowed the money or not? You can't frame me. Are you mad at me now? Lu Haoyu, ever since I came home, you've been saying you welcome me back and wanting me to be reunited with my parents, but honestly, you've never really thought about it that way. You've even been wanting me to be misunderstood by my parents and my sisters. You even want me to be hated by them and kicked out of the house. I can understand. After all, you've been in this family for so many years, and you're the only son in the family. You want to inherit everything. I can understand all of this. I don't even want the family business. After all, I have quite a few businesses. As long as I develop them well, they won't necessarily be worse than the Lu family. So I thought if I didn't fight or compete, there would be no problem. Even if you said nice things to me openly but plotted against me behind my back, I would pretend not to know. But you can't treat me like a fool. This is 3 billion yuan. Although I have a lot of businesses under my name now, I can't afford to bear 3 billion yuan in foreign debt. What's more, if this document is real, I've already invested 3 billion yuan. If I can't get it back, I'll have to pay you back all the tea I previously made, which is over 10 billion yuan. Am I crazy or stupid to do this? Don't go crazy with me. Are you doing this because you lost all the 3 billion yuan your parents gave you overseas? You're out of money, so you want to cheat me out of 3 billion yuan and then go back to get back what you did. You're afraid that your parents and sisters will be disappointed in you, so you want to trick me, right? I have to say, you're quite well prepared. You're treating me like a fool. Not only are you afraid that everyone here is a fool, but you're also treating the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in the live broadcast room like fools, right? Anyone with a normal mind wouldn't believe what you said is true. Besides, your preparations are not sufficient. Can't you prepare something reliable? You need to see at least the IOU and the contract. A real one or a replica of it will do. You want to cheat me out of 3 billion yuan without any real reason? What are you thinking? Seeing Lu Linsheng refusing to admit it, Lu Haoyu was furious. It was clearly you who lent me 3 billion yuan. They wrote the IOU and the contract. Why do you deny it now? This Lu Linsheng must have planned this all along, just to trick me. Since you came back, I have tried to trick you so many times, but I never succeeded once, and I still let you get so many benefits. It seems that my original intention is to cheat you, but I have also let you get so many benefits. So what if you give me 3 billion? As a result, not only do you not give me the money, but you also want to cheat me out of 3 billion yuan. You are simply not a human being. Fortunately, Lu Haoyu was not too stupid. At this time, he finally realized something. It's okay if the IOU is gone, and it's okay even if the contract is gone, but the only records of the 3 billion yuan are transfers. Lu Linsheng, I'm telling you, don't try to deny it. You said I didn't lend you the 3 billion yuan. There's no way a 3 billion yuan transfer could have happened between us, but when I lent you the money, there was a record of the transfer. I'll show you the transfer records right now so you can see if I actually lent you the 3 billion yuan. As he spoke, he took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile banking app, and prepared to check the transfer records. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Haoyu's mobile phone. Even Lu Linsheng was a little curious about how the system would make Lu Haoyu's transfer records disappear. Chapter 87 Father Lu comes to frame. Under everyone's attention, Lu Haoyu opened his mobile banking account and quickly found the details. However, when he opened the transfer details, everyone fell silent. Because Lu Haoyu does have an income of 3 billion from his father, Lu Zhenting. There was also an expenditure of 3 billion yuan. I did not give this expenditure to Lu Linsheng, but transferred it to a company called Anshin Overseas Investment. The others were silent, and Lu Haoyu was silent as well. No matter what, he never expected that the person he transferred the money to was not Lu Linsheng, but this overseas investment company. But he clearly remembered that he did not transfer any money to this company. He clearly transferred the money to Lu Linsheng, so how did it become Anshin Overseas Investment Company? That's not the case. Things shouldn't be like this. Lu Haoyu raised his head in disbelief and looked at Lu Linsheng. How did you do that? I clearly remember transferring 3 billion to you, so why is it showing this now? Anshin Overseas Investment Company. But Lu Linsheng didn't agree with Lu Haoyu at all. He also wanted to see how the system worked, so he took out his mobile phone and searched for Anshin Overseas Investment Company. The result of this search made him laugh. Of course, part of his smile was intentional. Lu Haoyu, I finally understand why you want to rely on me for these 3 billion yuan. Come on, everyone, come and take a look, or use your phone to search for Anshin Overseas Investment Company. You'll know what's going on after you search. No need, he said. Some people around him had already taken out their phones to search, and the people watching the live broadcast on the internet also took out their phones and started searching. After the search, everyone seemed to have suddenly realized something. Several people present couldn't help but speak. So that's what happened. I was wondering why Lu Haoyu said Lu Linsheng lent him 3 billion yuan. It turns out he was scammed out of his own 3 billion yuan. How can you call it Anshin Overseas Investment Company? Who can be at ease?
You ran away with all the money I gave you, and now the company is gone. You've cheated so many people. Unlucky Lu Haoyu. How long ago did he transfer the money to someone? He already ran away. Now he can't get the 3 billion back. I'm afraid it's too late to regret it. Let's say there's a possibility that this is Anshin Overseas Investment Company? They originally wanted to do serious investment, but ended up taking a 3 billion yuan order and running away with 3 billion yuan. Isn't that better than them working hard to make money? That makes sense. So, in reality, it was Lu Haoyu who deceived these investors. Otherwise, this Anshin Overseas Investment Company might really give people peace of mind. The same discussion was heard from time to time in the live broadcast room. In the end, everyone agreed that this company had received 3 billion yuan at once, was overwhelmed by it, and simply took the money and ran away. Lu Haoyu couldn't get the money back, so he wanted Lu Linxing to fill the hole for him, but because things were done too hastily, there were many loopholes. After hearing everyone's discussions, Lu Linxing also said, "Since I came back until now, I haven't had a single peaceful day in this Lu family. Either they make me live in the basement, or they don't let me eat and make me solve my own problems, or they blame everything on me. Good things never come to me, but all the bad things are blamed on me. To be honest, I really think that's enough. Can't you guys just find someone else to blame? Don't blame me for everything. If you really need 3 or 5 yuan, or 3 or 500 yuan, you can come to me. If you're missing 3 billion yuan, you'll still come to me. And you'll even come to me with such a loophole. Besides the excuse, you really treat me and all the netizens as fools. Okay, now that your tracks have been exposed and all the evidence is fake, stop framing me, okay? We each broadcast our own shows, so please stay away from me from now on. I have things to do." Lu Linxing was about to leave, but Lu Haoyu hurried to stop him. Lu Linxing kicked Lu Haoyu to the ground again and walked out the door. As soon as he opened the door, several people ran over from outside. Looking closely, it was Lu Zhenting and his wife, as well as his fifth sister Lu Nianshu. As soon as he saw them, Lu Linxing felt that trouble might be coming again. And the fact was exactly as he thought. The moment these people saw Lu Linxing, they stopped and Lu Zhenting said with an angry face, "Lu Linxing, I don't know who you asked to help you. I also don't know who you asked to help you replace the documents and IOUs, and even change the transfer records. I know you can find someone. This person is definitely not ordinary, and it must have cost a lot of money. How could you be so cruel? You clearly borrowed 3 billion yuan from your brother, but in order to avoid paying it back, you forcibly altered the transfer records of the 3 billion yuan and even destroyed the IOU and contract. Yes, there's really no way to prove that you borrowed money from your brother, but our whole family knows about this. Your brother told us before that he lent you 3 billion yuan. I thought that although you two are not brothers, you will definitely support each other in the future. So since he doesn't need the money, I'll lend it to you. I really didn't expect you to be so cruel. You'd do anything to avoid paying back the 3 billion yuan. I'm putting this on hold today. If you don't return your brother's 3 billion, then you will transfer the Thunder Building and Thunder Entertainment under your name to your brother. Otherwise, don't call me Dad. I don't have a son like you." When Lu Zhenting spoke, it seemed as if he was telling everyone that all this was done by Lu Linxing. It was Lu Linxing who deliberately borrowed 3 billion yuan from Lu Haoyu. It was Lu Linxing who, in order to avoid paying back the 3 billion yuan, deliberately hired someone to steal the IOU file and change the online data. And their whole family are witnesses, just to prove that Lu Linxing cheated Lu Haoyu. Lu Linxing doesn't care whether others know it or not, but he himself knows it. According to his memory, he is the biological son of this family, but looking at Lu Zhenting's reaction now, why does he feel it is so unreal? Lu Linxing knew very well that Lu Haoyu would never tell his family about the 3 billion yuan, so his biological parents would never know about it. In other words, without knowing the truth, they would rather frame their own biological son than protect their fake son. If this isn't the world of skits, then maybe I'm not even their biological child. Otherwise, it would be too exaggerated. Chapter 88 Lu Linxing, I'm moving out. Lu Linxing was somewhat doubtful whether he was his biological son. At the same time, he looked at his mother Lu and his fifth sister Lu Nianshu. The expressions of the two made Lu Linxing even more suspicious. The fifth sister was still a little ashamed and kept her head down without saying a word, but Mother Lu looked at her with resentment on her face. Lu Linxing, how could I give birth to a shameless son like you who could do such a thing? If you were not our biological son, I would call the police and have you arrested.
I'm telling you, quickly tell everyone how you hired someone to steal the documents and IOUs, and how you hired someone to tamper with the data. Don't let them misunderstand your brother. Also, return the 3 billion yuan you owe your brother. I know you invested all of it in the fishing industry, and it's not easy to get your money back in this industry. Just listen to your father and transfer your Thunder Building and Thunder Entertainment to your brother's name. Consider it compensation for the 3 billion yuan. If you listen to me and your father, we will still recognize you as our son. If you don't even listen to us, then you are not our son. Both of them were very protective of Lu Haoyu, but very disgusted with themselves. This is definitely not something biological parents would do. Lu Linqing had some doubts in his mind, but at the same time he felt that it was very likely. This was the power of the short play. How could even his biological parents help young Master Jia frame him, the real young master? Is it possible that there really is a protagonist halo in this world of short plays? However, despite his feelings, Lu Linqing finally made a decision. He had wanted to move out of home in before, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. One was the benefits gained from the basement, which he didn't want to miss. Another thing is that it is not legitimate for him to move out like this, and he may end up being criticized by others. Although he doesn't care what others think of him, he still has so many industries under his name. If his reputation is ruined, these industries will also be affected. He came to this world to enjoy himself. The money earned from these industries can allow him to live a carefree life. If he doesn't make money, how can he live a carefree life? So he had been waiting for a reason, and now the reason had come to him. Okay, if you don't recognize me, I don't want to recognize you either. When I go back, you won't treat me as your own son. This is normal. A person's life cannot be separated from food, clothing, housing, and transportation. As a result, since I came back until now, you haven't bought me any clothes, so all I have to wear is my own. Since I returned home, I haven't even had a sip of water at home, and all the food I eat has to be bought with my own money. Although I live in your manor, I can only live in the basement. You can't even see any light in your basement. At least the basement I rented has some light coming in. Not to mention it, every time I go out, I either take someone else's car, take a taxi, or ride a shared bike. I've returned to this home, and you haven't provided me with anything good, including food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The only place I have is a place to live. If you think I'm taking advantage of you, I can also pay you rent. For a fake son, you not only want me to pay 3 billion, but also want me to give him all the assets worth over 10 billion. I just don't understand, are you my biological parents? Forget it, it's not important anyway. Since you don't recognize me, then I don't recognize you either. Starting today, I will move out of the Lu family. Having said that, Lu Linqing suddenly slapped his forehead. You don't have to move out. I don't have anything in your Lu family anyway. There are only a few tattered clothes in the basement. You won't look down on me in the future, and you won't want me now that you have money. You can find someone at home to clean up and just throw me away. From now on, we will each return to our own lives. You can pretend that you have never looked for me, and I will just pretend that I am still an orphan. Now it's as you wish. You can move aside. I still have things to do. He was about to leave when he was stopped by the couple again. Father Lu, you unfilial son, do you know what you just said? We are your biological parents, yet you still doubt us and want to cut off all ties with us. We have been searching for you for so many years to get you back. We just want you to be an honest person and pay your father back the money he borrowed from your brother. If you do, you will cut off all ties with us. What's the difference between you and an ungrateful person? I'm telling you, if you want to sever ties with me, that's fine. But if I had known my son would be like this, I would rather not have you as my biological son. But, Lu Linqing, I'm telling you, even if you want to sever ties with us, you must pay back the 3 billion you owe your brother. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. Mother Lu, whether you are willing to admit it or not, you are still our son. Even if you become like this, we as your parents will never disown you. I know you said you wanted to break up with me because you were angry, but what I did really hurt our feelings. I don't ask my son to be outstanding, but I don't want him to be an ungrateful bastard. No matter what, we are your biological parents. If you say you don't recognize us, then that's unfilial in itself. You borrowed 3 billion yuan from your brother, but then hired someone to tamper with the data and steal documents, refusing to pay it back. This is unkind and unjust. As your mother, I first want to apologize to you because I didn't educate you well over the years, which is why you have become what you are now. But don't worry, I will definitely teach you well in the future. Now that you say such things, we will pretend that we didn't hear them. I don't want my son to be an unfilial person. At the same time, as long as you return the 3 billion yuan you owe your brother, today's matter will end here. Your father and I have already given you a way out, so please don't be ungrateful. If you really don't want to give Thunder Building and Thunder Entertainment to your brother, then you can give him half of them as repayment for the 3 billion. Speaking of this, Mother Lu's face became a little gloomy. Also, don't even think of threatening to cut off ties with us. We have done a paternity test. You are the biological son of your father and me. This will never change. You are now considered a celebrity and a public figure. Being cut off from your biological parents will have a much greater impact on you than it will on us. You are also an adult. You should learn to consider the pros and cons. Don't do things you'll regret. Chapter 89 Lu Linsheng, Severing Relationship. What Mrs. Lu said was just short of a direct threat. The meaning is very clear. If you sever ties with your biological parents in front of so many people in the live broadcast room, it will have a huge impact on you. If you are not willing to offer some compensation, your reputation will be very bad. As long as you are willing to give up half of your shares, you can sever ties with us. Everyone heard and understood what he said. Some people even think it makes sense. After all, these are my biological parents. It's really hard to justify you unilaterally breaking off relations. If it were someone else, they might have been morally blackmailed. Unfortunately, Lu Linsheng was not their son. Regardless of whether they were related by blood or not, he was just a time traveler. Moreover, he has a system and so much money, so why does he need fame? Besides, if this would affect his reputation, Lu Linsheng would rather not have this reputation. Lu Haoyu's mother, please think before you speak. You used a paternity test to make me your biological son. But I have nothing to do with you except that I am related to you by blood. According to what you said, I was misreported from birth, so apart from giving birth to me, you didn't take care of me at all. They finally found me and provided me with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. They also only gave me a basement and nothing else. I've already said that I'm willing to pay you rent. As for the kindness you showed me, and the thin blood relationship I have with your family, I think it should be fine for me to sever ties with you. After all, you forced me, your biological son, to admit that I borrowed 3 billion yuan from your fake son. Even after I saw through you, you still so confidently wanted to take away half of my shares, which are worth 600 to 700 million yuan. I really don't understand. Since I am your biological son, why do you treat me like this? But it doesn't matter anymore. I don't care why you did this. I only know one thing: from the moment you treated me like this, the blood connection between us was severed. I don't have parents and relatives like you, so just treat me as if I don't have a son. Anyway, the one you care about most is Lu Haoyu, so let him continue to be your biological son. With so many netizens bearing witness today, I reiterate once again that I am severing ties with your Lu family. Whether you live well or badly in the future, don't come looking for me again. Similarly, even if I don't have a penny in the future, go back to the basement, or even beg on the street and starve to death, you don't have to worry about me. I think I've made myself clear enough. There's no need to repeat myself. Since there's nothing else to do, I'll go and do my own thing. After all, it's still live streaming. This time he continued to walk out and finally no one stopped him. Mother Lu was broken down when she was addressed as Lu Haoyu's mother. Father Lu was frightened by Lu Linsheng's resolute attitude. Anyone who is not a fool can see that Lu Linsheng is willing to do anything to sever ties with their family. It will be useless to say anything else at this time. Moreover, even though Lu Linsheng is gone, the live broadcast is still going on. No matter what happens in Lu Linsheng's live broadcast later, the problem regarding Lu Haoyu and the reputation of the Lu family must be resolved. So Lu Jinting, who had reacted, suddenly sighed. I really didn't expect that my own son would be like this. Forget it, Haoyu, let's leave the matter of 3 billion yuan at that. We just need to know that you lent him your money. As for the falsified data and information, that's useless. He is your mother's and mine biological son after all. Now he wants to escape from us. It would be unreasonable if he doesn't have some money. Those 3 billion yuan should be considered as his. You are our son after all, and we will not give you a penny less.
When our family has money again, we will give you another 3 billion yuan.
As he spoke, he looked at the photographer next to him.
You're the photographer, right?
My son Lu Haoyu has had such a big incident, he probably won't be in the mood to broadcast live anymore.
Can you tell your director to end the live broadcast today, let him go back and adjust for a day, and continue tomorrow?
The director really wanted to refuse directly through the headphones, but after all, the other party was the son of the boss of a multi-billion-dollar group. If something really happened, he could not afford the consequences. So even though they knew that the attention was focused on these two people, they had to stop Lu Haoyu's live broadcast. As soon as his live broadcast ended, Lu Haoyu burst into tears.
Dad, what should I do? I really transferred the money to my brother. If you don't believe me, you can check it out.
I don't know why my transfer record was changed.
Why were the IOU and contract also changed? That's 3 billion.
If my brother doesn't return it to me, I won't have a cent left.
Mom and Dad, you have to find a way to help me. Even if he doesn't return the 3 billion, he can return the 2 billion.
I'll consider the 1 billion as what I gave him. Even if he still doesn't want to, then we can each take half, so 1.5 billion is fine for me. Those who didn't leave were really shaken when they saw that the live broadcast was over and Lu Haoyu still said this.
But Lu Zhenting and his wife hurriedly pulled Lu Haoyu out.
The fifth sister also hurried to follow. It wasn't until there was no one around that Mother Lu spoke angrily.
Mr. Lin has gone too far.
He borrowed 3 billion yuan from his brother, but he deliberately hired someone to tamper with the data, destroyed the IOU, and refused to pay it back. Just to avoid paying back the money, he even severed ties with us. How could he be so cruel? Remember this, don't treat him as a member of our Lu family anymore. Since he wants to sever ties with us, we won't care about him anymore. However, as soon as he said this, Lu Zhenting slapped him in the face.
What are you talking about? Lu Linsheng is our biological son no matter what.
Even if he did something wrong, even if he wants to sever ties with us, we are still parents. We can't let our children be willful, so we have to be willful too.
Remember this, you too.
Tell your sister later that no matter what, Lu Linsheng is still our son and your brother. I've already said this during the livestream, regardless of whether he borrowed the 3 billion yuan or for other reasons, I'll just consider it as a gift to him. I'll make it up to you when Haoyu gets home and has more money. You are all my sons, so I must treat you all equally.
Chapter 90 Lu Linsheng is not his biological son.
Okay, Haoyu, you're tired today.
Go back and have a good rest. Your mom and I have something else to do, so we'll leave first. Xiaowu, take Haoyu back.
After finishing speaking, Lu Zhenting quickly left with Lu's mother. After watching the couple leave, Lu Haoyu looked at Lu Nianchu with a face full of grievance.
Fifth sister, why do you think this happened?
That was clearly 3 billion yuan given to me, but my brother borrowed it. Not only did he deny it, but now the 3 billion yuan is gone. My parents said they would give it to me again, but there is no such thing as that much money at home.
I don't know how long it will take for them to give it to me. Lu Nianchu comforted.
It's okay, brother Haoyu. Since mom and dad have promised you, they will definitely give it to you. Besides, our Lu family is not without money.
When the dividends from the group come in, I estimate that we will give you 3 billion.
I remember that in the past 2 years, our family was able to distribute about 1 billion yuan a year.
That means in 2 or 3 years, we can give you all 3 billion yuan.
Besides, this time you can ask for 1 billion every year.
It should be easy to use 1 billion to do one thing. This way you still have 3 chances. Who knows, one of them might be a huge success.
As for Lu Linsheng, we'll have to wait and see what my parents' attitude is.
If they don't intend to get the 3 billion back, then they definitely won't get it back. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go back first.
Lu Haoyu said this not to get back the 3 billion yuan, but to confirm his fifth sister's attitude towards him. He heaved a sigh of relief only after he completely believed Lu Linsheng's words about borrowing 3 billion yuan from him. As long as the Lu family's hearts are still with me, nothing else matters.
Okay, I'll listen to fifth sister.
On the other side, Lu Zhenting and his wife drove to an empty and deserted place, and Lu Zhenting stopped the car. As soon as the two got out of the car, Lu Zhenting slapped Lu's mother Jiang Wanqing in the face.
How many times have I told you this? Why can't you remember?
No matter what you think in your heart, you must remember in front of outsiders that you are Lu Linsheng's biological mother. In front of so many people, and in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, your behavior is completely unbecoming of a mother.
When there is no one else around, you can do whatever you want and say whatever you want. But you didn't even consider the situation just now.
If your actions make Lu Linqing suspect that we are not his biological parents, we will be finished. Mother Lu said, covering her face. We've already done 2 parent-child reports.
He won't doubt it.
I treat him badly because he grew up in an orphanage, because he has always lived at the bottom of society, and because he doesn't fit in with our Lu family.
Isn't that normal?
Although Hao Yu is not our biological son, at least we have raised him for more than 20 years.
How dare that bastard Lu Linqing take Hao Yu's 3 billion? I've even restrained myself now. Lu Jinting slapped him again.
I told you before I came here, what is our purpose today?
We want Lu Linqing to withdraw from the program.
Although I don't know how Lu Linqing got on the show, the higher his fame, the greater the risk of being exposed. Besides, there are so many opportunities to show your face on such a large-scale variety show. If someone with ulterior motives finds out, some secrets might become unhidden.
Neither of us will have an easy time then. Why do you think I said Lu Linqing borrowed 3 billion from Hao Yu? Do you really think I know? No, I don't know at all. I even believe that Lu Linqing didn't borrow money from Hao Yu.
The reason I did this was to solidify his reputation as someone who owes money and refuses to pay it back, so that he can no longer stay on this show and even make his fans disappointed in him.
I want him to quit the show and even quit the internet so that everyone will forget about him. Only in this way can some things not be exposed. The funny thing is that you actually took it seriously.
I'm worried about you, Jiang Wanqing.
Is it because others have praised you so highly these years that you've lost yourself? Who do you think Lu Linqing is?
He can just find someone to exchange IOUs and information so easily.
They can even tamper with bank data at will. Don't even mention Lu Linqing.
Even I, or even the people in the capital, don't have the ability to do this. So, our son Lu Haoyu may have really invested his money abroad and got scammed. But there's no need to worry about this.
Whether it was borrowed or scammed, the money is gone anyway.
If I could have succeeded, it would have been nice to make that kid lose everything and become a laughingstock on the internet, and then forget about him forever.
But, obviously, the plan has failed, so we can only think of other ways.
Remember, our main purpose in bringing him back is not to get his money, but to keep him under control.
The capital may need it at any time. We must be able to bring it over completely when we need it.
And they also said that it would be best to let him go through life with nothing. Mother Lu covered her face and said depressedly.
I understand what you're saying, but he's rich and famous now.
Not only did we put him in the public eye, but we also gave him so much money.
If the higher-ups come looking for us, how are we going to explain it?
Wasn't my previous threat to him just to make him hand over everything, to make him lose everything, and to make him never appear online again?
Father Lu looked at Mother Lu with both of her faces covered.
For a moment he didn't know where to start, so he stopped and snorted coldly. We want to make him lose everything and remove him from the public eye. Your idea is not wrong, but your method is completely wrong.
Do you think he will listen to you if you threaten him?
As long as he is not a fool, he will not hand over all his assets, let alone destroy the Great Wall. Besides, your threats like this will only make him overthink things.
What if he suspects he's not his biological son?
If they actually use our DNA for a test and confirm it's fake, then it will be impossible for us to control him. What we need to do is to bring him back to our side when he has nothing, and let him know that without us, he is nothing.
This way we can better control him.
Mother Lu was still a little unconvinced.
You're right, but is this enough now?
He's about to cut ties with them, and he still has so much money.
How could he possibly come back? How could he possibly be controlled by us? Chapter 91 Lu Haoyu cooperates with the fish gang. Nothing is impossible. Although I don't know who gave him the idea, it's a really good idea.
Whether he borrowed the 3 billion from Haoyu or obtained it through other means.
Now the moment he puts that money into the fishing industry, it's destined to disappear. He even took out loans to further his career in the fishing industry.
This way, he will only get deeper and deeper into trouble, and eventually he will be eaten up and left with nothing in the fishing industry. When that day comes, he will come to us with nothing left and beg for help.
Mother Lu's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Why didn't I think of that?" He invested all those 300 to 400 million yuan into the fishing industry. The fishing industry in Linhai City is controlled by the fish gang.
If Lu Linsheng goes to get a piece of the pie, he'll only end up dead.
Isn't this bastard tough?
Wait until he loses everything, and when he comes back to beg us for help, just wait and see how I'll deal with him.
Jinting, you are really thoughtful. So, should we help him out and get him to invest more money in the fishing industry? Let him fight against the fish gangs and make him lose everything?
Lu Jinting nodded. Of course we have to help him. We must get rid of him as soon as possible before he alerts the people above. We must suppress it as quickly as possible, make it lose everything, and make everyone online condemn it so that it will never go online again.
I've thought of the plan.
After I go back, I'll guide Hao Yu indirectly and let him carry it out.
As long as the plan succeeds, Lu Linsheng will no longer pose a threat. An hour later, the two drove home and found Lu Haoyu sitting on the sofa with a look of despair on his face. Lu Jinting stepped forward and patted Lu Haoyu on the shoulder. "Son, come with me to the study."
"Okay, Dad." After the two entered the study one after another, Lu Jinting went straight to the point. "Haoyu, you already know about your brother's investment in the fishing industry. You should know that this industry might work in other places, but it absolutely won't work in a coastal city. Even though he wants to sever ties with us, blood is thicker than water after all.
Although you are not my biological son, I have always treated you as my own son. You and Lin Shang are brothers. He's completely misguided in doing this.
If someone from the fish gang sets him up at this time, he might mortgage all his assets and buy the fish gang's assets. Once the fish gang takes action, he'll be left with nothing in an instant. Even if he doesn't recognize us now, we should still try to persuade him. He's moved out of the Lu family now, so it's not easy for us to see him. You're on the same show with him, so talk to him more often and don't let him get carried away." Lu Haoyu agreed readily, but after returning to the room, he picked up the phone excitedly. "Lu Linsheng, you bastard, you want to suppress me and make my parents value you more, you are totally overthinking it." After thinking about the people he knew, he found that there was indeed a second generation of the Yu gang, so he quickly picked up the phone.
"Hey, Mr. Shang, come out for a drink. I have a great deal that I want to tell you about. Are you interested?" Okay, I'll listen to Master Zhang. I'll come find you then."
After hanging up the phone, Lu Haoyu changed his clothes and ran out in a hurry.
After watching Lu Haoyu leave, Lu Jinting and his wife came out. "Next, we just need to wait.
Although that guy has a lot of assets now because of his good luck, he has a fatal weakness. Through my observation of him during this time since he came back, I found that he is very receptive to advice.
He does whatever Haoyu tells him to do.
This time, if he listens to Haoyu's advice a few more times, he will be left with nothing." After Lu Jinting finished speaking, Zhang Wanqing also smiled.
"I'm just waiting for him to have nothing left and come back to beg us." Half an hour later. Inside the bar. Zhang Xiao and Lu Haoyu understood the details of the situation while drinking. Upon hearing Lu Haoyu's plan, Zhang Xiao clapped his hands repeatedly.
Not bad, not bad. You are indeed a ruthless person. But this is perfect. If you weren't so ruthless, how could I have such a good opportunity? Don't worry, as long as you can persuade him to invest the money, you won't have to worry about anything else. I'll put the bank in touch, and I can also find the relevant industries on the fish gang side. Whether it's a fishing ground, a fishing boat, or even an island, I can help him buy it. Also, I'll have the fish gang take action later. Once this guy invests all his money, we'll work together to reap all his wealth."
That should be enough, right? Lu Haoyu nodded repeatedly. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough, Mr. Zhang. Let's have a happy cooperation. I don't ask for anything else. I just hope that after you succeed, you can return the money he lent me." Zhang Xiao nodded. "We have no control over how much money he lends you, and we can't possibly pay you back. But I've also learned about his situation. He has at least 130 to 150 billion in assets in Ningxia. According to our rules, 30% of what you get will be given to you. Whether it's worth 10 billion or more than 10 billion, you will be given 30%. I think the minimum is 3 billion. Can it be more? It depends on your luck."
Lu Haoyu was a little disappointed at first, but he was filled with surprise after hearing what happened next.
"Thank you, Mr. Zhang. If you have anything to do in the future, just let me know."
Shall we discuss the details of the cooperation next?
Zhang Xiao smiled. "Didn't you tell me your brother is very receptive to advice?"
Then persuade him to buy my property. When he has spent all his money, I will make all his businesses stagnant and unable to make money. Before long, he will be left with nothing. I'll leave his side to you. I'll contact a few more people here. After all, Yubong is not owned by just one of us. I'll contact a few more companies to cooperate with us. By the time this guy's ship can't go out to sea and his goods can't be sold, he can only wait for bankruptcy. Lu Linsheng had no idea what Lu Haoyu was planning behind his back. He is very interested in the recording of this program, because he found that his fans started to grow rapidly again. So he completed his tasks step by step every day, went home to see the growth of his fans, and continued to work hard. It was not until 3 days later, when he and Lu Haoyu met again, that he realized that he seemed to have not received any rewards recently. Chapter 92. Lu Linsheng is about to be cheated. Brother Lin Shang, we meet again. You haven't been home since that day. Mom, Dad, and your sister miss you very much. Why don't you come home with me today? Lu Linsheng now regrets participating in this crappy show. This show has no effect on him at all. Although he can gain some fans, this increase in the number of fans is of no significance to him. It would be better to find an opportunity to get some rewards. After all, the people the program crew met didn't have such deep malice towards them, so it was too difficult to get rewards from them. The Lu family is the most malicious. I had originally thought of joining the Lu group directly after the show ended, partly to establish a presence in the Lu group so it would be easier to take over. Partly to meet someone from the Lu family and see if I could get some more rewards. Unexpectedly, before he even looked for the Lu family, Lu Haoyu came to him again. It's impossible for me to go home. I've already said that I have severed ties with your Lu family. If you have something to say, just tell me now. Don't beat around the bush. He had finally waited for Lu Haoyu to come, and he hoped that this guy could give him some advice, so his tone was not very good. However, Lu Haoyu didn't care. If Lu Linsheng's tone had been nicer, Lu Haoyu might have thought more about it. Seeing Lu Linsheng's attitude, Lu Haoyu felt relieved. They have already prepared everything, and now it depends on whether Lu Linsheng will listen to the advice. As long as Lu Linsheng listens to advice, all plans will be fine. So Lu Haoyu also got straight to the point. Since Brother Lin Shang has said so, I won't waste my time talking to you. Since you don't want to go home, I won't talk about going home. You can go back whenever you want. I came to you mainly because someone approached me yesterday and asked if I wanted to buy equipment, vessels, and companies related to the fishing industry. Of course I don't need these things, but I thought about you setting up the fishing group and investing nearly 4 billion yuan. I think you want to delve deeper into this industry, so I asked them to come to you. However, they don't know you, so they want me to introduce you. If you're willing to meet them, then we can go meet them together. If you're not willing, just pretend I didn't say anything. The person Lu Haoyu found is definitely here to trick him. How could Lu Linsheng let go of such a good opportunity? He pretended to hesitate and was silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Haoyu, are you so kind? You know, you said I borrowed 3 billion yuan from you and didn't pay you back. In this case, you must hate me to the core. But instead of acting like you don't hate me, you're even trying to get me into business. I'm really worried about you. Lu Haoyu was depressed. You think I want to? You bastard took 3 billion yuan from me, but you tampered with the data and made others think that my money was defrauded. Even though my family members are willing to believe me, no outsiders believe me. Not only did they cheat me out of 3 billion yuan, but they also affected my reputation. If possible, I wish you would die. It's a pity that, first of all, I don't have the conditions to kill you, and secondly, he didn't give me the chance. Now I can only deal with it with the excuses I have thought of, and achieving my goal first is the most important thing. Didn't my parents tell me? The 3 billion is just for you. I don't care whether you admit it or not. You've already got the 3 billion. My parents will compensate me with 3 billion later. Since my parents treat us all equally, then I have nothing to argue about. So, you are also my parents' biological son. I just thought that after all, I've occupied your life for more than 20 years, so I should give you some compensation. Before, I allowed you to make money by gambling and buying companies. Although I contributed to it, I also know that it only had a side effect. That doesn't show my sincerity. So, this time I came with sincerity. Many bosses from the fishing industry have contacted me. If you can reach a cooperation with them, your company will grow rapidly. Just think of this as a chance to make it up to you. Come with me and take a look.
If you think it's okay, then you can study it on your own. If you don't think it's okay, just turn around and leave. I won't stop you.
Lu Linqing seemed to be thinking in his heart, and was silent for a moment before speaking.
Alright, even though I feel like you're targeting me since I came back, I've gained a lot of benefits. I'll trust you this once. Whether you want to trick me or you really care about me, I will go with you on this trip. If you really care about me, then it would be even better.
Even if it's not for my sake, I don't think you can trick me. After all, I benefited from the few times you looked at me before. This was live streaming.
Lu Haoyu would never admit to having tricked Lu Linqing. Brother, you're joking again. If I cheat you, how can you get any benefits?
I have never cheated you before, and you are the biological son of the Lu family. I am just an adopted son.
I've dominated your life for over 20 years. Now that you're back, I just want to make amends. How could I possibly target you and try to trick you? You also said that every time you listened to me, you benefited. So I'm not trying to trick you at all. I'm helping you. It's the same today. I'm still helping you. Don't get the wrong idea. Whenever I can't get the reward, I will believe what you say. But since you are my fortune bringer, I will reluctantly trust you this time. You're right. I'm almost done with my work today, so I'll go with you.
If my fishing group wants to grow, it really needs to acquire more related companies and vessels.
Lu Haoyu was overjoyed. Sure enough, Lu Linqing didn't dare to say anything else, but he was definitely the best at listening to advice. Let's go then, they are all waiting for you.
This scene was broadcast live simultaneously by 2 live broadcast rooms. Those viewers who were watching the live broadcast couldn't help themselves at this moment.
Many people reminded Lu Linqing in the live broadcast room that this must be a scam. It's a pity that Lu Linqing didn't watch the live broadcast at all, so naturally he couldn't see the barrage. Even if he saw the barrage, Lu Linqing would not listen to them.
The more people discussed the matter through barrage comments, the happier the program team was. They even specifically promoted traffic to Lu Linqing's live broadcast room to attract more viewers.
Soon, the number of people watching Lu Linqing's live broadcast exceeded 3 million.
And many of them are now brushing this sentence.
Congratulations, Lu Linqing, you are going to be cheated. You are the president now, but after you are cheated, you will be the same as us. Chapter 93 Proposal to buy 11 companies.
Although the discussions of these netizens are somewhat unkind, everyone is happy to see it happen.
The matter concerning Lu Linqing and the Lu family was exposed 3 days ago.
The matter of the real and fake young master had attracted attention before, and now it has attracted widespread attention. Many people know how Lu Linqing's family disliked him after he returned. I know he lives in the basement, has no food, no water, and no car. So everyone applauded him for moving out of the Lu family. Even though Lu Linqing went to the martial arts gym to practice martial arts these days, he ignored his third sister Lu Nianyun, and many people developed a good impression of him. In their words, since others don't recognize you, why bother to admit your relationship with them? This choice of his has gained him a lot of fans. Now young Master Jia goes with others as soon as he arrives, which is hard for many viewers who have just become fans to accept. He deserves to be tricked. Why did you follow that fake young master when you knew he was not a good person? That's right, you're still willing to trust someone who has robbed you of your life for over 20 years. Even though you benefited from him before, his real intention is to cheat you. I've studied Lu Linqing. Whether he went gambling, bought on Yuan Group, or bought an entertainment company, it was all Lu Haoyu's suggestion. That's why I suspected Lu Linqing's investment in the salvage industry was also Lu Haoyu's attempt to trick him. Your analysis is correct. I think so too. So, if nothing else, he's just too receptive to advice. Sometimes it's good for people to listen to advice, but if he listens to it like this, it's bound to have bad results. He was lucky the last few times, but can he be so lucky this time? How is that possible? The fishing industry itself is a pit in Linhai City. He not only jumped in, but also invested so much, and now he wants to invest even more. Isn't this just trying to bury himself in it? Forget it, forget it. Every second I can watch him now is a second. Once he's been scammed, he won't be the CEO anymore. The show won't need him anymore. He'll just be an ordinary audience member like us. You know what, now that you mention it, I'm actually looking forward to it. Similar comments floated by one after another. The program crew and the director were so happy that they were grinning from ear to ear. At this time, Lu Linsheng also went to a hotel with Lu Haoyu. When I arrived at the box, I found that there were already 6 people sitting inside. Lu Haoyu quickly stepped forward and greeted him, then said to Lu Linsheng, "Brother Linsheng, they all know you through the live broadcast, so I won't introduce them, but I want to solemnly introduce the 6 of them to you. The 6 of them are second-generation members from different groups in the fish gang. They all have some fishing-related companies in their hands, and they are ready to sell them. With these companies, your group will be more comprehensive and can operate faster. It's just that buying these companies requires a lot of money. You should negotiate with them. If they are willing, then you can buy it. If not, just treat it as a meal." Having said that, he walked directly to one of the seats and sat down, saying with a smile, "I'm just introducing you. I won't take care of the rest. You guys can discuss yourselves. I'll eat first and then I'll leave." Just as he said, he finished his meal quickly and turned to leave. Before leaving, he nodded implicitly to those people. After Lu Haoyu left, the 6 people no longer remained silent. Zhang Xiao, the leader, spoke directly. "Lu Linsheng, you are Lu Haoyu's brother, and you are the real young master of the Lu family. We are originally in the same circle. It just so happens that we have some properties we want to dispose of, and you happen to come here and want to buy some of them. You also have money, so we decided to sell them to you. If you're willing, let's discuss the price. Don't worry, we'll definitely give you a favorable price. After all, we're in urgent need of money right now, so we can only lower the price to sell these properties. We just calculated before you came. We own 11 companies, all of which are related to fishing. The company's total value should be around 8 billion. If you're serious about buying it, we can sell it to you for 7 billion. Here are the specific information of the 11 companies. You can take a look." Lu Linsheng didn't hear the system prompt, so he went through the information and looked through it one by one. All companies are indeed related to fishing. Some are simply fishing companies with several boats under them, some are breeding companies, some are processing companies and other related companies. If we really buy these 11 companies, our own fishing group will be truly formed. But if I don't remind myself now, it won't be worth buying it. He didn't believe that these people had no ill intentions and simply didn't offer any suggestions. So I guided him. There's nothing wrong with these 11 companies. I've heard of a few of them before, and the price you're asking isn't high. But there's one thing I can't do right now, I can't come up with the 7 billion all at once. You know my situation. I've already invested 300 to 400 million yuan in the fishing industry. The loans I've taken out from all the other industries combined probably don't even come close to the 7 billion yuan I've already invested. So I'm also powerless. Do you have any good ideas? They had already thought of a solution before they came, so Zhang Xiao said it directly. We've considered this for you. It's impossible for your Thunder Entertainment and Thunder Building to borrow that much money. Even if you mortgage all your current assets, you might not be able to get 7 billion. So if you want to come up with 7 billion yuan, the best way is to pay it in installments. We've already taken into account your current lack of funds, so we're allowing you to mortgage all your lottery assets to us first. The value will be 5 billion, and then we'll use the remaining 2 billion to sign a loan agreement. As long as you can return the 5 billion within the stipulated time, all of this will be null and void. If you only pay back 2 billion within the stipulated time, your tea will be ours. If you can't pay back 2 billion, we will hold you accountable. But I believe in your ability. Just listen to me and follow this method. You will never go wrong. Young Master Zhang suggests you mortgage all your assets and sign a loan agreement to purchase the companies owned by the other party. Their goal is to make it difficult for your current companies to operate. Furthermore, once the new companies are transferred to your name, they will be subject to the full restrictions of the Yu Gang. When all your companies are no longer viable, they will seize everything you own. Following my advice, after you buy these companies, not only will the Fish Gang's leadership be unable to touch you, but these 11 companies will also bring you huge profits after you take over, paying off all debts. Furthermore, after these companies are integrated into the group, the fishing group will develop even faster. There is no need to hesitate about this advice, just listen to it. I already have a reward from the Yu Gang that they won't touch me, and now I can pay off my debts and make the company develop faster. Only a fool wouldn't listen to such a good thing. Chapter 94. Lu Linsheng is about to go bankrupt. I bought it. When are we going to sign the contract and go through the formalities? Several people were a little stunned. They had already thought of a lot of words to say, but before they could even open their mouths, the other party had already agreed.
You agree? Zhang Xiao asked uncertainly. Isn't that nonsense? If I don't agree with you, why would I sign a contract with you and go through any formalities?
Lu Linsheng waved his hand.
What's the matter? Aren't you and your companies planning to sell? If not, I'll leave now. If you do want to sell, let's quickly complete the paperwork.
Zhang Xiao and others didn't expect that there would be such a person who would be cheated, so they naturally had to help him.
Sell, sell, sell. Why don't you sell it? Didn't we already agree on this? Since you want to do it now, let's do it now.
Several people stood up and were ready to take Lu Linsheng out, but at this time Lu Linsheng's phone rang. Lu Linsheng picked up the phone and saw that the person calling him was none other than his fiancée Zhang Muya. He answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone directly.
Lu Linsheng, don't be fooled by them. They are a company.
Although it looks good, it may not be profitable in your hands.
I told you before, don't get into the fishing industry. It's already monopolized by them. You won't make any money even if you get in. Why didn't you listen?
Lu Linsheng looked at the nervous expressions of Zhang Xiao and the others and said with a smile.
It's okay.
My fishing company has been established for several days and I haven't encountered any problems.
Don't worry, even if the fishing gang is powerful, they won't target me. Besides, I'm a celebrity and a public figure after all.
Even if the fish gang is powerful, they wouldn't dare to cover up everything. Don't worry, once I buy these 11 companies and integrate them into my group, I'm sure we'll make a ton of money in the fishing industry.
Okay, I won't say any more to you for now. You're also live streaming over there, right?
If you're worried, just watch my live stream. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then spoke to Zhang Xiao and others. My fiancée and I participated in the variety show together, and she was worried that I would be tricked by you.
Are you guys saying that you are going to trick me?
Zhang Xiao shook his head firmly.
Of course not. How could we possibly cheat you? We're just doing business with you.
Others also said yes. Lu Linsheng nodded with a smile.
I also believe that you won't cheat me. Let's go and handle the formalities.
When they walked out of the door, they greeted Lu Haoyu and the others.
Lu Linsheng even patted Lu Haoyu on the shoulder and said, Haoyu, thank you so much. Without you, I wouldn't be able to buy these companies.
To thank you, if my adoptive parents get moldy and die suddenly one day, I will definitely give you a portion of the Lu family's property.
Okay, I won't say any more to you. I have to go and handle the formalities.
After saying that, he followed Zhang Xiao's men and left. Lu Haoyu turned his back to the live camera and watched Lu Linsheng and the others walk away with a sneer.
Even if those two old guys are really gone, this property has nothing to do with you. You still want to covet what belongs to me. It seems that I was right to attack you this time. When you've been cheated out of everything and are even heavily in debt, do you think your parents will still care about you? They will only be more disappointed in you, and then you won't get anything. Everything in the Lu family belongs to me.
After he muttered to himself, he turned to the photographer with a smile and said,
Cameraman, please come with me and take a look. My brother wants to buy 11 companies. I want to go and take a look too.
It's just that he deliberately moved slowly. By the time he caught up with Lu Linsheng had already completed the formalities with Zhang Xiao and the others. Like him, those who arrived a little late included Lu's parents and eldest sister, third sister, and fifth sister. When Mr. Lu saw the documents in Lu Linsheng's hand, he smiled unconsciously, then stepped forward seriously and said,
Lu Linsheng, why did you turn off your phone? Do you know that these companies you want to buy are problematic? Do you know that they are deliberately trying to scam you? Can you please not be so impulsive? After all, you are our son. We wanted to call you to remind you, but your phone was unreachable. We had no choice but to come in person, and you had already done it. Not only are you losing 7 billion yuan, but all your businesses will probably be taken away by them. You're in your 20s, can't you be more mature in your actions? These are 11 companies. You only met with them once and bought what they asked you to buy. Why don't you investigate the situation of these 11 companies? Even if you had delayed a little longer, it wouldn't have turned out like this. His heartbroken words seemed to be out of consideration for Lu Linsheng. He said this to make Lu Linsheng feel his father's love. So at the end, he sighed.
Originally, you said you wanted to sever ties with us and leave the Lu family, and I didn't say anything. After all, you have so much money and so many businesses. You don't lack money to spend, and you can live a good life. But now it seems that you will soon have nothing. Don't worry, I'm your father after all. I can't ignore you. When you really have nothing left, you can always come back to the Lu family. At this time, Mother Lu also stepped forward, patted Lu Haoyu on the shoulder, and sighed. Haoyu, I know you have good intentions, but you don't know that you have been deceived by them. Although these guys usually play well with you, they are different from you. They know you're naive and easy to deceive, so they want to sell their properties to you. You're lucky. Lu Linsheng borrowed your money, and your family is broke right now, so you didn't have the chance to buy those properties. Otherwise, you would have been the one who got ripped off. But even though you weren't cheated, they still cheated your brother. Having said that, he looked up at Lu Linsheng again. Son, don't blame your brother. After all, it's a company. On the surface, it does appear to be a high-quality industry. He's doing this for your own good. He just didn't investigate thoroughly beforehand. Now that things have come to this, it's impossible to return the company. If you take over these companies, I estimate that you will soon be left with nothing, just like your father said. We are your biological parents, and you will always be welcome in the Lu family. Chapter 95, Fish Gang, Killing the Chicken to Frighten the Monkey. Although Lu Linsheng had no evidence, he always felt that this matter was related to the couple. Others could not find anything unusual, but he noticed the couple immediately. After confirming that he had bought these companies, a smile appeared on his face. If my calculations are correct, then this matter was pushed behind by the two of them. But why is this? No matter what, I am their biological son. If I become rich, it won't have any impact on them, right? Even if I cut off ties with them and no longer need them to take care of me, this is still a good thing for them. But they came up with such a plan that was obviously a bit stupid, trying to trick themselves. To be honest, if it wasn't for the purpose of completing the mission, even if Lu Linsheng was stupid, he would not buy these 11 companies. What he is most curious about now is what exactly is wrong with these 11 companies and why he will be left with nothing after buying them. Lu Linsheng asked directly in front of the audience in the live broadcast room and everyone around him. Master Zhang, and all the other young masters, is what Mr. Lu Zhenting said true? The 11 companies you sold to me were designed to scam me. If this hadn't been live, they would have admitted it directly. But in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, if they admitted it, their image would be ruined, so several people shook their heads. Zhang Xiao even said, "How is that possible? The companies we sell to you are all high-quality companies. We will definitely not cheat you. Apart from anything else, the salvage company I sold you is capable of salvaging antiques from shipwrecks. Although most of the salvaged shipwreck artifacts have to be handed over to the country, if you salvage them in public waters, they are yours. If your salvage company really salvages a shipload of antiques, maybe you can sell it for 10 or 8 billion. Even if it's salvaged within our country, if you hand it over to the country will pay more attention to you. If you want to open a company like this now, you don't even have the qualifications. You're lucky you bought it. How could it not be a good company? And the island that young Master Li sold you for 1 billion yuan. That includes the island and a lot of surrounding waters. If there are any precious resources on the island, or if there are any high-value marine creatures that settle around the island, you will definitely make a lot of money. It's the same with other companies. They definitely won't cheat you, so don't worry." At the same time, in the Yu Gang headquarters, the parents of several people and the top leaders of the Yu Gang gathered together. Looking at Zhang Xiao's appearance in the live broadcast, one of them couldn't help laughing. "Old Zhang, your son is really good at talking nonsense. That's quite reasonable. He just didn't tell them that, although the salvage company can salvage antiques from shipwrecks, it's been almost 7 or 8 years since it was established, and they haven't salvaged anything. It's really difficult to salvage antiques from a shipwreck. Also, there's a possibility that there are rare materials on that island, but they've already explored it so many times. How could there be something that hasn't been discovered yet? Even after all these years, there haven't been any rare marine life gathering around the island. If you want to make money from the island, it'll be a long time before you can." Old Zhang smiled and shook his head. "This kid has done a good job. In the entire Linhai city, no one has dared to challenge our fish gang for many years. I originally wanted to deal with them myself, but now it seems these juniors are doing a pretty good job.
Go back and tell your subordinates to recruit the people for these 11 companies. It's best to prevent ships from returning to sea without causing any casualties. He left the shops empty, the warehouses deserted, and even the processing plants empty. In this way, it won't take long to completely bring it down. I guess after this thunder operation, no one will dare to easily get involved in our fish gang's business anymore, right? The others nodded as well. It has caused a loss of 10 to 20 billion in one go. This will definitely have a deterrent effect. I think we can develop with peace of mind in the short term. During the live broadcast, Lu Linqing seemed to believe what they said and spoke to Lu Jinting and the others happily. Did you hear that? People have said that these are all high-quality companies. If you want to wait for me to go bankrupt and let me go back, don't dream. I've already said that I've severed ties with you. There's no way I'll ever go back. So please don't bother me anymore. Having said this, he seemed very disappointed and said, I don't know where you heard that these industries are not doing well and have problems. Although this news is fake, the fact that you were able to find out about it means that Lu Haoyu was able to find out about it as well. I originally thought that Lu Haoyu was really doing this for my own good, but I didn't expect that he would still try to trick me. Before, I benefited from you and didn't bother with you. I thought you wouldn't try to cheat me again. I didn't expect that you still wouldn't let me go. Don't be so quick to deny your family. If you really want to remind me, you can call the production team, the photographer, or even directly call Lu Haoyu and ask him to notify me. It's not a problem. But you didn't wait until I bought it before saying this. Aren't you just trying to make fun of me and see me go bankrupt? It's a pity that you are destined to be disappointed. You think there are problems with these industries, but in fact, there are no problems with these industries at all, and they may even make me a lot of money. The Lu family was a little embarrassed when their thoughts were exposed, but it only lasted for a moment, and then they heard what the eldest sister Lu Nianchuang said. How do you know we didn't fight? We all warned you, but no one expected you to act so quickly. It's no use saying this now. Even if we had good intentions, but we didn't succeed, we deserve it. But I advise you to dispose of these properties as soon as possible and get back as much as you can. Then find a way to deal with your current businesses and plug the holes. You'll still have something left. Otherwise, you might end up with nothing. At the same time, someone in the live broadcast room dug out specific information. Or it could be a problem of desire, including the hidden dangers in these industries, which they have also discovered. The person who was watching the live broadcast and recording his life was sweating. Lu Linqing really got tricked, but can anyone tell me why he listened so well? Chapter 96. The reversal begins. The shipwreck is coming. I'm a little confused. I didn't think much about it before, but now I think about it carefully. After he returned home, he did whatever he was asked to do. Although he was successful, it also proved that he really listened to advice. There's a saying that goes, listen to advice and you'll have enough to eat. I guess he developed this character from growing up in an orphanage. That should be the case. After all, in an orphanage, if you don't listen to advice and don't obey, it's easy to go hungry. Over time, he has developed this habit. It's true that you should listen to people's advice and eat your fill, but you also need to distinguish between good and evil. This person clearly had ill intentions towards him, but he listened. I guess Lu Haoyu had bad intentions all along. Otherwise, why would he buy casinos and bankrupt companies? Isn't that malicious? He just got lucky. It's no use saying this. No matter how lucky I was before, I'm afraid it's all gone this time. Yes, according to the information we found, these companies themselves have problems, big or small. The most important thing is that after they were restricted by the fish gang, it was basically impossible for them to make a profit. They could only spend a huge amount of money every day. It won't take long to bring him down, Lu Linqing. We all see it clearly, but he still thinks he's not been cheated. Just wait and see, he'll cry soon. The audience in the live broadcast room were waiting to see the joke. The Lu family, Lu Jinting and his wife were waiting for Lu Linqing without knowing anything. The three Lu Nianchuang sisters were in mixed feelings. Although they had never thought of leaving Lu Linqing with nothing, if he really had nothing, it would be nice to let Lu Linqing go home. So strictly speaking, they also have some expectations. Lu Haoyu and the members of the fish gang were also looking forward to it. But just at this moment, the phone rang urgently. Zheng Xiao looked around before realizing it was his own cell phone. He quickly took it out and saw that it was the captain of his salvage company. He smiled, turned on the speakerphone,
then handed the phone to Lu Lincheng and said, "Master Lu, this is the phone number of my captain. He's in charge of salvaging at sea. He will be your employee from now on, so if he has anything to report, just listen to him." He had heard enough of it over the years. Every time he came back, he would tell him that he had no catch, or that he had only caught some fish and shrimp, but nothing else. If he hadn't used some antiques he had salvaged from his home to make up the numbers, the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. So he didn't want to listen to what the other party said at all, so he handed it directly to Lu Lincheng. Lu Lincheng didn't hesitate. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Captain Zhao. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Captain Zhao's excited voice from the other end of the line. "Boss, good news, great news." Everyone's time instantly shifted to their phones, even Zhang Xiao, who didn't take it seriously. I couldn't help but come over and ask, "What good news?" "Boss, you don't know, but just now during our salvage operation, we discovered a sunken ship. The shipwrecks are all made of wood. According to our people, they should be from the Tang and Song dynasties. If that were all, it wouldn't be a big surprise. The real big surprise is the large amount of porcelain, jade, jewelry, and antiques on this shipwreck. The value of these things must be at least tens of billions, right? It's a pity that these things belong to the country, not to individuals. We can only get a bonus. But even if it's just a bonus, it's a great thing for us. This group of antiques will definitely be valued by the capital. It will take at least 2 to 3 years to get all these antiques out intact. With people from the capital in charge, who would dare to attack our fish gang? Even if we don't make any money, it will allow our fish gang to develop stably for another 10 years. This is definitely great news." Bang! The phone fell to the ground instantly. Zhang Xiao was completely dumbfounded. He's been fishing for so many years and hasn't gotten anything, but as soon as he sold his company, you got an antique from a shipwreck. The most crucial thing is Captain Zhao's other words. The antiques from this shipwreck will be handed over to the country, and the country will arrange professional personnel to salvage them and will definitely take care of the group behind the salvage company. Originally, the salvage company belonged to the Yubang group. It is indeed as Captain Zhao said, it can ensure that the fish gang will prosper for another 10 years. But that is all in the past. Now the company belongs to Lu Lincheng. In other words, the people who come here regularly no longer take care of them, but take care of Lu Lincheng and the Thunder Ocean Group, which is composed of all companies related to salvage and fishing. Yes, just after completing all the formalities, Lu Lincheng merged his previous fishing company with his current company to form the Thunder Ocean Group. They collaborated with the Lu family to set up this scheme just to trick Lu Lincheng. As a result, the pit was filled up as soon as it was dug, and it was filled with molten iron. The key point is that this matter was said in the live broadcast room, and I think it has attracted the attention of the country. Just as he was thinking this, the director came running over. "Mr. Lu Lincheng, the higher-ups have learned about the shipwreck artifacts salvaged by the employees of your Thunder Ocean Group. They've already dispatched professionals, and a naval fleet from Linhai City is also headed to protect you. Just have your people hand over the task properly and then return." No one expected that the country would act so quickly. As soon as it was confirmed that the sunken ship had been salvaged, personnel were arranged over there, and the army took over and experts were dispatched. One thing that is certain is that it is probably impossible to target Thunder Ocean Group. In the Yu Gang meeting hall, everyone had a solemn look on their faces. Mr. Zhang sighed. Who could have imagined that things would turn out like this? That originally worthless company actually got such a great thing for the first time in history. With the country's support behind us, we can't do anything to them anymore. I suggest telling everyone below that they should never provoke the Thunder Ocean Group if they see it in the future. If they can help, they should help. He said this while looking at the gang leader who was sitting at the top and had not spoken a word. Others can only turn their attention to the gang leader, because they all know that the final decision on this matter lies with the gang leader. Sure enough, I heard the gang leader say with a smile. Old Zhang is right. After he established the Thunder Ocean Group, we are no longer the only one dominating the marine fishing industry in Linhai City. With the support of the country, it won't be easy for us to take action against him. However, although we cannot take action, the dignity of the fish gang cannot be violated. Old Zhang, talk to your son and ask him to invite him to join our fish gang. As long as he joins, we will be one family. If he is valued by the country, we can be valued too. It will be a win-win situation for us. If he doesn't appreciate our kindness, then let him see how powerful we are. Even without direct attack, we can still make his life difficult.
Chapter 97. Lu Linxing is so lucky.
Mr. Zhang made a phone call immediately. When Zhang Xiao answered the phone, he was still a little dazed. He was just talking nonsense. His big salvaging company has been established for so many years, but he hasn't salvaged anything decent. Over the years, many broken wooden boxes and iron boxes have been salvaged, but none of them are really useful. Not to mention something that could alarm the country, even something that could have a certain value was not salvaged. Now, I sold the company, and you salvaged a sunken ship worth tens of billions of dollars for me in the blink of an eye, and you were directly targeted by the country.
Now the things from this shipwreck are all national cultural relics.
The salvage work lasted for several years, and the Thunder Ocean Group probably developed completely during these years. Moreover, they have already established connections with the country. If the Yu Gang dares to take action against the Thunder Ocean Group, then they can only expect to be destroyed. With the abilities of Yu, Zheng Xiao and the other second generations, if they dare to attack Lu Linxing, they will be finished.
Fortunately, my father called at this time.
When the call was connected, Mr. Zhang said directly, "I don't care what method you use to invite Lu Linxing and his Thunder Ocean Group to join our Yu Gang and become a part of the Yu Gang Group.
As long as you can complete it, I will agree to whatever you want."
Because Zhang Xiao's phone was on speakerphone, the volume was very loud and everyone around him could hear it. At this moment, Lu Haoyu was stunned. "I clearly asked you to join me in tricking Lu Linxing, so why are you inviting him to join the Yu Gang?" Moreover, Lu Haoyu also reacted at this time. He, Lu Linxing, followed his own advice and benefited again.
I asked him to buy it. It was a company.
As a result, it was a salvage company that had just acquired a useless ship and salvaged a shipwreck worth more than 10 billion yuan. He also established connections with the country, forcing the Yu Gang to change their policies and cooperate with him. In this way, all my previous plans would be scrapped. Just with the cooperation from the country, there would be no problems with his Thunder Ocean Group. If there is no problem with Thunder Ocean Group, Lu Linxing can pay back the money he owes bit by bit and finally leave behind a huge industry. Even if all these companies merge together and the group develops well, its value may not be less than that of the Lu Group.
At this moment, Lu Haoyu couldn't accept it. I've been targeting him in every way since he came back. What's my purpose? Isn't it just to prevent him from inheriting the Lu family's property? Now look what happened.
Before I even inherited the Lu family's fortune, he already owns an equal amount of it because of my targeting. That is to say, even if I really drove him away, even if I really made him leave the Lu family, I still can't compare to him. More importantly, even if I inherited the Lu Group, I wouldn't be as rich as him.
If all this is really just luck, then why is he so lucky? Could it be that he is the son of destiny? After figuring out the cause and effect, Lu Haoyu almost became depressed.
But even so, he still has a chance. But if Lu Linxing joined the Yu Gang, with the powerful background of the Yu Gang, he would probably be left with nothing.
Lu Jinting and his wife were also dumbfounded. Their plan this time is to make Lu Linxing lose everything.
Everything was going well, but suddenly a shipwreck appeared, ruining all their plans.
Now, the Yu Gang is even going to invite Lu Linxing to join.
If Lu Linxing really joins, then we will be out of control. The first thing they wanted was for Lu Linxing to refuse.
Lu Linxing's luck is already good enough. If he joins the Yu Gang, his luck will be incredible, right?
Similarly, the three sisters of the Lu family also had complicated expressions at this time. Ever since Lu Linxing came back, they have been prejudiced against him and always felt that Lu Linxing was not a good person. In order to prevent him from bullying his younger brother Haoyu, the three sisters tried every means to suppress Lu Linxing. The eldest sister is in charge of the family finances and does not give any pocket money.
The fifth sister helped Lu Haoyu snatch Lu Linxing's fiancée.
The third sister wanted to teach her a lesson by force. The root of all this is that they feel they are superior, and Lu Linxing, a younger brother who came back from the bottom, must go through all this in order to grow. Even if he fails to grow, it's because he is useless.
But they never thought of it anyway.
This younger brother, who they thought was the most useless, was actually so lucky. When they accidentally got a building, a company, and made a lot of money, they told themselves in their hearts that it was luck. But today they suddenly felt that luck is also a kind of strength. Their younger brother is really too lucky. When they came today, they had already labeled Lu Linxing in their minds as someone who was about to lose everything. What's the difference between being targeted by the Yu Gang and getting yourself involved? However, when everything was about to be settled, the situation suddenly reversed. The appearance of a sunken ship brought Lu Linqing's Thunder Ocean Group directly to the attention of higher authorities. Even if Yu Gang had 10 times the courage, would he dare to take action at this time? Even if you really dare to do it, you will be seeking death. Their country is cooperating with Thunder Ocean Group to develop and salvage shipwrecks. You are trying to trip them up behind their backs. To put it mildly, you are deliberately looking for trouble. To put it bluntly, you are committing treason. No matter how big your company is or how powerful your power is, in front of the country, it is nothing but a piece of dust. Lu Linsheng had already been noticed by the country, and now the Yu Gang invited him to join. If this really happens, Lu Linsheng's status will be higher than their families. Originally, they could still stand high and mighty and accuse and reprimand Lu Linsheng, but they probably won't be able to do that in the future. When they thought of this possibility, they felt so uncomfortable. You, Lu Linsheng, grew up in an orphanage and lived in a basement for so many years, at the bottom of the basement. How come you are so lucky? Why do you have to be better than your brother Hao Yu in every way? This is not fair. They also wanted to ask Lu Linsheng not to agree. At this time, Zheng Xiao also reacted. He understood what his father said, and he also knew why his father said it. Everything happening here is being broadcast live, and he believes that his father and even other uncles are watching, so his father's call is the joint decision of the other uncles. You may not be successful, but you must have the right attitude, otherwise you will suffer in the future. So he came to Lu Linsheng respectfully. Young Master Lu, I admit that I underestimated you before. Regardless of whether this is due to luck or other reasons, I can only say one thing: you win. You should have heard the call from my father just now. How about it? Do you want to join our fish gang? Chapter 98. The Lu family asks for apology. No, 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 no. Everyone in the Lu family was shouting in their hearts. At the same time, everyone in the live broadcast room was also sighing at Lu Linsheng's good luck. At the same time, they were also watching whether Lu Linsheng would agree or not. If he hadn't heard the Lu family's thoughts, Lu Linsheng would have been straightforward in responding to the Yu Gang's invitation. There's no need to join the fish gang. Our Thunder Ocean Group will be cooperating with them over the next few years, so we shouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Who knows if there will be any problems after joining your fish gang? It's better for me to keep the status quo. Even if he clearly says that your Yu Gang is not a good thing and there is no benefit in cooperating with you, he may still want to make trouble for you. Zhang Xiao's face looked grim. However, the Lu family members all had smiles on their faces. If praising Lu Linsheng at this time was not likely to offend the Yu Gang, they would have praised him heavily. Even if Lu Linsheng cooperated with the people above to develop the shipwreck, the most they could do is to ensure that some shady means could not be used on Lu Linsheng. They are Lu Linsheng's family. By taking this opportunity, they can not only gain benefits, but also suppress Lu Linsheng. After all, filial piety can mean a lot. Mr. and Mrs. Lu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Linsheng doesn't join the Yu Gang, they still have a chance to suppress Lu Linsheng. Lu Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Linsheng doesn't join the Yu Gang, he will be offending the Yu Gang. Even if he cooperates with the higher-ups, I believe the Yu Gang will not let him go. I still have a chance. The three sisters breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If Lu Linsheng chooses not to join, then at most he will be a rich man similar to their family, with similar status, and as sisters, they can naturally suppress them. My younger brother is always my younger brother. Some viewers in the live broadcast room thought that Lu Linsheng did the right thing, while others felt sorry for him. However, the members of the fish gang who were watching the live broadcast had grim expressions on their faces. We really gave him face. We invited him to join, but he actually refused. Don't think that just because he found a sunken ship and has connections with it, he can act recklessly. I originally thought he wouldn't refuse, but I didn't expect him to actually refuse. He really doesn't take us seriously. He entered the fishing industry but didn't cooperate with us. He wants to take action against us. Since he doesn't give us face, we shouldn't be polite either. I didn't say that other methods can't be used, but formal methods can still be used. In order to avoid any problems during the development of the sailboat, the higher-ups will definitely not let us use other means to deal with Lu Linsheng. However, they won't care if we use business warfare to intervene. Old Zhang, call your son and tell him that since Lu Linsheng is unwilling to cooperate, forget it. At the same time, tell Lu Linsheng over the phone that the marine fishing industry in Linhai City can only belong to our fish gang. Since he won't join us, he must be prepared to face our sniping.
Lao Zhang picked up the phone and called again.
After Zhang Xiao answered the call, he pressed the hands-free button and listened to what Lao Zhang said. Young Master Lu, you should understand that Linhai City's marine fishing industry has always been an indispensable pillar industry for our fish gang.
I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to join us, everything will be easy.
If not, I'll also tell you this: the fishing industry in Linhai City can only belong to our fish gang. Anyone else who wants to join will have to face the pressure of our fish gang. If it wasn't a live broadcast, he could have said something even harsher. But even so, the meaning has been made clear. It's a pity that he didn't know that he was facing Lu Linsheng, who had a system.
Why did Lu Linsheng refuse? It's actually very simple.
He just wanted to see how powerful the system was. The system said that after he started working in the fishing industry, the fishing gangs would not dare to attack him, but now he has succeeded. In addition to not daring to take action, his investment in the fishing industry will increase tenfold. In other words, he has invested tens of billions now, and it won't be long before these tens of billions will grow into hundreds of billions.
The system has said so. If he joins others, isn't that giving benefits to others?
Most importantly, he wanted to see how his industry could improve under the pressure of the fish tank. Therefore, facing the threat again, he smiled. The past was the past, and the present is the present. In the past, the fishing industry in Linhai City was dominated by your fish gang, but now it is no longer the case. If you really have any tricks up your sleeve, feel free to use them. I, Lu Linsheng, will take over. The top members of the Yu gang on the other side of the phone were so angry that they laughed.
But Lu Haoyu and Lu Zhenting were overjoyed.
If Lu Linsheng offends the Yu gang, he will suffer a lot. Even the audience in the live broadcast room felt that he was impulsive. If you don't want to join now, just politely decline.
Why confront them? Isn't that just asking for trouble?
Lu Haoyu's eyes rolled. He took a step forward and said,
Brother Lin, I know you're lucky and have made a lot of money.
I also know you don't put others in your eyes, but you should consider our entire Lu family before you do anything. You now have the shipwreck and the cooperation with the above, so you don't have to worry about other problems, but the Lu group can't do that. You should apologize to them. Even if you don't join, you can't let them target our Lu family. As soon as he said this, Lu Zhenting and his wife stopped thinking and quickly stood up.
Father Lu, your brother is right. You should apologize immediately. If you don't want to join, then don't join.
Why offend others? Let me tell you, if the Lu group suffers losses because of you, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son.
Mother Lu, what your father said is what I want to say. You are our biological son after all.
If what you did was not serious, we really wouldn't care. But in your current situation, you can come into contact with higher-level beings at any time. You must be careful about what you say and do, and don't offend others for no reason.
Hurry up and apologize to them.
Since you've affected our Lu group, your father and I will really cut off all ties with you.
At this time, the eldest sister also ran over anxiously and said, Brother Lin, no matter what, you are our biological brother and our parents' biological son.
Everything you do now will affect our whole family. Even if you cooperate with the people above you and are not afraid of being targeted, we are afraid.
Our Lu group is in a critical period right now and can't withstand any storm.
You should apologize quickly and ask them to forgive you. At least they won't target our Lu group.
Then you can still be our brother. Chapter 99 Zhong Mudo assists.
The third sister also said, Lu Linsheng, don't think that just because you bought these 11 companies and one of them salvaged a sunken ship and had connections with them, you can rest easy. If I remember correctly, 6 years ago, a company at sea also salvaged a sunken ship and worked with it for 2 years.
You're right.
During the 2 years of cooperation, their company was indeed fine and even developed steadily. However, there were also many direct attacks, but they withstood them with their own abilities.
If we couldn't resist, the company would have gone bankrupt long ago. But even if we resisted, what could we do? In the end, once the boss left, the entire company was dragged down in just 2 months, and ultimately forced to go bankrupt.
If you offend someone like this now, not only will your ocean group be affected, but our Lu group will also be affected, and your other industries will also be affected. You should apologize to them, at least to stop them from targeting us. Lu group, even if you lose all your tea, at least you still have the Lu family as your backing. The fifth sister also came over.
I've seen what you bought. This is a company and 2 companies you bought before.
More than half of them are fishing companies, including ocean fishing companies, deep-sea fishing companies, offshore fishing companies, as well as ocean salvage companies and offshore salvage companies. The rest are seafood processing companies, warehousing companies, logistics companies, a chain store, and an island. If you want to make money at sea, salvage and fishing companies like yours can't do without the help of the fishing gangs. If you offend them, more than half of your salary will be wasted. Without the support of these companies, your seafood processing companies will have nothing to process, your warehousing companies will have nothing to store, and your logistics companies will not need to transport anything, so they will just be wasting time. The only thing you have that's still useful is your chain stores, but they sell seafood. Without seafood, you'll have to switch to other businesses. Finally, there's a small island. Besides the island itself, there's also seafood farming all around it. But the aquaculture environment on your island isn't good, and there aren't any resources on the island. I'm afraid you'll go bankrupt in less than 2 years. I know you're reluctant to join the fish gang, and I understand you feel like with someone above you watching over your businesses, even if they're affected, you can still maintain them. But how long can you sustain this? The development of a sunken ship can be completed in 1 or 2 years at the fastest, and 5 or 6 years at the slowest. 6 or 7 years. During this period of time, your company cannot develop and can only maintain the status quo. When the time is up, it will go bankrupt. You should listen to your parents and sisters and apologize. Although what this family said made sense, netizens in the live broadcast room always felt that there was something wrong with their words. It's just that they didn't react for a while, but at this moment, a voice made them react. How ridiculous. He's your son, your brother, and yet you only want him to apologize and not to help. Isn't that a bit too much? Also, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? What if we accidentally discover another sunken ship in the next few years and cooperate with them again? What if, with luck, some of these companies develop enough to rival the fish gang? What if the problem is solved through other means and the company is able to develop? What if something goes wrong with the fish gang and they can't do anything? Nothing is set in stone yet. Have you already decided that Lin Shang's company is doomed? Aren't you saying this because you're afraid of being implicated? If Lu Linqing doesn't agree, are you really going to cut off all ties with him? Aren't you afraid that things will turn around and slap you in the face? Aren't you afraid that if Lu Linqing turns over in the future, others will laugh at you? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but before they saw anyone, the people in the live broadcast room already knew about it. At this time, the live broadcast rooms of Lu Linsheng and Lu Haoyu were all filled with the news that Lu Linqing's wife had arrived. The staff could see the live broadcast and naturally knew what was going on, while the others turned their eyes to the door. Sure enough, after a while, Zhong Muyao's figure quickly walked over. After Zhong Muyao came over, she stood directly beside Lu Linsheng, looked at the group of people from the Lu family, sneered, and continued. It's so sad to have a family like you. Fortunately, Lu Linsheng severed ties with you. Otherwise, if I were to become your daughter-in-law, brother-in-law, or sister-in-law, I'm afraid my life would be shortened. After she finished speaking, she turned and looked at Lu Linsheng with a smile. Brother Lin, don't worry about them. You've already severed ties with them, so why would you bother with them? The fish gang isn't anything to be afraid of. If it's just the marine fishing industry, we are indeed no match for them, but if we give up this industry, it won't be a big deal for them. You don't have to apologize or promise them anything, just do it. Even if you lose all the money you invested in the fishing industry, even if you have nothing left, don't you still have me? Hearing this, Lu Linsheng put his arm around Zhong Muyao's shoulders and said, With your words, I feel relieved. As he said that, he shrugged and said to the Lu family, You heard it too. Anyway, if I fail, there are people who will take care of me. So what do I have to worry about? Before, I was the only one who unilaterally severed ties with you. If you're worried about being implicated by me, you can also sever ties with me directly in front of everyone in the live broadcast room. After you and I cut ties, even if the fish gang wanted to target me, they wouldn't be able to target you first. The Lu family didn't say anything, but looking at his expression, anyone with a decent brain could guess that they were weighing the pros and cons. Lu Linqing chuckled and looked at the second generation. Mr. Zhang, right? You're the only ones here in the Yu gang. Why don't you answer me on behalf of the Yu gang? If I sever ties with the Lu family, will they be implicated because of me? Although Zhang Xiao is a playboy, he knows very well what those old men above want. What they want is the prestige of the fish gang. Having the family members cut off ties because of offending the Yu gang will definitely greatly enhance the prestige of the Yu gang.
So, he simply nodded. That's right, we in the fish gang also follow the rules. Gang rules clearly state that you have to fight for your own interests, but you can't violate the law. Even if we want to compete with you for the benefits of fishing, we will only do so through legal means. At the same time, we will not give up reasonable commercial competition. If they are still your family, maybe someone will do something to them for competitive purposes. But if they have severed ties with you, we will naturally not take action. Not implicating innocent people is also one of our gang rules. Chapter 100, True Severance of Relationship. These words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Without Lu Haoyu's guidance, Lu's father had already made the decision. Anyway, the requirement given to him by his superiors was to suppress Lu Linsheng. Since he couldn't do it anymore, it would be a better choice to create an enemy for Lu Linsheng and get rid of him at the same time, leaving him isolated and helpless. Lu Linsheng, you always say how badly we treated you after we came back to find you. They said we made you live in the basement, that we didn't give you food, that we didn't help you at all. But why don't you tell me about your own problem? Why do you live in the basement? Because you've lived in the basement all these years, and you feel safe there, so we arranged for you to live in the basement. Why don't we give you food? We killed you because you brought a bunch of bad habits from the bottom. We hope you can correct them, but you won't. We can only wait until you correct them before we let you eat. I only ask this, there is no question. Which big family is not like this? As for saying that we were of no help to you, that is nonsense. Not talking about you, because your brother how you obtained 1 billion in starting capital, nor about the Thunder building you obtained as a result, and the subsequent Thunder Entertainment, and all the industries that followed. It's just that after you acquired these properties, if our Lu family didn't exist, do you think you could take over so easily? Is it so easy to take away 1 billion from the casino? Without the Lu family's connections, you can't take a penny away. When the value of Thunder Tower doubled to tens of billions, did you think no one was interested? It's because we were behind the scenes, bearing the pressure and helping you block all of this. There are many other things we do quietly behind the scenes to help you. Otherwise, do you think you could take over so many industries so easily? I feel like I've done my best as a father. Now, because you have a little money, you are getting carried away and want to get involved in the fishing industry and provoke the fish gang. Facing such a behemoth, our Lu family really does not have the ability to deal with it. I originally just hoped that after you apologized, the fish gang would not implicate us. Even if one day you really have nothing, you can still come back to the Lu family. But you're so stubborn. If I don't sever ties with you, I'm really afraid that one day I'll be unable to resist helping your biological son, and my Lu family will be destroyed. I am the head of the family and must consider all aspects. For the future of the family and for your sisters and brothers to have a good life, I have no choice but to make the decision. Lu Linsheng, since you insist so much, let's officially sever our ties from now on. As your father, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but for the sake of our family, I had to do this. So after we sever our ties, there will be no contact between us. If your mother and I get old and can't move, we won't need you to support us or give us any money. He said that this thing took out a piece of paper from somewhere. He quickly wrote the document to sever ties. After finishing it, he even had several copies made and had people sign them one by one. After signing, he stood in front of Lu Linsheng. I've already signed. From now on, as long as you sign, our relationship will be completely severed. I'll give you one last chance. If you apologize to the fish gang, I'll consider not severing ties with you. Lu Linsheng grabbed the document. Pick up the pen and start signing. Although he wanted to complain, why would the head of a family carry a pen and paper with him? Why is there a photocopier in such a serious occasion? But when you think about the fact that this is the world of short plays, everything unreasonable becomes so reasonable. He no longer dwelled on this issue. It was definitely a good thing to be able to sever ties with this family. But after he signed, he looked at the people opposite him and suddenly had an idea and said, "This document of severing ties only lists your potential, which is probably not enough. If you really want to completely sever ties with me, I would like your mother, father, sister, and brothers to sign it as well. This will prove your family's determination to sever ties with me. Otherwise, I'm afraid the fish gang will misunderstand us and think we're not real." The following sentence instantly made the Lu family understand what choice to make. Since we have agreed to sever ties, we must do it completely to avoid being targeted by the Yu gang. Mother Lu signed and said unhappily, "Lu Linsheng, you are my biological son. I should have helped you, but you are too troublesome. In order not to affect your sister and brother, I can only sever ties with you. But if one day you really have nothing, you can come back. As your mother, I will never let you go without a single bite to eat." Lu Linqing sneered, "Are you sure what you said is true? Aren't you afraid that after helping me, you will be targeted by the fish gang, or by the people I offended?" Mother Lu was speechless. "I was just being generous out of habit, thanking myself for my own charisma. Is there any need to make such a big deal out of this? If no one asks you to take care of you, who would be willing to take care of you? If the time comes and goes, I will indeed let you come back, but if there is any chance, it is best for you to die as far away as possible." This question was really difficult for him to answer. If he says he is not afraid, he is really afraid. But if he says he is afraid of being embarrassed, so it is better to remain silent. Seeing this, the eldest sister quickly stood up and spoke. "As your biological sister, and your parents as your biological parents, I helped you when you were in dire straits, ensuring you had enough to eat and a place to live. I don't think you will be targeted. But that's all. I support my father's decision. After all, you can be willful, but our entire Lu family cannot be willful. This Lu family is not just yours, but all of ours. For the Lu family to develop better and not be targeted, I am willing to sign. We have nothing to do with each other from now on, but like Mother said, if you really can't even eat one day, remember to come to me, I will still help you if I can." The third and fifth sisters looked at each other and said nothing, but they both walked forward and signed their names. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Haoyu. Lu Haoyu enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention and knew what he should do next, so he took a deep breath and walked forward. He walked up to the crowd, picked up the pen, and was about to sign, but Lu Linqing's words almost broke his defense. Chapter 101: A slap and a kick. "Forget it, you don't have to sign. I almost forgot about you just now. Although you are nominally my brother, whether it is from the household registration, blood relationship or other aspects, there is no relationship between us. Originally, you could be considered my parents' adopted son, but now they've disowned me, so I have nothing to do with you anymore. So you don't have to sign. We have no relationship anyway, so there's no need to sever ties." Lu Haoyu felt like there was a mouthful of phlegm stuck in his throat, and for a moment he really couldn't say anything. Lu Linqing was right, there was indeed no relationship between the two of them. So it doesn't matter whether he signs or not. He seems a little presumptuous by running up here so happily. Fortunately, he quickly thought of an idea and pretended to look at the severance letter before nodding and saying, "Brother, I just can't believe that you, as my parents' biological son, have cut off all ties with them. I want to go up and confirm whether this is true. Don't worry, even if you have severed ties with your parents and sister, you are still my brother in my heart." Before he could continue speaking, Lu Linqing grabbed the verdict in his hand and slapped Lu Haoyu to the side. Brother, brother, do you think you're an old hen? You keep calling me brother all the time. I'm telling you, I've severed ties with your dear parents and sister. Don't let me hear these two words again. Every time I hear you say these two words, I feel sick, do you know that? A grown man like you're always calling me brother. If you don't know me, you might think I'm imitating Lin Daiyu. If Lu Linqing wanted to use this family to improve his strength and foundation so that he could enjoy life at the beginning, then there is no need for Lu Linqing to do so now. Now, through training in the basement, his strength has far exceeded the limits of human beings. If he really uses his power, I'm afraid Lu Haoyu would be shattered into pieces with just one slap. However, Lu Lin was afraid that his strength, which was comparable to that of great luck, would cause the boy to travel through time. And it's not just the strength that's improved, other aspects have also been improved. In addition, he can continue to improve his strength in his third sister's martial arts school, so his strength allows him to live according to his own ideas. The same is true of his financial situation. Originally, because he had no money, he might have wanted to stay in the Lu family and get more rewards. But now he already has more than 10 billion, and after all the rewards are returned, this fishing group will probably have at least hundreds of billions or even trillions. So he is about to become the president of a company with assets worth hundreds of billions. I have both ability and money, so why waste time with this family? I won't be able to get rewards in the future, but now these are enough for me to live a carefree life. Living a new life, Lu Linqing just wants to enjoy life. He was just being cool, but everyone in the Lu family was very anxious when they saw this scene. They all rushed over to help Lu Haoyu up. At the same time, Lu's father pointed at Lu Linqing angrily and said, "You little bastard, how you didn't do anything wrong, how could you hit him? We have severed our relationship.
I didn't bother with you before. At that time, I still regarded you as my son, but now we have severed our relationship.
You are no longer my son. How dare you attack me? As your father, I will teach you a lesson one last time.
As he said this, he rushed forward, but his speed was not as fast as his speed at rushing forward, and he flew backwards. After being kicked away by Lu Linsheng, he crashed directly into Lu Haoyu and rolled backwards with Lu Haoyu for several times before stopping.
You're quite right about one thing. Before, we hadn't completely severed our relationship. After all, you were still my nominal father. It would have been unacceptable for me to have been too harsh on you. But things are different now. We have severed our relationship. You are no longer my father. I won't have to worry about beating you.
As you said, this is my first step after we sever our ties.
I'm teaching you a lesson. You don't have to thank me too much. Just remember to be careful when you meet me next time. Don't give me the chance to hit you again.
No one expected that Lu Linsheng was not only lucky, but also had such strong personal strength. With the strength to kick a grown man away and even roll over with him for a few times after knocking him down, ordinary people are really no match for him. The Lu family mother and daughter, who were about to move forward, stopped immediately. Mother Lu was instantly filled with disappointment. Even if we've severed ties, he's still your biological father. You hit us before, and we didn't bother with you, but now you're still hitting us. Just when Lu Linsheng and everyone thought he would make some accusations, unexpectedly, Lu's mother turned her gaze to Zhang Xiao and others.
Young masters of the fish gang, you should have seen it too. My son is completely ruined. Not only has he alienated us, he has also severed all ties with us. He even attacked his own father. There's no relationship between him and us anymore. Not only that, it looks like he's still holding a grudge against us. If you want to target his companies or related industries in the future, please remember that our Lu family has nothing to do with him. I think you guys in the fish gang are reasonable. No one in my family has offended you.
The only one who has offended you has been expelled from the family and has severed all ties with us.
So if you want revenge, don't come to us. Good guy, everyone exclaimed. Good guy. After all this fuss, it seems like your family is just trying to make us suffer. This is to completely remove the Lu group from this matter.
However, this result was exactly what Zhang Xiao and others wanted. Although there is not much difference between dealing with Lu Linsheng alone and dealing with Lu Linsheng and the Lu family, Lu Linsheng without the Lu group is naturally easier to deal with. Just now, he received a text message from his father, saying that the Yu gang had already taken action. The key point was that his father also told him that it would be best for him to target Lu Linsheng only and get rid of the Lu group.
Isn't this completely consistent?
So he smiled and nodded.
No problem, I'll take charge of this matter. I've seen your determination, and the relationship between you and Lu Linsheng is indeed not good. It's a bit unreasonable to implicate you.
But I hope your Lu group won't get involved in what's going on between us and Lu Linsheng.
Otherwise, we can't guarantee what we'll do.
Father Lu, who had just stood up, ignored the pain in his body and nothing else, and quickly said with a smile.
Don't worry about this.
Since we have severed ties with him, anything he does has nothing to do with us.
You can do whatever you want. Chapter 102. No one is optimistic about Lu Linsheng.
Lu Haoyu felt pain all over his body, but he was very happy in his heart. Lu Linsheng finally broke off relations with the Lu family. Moreover, the troubles caused by Lu Linsheng now need to be borne by himself, and the Lu family will not be implicated. Although the fish gang will not do anything excessive because of the existence of a sunken ship, it will still make it difficult for Lu Linsheng to move forward. As long as he took this opportunity to develop and expand the Lu group, then Lu Linsheng would still not be able to surpass him. And from now on, the Lu group will belong to him. When he thought of this, he almost laughed out loud.
Lu Linsheng, just wait and see these companies you bought lose money one by one and eventually go bankrupt. By the time you have nothing, I will have inherited the Lu group.
The value of the Lu group will even be higher, breaking through hundreds of billions or even trillions.
From now on, we will not be on the same level. You'll never catch up with me.
Lu Haoyu was looking forward to it. And Zhang Xiao also spoke. My father just sent me a message, not only to suppress Lu Linsheng, but most importantly to maintain the reputation of the Yu gang. After all, they are broadcasting live now. If some bad reputation spreads, it will be a huge loss for them. Everyone who knows us, the fish gang, knows that although we are the only one in Linhai City, our business is based on integrity and quality.
After several generations of hard work, we also joined forces with many related family companies to establish Yubong. We are not trying to monopolize Linhai City's marine fishing industry.
We are just trying to promote better and more standardized development of the marine fishing industry. So, at the beginning of our establishment, we set a rule that all marine fishing companies willing to join will become members of our fishing gang and develop together. But those who are unwilling to join will be suppressed by all the fish gang companies in order to regulate the industry and avoid problems that affect the future of our Linhai City marine fishing industry. I must make one thing clear here. Regardless of whether Mr. Lu Linxing cooperates with the people above or not, as long as he is unwilling to join us, he will be subject to our normal business suppression. Everything is done in a commercial manner, and there is no illegal behavior. After all, we're broadcasting live right now. If you don't believe me, you can testify in the live studio. We at Yu Gang are absolutely a law-abiding company, and everyone in the company is a law-abiding citizen. After expressing his position, he turned his gaze to Lu Linsheng. Mr. Lu, since you are unwilling to cooperate with us, then we are in a competitive relationship. So don't blame us for being ruthless. You may not have carefully considered that among the companies you purchased, there are 3 coastal fishing and salvaging companies and 2 offshore fishing companies. The areas they fish and salvage are all within the scope of the fish gang's waters. Originally, we were in a cooperative relationship, and you could fish as much as you wanted. But now that the partnership is over, all future fishing and salvaging activities by your 5 companies will be conducted in a different location. It will not be permitted within the fish gang's boundaries. I know you don't know much about these companies, but don't worry, I've already thought about it for you. Don't you have a small island overseas? There's a dock on the island, so you can dock your boat there. The sea areas surrounding that island belong to the island and are all yours. Maybe you can catch something there, or maybe you find some resources on the island, and you can use these boats for transportation. I've already sent someone to notify them. I think it won't be long before they reach your island. As for how you plan to do it later, that's your business. This is all I can do to help you. It was equivalent to destroying 5 companies at once. Although these 5 companies are not the most valuable compared to the island, each of them is worth more than 300 million. How come the total value of the 5 companies is more than 10 or 20 billion? Most people can't bear such a huge loss at once. Lu Haoyu was excited. Although it was impossible for the more than 1 billion yuan to be lost in an instant, he still had the company and the team. Even if he sold these things, he could get half of his investment back. But as long as Lu Linsheng suffered some losses, Lu Haoyu would be happy. Lu Zhenting and his wife were equally happy. They seemed to see the scene where Lu Linsheng, having nothing left, came to beg them for shelter. How wonderful that would be. Then they will be able to easily control Lu Linsheng and complete the above requirements, and they will gain more benefits. In the live broadcast room, everyone came to a conclusion after some analysis. If Lu Linsheng wants to break the impasse, it's just like what Mr. Zhang said. Unless there are more resources on his island, or if resources continue to appear, it's impossible to change his fate tomorrow. It's impossible to break the deadlock. The best option left for him now is to move the company out of Linhai City and move it to another city. Maybe there's still a glimmer of hope. It's the same wherever you go. After all, the market is so small, and those who should be occupied have already been occupied. It's not easy to re-enter the market. This is just the beginning. If he continues like this, he might really lose everything. If it were me, I would compromise now and join the fish gang. Ha, you're overthinking it. You've already refused, so how can they allow you to join? Even if they do allow you to join, you'll only lose more than you have now. That's right. From the moment Lu Lixing refused, they were on opposing sides and it was impossible for them to join each other. I'm still looking forward to how this will develop. Is this a real business war? I don't even want to leave the live broadcast room after watching it. For these spectators, they just want to watch the fun. No matter who wins or loses, what does it have to do with them? Zheng Xiao originally thought that after hearing what he said, Lu Linsheng would either fight to the end or beg for mercy, but he didn't expect that this man would be so calm. Could it be that he was scared silly? At this time, the phone of this young master rang, and our young master handed the phone to him. It's the number of the person in charge of the fishing company I sold to Lu Linsheng. Zhang Xiao took it and said with a smile. In the future, they will have already sailed their boats to the island to ask for further instructions. He handed the phone to Lu Linsheng and said, "You are their boss now, so you have the final say on everything that comes next."
Chapter 103. I'm dumbfounded. That island really has resources. Zhong Muyao didn't expect that the fish gang would act so quickly. Looking at the phone being handed over, she hurriedly spoke, fearing that it would bring some bad news that would hit Lu Linsheng. Brother Lin, it's okay. At the very least, you can sell these ships. I know a lot of people who can buy them. And if you don't want to sell it, that's fine. We can sell the ship to the next city, or even to other cities. We have some connections in the surrounding cities. Lu Linsheng smiled and shook his head. That's not necessary. I think it's better to keep these ships. After all, Master Zhang said that there might be some resources on my island. Whether it's for transporting resources or for other purposes, we'll need ships. Aren't these ships just the right thing to use? As he spoke, he answered the phone. Finally, a surprised voice came from the other end of the phone again. It's the new boss, Mr. Lu Linsheng, right? In the live broadcast room, many people said that you are lucky, boss. Now I am 100% sure you are really lucky. You don't know, we just arrived on the island not long ago, just to find a place with good signal to watch your live broadcast, and guess what? We actually found a cave on the island. And this cave is actually connected to the underground. Boss, please add me as your friend. We are in this underground cave right now. You have no idea how beautiful it is down there. Although Lu Linsheng knew that this was due to the system, he was also curious. Just look at the phone number just sent on your phone and enter it on your phone to add a friend. Just after adding the friend, he received a video call, asking him to answer the call directly, and then a middle-aged man appeared on the other side of the screen. Connected. Boss, please bring the others and everyone in the live broadcast room to watch how beautiful this underground cave is through your phone. As he spoke, he turned the phone's lens to the rear camera, and Lu Linsheng also properly turned the phone's screen to the live camera. Thus, the live broadcast transmitted through two mobile phones was seen by countless viewers. But even though it was just a live broadcast on mobile phones, the audience was shocked by the scenery before them. As the Han people walked, the mobile phone screen recorded a magnificent passage with colorful lights. Through the light, you can see that it is a stone wall covered with moss and shiny things. I don't know where the light comes from, but I can tell that there is a faint light in this cave corridor, and I can see most things clearly. After walking all the way to the end, everyone thought that this was the end, but unexpectedly they found an open area. When the camera focused on it, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. It can be clearly seen through the lens that there is an open space the size of a football field in front. And in the middle of this open space there seems to be a wide road built artificially. There are two irregular semicircles on both sides, one of which contains fluorescent water. From time to time, fish pop out of the water and quickly fall back down. On the other side is a forest of strange-looking stalactites. The strange shapes are pleasing to the eye. Coupled with the colorful lights in the cave, it creates the appearance of a fairyland on Earth. Everyone who saw the scene was shocked. Even the live broadcast room was silent for several seconds. After a while, someone couldn't help but speak. Why do I feel like this is all a script? Otherwise, how could such a beautiful place appear? Now that you mention it, I also think that this cave was deliberately created by someone, hoping to develop this island and come up with this scenario. You're totally overthinking it. This island has been around for ages, and many locals know about it. I've even been to this island, and I've never heard of any caves there. This must be true. I've also heard of this island. Where did the cave come from? And if someone really built such a magical cave, it would definitely have consumed a huge amount of resources, and it would be impossible for it not to be discovered. If this isn't a script and it's real, then I must go and see it. Nonsense. Even if it's a script, I still want to see if this cave is real. Forget about anything else, just the stalactite forest. I just want to see if there's the legendary 1,000-year-old spiritual milk inside. I've watched too many of your skits. If you're right, I'm going to go see if there's any 10,000-year stone marrow. That's enough of you. I just want to know what kind of fish are in the water on the other side. What are these fish like? If possible, can I go fishing? You hit the nail on the head, didn't you? Fishing in a place like this is simply a paradise for us anglers. If there's a chance, I'd like to go too. In the live broadcast room, everyone was chatting enthusiastically. The people at the scene were not as lively as them. They all looked at the video in disbelief. If all this is true, then they can imagine that this small island, even without any resources, just this underground cave, can bring huge traffic. Everyone would want to see such a beautiful scene. And now it is being broadcast live. When this scene is broadcast live, it will probably become a hot topic soon, and then people all over the country will know the situation of this small island. Apart from anything else, as long as the island is open to tourism immediately, a huge amount of money will pour in. At that time, it will not only be an island that can generate tourism revenue, but also with the existence of this battle, a large number of related facilities can be built on the island, including hotels, restaurants, etc. By then, this will be a huge industrial chain. Although these ships cannot be salvaged now, they can be transformed into passenger ships by simply modifying them. Putting aside other things, just by attracting customers every day, these boats make more money than those who fish. Even if these ships have high consumption, they can be sold or replaced with ships specifically designed to carry passengers. Isn't it the same thing? In this way, by relying on the tourism development of a small island, these companies can be merged together and all become companies that transport people and goods to and from the island. Not only will the company's value not decrease, it will even have to increase several times. Moreover, it will drive various industries, which will definitely make huge profits. Whatever they could figure out, Lu Lincheng could also figure out. It happened to be a live broadcast now, so he would not miss this opportunity. Chapter 10 For the Fish Gang Withdraws. Everyone in the live broadcast room, you should have seen that this island is absolutely natural, and this cave also exists naturally. As the owner of this island, I would like to express my attitude to all the viewers, the people of this country and the people of the world. I will go to the island within 3 days, explore this cave thoroughly, and build corresponding facilities on the island. The island will be open for tourism in 3 days. Everyone is welcome to sign up in advance. At the same time, we will build various supporting facilities on the island. Once these facilities are completed, we will open up the island to more people, allowing them to come to the island. At the same time, all ships traveling to and from the island must be ships under my Thunder Ocean group. Other ships are allowed to enter the island. So if you want to go there by other ships, or if someone deceives you by saying that other ships can also reach the island, don't believe it. As for the specific situation, how many people can be accommodated at a time, and the current state of the island, you can all follow my live broadcast at any time. After all, my main time from now on will be devoted to the development of the island. At this time, Zhang Muyao also thought of a film and television drama they were about to shoot, and hurriedly said, "Brother Lin Shang, your island won't be open to the public for 3 days anyway, so why don't you let me have those 3 days? I'll let all viewers clearly see the cave through the live broadcast." You don't know that our company is currently preparing a film and television drama. There's a scene in the drama that takes place in a cave. This cave is absolutely perfect for our drama. 3 days is enough time for us to shoot all the relevant scenes. We'll be filming live, and you can also broadcast live here, allowing viewers to see the cave's conditions. Also, in 3 days, you'll have completed a thorough inspection of the cave. Opening it to the public by then will make it more reassuring. What do you think? This is definitely the icing on the cake, and Lu Lincheng naturally would not refuse. The audience in the live broadcast room originally thought that they could only wait for the next few days, but they didn't expect there would be such a surprise, so they all said that they would definitely watch the whole thing. I am afraid that I can't watch the whole thing, but I also want to take the time to see if this is a script. This is the excitement on their side, but others can't feel it. Lu Haoyu felt even worse. I worked so hard to come up with a good idea and suggested it to you, but you let the Yu Gang cheat you. It turned out that the Yu Gang is such a loser. They are not trying to cheat you, they are actually helping you. You bought 11 companies, one of which discovered a shipwreck and cooperated with the higher-ups, causing your company to be noticed by those above you and making it impossible for you to resort to other means. Originally, half of your companies were in trouble, and the rest were not far from trouble. Unexpectedly, an underground cave was discovered on an abandoned island. Moreover, this underground cave is so magnificent that one can imagine how huge the flow of people will be in the future. With people, there will naturally be money, and with the development of the island, the value of the island will directly increase from the original hundreds of millions to tens, hundreds, or even hundreds of billions. With just a small island, Lu Lincheng made a fortune. The most important thing is that he is engaged in tourism development and has nothing to do with your Yu Gang. If the Yu Gang dares to confront Lu Lincheng on this matter, or to make trouble behind his back, the governor of Linhai City will not let the Yu Gang go. The most crucial point why the governor's office has never cared about Yu Bang is that Yu Bang can bring in a large amount of GDP.
It can also bring a large number of jobs and drive the development of the city. The presidential office was also afraid that other people would interfere in the fishing industry, causing damage to the entire city's fishing industry and affecting the city's development, so they did not take any action. But if you, a person in the fishing industry, insist on interfering in the tourism industry and cause the city to lose its development opportunities, then you will be the sinner of the entire city. If I don't deal with you, then who will I deal with? If a sunken ship is just an insurance policy, then now it is like installing a safe. Lu Haoyu couldn't understand why Lu Linsheng was so lucky. He obviously listens to advice so much, obviously listens to me and everything, and obviously I want to trick him, so why does he always get lucky and get the benefits? At this moment, the anger and unwillingness in his heart seemed to be substantial, but he had nowhere to vent it. Lu Jinting and his wife also had grim expressions. They wanted to rely on the Yu gang to completely suppress Lu Linsheng and leave him with nothing. But in the current situation, let alone leaving Lu Linsheng with nothing, even restricting his development is impossible. Originally, the assets under Lu Linsheng's name already accounted for half of the Lu families. Now that Lu Linsheng has appeared on this island, his industries are more than those of their Lu family, and they are completely on a different track from their Lu family. In this case, their Lu family may not be able to compare with Lu Linsheng. Suppression? What are they using to suppress? Snap. At this moment, Zhang Xiao couldn't hold the phone in his hand anymore and it fell directly to the ground. There was a busy tone on the phone, but he seemed not to hear it. How could this happen? It shouldn't be like this. He now had only one thought in his mind: after the appearance of the cave on this island, Lu Linsheng's rise had become unstoppable. Although the fishing industry does not have much connection with the Yu gang, it has many related industries. The key point is that because the whole thing was broadcast live, the impact on the Yu gang will be huge. He is the source of the huge losses suffered by the Yu gang. He knew he was finished. At the same time, everyone in the fish gang headquarters fell silent after the call was hung up. In the end, it was the current chairman, the gang leader, who spoke up. Although this guy has some businesses related to the fishing industry, his future focus should be on island tourism. Since he has little impact on our industry, let's just shake hands and make peace with him. Seeing that the others seemed to be hesitant to speak, he snorted coldly. Some things can't be judged superficially. If you only look at the surface, it might just be that he's lucky. But according to our investigation, he's always had good luck. Everything turns out well for him. This is very scary. If he really is a very lucky person, we would be asking for trouble if we go against him. If not, it means there is a more powerful and hidden force behind him helping him do all this. This further proves that he's not an ordinary person. Whether he's inherently unusual or just lucky, he's not someone we should offend. We've been able to develop to this point thanks to our caution, and we must maintain this tradition going forward. Mr. Zhang, forget it. Your son's phone is broken. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll arrange for someone to send an apology to the other party later. I must make sure he's satisfied. From now on, you must never go against him unless it is absolutely necessary. Chapter 105: The Three Sisters Questioning. Seeing that Lu Linsheng was about to rise, Lu Haoyu really couldn't accept it. If he rises to prominence, I won't be comparable to him anymore. Will my parents give up on me? After all, Lu Linsheng is still his biological son. Even if they severed ties, it's impossible for him to deny such a promising son, right? Next, Lu Linsheng started a video call with the person on the other side of the live broadcast room, allowing the audience in the live broadcast room to watch the scene of the island cave, which attracted a lot of attention. Lu Linsheng no longer cared about them at all. The Lu couple looked at Lu Linsheng deeply, turned around and left. The three sisters didn't know what to do, so they looked around and finally left with their parents. Lu Haoyu also hurriedly ended the live broadcast and left with his family. Seeing the whole family leaving, Lu Linsheng said to Zhong Muyo with a smile. Now that I have completely severed ties with the Lu family, I will no longer stay in hotels, so I'm thinking of buying an apartment. One is so I can have a place to live, and the other is that we're already engaged and might get married someday, so we need a wedding house. So I'd like to invite you to go house hunting with me tomorrow. I don't know if I have the honor. Zhong Muyo nodded and said. Of course, no problem. Our live show is still tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so let's go buy a house tomorrow. I've just contacted the crew, and they're going to the island to film today. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't we go there together to live stream and see for ourselves what the caves on your island are like? Zhong Muyo was promoting Lu Linsheng.
Naturally, Lu Linsheng wouldn't refuse. The two hit it off and headed straight to the beach, while also contacting a boat to pick them up. As for the director team, although they were somewhat reluctant, after all, this was free advertising for Lu Linsheng, but for the sake of popularity, the director was able to turn a blind eye. While they were preparing to go to the island for live broadcast, the Lu family also returned home. The three Lu sisters were silent all the way back home. The eldest sister spoke only after everyone entered the house. Mom and Dad, Lu Linsheng is your biological son after all. Isn't it a bit too much for us to sever ties with our biological brother just like that? Moreover, seeing that his business is growing bigger and bigger, even comparable to our Lu group, don't you think highly of such a son? The third sister also said. Big sister is right, Mom and Dad? Although Lu Linsheng is a little disobedient, overall I don't see any major problems. And whether it's because he's lucky or for some other reason, he now has more businesses than the Lu group. Even if you despise him, he is still your own son. Why should you cut off ties with him? The fifth sister hesitated for a moment and then said. Mom and Dad, although I support any decision you make, I think what my eldest and fifth sister said is also correct. Although Lu Linsheng was at the bottom, he has made a complete turnaround since he came back. Although he started with 1 billion yuan earned from gambling, there's a saying that goes, a hero's origins are not judged. Even if he started with 1 billion yuan earned from gambling, at least one thing is certain, he's successful now. Dad, since we were little, you've told us that people are divided into 369 levels, high and low. People are divided into different social classes based on power, money, and of course, ability. But this city is often determined from birth. Some people are born into the lower class, while others are born in Rome. Lu Linsheng, because he was away from home since he was a child, he has been raised in an orphanage and has always lived at the bottom of society. To us, he is indeed an inferior person. But that's just who he is. You mentioned that money and power determine a person's status, and the assets he currently owns are no more than those of our Lu group. He has successfully risen from the bottom to the same level as us. Although I don't understand why you, Mom and Dad, want to cut off ties with him, I now feel that it is a great honor to have such a younger brother. To be honest, if it weren't for my parents just now, and you severed your relationship with Lu Linsheng, I would have wanted you to acknowledge him as my biological brother. The words of the three sisters were like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of Lu Haoyu, Lu Zhenting, and his wife directly. Lu Zhenting, I taught you this since you were young because I was worried that one day Lu Linsheng would come back and you would treat him well but ignore your younger brother Lu Haoyu. I'm not doing this so that you can question me about this one day. What are you talking about? I've said that people are divided into 369 classes, and I've also said that power and money represent differences in status, but I've also told you that the first thing to look at in a person is their character. Even if he is rich now, even richer than our Lu family, we cannot recognize him if he has bad character. When he was broke, he chose to go home. Now that he has money, he cuts ties with us. How can such a character compare to your brother Haoyu? Especially you, Lu Nianshuang. You've been in charge of the company for so many years. You should understand the importance of a person's character. If the company is full of people with bad character, how can the company develop well? The company is the same as our family. If the Lu family wants to develop well, everyone needs to have good character. You were all carefully raised by your mother and I since childhood, including your younger brother Lu Haoyu. It took more than 20 years of careful education for you to develop your current character and personality. But Lu Linsheng grew up in an orphanage and struggled at the bottom of society. His character is not good. Now that he's suddenly rich, he wants to cut off ties with us. With such qualities, no matter how high his social status or how rich and powerful he is not the same as us. If he could admit his mistake and apologize to us, I would be willing to give him a chance. Unfortunately, with his character, it's impossible. It has to be said that Lu Zhenting reacted very quickly. After hearing what he said, the three sisters also felt that what their father said made sense. Although I still feel it is a bit weird, I haven't figured out what's weird about it. The most important thing is that there is no emotional foundation between Lu Linsheng and them. As long as there is a reasonable reason, they are willing to accept it. Seeing this, Lu's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, the three of you, stop imagining things. Even though he's cut ties with us, Lu Linsheng is still your brother. Go watch his livestream and see what's going on his island. Your dad and I have something to discuss with Haoyu about this live broadcast. Chapter 106, Secrets in the Study. The three sisters left with their doubts, but Lu Haoyu followed his parents into the study. For some reason, Lu Haoyu always felt that something important was about to happen. Sure enough, after arriving at the study, the parents checked it thoroughly, locked the door, closed the windows, and drew the curtains. After making sure that no one could see in, they looked at each other and nodded. Father Lu turned to look at Lu Haoyu and said, "Haoyu, there are some things I didn't intend to tell you now, but since things have gotten so bad, there are some things we have to say at this step." Mother Lu also said that? "Although I've told you this, Haoyu, you must remember this. Never tell anyone else, and never tell anyone else. What we are about to say can only be a secret between the three of us. No one else can know about it. Otherwise, our Lu family cannot bear the consequences." Lu Haoyu was a little scared when his parents spoke so seriously. "What's going on, Mom and Dad? If it's really that important, you can just not tell me. If this is really bad news, it could be fatal for him to hear it, so it's better not to hear it." Unfortunately, both Mr. and Mrs. Lu shook their heads. Mother Lu said, "We didn't want to say it either, but we have to say it now." Father Lu said, "This matter is closely related to you, and it also has a wide-ranging impact on our entire Lu family. If you do something wrong because you are not aware of the situation, there will be unimaginable consequences. It is closely related to me, and I have to listen to it." Lu Haoyu was also a little curious. "Dad, Mom, what's going on? Can you please be more direct?" After looking at Lu's father, Mother Lu walked to the safe, opened it, and took out a document from it. He opened the file and placed it in front of Lu Haoyu. "We've always said to the outside world and your 5 sisters that you are our adopted son. But that's completely wrong. Your true identity is our biological son, and the younger brother of your 5 sisters." Having said that, looking at Lu Haoyu holding the documents with an incredible look in his eyes, Mother Lu smiled and said, "Think about it carefully. If you weren't our biological son, how could we possibly treat you so well? And how could your 5 sisters treat you so well? They even tried their best to suppress our biological son after he returned, to show how special you are. We do all this because you are my biological son." Lu Haoyu widened his eyes in disbelief. "Why? Since I'm your biological son, why do you want to declare to the public that I'm your adopted son? What's the purpose of all this?" Father Lu patted his shoulder and said, "I know you can't accept it right now, but don't worry. Now that I've told you today, I have to tell you the truth. You should know that you and Lu Linsheng have one thing in common, that is, you were born on the same day. It is precisely because you were born on the same day that someone sent Ro Linsheng to our home. And they clearly stated that after he was sent here, Lu Linsheng would be our biological son. At the same time, we also lost our own son and sent him to an orphanage. Over the past few years, we have followed their demands and not only sent him to an orphanage, but we also donated money to the workers, asking the orphanage to suppress Lu Linsheng and not let anyone adopt him. Not only did he have no one to adopt him, but he was also constantly oppressed, unable to go to school after junior high school, and forced to live at the bottom of society, living in a basement. These were all orders from the people above. Originally, the higher-ups didn't let us bring him back, but not long ago, we received news that something had gone wrong and they might bring Lu Linsheng back early. They told us to suppress him as much as we could, and hopefully make him timid, depressed, and submissive. It is for this reason that we brought him back, in order to be able to suppress him, and at the same time, we hope to have him under our control if possible. This is also the fundamental reason why we let you take action." Only then did Lu Haoyu understand. It turns out that his parents knew about his violence so many times. What's more, Lu Linsheng was actually involved with the people above him. After all, he had lived in the Lu family for so many years, so he naturally knew something about these so-called people above him. As long as there is something involved, it will definitely not be a trivial matter. But he said nothing and just continued to look at Lu Jinting and his wife. "I feel like this matter is far from that simple." Father Lu continued. "What we didn't expect was that he seemed to have exceptionally good luck. You took him to gamble, and he made 1 billion. You used 1 billion to take him to buy on UN Group, and it was about to lose money, but he ended up making 10 billion. After that, no matter the projects he invested in or the companies he bought, they would inexplicably make money. This time, he didn't suffer any loss against the fish gang. Instead, he gained a huge advantage. Today, its industry has surpassed the Lu Group. We want to continue suppressing him, but that's basically impossible. We can only watch him grow rapidly. It is for this reason that your mother and I have a new idea." Mother Lu also said, "Haoyu, I've wronged you over the years.
You're obviously my biological son, but I told others that you were adopted.
But your father and I did this for your own good.
Although you are called an adopted son, you enjoy everything that only our biological son can enjoy. And this incident gave your father and I a new idea.
If this idea succeeds, your future will be limitless. Lu Haoyu understood what the couple was thinking.
He had been trying to figure out their thoughts for so many years, so he immediately thought of what they were thinking. It was because of this thought that his breathing became a little rapid.
Mom and Dad, what exactly are these new ideas you're talking about?
He must make sure whether their ideas are the same as his. If so, then he may really have an unlimited future. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jinting and his wife with sharp eyes.
Father Lu and Mother Lu laughed together. Father Lu said, as expected of our biological son, we even have similar ideas. It's the same idea as yours. We have the same idea. Mother Lu said, that's right.
As long as this idea can come true, your future will reach new heights, and their Lu family will become more glorious because of you.
Lu Haoyu said anxiously, you should just tell me what you think. Chapter 107, The Cat Substitutes for the Prince. Father Lu said, this is a trick your mother and I came up with to replace the prince with a pawn. The higher-ups actually want to send their children back. Then I'll let you replace Lu Linqing directly.
I want them to think that you are the child they sent here, so that you can have the opportunity to go to the capital. Originally, your mother and I planned to follow orders from above and make him lose everything, even into debt. We even wanted him to suffer all kinds of pain, and eventually become submissive and unhappy. And by then, we will become the only warmth in his life, making him completely our puppet and controlled by us.
If he's no longer useful after he returns, then he's worthless. Whether he's dead or alive, it's none of our business. But if he has the potential to rise after returning, our family will benefit greatly.
But looking at the situation now, it's impossible to suppress him. So your mother and I thought of this method and now we have you replace her. As long as the people above can find out through indirect means and think that you are the child they sent here, then everything is possible. When you are brought back, no matter what situation you face, we will help you.
That will be a help.
If the situation you're facing is dangerous, your mother and I can make arrangements for you in advance and help you leave. If the situation you are facing offers the hope of gaining greater power and money, then we will help you achieve that goal.
No matter which point, it's not a loss for us.
Lu Haoyu didn't expect that he was not only his parents' biological son, but also that there were so many things behind him. To be honest, because he had been treated as an adopted son all these years, he had no feelings for Lu Jinting and his wife at all. He felt no discomfort at all about leaving the couple.
He was even looking forward to pretending to be Lu Linqing and going there. Dad, Mom, is everything you said true?
If it is true, then I have a few questions. First of all, if the higher-ups come looking for me, they should probably do a DNA test.
If I can't even pass the DNA test, then no matter how much preparation I do, it's useless.
Secondly, I've learned over the years that our Lu family originated from the capital.
Back then, my great-grandfather brought my grandfather to Linhai City and established the Linhai City Lu family. It has only grown to its current size.
But our size is incomparable to the people above.
If it's really dangerous to go back, are you sure you can guarantee my safety? If there's no danger, can you really give me some help? Finally, how can we guarantee that Lu Linqing won't get into trouble in this matter? How can we guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen to him?
If I really go back pretending to be him, and something happens to me because of him, we can't afford that. The three questions directly pointed out the key points. But Lu Jinting and his wife were very happy to hear them. Lu Jinting said, Haoyu, I'm glad you thought of this.
We have thought about all the issues you are worried about. First, there's the DNA test. Can you guess why Lu Linqing's DNA test result shows he's our biological son?
Lu Haoyu was stunned for a moment, not understanding what was going on, and then he listened to Lu Jinting continue.
Generally, DNA testing requires testing hair. Our test is the same as Lu Linqing's.
He would never have thought that before he came back. I had someone drug him and reattached his hair to yours. The 3 centimeters of hair he is growing outside are all from you, grafted in one by one. And the grafted hair can be torn off if someone uses a certain amount of force.
So the DNA test actually used your hair, which makes us his biological parents.
Since he can become our biological son, then you can also become the prince above. Just in case, we collected all the hair that was cut off during his haircuts over the years, so we can match it to you as you like.
Tonight I will have all your hair grafted onto his. In this way, whenever someone does a DNA test with you, it will be like doing a DNA test with Lu Linsheng. Lu Haoyu didn't expect there was such a trick. But he couldn't help but nod in admiration. Most people wouldn't think the hair could be someone else's, so this method should be fine. Plus, there's enough hair to go around. As soon as my hair grows longer, I can reattach it. That way, I can ensure no one will notice. But this only solves the problem of DNA identification. There are still two problems. Mother Lu said at this time. Aren't you just worried that we can't help you? Actually, you don't have to worry about that at all. Although it's massive, its strength is complex and intricate. Outsiders don't understand, but your father still understands. Ever since Lu Linsheng was sent to our house, my husband and I have already started to infiltrate the upper echelons. Now there are quite a few of our family members there. It is precisely because of their existence that your father and I dare to use this trick. Don't worry, if there's any real danger, they can take you away immediately. If there's no problem, they'll also be your support, making it easier for you to gain a firm footing. As for the last question, you're worried that something might happen to Lu Linsheng. Isn't it enough to just make sure he can't cause any accidents? Lu Haoyu didn't expect that his parents had such deep plans and had actually infiltrated the upper level more than 20 years ago. But this is a good thing for him. With more people of his own, he will be safer up there. If there is real danger, you can leave in time. If the danger is smaller, you can also use these people to gain a firm foothold and may be able to go further in the future. But what concerned him most was his mother's last words. Mom, what do you mean? She asked with some uncertainty. However, Lu Jinting nodded directly. It's just as you think. As long as the person is gone, there will be no more accidents. As long as the person is gone, once the DNA test results come out, your identity will be confirmed and there won't be any more surprises. Lu Haoyu's eyes lit up and he spoke eagerly. Dad, do you have any ideas? If you do, act now. I don't want to see him anymore now. However, facing his eagerness, Lu Jinting shook his head and said, there's no rush for this matter. Right now, the most important thing is to lay the foundation for the people above to believe that you are the child they sent here. Chapter 108 Lu Haoyu, am I going to be kicked out of the house? What's the meaning? Lu Haoyu was a little confused. Didn't we agree to deal with Lu Linsheng and ensure that there was no problem with my DNA test? In this case, can't I replace Lu Linsheng? Father Lu said, I told you before, the people above want us to target their child. The reason your mother and I dared to come up with this method of replacing the prince with a cat is because we can't target Lu Linsheng anymore. Not only does he own an industry that surpasses the Lu group, but he has also successfully separated from the Lu family. No matter how you look at it, he is like our own son and we are protecting him. So what we have to do next is very simple. That is to convince the people above us that you are the one being oppressed and schemed against by your mother and me. That way, they will be more confident in the DNA test results. Only in this way can you go up more safely. Upon hearing this, Lu Haoyu nodded quickly. My father was right. If I wanted to make the people above me believe it, I had to first lay a solid foundation, that is, I had been plotted against by Lu Jinting and his wife for more than 20 years. However, when he thought about his life over the years, he smiled bitterly. Dad, Mom, this doesn't seem to work. I've been spoiled by you all these years. How could I be plotting against you? They'll know this with just a little investigation. Even if the DNA test says it's me, they won't necessarily believe it. Seeing his anxious look, Lu Jinting and his wife smiled. Father Lu said, who said we didn't plot against you? Your mother and I had already discussed this before. They want someone who is timid, cowardly, or a poor person who is being manipulated. We can't do that, but we can send them here. That child is useless and has no scheming. He's been spoiled since he was little, and his personality is arrogant and mean. And to discourage them from sending that child here, we kicked him out at the prime of his life, forcing him to leave the Lu family as an adopted son and become a penniless pauper. Faced with such a disparity, this child was directly hit by depression and even became somewhat mentally unstable. Do you think this is possible? Lu Haoyu understood. At the same time, he also deeply agreed with his parents' plan and nodded. It's possible. It's too possible. Dad, Mom, I understand what you mean. I am this child. I must become a lawless, arrogant person who has been spoiled by you since childhood.
I must become that innocent, arrogant, and defiant person. I have to become the good-for-nothing, sarcastic person you've spoiled me with since I was a child. There are also people who were kicked out of their homes by you and ended up with nothing. I am just depressed and mentally ill. Don't worry, I know what to do. I understand more clearly that only by doing this can they be more certain that I am the child. During this process, you must do your best to tell the other party that Lu Linqing is the child they are looking for. At the same time, we must also find ways to indirectly make them doubt the authenticity of this matter. That way, they'll think of the other child, which is me. When the time comes, as long as they are tempted and do a DNA test, they will find that Lu Linqing is fake, and then ask me to do a DNA test, and they will confirm that I am the real one. Then I can be taken away by them naturally. Lu Jinting and his wife clapped their hands at the same time. Yes, this is the plan your father and I came up with. But you're only half right. You didn't tell me the other half. Lu Haoyu looked at the two of them in confusion, and Lu Jinting continued. Your mother is right. This is indeed only half of our plan. Half the plan is to make sure you'll be suspected of bringing the baby. And you made a mistake in one part of this half. They also have to go to Lu Linqing for identification, so they can only get your hair. Because by then Lu Linqing would be gone, cremated, and only his hair would be left, and that hair was yours. Do you think they would still be suspicious then? Lu Haoyu's eyes lit up and he said. I understand now. Not only will I be kicked out of the house, but I will also have to go find Lu Linqing after being kicked out. The couple became even happier, and they both patted Lu Haoyu's shoulders and said with a smile. Sure enough, they are just like us. They have the same ideas as us. You're right. Once you're kicked out of your home, you'll be left with nothing. Even though you'll be depressed, after you become mentally unstable, you'll always be thinking about regaining this family bond. Do you think that if we want to restore this family relationship, the most important thing is to get our biological son back? So you will go find our biological son Lu Linqing. What you need to do is to persuade him to come back and give him more advice. Based on previous experience, he'll usually listen to your advice, and somehow he'll benefit from it. So this time, when you give him advice, don't give him advice that will make him money easily. Don't make money every time you make a suggestion. If he makes money every time you make a suggestion, and eventually his money is more than the above, then it will be difficult to control. Since he's so receptive to advice, then don't try to persuade him to make money or do something that will lose money. You are advising him, so don't let it be about money. Your mother and I have thought about this for you. Mother Lu continued. Doesn't he own an entertainment company? You could persuade him to become a star, a martial arts star. If he does something on wirework or in dangerous places, he'll lose his life. You could even persuade him to go abroad, and then have him accidentally killed in a gang fight. Is that okay? Besides becoming a star, you can also persuade him to go out to sea. Doesn't he have a fishing boat? Let him go fishing. Even if the fish gang doesn't intervene, you can hire others to do so and make him disappear from the sea forever. There are so many similar methods. If you can't think of any, go ask some people in the black and gray areas. They must have many methods. Then try them one by one and you will eventually kill him. I've told you the plan and the methods. You'll need to execute them yourself. Now, the only thing we need to study is how to kick you out of the house. I wonder if you have any ideas or can come up with a reasonable reason. Chapter 109, A Day of Strong Contrast. Everything is ready and the plan is almost complete, but now all we need is a reasonable reason. Lu Haoyu thought of it in a flash. I know what to do. We can use tomorrow's live broadcast to get this done. Next, let's discuss the specific plan. As he spoke, he began to discuss the matter with Lu Jinting and his wife, and their eyes lit up more and more as they listened. The next day, when the live broadcast starts, the image of Lu Haoyu when he first appeared in the live broadcast room was one of frustration, with a suitcase in his hand. When he saw the production crew and the cameras turned on, he spoke directly. You don't have to film me anymore. This president's daily program has nothing to do with me anymore. If you want liquidated damages, go to the Lu family. This has nothing to do with me. After all, I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to be the CEO now. The staff of the program team were stunned, and the director who was following the filming asked in confusion. Mr. Lu, are you kidding us? Are you the president? Don't we know it yet? Besides, there are only 2 days left in the show, and it's impossible to replace someone at the last minute. Stop making fun of us. Lu Haoyu shook his head and pointed to his suitcase. I'm not kidding you guys. I'm definitely not the CEO anymore. I don't even have any property under my name. I know you don't believe what I said, but this is the truth. If you don't understand, go ask my original parents yourself. As he was about to leave, he was stopped by the program crew and pulled into the Lu family manor. He saw Lu Jinting and his wife, but when they asked him about it, Lu Jinting got angry and said, "After returning yesterday, we conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that my good son orchestrated the entire severance of our relationship with Lu Linsheng. It was he who caused my wife and I to become alienated from our biological son and even severed our relationship. We just kicked him out, and that's the best we can do. Whether your production team is willing to record or not is your business, but asking us for compensation is impossible. Lu Haoyu has nothing to do with us anymore. Okay, I won't say any more to you. We still have to find a way to get our biological son back." The couple left after talking, but the program's director turned his gaze to Lu Haoyu, who said indifferently, "You heard it too. No matter how I explained, they didn't believe me. They just thought it was all because of me. If I really plotted against Lu Linsheng, would he have such a huge business today? This is completely nonsense. I don't know why these two old guys believed it. I think they just lost a wealthy son and used me as an outlet. I don't buy into their tactics. Don't think I can't survive just because they kick me out of the house. Producing crew, I've already made an agreement with you. But if you stop filming me while I'm willing to cooperate, I won't take any liquidated damages." The director's voice came from the director's earphones, and he immediately spoke very seriously. "Our production team respects the spirit of the contract. Since we have already signed a contract with you, even if you can no longer be the CEO during this process, you will still be a guest of our production team. For the remaining 2 days, we will still broadcast you live, no matter what you do." After hearing these words from the program team, Lu Haoyu smiled. "Since I'm continuing the live broadcast, I'll let the audience in the live broadcast room see that even without his Lu family, I, Lu Haoyu, will still live well." After the bold words were made, problems began to arise. First of all, when it comes to traveling, he originally had a car, but after leaving the Lu family, those cars were no longer his, so he could only take a taxi. However, when he wanted to take a taxi, he found that he had no money. He asked the driver to swipe his card, but the driver said he couldn't. In the end, he had no choice but to use the program crew's car. "Because if they don't give me a car, I'm stuck. I can't buy a new one." As a result, when he arrived at the 4S store, looked at the car and swiped his card, he found that all his cards were frozen. During the live broadcast, he took out his bank cards one after another. When he couldn't swipe any money, the smile on his face completely disappeared. Although he knew that all this was fake, he really felt depressed when he suddenly lost his money. Feeling that he was in the right condition now, he took a deep breath and said, "I've lived in the Lu family for so many years, and they kicked me out and blocked my credit card just because they suspected I was targeting Lu Linsheng. I just don't believe it. I can't live without them. Even if I have to beg for food, I will never beg them." In order to appear more realistic, he actually went out to beg for food. While he was begging for food, Lu Linsheng had already successfully bought a Riverview villa with Zhong Muya. On Lu Haoyu's side, when he had just learned how to use the software to scan the code to share a bicycle, Lu Linsheng had already successfully bought a luxury car. When Lu Haoyu accidentally fell into the mud, Mu Linsheng had already bought a new set of clothes and packed a bunch of them to be sent home. When Lu Haoyu finally got 10 yuan and was eating noodles at a roadside stall, Lu Linsheng had already taken Zhong Muyao to sit in the lobby of a top-notch restaurant. The contrast between the two live broadcast rooms is very strong. Netizens are also capable. Soon someone used live broadcast slices to comprehensively organize the comparison between the two and produced a video comparing the real and fake young masters. The video went viral as soon as it was released. When the live broadcast was about to end in the evening, Lu Haoyu happened to see this scene when he was browsing videos. When he saw this video, his heart suddenly moved. "It looks like we can move on to the next step." He followed the plan agreed upon with his parents. He was first kicked out of the house, then experienced a day without money, and then he could use this day's hardship as an excuse to move on to the next step. He was still thinking about what excuse to come up with, but the appearance of this video gave him an idea instantly. So after watching the video, he just sat in silence in front of his phone. Knowing that the audience in the live broadcast room were getting a little impatient, Lu Haoyu stood up and spoke with a very wise expression and tone.
I know, I finally know. My parents kicked me out of the house and even blocked all my credit cards. They didn't really give up on me, they were just testing me.
They wanted me to use the opportunity of being kicked out to persuade my brother to come back home. As long as I can persuade my brother to come home, they will definitely accept me again.
Chapter 110 Lu Haoyu finds Lu Lincheng. To be honest, I didn't realize that the Lu family couple had such thoughts. Isn't that nonsense?
It's not just you who can't see it, no one else can see it either.
I guess only Lu Haoyu can see it. Yes, I also think he is the only one who can see it. After all, if he can't see it, how can he find an excuse to go home? This fake young master has been born into such a wealthy family, how could he possibly endure hardship? He couldn't stand it after just one day and is making excuses to go back.
I think even just watching the comparison video made him think that couple was testing him.
He's pretty much the only one who could do that. Isn't the place he's heading to the direction where Lu Lincheng bought the villa?
He's planning to go to the villa to block Lu Lincheng.
To be honest, I'm a little looking forward to it. I'm also looking forward to this show.
I don't like other aspects of it, but the plot of the true and false young master is really interesting. As everyone was expecting, Lu Haoyu had already taken the program cruise car to Lu Lincheng's villa. At the same time, inside the Lu family manor,
Lu Zhenting and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He was really planning to put on a show today, acting as if they wanted to win back Lu Lincheng. But they had to stop the plan not long after they went out. Because they had just left not long ago, the three sisters at home knew the news, and then they learned from the housekeeper's phone call that the three sisters were going to find Lu Haoyu and bring him back. The couple hurried back and arranged for someone to find the three sisters. After a busy morning, he finally managed to stop the three sisters from looking for Lu Haoyu. Just as they were breathing a sigh of relief, the second and fourth women also received the news and rushed back from other places. And as soon as they came back, they also wanted to look for Lu Haoyu. Fortunately, this time Lu Zhenting arranged people in advance and found the two of them.
So the couple had to go out and bring their two daughters back.
It was not until now, when all five daughters were gathered together, that the couple breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the determined eyes of his five daughters, as if they would not give up until they explained the reason, Lu Zhenting smiled bitterly and said, "Now that you are all here, I will tell you the truth. It wasn't us who kicked your brother Wu Haoyu out. He wanted to leave on his own. We were just playing a trick with him. After returning yesterday, your brother Lu Haoyu insisted that it was because of his existence that we couldn't recognize our biological son. He felt guilty, so he begged us to play this trick with him. He wants to pretend to leave the Lu family, and then go to Lu Lincheng to find a way to get Lu Lincheng back into the Lu family. Although we don't agree with his idea, he is determined. If we don't agree, he will really leave. So, your mother and I have no choice but to agree to Haoyu's request." So the story about him leaving the Lu family is completely false. His car is still in his name, and we haven't touched the money in his card. We just froze the card. When he comes back one day, all these things will be returned to him. He told us repeatedly before that the two of us should keep an eye on you. He wants to use this opportunity to bring Lu Lincheng back, and we are ready to give him this opportunity. No matter what, Lu Lincheng is our biological son and your biological brother. Even if his character is not good, we are still related by blood. If I could come back and teach him properly, things would probably get better in a few years. Since your brother wants to try, give him the chance and don't bother him." The five sisters suddenly realized what was going on, and the eldest sister said a little embarrassedly, "Dad, Mom, you should have told us in advance, otherwise we almost misunderstood."
"Since it's your brother's idea, then let him be."
The second sister also said,
"Brother Haoyu is so kind. Since Lu Lincheng is about to cut off ties with us, why bother to bring him back? It's completely unnecessary."
The third sister said, "There's really no need for that. All Lu Lincheng cares about is the front desk.
He doesn't care about anything else. Now that he's rich, why would he care about our family? If he doesn't want to come back, then don't come back."
Fourth sister, "He'd better not come back. If he dares to come back, I will punish him severely.
Even if he grew up in an orphanage, doesn't he even understand a little bit of common sense?
How dare he cut off ties with his parents?"
Fifth sister, "Forget it, let's not talk about him anymore.
Brother Haoyu actually has his own ideas, and it's not true that he left the Lu family."
"That's fine.
Let's pay more attention to the live broadcast and send more people to understand the situation to avoid any accidents. I just watched the live broadcast. Brother Haoyu is going to Lu Linsheng's newly bought villa to find Lu Linsheng. It seems that he is also going to carry out his plan. Why don't we use the live broadcast to see if Haoyu's plan can succeed? His words touched everyone's heart. Lu Xinting even rushed over to the sisters and projected the live broadcast directly onto the TV. The family sat on the sofa, quietly watching the live broadcast on TV. On a live TV screen, Lu Haoyu sat in the car without saying a word. On another TV, Lu Linsheng and Zhong Muya were asking people to clean and decorate the villa. A moment later, Lu Haoyu's car stopped at the door of the villa. Although the security in the villa area is very good, Lu Haoyu is a celebrity after all. Fortunately, the security in the villa area knew his identity and was watching the live broadcast, so they let him in directly. The car finally stopped when it arrived at the door of Lu Linsheng's villa. Lu Haoyu got out of the car and couldn't wait to knock on the door of Lu Linsheng's villa. Through the live broadcast room, you can see the confusion in Lu Linsheng's eyes. However, he still brought Zhong Muya to the gate. When he saw that the person outside the door was Lu Haoyu, Lu Linsheng was surprised, but suddenly an idea came to his mind. There was definitely no good reason why Lu Haoyu came to see him. Now that I have strong strength and a lot of money, I can really enjoy life, even if there are no more rewards. But when it comes to rewards, the more the better. Moreover, if Lu Haoyu is really the protagonist of this world, having more contact with him may trigger more plots and gain more benefits. After having this idea, Lu Linsheng simply opened the door and said with a smile, "Lu Haoyu, if I remember correctly, I have severed ties with the Lu family. We have no relationship at all. Did you come to the wrong person?" Chapter 111. Lu Haoyu works as Lu Linsheng's assistant. "That's right, brother, I came here to find you." Without waiting for Lu Linsheng to ask, Lu Haoyu spoke like pounding beans in a bamboo tube. "Brother, you are my parents' biological son after all. I feel so sad that you cut off all ties with them just because of me. So I had a big fight with my parents and ran away from home. I hope they can recognize you as their biological son instead of just caring about me, their adopted son. I also hope that your family can be reunited and that there won't be any conflicts because of me. So I came to you today to tell you that I have left the Lu family and you can go back anytime. At the same time, I have occupied your life for so many years. From now on, I hope I can stay by your side and repay my debt to you over the years." Although Lu Linsheng didn't know what Lu Haoyu was up to, and didn't understand what the Lu family was doing, he knew one thing. It was absolutely impossible for Lu Haoyu to be kicked out of the house, so they were deliberately putting on a show for him. "Since you took the initiative to send Lu Haoyu to me, I want to be polite. I hope that you, Lu Haoyu, will not let me down and can give me more suggestions so that I can gain more benefits." Therefore, Lu Linsheng acted very emotional and said, "Lu Haoyu, to be honest, no matter what, you've dominated my life for over 20 years. It's impossible for me not to hate you. But I have severed ties with the Lu family today, so all this is meaningless. Although I have let it go, I am still a little relieved that you were able to leave the Lu family and come to me. It's impossible for me to go back to the Lu family. Since we've severed ties, I have nothing to do with them anymore. But since you escaped from the Lu family today and found me, I must give you a chance. If nothing else, you've given me a lot of advice since I came back. The first suggestion was to gamble. After I went to the casino, I made 1 billion yuan. Although the audience in the live broadcast room had known this for a long time, they were all shocked when Lu Linsheng said it himself. It's just that they don't think there is anything wrong with gambling, because there are fixed places for gambling in this world, so this is normal in their eyes. Then Lu Linsheng continued to speak. "The second time was after I got 1 billion yuan. You suggested that I buy a company directly, so I bought on UN Group. At first I thought you were trying to trick me, but after the UN Group went bankrupt, I realized you were doing this for my own good. Without your advice, how could I have taken over a building after UN Group went bankrupt? And this Thunder building directly made me worth tens of billions. By the way, speaking of this, I must reiterate once again that most of the houses in Thunder building have been rented out. If anyone wants to rent a house, please contact the administrator of Thunder building as soon as possible. The price is fair, and everyone is honest. It's first come, first served." Lu Haoyu was speechless. "Are you thanking me or advertising?" But he didn't dare to say anything. After hearing what he said, some people were actually moved and called to inquire. Lu Linsheng no longer cared about this, he was just making an advertisement casually. Then you suggested I buy Lei Ting Entertainment, a branch of the Lu Group. I originally thought you were trying to trick me, but who could have imagined that the market value of Lei Ting Entertainment would skyrocket from 100 or 200 million to over 2 billion right after I bought it? Through this, I just realized that you are not trying to trick me. Then, the milk tea company you suggested I invest in made a ton of money. You suggested that I learn medical skills so that I could save Mr. Zhong. Even my current fishing group was established under your advice. All of these things have confirmed to me that although my biological parents and sisters in the Lu family do not welcome me and even harbor deep malice towards me, you, my non-blood related brother, are doing this for my own good. Having said that, he patted Lu Haoyu's shoulder, whose face was slightly distorted, and said with emotion, I didn't know why before, but now I finally understand. So you did all this so that I could truly gain the approval of my parents and sisters, and return to that home. You even got kicked out yourself just to get me home. So I may not recognize my biological parents and sister, but I recognize you, my half-brother. Don't worry, if I eat a bite of meat, I will eat a bite of soup from you. The Lu family doesn't want us, and we don't want them either. Their family's assets are not as good as mine now. If you follow them and wait until my biological parents are old, you won't necessarily get much of a share. After all, you have 5 older sisters. Even if each sister gets 3% or 5%, you won't have much left. But it's different when you follow me. Although I can't give you shares either, we can work together to create a different future. When he said this, he seemed to have forgotten that he had cheated others out of 3 billion yuan. The corners of Lu Haoyu's mouth couldn't help twitching. If you hadn't seen 3 billion, I might believe what you said. But after you cheated me out of another 3 billion yuan, you can still say such things. It seems that I underestimated you before. You really listened to my advice, but I am not a piece of trash. Fortunately, you have a fatal weakness, which is that you listen too much to advice. I didn't find the right direction before, which led to you having everything you have now. Now that I have found the right direction, don't expect any good results. Brother, I believe you. You went from having nothing to having tens of billions of dollars in just a few months? I believe I can live a good life with you. It's just that I've left the Lu Group and am still unemployed. I'm thinking about whether I can get a job at my brother's company so I can have a stable source of income. This sentence did not trigger a system prompt, but Lu Linqing nodded in agreement. For no other reason. First, he wanted to see if Lu Haoyu could give him some more advice. The next year, he also wanted to see what the Lu family was going to do and why they sent Lu Haoyu to him. Okay, after all, you're my brother. It's a bit unreasonable to assign you a random position. How about this? You can be my assistant and help me handle company matters every day. Are you satisfied with this position? Satisfied, very satisfied, thank you, brother. Chapter 112 Lu Haoyu proposes again. The 2 live broadcast rooms became one, and the director team also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this is a bit against the rules, all the guests of the program are included and there have been no problems with the program, so this is a good thing for them. Lu Haoyu is no longer the president, so he assists Lu Linqing in live streaming, which is considered to be making the best use of his resources. At the same time, there is no need to worry about breach of contract, which can be said to be the best of both worlds. As for the audience, not many people paid attention to Lu Haoyu's live broadcast room. More people were watching to see whether Lu Linqing was real or fake. The young master got together, which was more interesting, so the audience was happy to see it happen. However, some people are lamenting that there are only 2 days left in the live broadcast, and they are afraid that there will not be any sparks. If things develop in the future, they will be slapped in the face. Lu Haoyu, who became the assistant, quickly got into the role. According to the schedule today, Lu Linqing was going to follow Zhong Muyao to the island to watch the crew filming. In fact, they did go to the island. The situation on the island was broadcast live yesterday, so we got a general idea. As for the specific situation inside the cave, it is naturally impossible to capture it all. After all, without expectations and mystery, no one will come. Lu Linqing said as they were about to enter the cave. My island will be welcoming tourists in the future, so apart from the place I defined as the polar hole at the beginning, you can't take photos anywhere deeper. We also tried not to go inside and cause trouble for the production team. Other people, please turn off your phones and other devices and refrain from filming. Everyone nodded in agreement, and they all understood that these things involved the future development of the island and it was impossible for them to film them. Although everyone in the live broadcast room felt a little disappointed, they did not object. However, at this moment, Lu Haoyu spoke. Brother, I don't think you need to stop us from filming. Your island is located overseas, and that cave is even below sea level. It can be considered a natural wonder. Even if everyone saw it in advance, there would still be people coming. And to witness such a beautiful scene with their own eyes, there would probably be quite a few people flocking to it. In my opinion, you might as well just let everyone take pictures. That way, you might attract more people. He was simply causing trouble for Lu Linsheng, but he didn't know that Lu Linsheng heard a system prompt after he said this. Lu Haoyu asked you to release the island's filming rights, allowing everyone to film, in order to make the island lose its appeal and discourage everyone from coming. If you follow your advice, the island will be randomly transformed, creating a spectacle that can only be seen on the island, and it will also attract more people. I was really sleepy, so they brought me a pillow. Lu Linsheng understood that he couldn't stop people from filming forever. Once he let people take pictures, it was inevitable that someone would film the situation on the island. If everything was posted online, then the anticipation for this island would be gone. But now this problem has been solved directly, so Lu Linsheng said it simply. Since my brother has asked me to release the filming permissions, then I will not restrict it. You can film as you like. When they heard what he said, everyone was stunned, including the audience in the live broadcast room. Zhang Muyo was the first to react. Brother Lin, this is no joke. If you really let the situation on the island go, and even filmed the situation in the cave, fewer people would come, which would affect the development of the island. However, Lu Linsheng shook his head and said, You don't understand. Anyone who has watched the live broadcast before should know that the reason I have achieved what I have today is not because I am so talented, but because of the advice given to me by my younger brother Lu Haoyu. Since I returned home, his advice has benefited me, whether it was letting me go to school or buying a company, each one of them has made me very profitable. Although I don't understand why people would casually film filial piety, but since it was brother Haoyu who said it, there must be some deeper meaning that I don't know. Don't worry, just follow my brother Haoyu's instructions and film however you want. It just so happens that the production team also wants to film in other parts of the island, right? Let them go wherever they want, but they have to pay the corresponding usage fees. Zhang Muyo smiled bitterly. The venue fee is a bit higher, and I don't need your little money. I'm worried that no one will come this morning, and then you'll lose a lot of money. If Lu Linsheng didn't need to speak, Lu Haoyu would have spoken impatiently. Sister-in-law, please stop making things more complicated. Since my brother has agreed, let's do as he says. And he is right. He is so lucky that nothing will go wrong. Well, I haven't even gone into the cave yet. This is a good opportunity to take a closer look and let the viewers in the live broadcast room see what's so magical about this island. After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the cave, followed closely by the others. At the beginning, it was the place defined as the Yin Yang Cave, with a pool on one side and stalactites on the other. Even watching it again, everyone was still shocked. The people in the live broadcast room were even more surprised. As they continued walking along this road, they discovered that the entire cave was filled with all kinds of strange stones and all kinds of magical environments. Although they still yearn for it, the desire to do so was much less because they have seen the scenery. Some people even left a message directly in the live broadcast room saying that after seeing this, they didn't want to spend that money again. Lu Haoyu, who had been watching the live broadcast, had a slightly bright eye and a raised corner of his mouth. This is the effect he wants. Every tourist, can your island still develop? As a result, just as he was happy, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Oh my God, what's that in front of us? Incredible, it's really incredible. Everyone couldn't help but stare at Lu Haoyu, who was attracting their attention in front of them, and then they retracted their gaze and looked forward. As a result, when they saw this, they were suddenly struck by lightning. Impossible, how is this possible? How could something like this happen? Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Haoyu regretted it again. He shouldn't have been so mean. It would be fine if this scene was not spread, even if it was spread by word of mouth, no one would believe it. But now that it has been spread, it will be a huge attraction for everyone. In other words, Lu Linsheng made money again because of his new suggestion. Chapter 113. This suggestion is great. It turns out that there is a pool of water deep in the cave. If it was just a pool of water, it would be nothing, but at that moment, the water in the pool gushed out like a well, rushing directly upwards from the pool, then hitting the top of the cave, and then scattering like rain. If it were just this sentence, I don't know where the beams of light came from in this cave. After the water was sprinkled, these lights combined with the scattered water formed a colorful auspicious cloud. Yes, it is the colorful auspicious cloud that is more incredible than the rainbow. As they watched, the colorful auspicious cloud slowly dissipated, and then the water in the pool rushed up into the sky again, and then turned into rain. The light combined with the rain turned into colorful auspicious clouds again.
I finally understand why Lu Haoyu asked Lu Linxing to let us film freely.
To be honest, for a scene like this, no matter how much we film, it won't matter. If we don't witness it with our own eyes, we will never see this amazing work of nature.
It seems that I misunderstood him before.
Lu Haoyu is really a good man who was devoted to Lu Linxing. The Lu family is also lucky to have such an adopted son.
That's right.
No matter how well you photograph a natural wonder like this, it's still not as magical as seeing it with your own eyes.
If I get the chance, I'll definitely come and see it.
Even if I've seen it today, I want to come a few more times.
You're right. Some things have to be seen with your own eyes.
Even if you watch it all through a video, it's still not as shocking as seeing it in person. Everyone's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Lu Haoyu.
How happy he was just now, how depressed he is now.
He didn't even need to watch the live broadcast to know that the audience in the live broadcast room must have the same idea. Such a natural wonder, who wouldn't want to see it with their own eyes if given the chance? Especially in the live broadcast room, after the audience sees this scene, it will spread and attract countless viewers. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little regretful.
Why should I suggest to Lu Linxing that people can record freely? If I didn't mind so much, how could I have spread this scene? I think it has gone viral on the internet now, and more people will want to come. I am just helping them in a disguised way. Could it be that as long as it has something to do with making money, no matter how I advise him, he will benefit as long as he listens? Otherwise, how do you explain all this?
At this moment, Lu Linxing spoke. Dear friends, and the audience in the live broadcast room, please take a look.
I didn't lie to you, did I?
I just said that the person who treats me the best in the entire Lu family is my half-brother, Lu Haoyu.
Every time I listened to his advice, I benefited.
Before, you all thought that if I let people record freely, the number of tourists would decrease and my island would not be able to develop.
But now, the facts have proven that even if I let you go, don't you want to come to such a natural wonder? If you really don't want to come, then I accept that.
But based on my own feeling, it's an honor to see a scene like this once in a lifetime. If there is a chance, I will naturally come to see it more often. I believe that once this matter spreads, more people will be willing to come here. And all this is because I followed Lu Haoyu's advice. Having said that, he turned the front of the car to look at Lu Haoyu, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Brother Haoyu, thank you so much.
Without your suggestion, there would be no opportunity for this promotion.
But now you're my assistant.
Giving me advice is your job, so I won't give you a bonus.
However, I will remember your contributions and will definitely give you a red envelope at the end of the year.
We must continue to work hard in the future."
At this moment, although Lu Haoyu tried to maintain a calm expression on his face, his heart was almost twisted.
Am I trying to give you advice? I'm trying to trick you. Who would have thought you'd be so lucky?
And you bastard, not only are you lucky, you're also stingy. Because of me, the number of visitors to your island has increased by at least several percent, or even several times. As a result, you don't give me any bonus, but just make a big promise for me.
You are so nice. Outsiders may not know, but don't I know that you are not a good person?
There is no way I can believe that you are a good person if you can easily cheat me out of 3 billion yuan.
But no matter what, at least you are willing to listen to my advice, and that is enough.
This time was an accident. From now on, I won't give you any advice on making money or losing money.
I wonder how you can make money. Just wait, if I get the chance again, I will definitely kill you.
But at least at this moment, in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, he still had to maintain his composure.
Brother, you're joking. As your assistant, this is what I should do. Being able to help my brother is what makes me happiest.
Lu Linxing patted his shoulder even harder.
You are worthy of being my good brother. From now on, if you have any ideas, you must tell me in time. If you have any good suggestions, don't hide them.
As long as your suggestions can play a certain role for me, you will definitely be included in the red envelope at the end of the year. You want the horse to run, but you don't want to give it grass to eat. You just want it to eat a pie, or a painted pie at that.
This is really inhumane. But even though Lu Haoyu knew that Lu Linsheng had no plans to give him any red envelope, he could only pretend to be happy. The two acted like brothers, and the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned, not understanding whether their feelings were true or false. However, Lu Zhenting and his wife, who were watching the live broadcast, had exactly the same attitude at this moment. Father Lu, regardless of whether this natural wonder was an accident or due to some other reason, I will have someone prepare evidence for me later. Let those who want to investigate know that the natural wonder has already appeared. All of this is Lu Linsheng deliberately guiding Haoyu to make suggestions and then slap Haoyu in the face. Mother Lu, I know what to do. Not just this time, I have already compiled relevant evidence several times before to prove that all this was done with our help, Lu Linsheng. I know that if the people above conduct an in-depth investigation, they will discover this. Then they will recognize Haoyu as their child. At that moment, Haoyu can successfully enter the capital. Father Lu smiled and said, they would never have thought that they would use the troll for the prince trick to replace someone else. And everyone has a habit of believing in the results of their own investigations. So we give them this opportunity and let them investigate. If the DNA is found to be correct, then everything will be settled. Chapter 114. Lu Haoyu suggested again. Lu Linsheng didn't know about the Lu couple's plot, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. The only thing Lu Linsheng cares about now is the system rewards. Of course, in addition to the system rewards, what Lu Linsheng cares most about is his live broadcast that is about to end. Although this live broadcast has earned him a lot of fans, it has also brought him a lot of benefits. However, live streaming still has many limitations. Lu Linsheng now has absolute strength, as well as a lot of money and property. Although he had no rights, he was considered to have reached the upper class. So far, the only things he, as an upper class person, has spent money on are buying houses and cars. This is something ordinary people would do, so he was not satisfied. Now that he is a rich man, he naturally wants to live a rich life and enjoy himself. So he really hoped that the live broadcast would end quickly. Therefore, he was not very enthusiastic about watching the crew filming and introducing the island today. But for Lu Haoyu, today and tomorrow are the best opportunities. My parents told me this when I left this morning. Either he kills Lu Linsheng all at once, or he makes himself miserable, so that he can easily replace Lu Linsheng. So although Lu Linsheng benefited from this incident, Lu Haoyu couldn't believe it, and even didn't want to believe it, but he also felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, Lu Linsheng benefited from his suggestion, which further proved that he was his parents' biological son. From now on, I just need to use other suggestions to accomplish this goal. Whether it kills him or makes me look even more miserable, it will be considered a success. You think you're getting benefits from me and can laugh at my jokes, but you're the one who's profiting without knowing it. Whether you win or lose, I'm guaranteed to make a profit. This round, you're dunking on the 10th floor, and I'm in the atmosphere. Lu Haoyu followed Lu Linsheng at all times, ready to look for opportunities. As a result, when they entered the cave and reached the deepest part of the cave, they met a group of people in camouflage uniforms. When these people saw Lu Linsheng coming, they hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Lu, we have just detected the situation inside this position, but we haven't found anything yet. Why don't you go back and do other things first? You can come in after we finish the detection ahead. This cave is located on an island and is connected to the sea, below sea level. No one can guarantee whether there is seawater connecting the island to the cave. We cannot guarantee the absolute safety of the island, so if the entire island is to be opened smoothly, comprehensive protection must be implemented to ensure the safety of those inside the cave even if seawater seeps in from around the island. Also, according to our investigation, although this island is large, the area beneath it is even larger. However, if someone deliberately destroys the area around the island and attacks it with explosive weapons, it is very likely that this cave will be connected to the sea, and the seawater backflow will be immeasurable. Emergency escape equipment has been deployed in all the places we explored before. Even if seawater backflows, we can use the escape equipment immediately and be washed out of the cave by the sea. After we finish our exploration, we will reseal the perimeter of the entire cave. If you, Mr. Lu, have enough funds, we can even conduct a thorough defense. That way, even if someone outside does damage the cave, there won't be any danger. Lu Linsheng said directly. As you all know, I was originally a poor boy who grew up in an orphanage. Suddenly, I returned to the Lu family and became the son of a wealthy family. Then, we severed all ties. After going through so much, I lost all my family ties, but all I had left was money. Since my island is opening to the outside world, I must provide the most comprehensive protection. You guys continue exploring.
Once you're done, go to the person in charge and tell him that the cave on this island needs to be fully protected. All the surrounding dangerous areas need to be reinforced again and again. Don't even think about someone sabotaging the cave. Even if there's an earthquake, I'll make sure there's no danger inside. The group of people responsible for the investigation did not expect that Lu Linsheng would make the promise directly in the live broadcast room. This cannot be faked, the leader said in admiration. Mr. Lu, we have to admire your vision. Don't worry, we will do our best to explore the cave. We will not miss any corner to ensure that there are no loopholes after you have fully protected the cave. Lu Linsheng said, "Thank you for your hard work." Lu Haoyu didn't need to watch the live broadcast to imagine that everyone in the live broadcast room was probably praising Lu Linsheng. This cave is located below sea level. Anyone can imagine that if such an island were to be in danger, it would easily be fatal. He had previously thought that without strong protection capabilities, it would also affect tourists. The reason why he didn't say it was because he was afraid that Lu Linsheng would think of a solution during the live broadcast room, but he never expected that before he said it, someone else would bring it up, and Lu Linsheng would actually solve it. If you want to protect the entire cave, it is impossible without spending billions or even hundreds of millions of dollars. Even more is needed to completely protect the safety of the island. But Lu Linsheng really agreed. If it wasn't his own suggestion that benefited him every time, Lu Haoyu would really want to make some suggestions. But thinking that if he continued to benefit, he would only have more, Lu Haoyu shut up. However, although I can't give him any advice on how to make money, I can give him other suggestions. Lu Haoyu rolled his eyes, looked into the depths of the cave, and said with a smile, "My brother's vision is truly beyond reach. I believe that under your supervision, this cave will be much safer. I also believe that people who come to travel in the future will have a safer experience. But since my brother wants to fully protect the cave, why don't we take a look deeper into the cave and explore the situation inside ourselves? I think these two brothers are professionals. With you accompanying us, they should be able to ensure our safety. Don't worry, as long as you take my brother and I down with you, we will listen to you in everything and absolutely follow your orders." As soon as he said this, the group of explorers in camouflage uniforms frowned instantly. Bringing the boss and his younger brother along seemed unreliable, and they didn't want to do such a thankless job. But just when they were about to refuse, Lu Linsheng spoke. Chapter 115 Different Mission Rewards. Just listen to Brother Haoyu. I also want to see what's going on under this cave. Lu Linsheng couldn't refuse. If he refused such a good thing, he would be a fool. Just now, after Lu Haoyu finished speaking, the system prompt came. Your younger brother, Lu Haoyu, wants you to be among the first to explore the depths of the cave. He hopes you'll be in danger during the exploration, or even lose your life. Follow the advice, and you won't be in any danger during your exploration. Even with your own strength, you won't be in danger. If danger does arise during your exploration, it will only befall the person who made the suggestion. The more dangerous the person, the higher your livestream traffic will be, and the more followers you'll gain. Although each of the previous suggestions reversed the effect and brought benefits to the proposer, even 10 times the benefits, none of the reversals put the proposer in danger. So this suggestion also opened the door to a new world for Lu Linsheng. Before, the advice Lu Haoyu and others gave me was to make me lose money or owe money, or for the company to go bankrupt, so the reward I got was either money, which increased tenfold, or the company, which would develop better. The fundamental reason for these rewards is that they simply make me lose something, so they compensate me with more. Similarly, letting me study medicine would just be a waste of my time, so I could learn it faster. But this suggestion is obviously different from the previous ones. This suggestion is aimed at taking my life. So he wanted to put me in danger, but after the reversal, I was no longer in danger, but the person who made the suggestion was in danger. At the same time, the advisor can also benefit from the danger he encounters. The benefits this time are increased popularity, increased traffic, and more fans. In other words, if someone gives me advice with malicious intent, not to make me lose my front desk and industrial items, but to take my life or make a move in other ways, then I can get other benefits and make the other person uncomfortable. This is the first time the system has offered such a reward. It would be strange if Lu Linsheng could refuse it. He really wanted to see how this danger would be transferred to Lu Haoyu? At the same time, how would he gain traffic and fans while Lu Haoyu was in danger? He said it lightly, but the explorers and other staff members frowned. Mr. Lu, you are not professionals after all. Why don't you wait here and come down with us after we finish exploring? The members of the exploration team were the first to stand up and raise objections. The host of the show followed suit.
Mr. Lu, it's too dangerous down there. No one can guarantee what's inside, or whether there will be any danger further down. If something happens to you, we can't bear the responsibility. In my opinion, we should just go back. Isn't the production crew about to start filming? Don't you want to go back and see how movies and TV series are filmed?
Even Zhong Muyo said this with some worry at this moment.
Brother Lin, they are right. This cave looks ordinary, but who knows if there is any danger hidden underneath. Let's not take the risk. It's not too late to come back after they finish exploring.
Lu Linqing himself was not afraid, and with the existence of the system task, it was even more unquestionable.
It's okay. There's no danger at such a distance, so how could there be danger down there? And even if there is danger, it's nothing. My brother How You dares to go, why can't I go? Let's go, let's set off now.
I want to see what other magical scenes are down there and what's waiting for us. He said that he was the first to go downstairs, and the others hurried to follow. Although Lu Haoyu wanted to trick Lu Linsheng, he was also afraid that he would be in danger, so he walked a little slower. Unfortunately, he wanted to walk on the back road, but the ringing did not allow it.
Brother Haoyu, hurry up. It was you who suggested we follow. Now I'm walking in the front, you can't fall behind. Come over here too, let's walk in the front together.
Lu Haoyu didn't expect that Lu Linsheng, this bastard, was such a bastard that he directly pointed him out.
Now he couldn't even hide behind it.
And in the moment he hesitated, Lu Linsheng spoke again.
Brother Haoyu, you have always been helping me.
No matter what advice you give me, it is for my own good, so I trust you.
Your advice this time is also worthy of my trust.
You suggested I come down, which means there's no danger.
What do you have to worry about? Let's go together.
I'm sure there won't be any problems.
You're not even coming over here. Could it be that I really want to leave you behind this time? Are you really trying to trick me, and that's why you don't dare to walk in front with me? Killing people and destroying their hearts.
This sentence directly put Lu Haoyu in trouble. If he doesn't step forward, then it will prove to everyone on the internet that he is doing bad things on purpose. But it was too dangerous to take a step forward. Just as he was hesitating, Lu Linqing ignored him, walked back a few steps, and pulled him out of the crowd. When the two of them walked in front, Lu Linqing did not forget to speak loudly.
You all just stand back and watch. Today, we two brothers will lead the charge. I want to see if there are any magical things deep in this cave.
As Lu Linqing spoke, he strode forward, and Lu Haoyu followed beside him with a worried look on his face. He could only use a searchlight to keep an eye on everything in front of him, and he also held a stick in his hand just in case.
Lu Haoyu suddenly felt a little regretful.
Why didn't I just tell Lu Linqing that he wanted to go and take a look, or even say that it was okay for them to go and take a look, so why did they have to take me with them?
Isn't this just digging your own grave?
Especially when he was walking in front with Lu Linsheng, he became more and more panicked as he walked. If it wasn't a live broadcast, he would definitely turn around and go back on his word.
Unfortunately, there is no chance now.
If he really dares to turn around and run, all the popular fans he has accumulated before will become a thing of the past. So at this moment, he could only bite the bullet and move forward, hoping that Lu Linsheng would be able to support him if danger arose. They walked for less than 3 minutes, but to Lu Haoyu, it felt as long as 3 o'clock in 3 days.
Just when he was sighing, an accident suddenly occurred. Chapter 116 Lu Haoyu fell down and Lu Linsheng was full. Careful. Danger. Don't move.
Among the people behind him, several people holding flashlights and headlamps, shining them into the distance, spoke at the same time. Lu Linsheng stopped immediately, but Lu Haoyu took 2 steps forward out of inertia because he was absent-minded. Just as he reacted and was about to take 2 steps back, he felt his feet slip and fell to the ground.
Ah, help!
The moment he fell, he only had time to scream, but when his figure slid down quickly, he finally got scared and screamed loudly while sliding down. Unfortunately, when everyone came to their senses, they could only sigh in despair as they looked at the downward slope.
There is no way. The slope is too steep.
Although it is not 90 degrees, it is at least 70 or 80 degrees.
Moreover, the entire slope is smooth and clean.
If you fall down like this, you will probably die unless you fall into the water. Lu Haoyu struggled desperately, but the slope was slippery and his figure slid faster and faster. No matter how he struggled, it was useless.
He couldn't even find anything to use as leverage.
Just when he was about to fall into despair, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from under him, and then he instantly felt a chill. He was suddenly delighted, knowing that his life was saved. Because there was a pool of water underneath. Even among his classmates, there were some colorful lights for some reason, but he could just barely make them out, as if this was another large pool of water.
The pool is larger than the one above.
However, the pain all over his body and the fear of the unknown made him desperately want to swim to the shore. Fortunately, apart from the slope down, there was some open space around, so he swam around quickly. After great effort, he finally swam to the shore and fell directly onto the rocks, no longer having the strength to move.
Even the whole person lost his spirit.
This experience really scared him. After a while, before he could recover, he heard someone shouting.
Lu Haoyu sat up with great effort and looked up, only to see people coming down the slope one after another using ropes.
And when they reached the bottom of the slope, they could just tilt the rope and reach the open space next to it.
Coming down one after another, they seemed so calm.
Looking at his wet body, he felt so depressed that he almost vomited blood.
Why? Why should I suffer this? Nothing happened to them. I was the one who asked Lu Linqing to go first, so why am I the one who has the problem? It was clearly me who suggested that he go deeper into the cave, so why didn't he get into trouble? It wasn't like this before.
Even if nothing happens to him, it's better for him to get some benefits than for me to get into trouble. He was feeling depressed here when the others finally came over.
It's okay.
You said you were okay, but you squeaked and scared us.
That's right.
I slipped down from such a high place. Luckily there was a puddle, otherwise it would have been fatal.
How are you? Are you feeling any discomfort? Didn't you see he's already sitting down? He should be fine now. This sentence finally caught Lu Haoyu's attention.
When he came to his senses, he said with a painful look on his face.
How can I be alright?
I fell from such a high place.
Even if I fell into the water, my whole body would hurt. Besides, I'm soaking wet and uncomfortable. Why don't we just leave first and let me change clothes before coming back down?
As soon as Lu Linqing heard that Lu Haoyu was leaving, he quit.
He just asked the accompanying director about this.
Because Lu Haoyu fell, the number of viewers in his live broadcast room suddenly increased by 200,000.
Moreover, these 200,000 people can convert at least 40,000 to 50,000 fans for me.
The most important thing is that this is just the beginning.
After this fall, the number of viewers and fan conversions will continue to increase.
This is just a one-time problem, but it keeps his popularity high and increases his fans.
If it happens a few more times, won't he make even more money? So he immediately stepped forward and said, "Why bother? We've made ample preparations for exploring the caves. We even have hundreds of sets of spare clothes.
It just so happens that they all have it with them, and this time they even have waterproof clothing.
Why don't you just put on one and let's continue exploring? Don't you see the caves at the end of this water?"
Lu Haoyu hadn't seen it before, but when these people turned on the spotlight, he did see 5 or 6 caves on the other side, like the mouth of an abyss, waving at him. He really wanted to refuse, but in order to trick Lu Linqing, he had to grit his teeth.
Brother is right.
If we have a change of clothes, or even waterproof clothes, we can continue exploring. It's not if, it really is there, and there are special facilities for changing clothes.
You can go find a place nearby and let them block it for you. You will be changed quickly.
Things had come to this point, and the accompanying team of explorers also took out a set of curtains to block the view and a set of clothes. Lu Haoyu had no reason to refuse.
Soon, Lu Haoyu successfully changed his clothes.
But after changing his clothes, he looked at the water in front of him and the rocky cave walls around him, and he became confused again.
It seems we can't go around the side and reach those caves. It seems we can't get through.
The exploration team directly took out 2 sets of equipment, and 2 small boats appeared in a few seconds. Although they are all inflatable, they look very sturdy. Each of these 2 inflatable boats can carry 1,800 kilograms, so we only need 2 boats to successfully reach the other side.
And our 2 ships aren't ordinary things.
They're made entirely of cowhide. Nothing but extremely sharp objects or powerful weapons can destroy them.
So everyone can rest assured. Even if there's any danger, we can withstand it.
As they were talking, they took out a bunch of things, and when they hit it, it turned out to be a lifebuoy. You are all wearing life jackets now, plus a life buoy, so even if there is real danger, you can swim back in time.
We are now fully prepared. Next, let's go see where the holes on the other side of the water lead to. Lu Haoyu's idea of quitting failed again, and he could only helplessly follow everyone onto the boat. However, when the boat sailed on the water, he always had a feeling of uneasiness lingering in his heart. Chapter 117 Lu Haoyu, why am I always the one who gets hurt? Soon, his feeling came true. Because when their two steamers reached the middle of the water, the originally calm water surface suddenly changed. Right before their eyes, a column of water rose from the sky. Oh no, this is probably the same lake as the one we saw at the beginning. Everyone, retreat quickly. After the leading exploration captain finished speaking, he and the other team members quickly slid the oars, trying to push back, but along with the water droplets from the past, there were also waves brought by the water droplets. The huge waves hit the two motorboats directly. Although they did not capsize or cause damage to the boats, they made everyone on board drenched. Moreover, under the strong current, everyone was hit and felt pain on their faces and arms. However, the good thing was that they took advantage of this current to instantly retreat more than 10 meters away from their abandoned boat and avoided the waves that followed. If the water column sprayed into the sky falls down in an instant, it will turn into raindrops and fall on everyone's heads. However, no one cared about these things. They paddled the boat quickly and continued to move backwards. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they reached the shore. Hurry up, get ashore, wait a while until this is over, then we can move on. Everyone went ashore, but just after everyone got ashore, Lu Linqing suddenly said, "Something's wrong. Where's Lu Haoyu? Where's my brother?" After he said this, everyone looked around and realized that Lu Haoyu was gone. However, everyone in the live broadcast room was laughing at this time, because in addition to fixed camera positions, their live broadcast also had drone footage, so the drone could clearly see where Lu Haoyu, whom they were looking for, was. It was not until this time that the director's voice came from the drone center console. No need to look for him. Lu Haoyu was swept into the water by the first wave. But don't worry, he's not in danger. If he was, I would have told you long ago. It's precisely because he's not in danger that I let you leave first. If he's in danger after you've evacuated, we can send someone to rescue him. It seems that there is no need for you to rescue him now. Just wait there for a while. I believe he will be brought to the shore soon. The people in the cave were in a state of confusion, but the people in the live broadcast room became lively. Lu Linqing and others, who were confused, finally realized what was happening and quickly took out their phones to check the live broadcast. Upon seeing this, everyone on the live broadcast was speechless, and soon there was a burst of laughter. It turned out that Lu Haoyu, who was thrown into the water by the waves during the live broadcast, was really fine. Although he was knocked into the water, he was swept into the water column again with the current. As the water column shot up into the sky, he was also blown up and kicked around on top of the water column. The original water column could reach the top directly, but because of him, when it was 1 or 2 meters away from the top rock, the water column was no longer strong enough and began to fall down. Because there was a large amount of water below, rushing up little by little, Lu Haoyu's descent was very slow. During this process, he was not only not in danger, but also very safe. Everyone could see that although he was waving his hands and feet, the water around him was higher than his, as if a wall of water was firmly guarding him in the middle. Just when he was about to fall, a new wave of water came and lifted him up from the sky again, so he was really not in any danger at all. As for why the director said that he would come over by himself in a while, it was very simple. Because in this process, Lu Haoyu put on his life jacket and swimming ring. When the water column no longer rose from the sky, the water would flow towards the shore. At that time, he would not have to move at all and would be washed to the shore along the current. But there is nothing wrong, right? After the effect, while others were still watching the fun, Lu Linqing felt the increase in the number of viewers in the live broadcast room, and at the same time, he felt the increase in his fans. He naturally has to promote such an opportunity, and it is a good thing to attract more people. Dear audience friends, you should have seen it by now. Whether you are my fan or not, I strongly recommend that you come and experience our island. I have now named this island Thunder Island. So this is our Thunder Island specialty project, and I call it a blowout. Of course, if there's a better name, you're welcome to give it one. Now let's just talk about the blowout, and you should have seen it. Blowout, this project can be said to be very exciting and thrilling, but also very safe. During this process, you can enjoy a pleasure that others can't, and there's no risk to your life. This project can only be experienced here, and it's completely natural, without any human manipulation. If anyone wants to try it, they can come.
But I must explain here that we will conduct a detailed investigation here later. We will also implement certain safety reinforcements for this project, such as installing an airbag on the roof, or other methods. So the fees for this project will be higher, and I hope you can understand. Please enjoy this project for a while, and we'll continue exploring after it's over. Everyone originally thought that the blowout would not last too long, but it lasted for nearly half an hour. When the blowout ended and Lu Haoyu was washed ashore by the current, he was already unconscious. If it weren't for the swimming ring, I'm afraid he would have really lost his life here. He was pulled ashore by everyone and was given water and sugar water. It took him a long time to wake up. The first thing he did when he woke up was howl. I won't continue. Let's not continue. Let's go out. There's nothing to explore here. Let's go out. He was scared, he was really scared. He was just giving Lu Linqing some advice. Why did this happen? It was previously suggested that he lose money, but he made money. Now he proposed to trick him, but ended up tricking himself. If it happened just once, it might be an accident, but it happened again, and he suddenly felt that he shouldn't give Lu Linqing any advice. As long as you give him advice, even if he doesn't benefit from it, he will suffer. Now he just wanted to escape quickly. Although his atmosphere was miserable enough this time and he had achieved his set goals, he didn't want to die. If he continues like this, it might cost him his life. Chapter 118 Lu Haoyu is gone again. It's a pity that Lu Linqing didn't give him the opportunity to leave, and even the program crew didn't want to give him this opportunity. You know, the popularity of the show has been increasing since the cave exploration began. The program crew didn't know whether it was because they were interested in exploring the mystery or because they were happy that Lu Haoyu recognized them. Anyway, they are certain of one thing: as long as the current situation does not change, the popularity will continue to rise and the show will get better and better. So just as Lu Haoyu finished speaking, one of the assistant directors who was following the filming stood up and said something. Mr. Lu Haoyu suggested that you should withdraw from the exploration of the cave. Isn't this a bit inappropriate for you? Also, our accompanying doctor has already checked you out. You're just a little weak. From now on, you just need to rest well and there will be no problem. We've explored this far. Next, we can cross this small lake and enter the other side of the lake. There are 5 or 6 caves there. Aren't you curious about what's next for those classmates? Perhaps there are even more magical sites waiting for us down the road, or even some legendary existence or treasure? Are you sure you want to give up such a good opportunity? Let's explore together. If there really is something good, you can enjoy it too. Lu Linqing also quickly followed suit. Don't you feel that this cave is like a cave dwelling in myths and legends, or a crystal palace or something like that? Perhaps we are approaching a myth or legend. Even if it is not a myth or legend, it may be a cave left by ancient Qi cultivators for some mysterious beings. There are layers of protection ahead. We're getting close to our destination now. The next few holes might represent something different and good. We might actually benefit from recording them. If it's really something from ancient times or mythical legends, it would definitely be a huge fortune. Are you sure you want to give it up? If you want a horse to run well, it really needs to eat more good grass. Even if there is no good grass, you should give it some plum blossoms to quench its thirst. It was obvious that Lu Haoyu could not give up no matter what he saw in those holes. Even in the live broadcast room, many people were asking them to wait a while. They also wanted to go, but unfortunately no one was willing to wait for them. Even Lu Haoyu didn't say he was leaving now, and even struggled to get up and said, I don't care about treasure. I just want to see if there's anything more magical. Since we've come this far, let's continue. I also want to see what else is hidden underneath. Great. According to our predictions, it will take at least 10 minutes for the water column bridge to reappear, and it may even take longer. Let's take advantage of this time and rush over. After the exploration captain finished speaking, he called on everyone to row the boat quickly. Soon, they passed the place where the blowout had occurred, and fortunately they reached the other side safely. As expected, nothing went wrong. We don't know when the next blowout will occur, but with this buffer time, we can exit safely. Let's not rush this matter for now. The most important thing we have to face next is... Everyone, how should we proceed? There are 6 openings here. Which one should we go to? At this point, no one knew what to do. When they had no choice, they just had to move forward, but now that they had a choice, they didn't know how to choose. Lu Linqing looked at Lu Haoyu, hoping that he would give him some advice so that he could use the system's prompts to determine which of these caves was safer. Unfortunately, Lu Haoyu kept his mouth shut this time and refused to speak again. If I give you suggestions, you will benefit from it, but I will be the one who suffers. So why should I give you suggestions? At least within this cave, I will not make any suggestions. I will make other suggestions after we leave the cave. He had already thought it through. If Lu Linsheng had to pay compensation, he, Lu Linsheng, would make money. If you ask Lu Linsheng to suffer a loss, you will suffer a loss yourself. Well, I won't let him lose money or suffer any loss, so I'll just give him some dangerous suggestions. Is that okay? Just like we discussed with his parents before, let him become a martial arts star. Is that okay? It's okay to let him try the extreme challenge. After all, he is the one trying it, not me, so the danger will not fall on me. There are other similar methods that are all fine, but one thing must be guaranteed afterwards. First of all, this guy cannot lose money, so as not to make any profit. The second thing is that you cannot participate in the things he tries, otherwise you may be the one who gets cheated. This was a bloody lesson, so Lu Haoyu chose to remain silent. Without the hint, Lu Linsheng had no choice but to sigh and say, "Since no one has a good idea, why don't we just act together and explore each cave one by one? If the cave is deep, we'll explore that one first. If not, then we'll explore all 6. Is that okay?" Everyone nodded in agreement. They didn't dare to disperse, so they chose to act together and simply chose the first cave from left to right and entered it. But after entering this time, they found that this first cave was too difficult to walk through. Inside the cave, there are jagged rocks of strange shapes. Some rocks rise upwards, some rise downwards, some are slanted, and some are forked and uneven. It can be said that this cave truly reflects the phrase rugged rocks. Boss Lu, we can't go any further. Although we can see that there is still a long way to go, it's too difficult for so many of us to go in and explore. In my opinion, the best way is to send more people to explore later. After all, it's too troublesome to walk in here. The most important thing is that there are too many rocks, and the caves are of different widths and there are forks. If we continue like this, we will probably get lost in the cave. Lu Linsheng himself was naturally not afraid due to his strong perception ability, but he was really afraid that something might happen to other people, so he nodded and said, "Then let's stop here for this first cave and move on to the next one." With his words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk out, but when they walked out, everyone was stunned again. When they checked the situation of the people around them, they all took a deep breath at the same time, and some of them even took out their mobile phones at the first moment. Lu Linsheng said in surprise, "Don't tell me that Lu Haoyu is gone again." Chapter 119 The Person Above, Uncle Fu. Although his words were a question, he actually knew that Lu Haoyu had lost him again. However, the director did not remind him, and he knew that Lu Haoyu should be fine. The most important thing was that he also knew when Lu Hao was lost. Just when everyone turned around and walked back a few steps, Lu Haoyu's view was blocked by a stone. Because his body had not recovered yet, he was a little dazed and walked forward in the other direction along the stone. It took him more than 10 meters to realize that there was no one around him. But when he turned around to look for anyone, he had already turned several forks in the road. Even if he didn't call out to others, no one could hear it. Only Lu Linsheng could hear a little bit of the sound, and no one else could hear it at all. It was precisely because no one could hear the sound that no one noticed that someone was missing. When they came out and realized that Lu Haoyu was gone, they became anxious again. However, this was still better than before. Several people, including Lu Linsheng, took out their mobile phones directly. When they saw the phones, everyone was happy again. Ha ha ha, this kid has landed safely again. Yeah, he's always the one who gets into trouble, but he's never in any danger. But I'm wondering, the previous one was an accident, so what happened this time? Why did we walk together, but he ended up in a place we haven't been to? To the production crew, or the director and everyone in charge, please quickly locate the drone. We'll go to and retrieve the person quickly. Don't let him get too deep. If he can't get out, he'll be ruined. Inside the drone, laughter immediately came from the director's side. Please rest assured, our production team is professional. When you decided to explore, we dispatched 10 specially designed drones. They will drop specific powders as they fly. Even if you can't find it, you can find it based on the powder. Don't worry. Lu Haoyu is a guest on the show, so we can't go looking for him so quickly. We have to give him a chance to find his way out on his own. How about this? You guys wait outside for him for half an hour. If he still doesn't come out after half an hour, you guys send someone in to bring him out. As a guest, one must stand out.
The program organizers were clearly making fun of Lu Haoyu.
Lu Linsheng expressed his agreement.
Since the production team has said so, what should we do?
Naturally, the others had no objections and instead laughed at the joke. Everyone in the live broadcast room also laughed and watched Lu Haoyu struggling in a forest. At the same time, inside the Lu family manor, Lu Zhenting and his wife were furious. Although they wanted to carry out the plan of replacing the prince with a cat, they really couldn't stand the fact that their own son was being betrayed so badly. Fortunately, at this time, a phone call came, and the originally depressed atmosphere between the two of them instantly turned into a surprise.
Uncle Fu, why did you call me in person?
Don't worry, we have already carried out the most brutal suppression of that child according to your instructions. It's just that there was a little accident recently, but don't worry, it won't be long before the accident is resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, a steady male voice came from the other side.
A little bit of an accident? Do you really think I don't know anything? The little bit of an accident you're talking about is that he has an industry even bigger than yours.
They even specially organized a variety show to make him famous.
This is not just a little bit unexpected, this is absolutely unexpected. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise, you two know the consequences.
The couple looked at each other, and they saw excitement in each other's eyes.
Lu Zhenting said hesitantly. This is really an accident. After all, we didn't expect him to be so lucky. It's all just luck. We are trying to find a solution.
It won't be long before he loses everything.
Please don't worry.
A cold snort came from the other side, and then some words were heard. It would be best if you could make him lose everything as soon as possible, as you said. Otherwise, I really doubt whether you are deliberately deceiving me. I clearly told you to torture that kid, but you tortured Lu Haoyu instead, and let Lu Linsheng own so many properties. If you don't know, you might think that Lu Linsheng is really your biological son. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenting seemed frightened and explained hurriedly.
Impossible, how could it be possible? How could I dare to do such a thing? Uncle Fu, you are joking. Lu Haoyu is my biological son. How could Lu Linsheng be my biological son? You are overthinking it, you must be overthinking it.
Originally, Uncle Fu hadn't thought much about it, but when he heard Lu Zhenting's hurried tone, a hint of doubt suddenly arose in his heart.
Okay, you know what to do. I have something else to do. I'm hanging up now.
After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu felt more and more that something was wrong. When I sent his child to Lu Zhenting's house, I told Lu Zhenting clearly that he should treat the child as his own son and then torture the boy. In other words, normally, this couple should send that son to an orphanage and treat him as their own son, first to the orphanage, then watch him suffer, and finally bring him back to torture him.
This set of procedures has been finalized.
But according to his own investigation, Lu Linsheng did grow up in an orphanage, and had to live in the basement for several years before returning, earning the least money. On the surface, it seems that this kid has a miserable life.
No one adopted him in the orphanage, and after graduation he can only live in the basement. This is miserable enough.
As a result, he was still targeted after he came back, but this targeting went wrong. Not only did Lu Linsheng not suffer any loss from being targeted, but he made a lot of money instead, even making more than the Lu family. This was obviously a problem, and coupled with the abnormal behavior of the Lu couple today, he became even more suspicious and quickly summoned someone to speak. You arrange for someone to thoroughly investigate the two sons of the Lu family, one is Lu Haoyu and the other is Lu Linsheng.
The key is to collect enough hair from their heads when you go to find them.
I want to do a paternity test for both of them. I want to see which one of them is the child I brought. After giving the order, Uncle Fu turned his gaze to the live broadcast room again. At this time, Lu Haoyu was already going crazy during the live broadcast. Naturally, other people also saw the scene through the live broadcast. As Lu Haoyu's brother, Lu Linsheng had to speak up.
Chapter 120 Lu Haoyu collapses. Everyone, my brother seems to be getting further and further away. If he keeps going like this, he might not be able to come back. Why don't we go in and look for him?
It's been quite some time, the traffic and popularity have already been taken up, so the key next step is to find the person.
Don't let this guy really risk his life, then how can I get the rewards?
Lu Linsheng couldn't guarantee that if someone other than the protagonist Lu Haoyu came to trick him, would he still get so much reward? Of course, the most important thing is that this place will receive tourists in the future.
If someone really loses his life there, I'm afraid no one will come here anymore.
So we must find the people, and we should try not to accept tourists here in the future. After all, it is too dangerous. The director of the program also felt that the time was right and the heat was building, so the key was to find the right people. So at the director's command, the directors who were following the crew all said that they should go find people. Led by a drone, the group quickly walked towards the cave. On the way, Lu Linshang walked very slowly and found a very reasonable reason. Although the production team said that drones can be used to find people, who can guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Don't wait until they all go in and the drone breaks down, or the production team's methods go wrong, and then no one can get out. That would be a huge loss. So in order to ensure that we can get out after we go in, I specially set up 2 more methods, just in case there is a new direction.
See this spool of line in my hand? I've been letting it out from the beginning.
So even if we go deep into the cave, we can just turn back and follow the line again and we'll be able to get out. Of course, this route isn't the safest, so I put some marks along the way.
Don't just look at me. Don't think that I should be the only one marking. Mark yourself too.
If we all mark, it might be safer. Everyone, who were already dizzy after just walking in, nodded repeatedly. They were also afraid of problems, so along the way, they all showed off their skills. Some people marked by drawing marks on stones, some drew marks on the ground, some placed stones, and so on.
Anyway, various marks were left along the way.
It was precisely because they had to mark the path that their progress was much slower. By the time they found Lu Haoyu, he was almost collapsing. Even from a distance, they could hear Lu Haoyu's cries.
Help, help, is there anyone here? Where are the people? Where have they gone? I'm lost now, and you don't even know how to arrange for someone to rescue me?
You even arranged for a drone to come to me.
Are you crazy?
People from the production team, come here quickly and take me out.
I'm telling you, if anything happens to me, you won't have an easy life either. Help! Is there anyone here? Come and save me quickly.
Hearing Lu Haoyu's collapsed cries, everyone unconsciously quickened their pace. Others were worried about something happening, but Lu Linshang was just looking for fun. He knew very well in his heart that the Lu couple would never really kick Lu Haoyu out. Now seeing Lu Haoyu's collapse, he thought that the couple must be very depressed. No matter why you treat me, your own son, like this, since you want to treat me differently, don't blame me for treating Lu Haoyu differently.
I think you should be sad about making him suffer. As long as you are depressed and sad, I will be happy. Hearing the sound of Lu Haoyu's collapse, everyone finally turned a few corners and arrived at a stone forest.
Seeing Lu Haoyu sitting on the ground and thrashing around in despair, everyone was speechless for a moment. It was Lu Linshang who reacted the fastest. He quickly stepped forward to help Lu Haoyu up and said, "Brother Haoyu, how did you leave? We were all heading back together, but you strayed off the track.
We only realized you were gone after we went out. It's a good thing we discovered it and were able to come back in time to find you. Otherwise, if you had hung around in here for a while longer, we wouldn't have been able to find you. Luckily you're okay. Now that we've found it, let's leave quickly. This stone forest is really not suitable for us."
For the first time, Lu Haoyu felt that his brother was still useful.
However, his collapse only lasted for a moment.
Facing so many people and the live camera, he had to maintain his image. He had given up before, so even with the drone live broadcast, he couldn't help but show his true face. But now that he is sure that he is fine, he must maintain his personal image.
Thank you, brother, and thank you everyone. If you hadn't come, I would have died here. It's just terrifying to be in this unique environment with no one else around.
If I stay here any longer, I'm afraid I'll die, even if I don't starve to death.
Let's go quickly. I never want to come into this stone forest again.
The others also nodded, they agreed with this point. It was really difficult to get out of here. If they had not been fully prepared, they would not have dared to come in. Although the journey back was a bit bumpy, nothing serious happened. In other words, they took the wrong route dozens of times, but because there were many signs, they quickly found their way back. When they came out of the cave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief.
They finally got out. If they hadn't, I'd have worried they would never get out. That's right.
If the stone forest isn't explained clearly, I won't go there even if you pay me.
You don't need to pay me. I want to go now.
As long as I bring enough supplies and there is a rescue team, I can stay in there for a while longer.
Don't overthink it. They won't let anyone in until they've explored it thoroughly. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, the whole island will be ruined. That's right. I'm looking forward to the day when the island opens. I don't have any expectations for that day. What I'm most looking forward to now is the situation in other caves. I hope they can give us a surprise. Right. The production team quickly told them to go to the next cave first. There are 6 caves in total, and we've only explored one. I have a feeling the other 5 will be equally challenging. If you hadn't told me, I would have forgotten. I think the other 5 students might have something different. If they're really good, I'd like to check it out too. Chapter 121 Lu Haoyu is not leaving. Dear guests and staff, the program team will fully adhere to your personal wishes. If you wish to withdraw, you may exit the cave now. If you wish to continue, you may explore other caves. Our production team is just conveying the wishes of the live broadcast audience. Most of them hope that you will continue exploring. However, if you are afraid or worried or can't hold on any longer, you can choose to quit. This director is not a good person. In front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room, you directly said that we were really scared and that we couldn't hold on. Isn't this embarrassing for us? Not to mention Lu Haoyu, who was about to continue. Even Lu Haoyu, who had just collapsed, was too embarrassed to say that he wanted to leave. Lu Linsheng, you all know that this island is mine. I also need to pay attention to its development in the future, so I support continued exploration. Next, I hope this exploration can publicize the island's situation to the vast livestream audience, and even to the entire internet. So I must follow you from now on. If you don't dare or are afraid, then don't go. Zhong Muyo said, you all know that I am Lu Linsheng's fiancé. He is about to go in, so I can't just stand outside and watch. After all, as a couple, we should share happiness and hardship. I've decided to go in with you. If any of you are worried or afraid, or simply don't dare to go in, then you can just withdraw. As soon as these people opened their mouths, they used words like worried, afraid, which made even those who were timid and wanted to quit feel embarrassed to open their mouths. These people are still watching, but some of the brave ones have already stood up and spoken. I also want to see such an exploration activity. It may not come once in a lifetime. If I don't participate in it now, I'm afraid I will regret it. Me too. We've already explored one, so why not explore the others? Maybe they'll be fine. Let's explore them thoroughly. Maybe we can actually see some unique scenery. As one of the first people to explore the cave, I'll have something to brag about in the future. How could I let this opportunity go? You still have a choice. We are exploring the right things. We don't have a choice at all. Anyway, we all have to explore, so you don't have to do it for us. After a while, except for the members of the exploration team who had to join, most of the remaining people agreed to enter the cave. Seeing this situation, Lu Haoyu understood that if he continued to withdraw, his reputation would be completely ruined. It can't be said that it's completely gone. Maybe I will be branded as a coward in the future. Lu Haoyu didn't care about his face, so he took a deep breath and said, although I feel a little unwell and even felt completely exhausted just now, I have recovered a lot now, so I decided to continue to check out the other caves. Since the only remaining guest in his program team did not leave, the remaining staff could only sigh. If the guests don't leave, they have no reason to follow them, so they can only follow one path to the end. So they all agreed. But this time when entering the second cave, Lu Haoyu used the excuse of feeling unwell and followed several female employees who were also in poor health and walked behind. He thought it was a good idea, as he was already at the back, so there shouldn't be any problem. Soon, they entered the cave, with Lu Linsheng leading the way. The situation in this second cave was completely different from the first. If the first one is a maze, then the second one is a passage, and it looks like a passage carved by humans. However, this long passage seems to have no end, which makes people feel more pressured. After walking for 5 or 6 minutes, no one saw the end of the passage. Looking back, there was only endless darkness, which made them feel a little scared. This road is so weird. Why is it a straight line without any forks? Yeah, we've come this far, so it should be the end. Even if there's no end, there has to be some change. This monotony is so scary. Yeah, I think so too. If I continue like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on any longer. Amidst the discussions, they walked for another 5 or 6 minutes. It was almost 10 minutes, but they still hadn't reached the end. At this moment, someone finally couldn't bear it any longer. Don't go on. Let's not go any further. The more I walk, the more worried and scared I feel. Someone spoke up, and others followed suit, expressing their unwillingness to move forward. Others couldn't feel it, but Lu Linqing could clearly feel that the corridor was almost at the end. Because of his enhanced vision and perception, he could sense the changes would occur not far ahead. So he insisted. We've come this far. If we just hold on a little longer, we might reach the end. Why don't we just hold on a little longer? His words made everyone present change their expression. If they continued, it would be too stressful for them. However, Lu Linqing had already spoken, and if they disagreed, they would feel embarrassed. At this time, Zhong Muyao also spoke. Brother Lin Shang wants to continue, so I'll accompany you. I also want to see what's deep in this cave. In an instant, both guests agreed to continue following them, and the program staff could only sigh and express their willingness to continue. Finally, everyone's eyes turned to Lu Haoyu. Those program staff who agreed hoped that Lu Haoyu would agree. After all, this way everyone could move forward together. However, the staff who followed Lu Haoyu hoped that Lu Haoyu would refuse. As long as Lu Haoyu could refuse, they would leave with him. Therefore, they all looked at Lu Haoyu expectantly, hoping that Lu Haoyu could make a decision. But at this moment Lu Haoyu fell silent. He also wanted to move on, but he felt unprecedented panic. He had spent so much time trying to get out of the passage, and it always felt like the end was a distant prospect. And even if you reach the end, there will still be danger waiting for you. Rather than continuing to move forward and facing unknown fears and unpredictable dangers, it is better to take a step back. When they cannot reach the end and retreat, or run out again when they are in danger, or even cannot run out, no one will say that they are cowardly, but instead will say that they are wise. At that moment, he made up his mind. I'd better quit. Chapter 122 Lu Haoyu, I quit. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, the program staff following him all breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with the fear of the unknown, no one wants to move forward. It would be best to be able to quit naturally. Moreover, they followed the guests to withdraw. It was completely the guests' decision and they had no choice. So at this moment, even though they were happy in their hearts, they tried their best to keep calm on their faces. Since our filming guests are leaving, it's natural for us to leave too. That's right. Although Lu Haoyu is no longer the president, he is still one of the guests of the program. We can't let him leave our group on his own. Let's go out with him and take some photos of the situation outside the cave. Who knows, there might be some changes. Yes, it's okay to take a few more photos of that gushing water column. We might even discover something more meaningful. Anyway, just find a reason, as long as you can get out. The other staff members were a bit envious, but since both guests had already decided to continue, they had no choice. If they spoke up at this point, they would inevitably be looked down upon. Most importantly, they were afraid the director would fire them. For the sake of work, they can only swallow the envy and jealousy in their hearts. However, when he thought about the fact that he and others had to take risks while these guys could just watch the joke from outside, because they were still good in their hearts, one of them, the director who was following the filming, sneered. No matter what excuses you make, there's no point hiding the fact that you're cowards. It's just a passage with no end in sight. There's no way you can keep going straight. What if the end turns out to be a great opportunity? You're just giving up like that. Aren't you afraid of regretting it later? His words were obviously spoken in anger, and no one took them seriously. Even Lu Haoyu's filming director sneered. What great opportunity! Do you really think this is some mythical immortal cave? Or a gathering place of rare treasures? What benefits can it bring? Forget about benefits. It's good enough that there is no danger. Our withdrawal itself is also an option. Naturally, the others didn't want others to think they were timid, so they started speaking as well. Faced with an unknown and dangerous choice, it's not shameful to take a step back. There's no benefit to be gained by continuing anyway. So, why not retreat and explore other cave entrances? That's right. Why persist when you know there might be danger ahead or it might be difficult to reach the end? It would be better to retreat quickly and continue exploring other cave entrances. This place can be left for the exploration team to explore slowly. Seeing the staff say this, Lu Haoyu also breathed a sigh of relief. At least in this way, with so many people accompanying him, even if there were problems, it was impossible for them to target him.
Besides, he also felt that what these staff members said was correct. Brother, oh my, all of you, I hope you all will reconsider carefully. We don't know how long this passage will be blocked, maybe 3 or 5 days. Even if it's just for 3 or 2 hours, it will be difficult to persist. It's better to quit immediately. Besides, even if you reach the end, how can you be sure that there is no danger at the end? Instead of taking the risk, it is better to quit. Their words did indeed shake some people, but Lu Linsheng simply took Zhong Muyao's hand and walked inside. We agreed that if we want to explore, we must explore it to the end. We will leave first. If you want to leave, please do it quickly and don't bother us here. Even if some of the staff were tempted, they could only suppress their emotions at this moment and quickly catch up with Lu Linsheng and the others. After they walked a distance away, the embarrassment on Lu Haoyu's face subsided, and he tried to remain calm and spoke. Brother, they won't turn back until they hit the wall. Let them give it a try. We'll wait outside and watch the live broadcast on our phones to see how far they can go, how long it will take, and whether they can get any great benefits as they say. He was just short of putting an expression of impossibility and ridicule on his face. The staff members who followed behind him, whether to hide the fact that they were timid or to cover up their guilty conscience, also echoed him. Isn't it true that we won't turn back until we hit the wall? We've come this far, but there's still no hope. I don't know how long this passage will take. If I keep going, I might not reach the end in hours. I might as well give up. We're not professional explorers. Since we've come this far, it's only right to give up. In my opinion, we should all withdraw and explore with other students first. As for what's in this cave, can't we just leave it to the exploration team or others? Why continue? We only have so much time in a day. It would be inappropriate to waste it all walking through this passage. After all, isn't it a bit too much to let so many viewers in the live broadcast room watch us walking around in the cave? Come on, let's go out and wait outside to see when they can come back. Anyway, we haven't been here long, so we'll be out soon. Let's watch the live broadcast while we walk out and see how long it takes them to get to the end. As they talked, they took out their cell phones, even Lu Haoyu took out his cell phone. First, they looked at their own live broadcast room, where there were only a few cats and dogs, and a few thousand people in total. Most of the people these days are Lu Haoyu's black fans, all mocking him. Lu Haoyu simply ignored it and switched the live broadcast room to Lu Linsheng's. Watching them slowly moving forward in the dark cave, he smiled. This passage is really too long. My brother and the others don't know when they will reach the end. Since they are willing to walk, I still want to sincerely wish them to reach the end quickly. The production team should contact the director. We've come such a long way and for such a long time, we're all a little hungry. Besides, my brother and the others are even deeper, so they might feel hungry soon too. I hope the production team can arrange for someone to bring us some food. We'll eat something outside the cave and wait for my brother and the others to come out. It would be even better if Lu Linsheng and the others took a look at the live broadcast room at that time. They would see us eating and drinking to our heart's content while you could only walk slowly inside. In comparison, you would probably feel miserable. And when the audience sees such a sharp contrast, they will also feel that they are wise. Chapter 123 Lu Haoyu, I don't care about my face, but I can't get it. Thinking of this beautiful scene, Lu Haoyu almost laughed out loud. Soon, they reached the beginning of the passage, and at this time, the program team did arrange for someone to bring them food. There was nothing else on the island except for the boxed lunches that had been prepared by the staff, so a few boxes of boxed lunches were delivered. Lu Haoyu didn't mind and directly took out a boxed lunch, eating while greeting everyone. You must be hungry too, let's eat some lunch quickly. The conditions in this cave are like this, so don't be disgusted. Let's eat and drink enough first. If my brother and the others encounter any danger in there, we can go in and help. This is obviously nonsense. If Lu Linsheng and the others are in danger, what's the point of them going in? But everyone cooperated with them. It was useless, but the attitude had to be shown. Yes, they are in danger. We must help them. Now let's eat first. Eat and drink enough so you have the strength to help. They've been walking for so long and are hungry. If they keep going, if they really get into danger and are too hungry to have the strength, something could really go wrong. Let's eat and drink enough and then watch them carefully. Just as they picked up their lunch boxes and were about to eat, there was a sudden bang. Everyone looked over and found that one of the staff members' lunchbox had fallen to the ground. Just when someone was about to accuse someone, several screams were heard. Everyone looked over, only to see these people, each of them staring at their phones with wide eyes. At this time, the others also reacted and quickly picked up their phones. Lu Haoyu was not willing to be left behind, so he picked up his phone and started watching the live broadcast. As a result, Lu Haoyu was dumbfounded. During the live broadcast, the originally dark passage was now accompanied by a little bit of light from the streamer and the flashlight. But now it is completely different, because they have seen that the picture on the mobile phone has changed. It is no longer a dark passage, but a space full of flowing light. If it was just a space, it would be nothing, but there was a big tree growing in the middle of this space. The whole tree does not look too tall, only a few meters and no more than 56 meters at its highest. However, the trunk of this tree is very thick. Compared with the staff's body size, the diameter of this tree is at least 5 meters. The bottom 2 or 3 meters of the tree is like a cylinder, and only the mottled bark can tell that it is a big tree. The top of the tree is very lush, with a large number of branches and leaves extending to the surrounding areas. More importantly, the tree bears countless fruits, with large numbers of bright red fruits hanging on the tree and between the leaves. At the same time, you can clearly see a layer of fruit cores without flesh on the ground. What's more, both the fruit core and the fruit tree are emitting light, which makes it even more incredible. Even the dumbest person would know that this is definitely a species discovered for the first time on Earth. It is a blessing to be able to see such a magical tree, not to mention that these people can watch it up close. At this moment, Lu Linqing's voice was clearly heard through the live broadcast. This island belongs to me, and we're exploring this together. I estimate this tree is priceless. It must be reported to the nation for a comprehensive inspection and research, so we can't touch it. However, I believe I have the right to decide what to do with the fruit core on the underground floor. How about this? Let's not go any further. No matter what's inside, it's easy to destroy it if we continue. So let's exit from here. But before we exit, I allow everyone to take a fruit core and leave. But after you take it out, please leave the cores with me first. No one knows if this thing is poisonous, let alone if it has any side effects. I will store it carefully until someone from above comes to study the entire tree and the core thoroughly. If they are harmless, you can take the things back. If they are poisonous or harmful, I will hand them over to the state. Do you think this is okay? Is there any need to ask? After Lu Linqing said this, everyone agreed with surprise, and then Lu Linqing began to pick up the fruit cores according to the number of people. However, to be on the safe side, he did not pick up the fruit cores directly with his hands. Instead, he put on gloves and put the cores in a bag. After the number matched the number of people, he stood up. Then let's step back a little, take some pictures with your phone, and then we can exit from here later. Everyone reacted and took out their phones to start taking pictures. Some even looked around. No matter what, it was a rare experience to see this magical plant up close. At this time, Lu Haoyu, who was watching the live broadcast, could no longer sit still, and the others also stood up. But they all turned their eyes to Lu Haoyu, and saw Lu Haoyu's expression struggle for a moment, and finally he said firmly, "I didn't expect my brothers to be so lucky to discover an unknown species. We came here with them, so naturally we have to go in and take a look. Let's go in and see what this thing is. Besides, we are brothers who came here together. Each of them has a fruit core, so let's pick one up too." This was shamelessness at its most extreme, but he couldn't afford to lose face. This thing looks magical at first glance. Maybe it has some good effect. Even if it is just a fruit core, if you can take it back and plant it alive, it will be a miraculous benefit. After all, this tree grows in a cave without sunlight, but it can grow so well. I am definitely a rare and good species. The value of this thing itself is immeasurable. If it can be grown, it will definitely be a huge opportunity. For this opportunity, he can be shameless. But just as they walked to the entrance of the cave and were about to go in, the director's voice suddenly came from the drone. "Staff, please pay attention. Staff, please pay attention. All staff members of Lu Hao's group, including guest Lu Haoyu, please pay attention. Please stop moving forward immediately. Please stop moving forward immediately. We've just contacted the higher-ups, who have ordered no one to enter the second cave. Lu Linqing and the others who are inside will also leave the cave after taking the photos. This tree is a newly discovered rare species. We need to conduct research before deciding whether to make it public. Before that, no one is allowed to visit it again, otherwise they will be severely punished." The people in Lu Haoyu's group stopped, their faces filled with disappointment and pain. Lu Haoyu's face was even more distorted.
I don't even care about my dignity, so I can't even get a fruit core? Chapter 124, Fighting Among Various Forces.
He really wanted to continue being shameless, really wanted to rush in regardless of everything, even if it was just to grab a fruit core. Unfortunately, no matter how shameless he is, he still has to live. If the program team did not allow it, he could still be tougher, but the director of the program team clearly stated that this was the intention from above. If he insisted on continuing at this time, he would be going against the country. No matter how bold he is, he cannot be so bold. In the end, he could only sigh deeply in frustration. Then he took a deep breath, tried hard to force a smile, and said, "It seems that this magical fruit core is not meant for us, so let's take a look." After saying this, he no longer had the energy or mood to speak. He just watched the live broadcast silently, and the envy, jealousy, and hatred in his eyes were beyond words. The same was true for the others, except that there was a hint of resentment in their eyes when they looked at Lu Haoyu.
Why don't you hold on a little longer? If you could hold on a little longer, we could all benefit together with you. But now, there is nothing.
They could all imagine that after these people came out, they would be sought out by wealthy people from major corporate families, and the fruit cores in their hands would be purchased at high prices, starting at least 1 million. In other words, they all got paid when they went in this time.
But following Lu Haoyu made them miss such a good opportunity. How could they be happy? Unfortunately, it's too late now. The facts are already in front of them. It's impossible to get in again. They can only hate Lu Haoyu.
At this moment, Lu Haoyu really didn't have time to care about what they thought. Now there is only endless regret and endless pain. The opportunity was right in front of me, but I didn't grab it. I've followed him before and made a fool of myself twice, so this time won't be a big deal.
Just because I gave up, such a great opportunity slipped away from me.
Ever since he learned the news, he has been in regret, and his mind has been frantically thinking about how to solve this problem. Although he wanted to make himself appear more miserable so that he could replace Lu Linqing more easily.
However, he also didn't want Lu Haoyu to get too many benefits. I get nothing, but you get so many benefits. This is obviously unreasonable.
He was daydreaming in this state, and then he found that people from the country had come, as well as people from many large companies and groups. When another round of blowout ended, hundreds of people had gathered on the platform where they were.
However, none of them went into the cave entrance.
They all waited quietly outside.
In just a moment, Lu Linqing and his group appeared.
Seeing them appear, the leading groups walked directly towards Lu Linqing, while the rest ran towards the staff behind Lu Linqing.
"Sixth brother, I'm your third uncle. I have great news for you.
There's no point in keeping that fruit core. I've already contacted you, and the buyer can give you 1 million yuan directly.
Hurry and take it out. That's 1 million yuan. How many years of work would it take you to earn that much? You, I've already made an agreement with your dad.
If you hand over the fruit core to me, I'll give you the house. It's worth 3 million.
This opportunity is fleeting.
If you keep it, and it becomes worthless in the future, you'll lose a lot.
Xiao Lu, we've worked together for so many years, you know my personality. I'm going to tell you the truth now.
This thing is worth at least 2 million. I'll give you 2.2 million directly.
That's a lot of money, you should be content.
Listening to the voices of the people around him, Lu Linqing understood what these people were doing. Looking at the people in front of him, he also understood their target. It couldn't be those who were crossing the river. Their target should be the tree. To be honest, he didn't know whether this magical tree was arranged by the system or it existed originally. But he was sure that the value of this book was definitely not low. If he hadn't broadcast the entire thing live, he wouldn't have told others about the existence of this tree, and he would have definitely studied it slowly.
But now that it's all live, it's time to make a choice.
At this time, the groups of people standing in front of him also spoke.
"Hello, Comrade Lu Linqing.
I'm here to speak with you on behalf of higher-ups. I hope you'll consider cooperating with the state. Our country values democracy and freedom, so since this thing belongs to you, we can't force you to hand it over. However, it's certainly not easy for you to develop it on your own, so the state is willing to help you develop it from start to finish. No matter what products or patents you develop, as long as they don't involve national security or war, I can work with you on joint development.
We can guarantee that we'll retain at least 30% of your profits. As for the rest, we can slowly study it." This was definitely a high level of sincerity. The people nearby frowned when they heard the promise made by the person above, but they didn't want to miss such an opportunity, so someone spoke up. Mr. Lu Linsheng, this tree was discovered in Linhai City after all. On behalf of the Linhai City Chamber of Commerce, I would like to discuss with you the development of this tree. I won't say anything else. As long as you're willing to cooperate with me, you can participate in all subsequent developments. And after the product is developed, you'll get no less than 40% of the first place. What do you think? As these two parties spoke, several others also spoke. Some promised joint development, but the profits they would give were only 30% to 40%, while others promised independent development, but the profits would only be half. In every respect, they are much more generous than the people coming from above. It can be seen that they have spent a huge amount of money to fight for this opportunity. The people nearby were still discussing whether the fruit core should be sold for 2 million or 3 million. Everyone was extremely envious, but when they thought that they could get 2 or 3 million just by following along, they were satisfied. However, those who stayed with Lu Haoyu all looked miserable. However, facing these important figures, they dared not speak out and could only sigh in frustration. Compared with these people, the most unique one is Lu Haoyu. Originally he didn't know how to solve it, but when he saw these people and heard their words, an idea suddenly came to Lu Haoyu's mind. I gave Lu Linsheng a suggestion. Since I can't ask him to pay compensation and I can't harm him, then I simply won't ask him to pay compensation or harm him. I will just ask him to make a contribution. That should be fine. If I can't get this good thing, then you, Lu Linsheng, can forget about it. Chapter 125 Lu Haoyu, hand it over. After figuring this out, Lu Haoyu no longer hesitated and stepped forward to speak in front of Lu Linsheng and others. Dear bosses and leaders, please don't argue for now. I think this matter is easy to resolve. No matter how you look at it, this tree is a magical thing. If it is so magical, it naturally cannot be held in the hands of an individual. The most important thing is that our individual strength is limited after all, and we can't afford to devote so much money to researching this kind of magical thing. Therefore, I think it's better to hand it over to the country. Boss, you can buy some fruit cores and take them back to study. Perhaps you can find some results. As for the entire tree in this cave, I think they should be handed over to the state. After saying this, he looked at Lu Linsheng and spoke with sincerity in his eyes. Brother, we were born and raised in this country, and now we have the opportunity to contribute to this country. I think this is an opportunity we should cherish. If this kind of magical thing is well researched, it could make a huge contribution to the country and to the people. And the safest way to save it is to hand it over to the country. To be honest, if this thing were in the hands of an individual, who could guarantee that foreign forces wouldn't take advantage of the opportunity to snatch it? If this thing is of great value, and can even promote the development of certain technological weapons, then it will play a vital role for our country. Although I can't guarantee how likely this is, but what if it happens? Even if it's just for this one chance, I think this thing must be handed over to the country. Besides, we don't lack this little money, so why should we get involved? It would be better to hand it all over to the state. Brother, what do you think? Lu Linsheng naturally nodded quickly. Brother Haoyu is right. If this thing is so important and has the potential to be of use to both the country and the people, how can I keep it in my own hands, let alone cooperate with the higher-ups to develop it? As he spoke, he shook the hand of the person coming from above. Comrade, as a member of the Dragon Nation, I should contribute to its development. In the past, I only thought about doing business well, creating more income for the people, and making more contributions to this country. But now that there is an opportunity to promote the development of the country, I absolutely cannot refuse. Here today, in front of everyone, in front of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, and in front of the entire network, I solemnly promise that everything I find in this cave, including the trees and fruit trees, will be handed over to the country. I hope the higher-ups can arrange for the best scientific researchers to come and study it, or take it away for research. If they can come up with something useful for the country and the people, it will be considered a merit for me, Lu Linsheng. At this moment, he was full of righteousness. At this moment, he was selfless. Even the haters on the internet couldn't do anything negative at this moment. I admit I used to troll him for recording ringtones, but now I can't. How can I troll a guy like him? This tree is worth at least tens of billions, right? He said he would donate it, so he donated it. That's ridiculous. How can money measure the value of something like this? If we can develop something useful from this tree, then its value will be immeasurable.
Even if nothing is discovered, the mere existence of one more tree is already priceless.
He's actually willing to donate it.
To be honest, I'm a bit of a fan of him at this moment. The audience in the live broadcast room was very excited, and everyone present was shocked. They only understood one thing: if they were in their place, they would never be willing to donate these things. This unknown and mysterious existence is priceless if any benefit can be gained from it. But Lu Linxing sent it out without hesitation. Most people were just envious, but those forces that wanted to compete with the higher-ups looked at Lu Linxing one by one, feeling depressed, and looked at Lu Haoyu with even more resentment in their hearts. They all knew that Lu Haoyu and Lu Linxing were not on good terms, and he always wanted to trick Lu Linxing. But if you want to trick Lu Linxing, just trick Lu Linxing. Why not let him give us the things? Not only did you cheat Lu Linxing, you also cheated us. They all secretly decided in their hearts that they would have to deal with Lu Haoyu if they had the chance, but now they didn't dare to show it.
This matter has risen to the level of the country and the people. If they are competing, doesn't that mean they are treasonous? They are not fools.
Mr. Lu Linxing is truly generous. He donated such a priceless item without hesitation.
I admire him.
To be honest, I'm in this position and have no choice but to come. If Mr. Lu Linxing agrees to cooperate with us, we will also ask you to cooperate with us. After all, this is helpful to the country.
That's right. Things like this that are beneficial to the country and its people should be handed over to the country. We originally thought we were doing research to help the country. Since you've taken the initiative to hand it over to the country, then we'll withdraw. At this moment, they all became patriots. Although some people don't believe it, as long as they believe it themselves, that's enough. The people above did not expect that Lu Linxing would be so straightforward, and said with some uncertainty, "Comrade Lu Linxing, are you sure you want to hand over everything you found in this cave? Let me tell you, I may have misheard you before, but if you agree this time, the contents of this cave will have nothing to do with you from now on." "Yes, I'm sure I'll hand it all in." As Lu Linxing spoke, he called a few people over, wrote a document, and signed it directly. "Is this all right now?"
He was really impatient because just after Lu Haoyu made the suggestion, he heard the system prompt. "Lu Haoyu wants you to hand over all the unexpectedly discovered ancient time trees and the caves suitable for their growth to the state, in order to deprive you of the enormous benefits brought by the core production environment of this ancient species.
Follow the advice and hand in your belongings.
You will then possess the ancient time tree's innate ability to self-clean. At the same time, Thunder Island's defense capabilities will be significantly enhanced, making domestic and foreign tourists more confident in Thunder Island's safety. Not to mention its self-cleaning ability, just the reward at the end is already very good. Tourists are assured of Thunder Island, and the first thing that can prove is that the safety factor of Thunder Island is very high.
No matter what the reason is, higher security is a good thing for him.
And since all tourists know about this, they can travel with greater peace of mind.
This way, you can earn more money.
Therefore, compared to studying what kind of ancient time tree this is on your own, it would be more beneficial to hand it over to the country.
Chapter 126 Lu Haoyu, is this okay?
Sure enough, as soon as he signed and handed the document to the person outside, the system reward was directly received. He just heard a sound, and then he gained the ability to self-clean, and then there was no follow-up.
What is this self-cleaning thing? He didn't feel it either.
He asked the system, but it ignored him.
He tried to sense it carefully but couldn't detect any effect.
In the end, he could only sigh. I don't know what this thing is, I'll study it slowly in the end. Now he is looking forward to how to improve the island's defense capabilities. However, before he could wait for the system's reward to arrive, Lu Haoyu had already spoken. Brother is indeed a man who cares about the country. But since this tree is so important, we can't let people with ulterior motives or illegal elements get close to it. In my opinion, we shouldn't open Thunder Island to the public for the time being. We can wait until the authorities have fully understood this tree before opening it to the public. This not only prevents the tree from being snooped on by those with ulterior motives, but also ensures that there are no accidents before the research results are released. I didn't cheat him out of his money this time. I just asked him to open later and make less money. I think this should be fine, right? According to past experience, Lu Linxing will definitely agree to it. When the time comes, all his companies on the island will stop operating and go bankrupt as well. This is simply killing two birds with one stone. Just say that my plan of killing two birds with one stone, Lu Haoyu, can't go wrong, right? Just as he was waiting smugly for Lu Linxing's agreement, he saw that Lu Linxing, who was about to speak, was stopped by the people above.
Comrade Lu Linsheng, please don't speak yet. Just listen to me.
I can sense your deep devotion to your country, and I believe the people present in the audience in the live broadcast room can sense it, too.
But our country has always been democratic and free, and what matters is fairness.
You have made such a great contribution to the country, and the country will not forget you. I don't have enough authority, but I can assure you that once you hand this cave over to us, we will arrange for personnel to reinforce and protect it, and we will also send personnel to set up a research institute. In order to better ensure the safety of the researchers and protect the tree from being snooped on by others, we will also dispatch troops to protect the entire island. To ensure the safety of this tree and the researchers, and to ensure that the research results will not be stolen, I will apply to the higher authorities to establish the Thunder Island Naval Base on the island, and establish triple protection measures around the island by sea, land, and air to ensure that no one can cause damage to the island. When there are enough people and industries on the island, we will also dispatch enough police forces to help maintain the normal operation of the island. Make sure there is no place for any criminal to survive here.
It also ensures that anyone with ill intentions will be exposed here.
After he finished speaking, Lu Linsheng understood where the improved protection capabilities that the system mentioned were reflected. With the country's escort and the people above protecting and reinforcing the entire island, the safety of your own island will be infinitely improved. If I heard that such an island allows tourism, I would also come in and take a look. Sure enough, after hearing their conversation, even the staff around them spoke excitedly. If there really is military protection and I am allowed to visit first, I will definitely come more often in the future. I also want to see what the island will look like after it is redesigned.
Isn't that nonsense?
With the army, police, and scientific research experts, the island's defense capabilities are probably the best in all of Linhai City.
And a place like this is still open to visitors. Who wouldn't want to come?
It's a pity we'll never see that tree again, but there are still other places. They were excited here, and someone else was talking with a smile while holding a cell phone.
We're not the only ones who want to come.
If you watch the live stream, you'll see that many viewers have said they'll be here as soon as the island's facilities are completed and the troops arrive, just to experience the feeling of being protected by the army.
Ah, I saw that too. Some people are saying that.
They were originally planning to come in 2 days, but they were afraid that the army wouldn't be here in 2 days and they wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of being protected by the army. So they're waiting to see when others are sure the army is coming, and then they'll come. Naturally, every word of the conversation between these people reached the ears of Lu Linsheng and the others, and the people above also spoke with a smile at this time. Those who wish to come don't have to wait too long. I've already reported this to the higher-ups, and they've already responded. Scientific researchers, the military, and the police will all arrive as soon as possible, no later than tomorrow. At the same time, one of our naval fleets is about to arrive.
The fleet will not leave until all the island's defenses are completed.
So if you're willing to come these days, you won't just enjoy the military's protection, but also an exceptional naval fleet.
Wow, you are advertising for Lu Linsheng on behalf of the country, right? Lu Haoyu is now numb all over. I just wanted to trick Lu Linsheng. Is it necessary to do this?
I asked him to hand over the tree so that he would have nothing. In the end, you made peace with each other, and you did accept the tree, but you then increased the defense capabilities of the entire island countless times, and took the initiative to advertise on land.
How many tourists will come?
It doesn't take much thought to know that Thunder Island is destined to be popular. When Lu Haoyu thought that the fortune he would make on his birthday in the forest was related to him, he felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. At this moment, he felt nothing but deep regret.
Why was he being so mean?
He had clearly asked Lu Linsheng to hand over the tree from the beginning, and he had already agreed.
Why are you still not satisfied? Why should he shut down tourism on the entire Thunder Island?
It must be because I asked him to close Thunder Island, so the defense capability of Thunder Island was improved, allowing him to make more money.
Why should I be so mean?
He was just regretting his decision when the phone rang. He answered it and put it to his ear and heard someone calling his name. He looked carefully and found that it was his father Lu Jinting. As a result, just as he was about to speak, Lu Jinting's low voice came again, asking him to stay away from Zhang Yuan. As soon as he moved away from the crowd, he heard a roar from the opposite side. Now that I'm sure the others around you can't hear it, I have to say, Lu Haoyu, are you having trouble thinking?
How many times have I told you this?
That guy is a bit shady. Whether it's luck or something else, don't ever give him any advice that will make him lose money.
Look, if you didn't add unnecessary details, he wouldn't have gotten any good results. But because of you, he made a fortune again. Remember this from now on. Don't suggest making him pay for it again. If you really don't know what to do, just stay away from me and him. If you think it's okay, then you can give him more suggestions and let him take risks. If he really gets into danger, you will be unique. The people above have already contacted me and your mother. It won't be long before they send him back. What you need to do now is not to make him pay, but to put him in danger. Either put him in danger, or you can continue to play the clown. Only then will you be able to replace it more easily. Remember your purpose and stop wasting time on this useless work. Whether he pays you back or not, what does it have to do with you? Okay, I won't say any more. Now your mother and I are going to create a lot of evidence to prove that you are the child they sent. Don't let your mother and I down. Chapter 127 Lu Linsheng, Let Me Be a Star? In the end, Lu Haoyu had no choice but to accept this reality. Seeing how popular the live broadcast room is, seeing everyone talking about when to come for a trip, seeing that this island is destined to become a big hit. No matter how much resentment he felt in his heart, he suppressed it all and acted like a poor little being bullied. The Lu family couple have already prepared evidence for me, so I should act more pitiful. Although he felt unhappy seeing Lu Linsheng making huge profits, he could accept it when he thought that he could replace him and enter the family above. Just wait until I replace you and stand at a higher level, then I will let you see the gap between us. He swore silently in his heart, but it did not affect the development of the matter. All matters concerning this cave had been handed over to the people above. Military scientific researchers also arrived one after another and completely sealed off the cave. It wasn't until he had dealt with all of this that someone brought it up. We've only explored 2 caves so far. One is a maze made of rocks. The other has been handed over to the higher-ups. We don't know what the remaining 4 are like, so why don't we continue exploring? Having found 2 magical places, everyone was happy to continue exploring. However, as they continued exploring, they found that everything was a little different from what they had expected. When I was recording the 3rd cave entrance, I thought something magical would happen again, but I didn't expect that this cave entrance was only about 10 meters long and then it ended there. Unconvinced, the crowd entered the 4th cave entrance. This cave entrance was indeed quite long, at least hundreds of meters long, and winding, but there was still nothing at the deepest part of the cave. Then they withdrew and entered the 5th cave. Fortunately, this time was different from the previous 2 times. There was also a different place in the 5th cave. After going 20 or 30 meters deep, colorful rays of light appeared in the 5th cave, and they were released through the rocks. I don't know the exact reason, but it's truly stunning. Finally, there's another cave worth exploring. If there weren't any more, there wouldn't be much left to explore in this cave. After expressing their feelings, everyone went to the last cave. They had hoped that the last cave would give everyone a little surprise, but after exploring the entire cave, everyone was silent because the 6th cave was actually connected to an empty space. This space is very large, about half the size of a football field. However, nothing was seen in this space, and everyone was a little disappointed, but the people coming from above had their eyes lit up. There's nothing in this cave today, so let's not waste it. I think we can build a connecting passage between this cave entrance and the second one. Then we can leave this cave for our researchers and the military to rest in. What else can we do now that the people above us have said so? Lu Linsheng nodded in agreement. By this time, half a day had passed and it was almost noon. Lu Linsheng invited everyone to have lunch together. I've already arranged for people on the island to purchase a large amount of food. We've also hired chefs from all walks of life who can cook meals from all over the country. Just go and order whatever you want. Let's leave here after dinner. The national audience should already know the situation of this island. There's nothing worth introducing further. They walked out while talking, and Lu Haoyu was really depressed as he saw Lu Linsheng was about to leave, but he had no way to trick him. The above person has already contacted my parents. He had to quicken his pace. Just then, they were almost out of the cave and at the first pool of water, where a crew from Zhong Muyao's company was filming. Thinking of what he had discussed with his parents before, his eyes suddenly lit up. This time they are filming a martial arts drama, and judging by the current situation on the scene, they are using wires, which means it is definitely dangerous. Wouldn't it be better if Lu Linsheng could participate in the filming and no danger occurred? Just as he was thinking truthfully, he heard the director's voice. Mr. Lu, thank you very much. Your cave is perfect for filming. However, if it becomes a tourist attraction in the future, I'm afraid there will be fewer opportunities for filming. Lu Linsheng said, how can there be few? Since it's a tourist destination, we naturally welcome tourists and all film crews. If other crews want to come and shoot here, I'm always welcome to do so. After all, isn't it true that making money from tourists and making money from the crew are both making money? The director laughed. Mr. Lu is really humorous. Including today, Mr. Lu, if you continue to open up to the crew in the future, then if I need anything in the future, please give me some convenience. Lu Linsheng, no problem, just tell me if you want to come. Director, thank you so much. To be honest, if you weren't a billionaire, I would really like to invite you to participate in the filming of my TV series. My martial arts drama is missing a hermit master who not only possesses an ageless appearance but also powerful martial arts skills. You are the perfect fit. Besides, you have a lot of fans and are very popular. If you join our drama, it will definitely be of great benefit. It's a pity that a big boss like you probably won't participate in the filming of a TV series. He just sighed and didn't really think about asking Lu Linsheng to participate, and Lu Linsheng didn't have this idea either. Lu Linsheng got so many fans for himself just to get more attention. Ever since he sensed that this was a short play, or a world of true and false young masters, he was afraid that this world would develop like a short play? Or that the protagonist of this world was blessed by heaven. Then he must try every possible way to fight back. So he needs the identity of a public figure so that he can speak out in a timely manner. He only has this confidence with the help of a system. Now that he has become a public figure, he just needs to slowly accumulate fans. Why bother becoming a star? Just as he was about to refuse, Lu Haoyu spoke. Brother, I think this is a good idea. Even if you don't want to be a star, you can still play a character like this. The most important thing is that this filming is taking place on Thunder Island, which is about to become a tourist attraction. At the same time, this place is still yours, brother. Look, acting in this drama, when it airs, will be the best publicity for this island. I'm not asking you to be a star forever, it's just a cameo appearance, I think it's totally fine. Brother, what do you think? Chapter 128 Lu Jinting takes action. Lu Haoyu wants you to make a cameo appearance so that he can have you perform dangerous actions and contribute to the process, putting you in danger. If you follow this advice, not only will you not be in danger, but you will also be able to put Lu Haoyu in the same danger, and at the same time implicate everyone involved in these matters. Lu Linsheng really didn't want to be a star anymore, but since he had a mission, he naturally had to complete it. Especially this mission, although it does not benefit me, I can trick everyone who wants to trick me, so I absolutely cannot give up. The fact that Lu Haoyu could give me a suggestion shows that he is full of malice towards me. At the same time, if he wanted to accomplish this, he had to have someone to cooperate with him. So, he must have had people in the crew and program team who had bribed the people he bribed, which was not bad. After all, if these people stay around me, they may pose a danger to me at any time, so it is better to get rid of them as soon as possible. If there are other people involved, they will all be punished accordingly. This is definitely a good task. As for the fact that he did not receive any reward or money, it did not matter to him. Lu Linsheng now has strong strength and sufficient capital, which is enough for him to live a carefree life, so he is not so obsessed with money and other things. Relatively speaking, he is still very interested in making Lu Haoyu and the people who want to cheat him get cheated as well. So, when everyone turned their eyes to him, he smiled slightly and said, "Since Brother Haoyu has said so, I can disagree and not give him face. Anyway, I have never filmed a movie before, so I will take this opportunity to try it out today. Director, we agreed that my role must be filmed this afternoon, otherwise I won't have time." The director didn't expect such a good thing to happen. It was just as he said, Lu Linsheng's popularity is too high now, and there are so many fans who want him to join his TV series, which will definitely be of great benefit to his TV series. Seeing that Lu Linsheng had agreed, what else was there for him to hesitate about? The Hermit Master was supposed to appear more often, but now he can't do it anymore. There aren't enough opportunities in one afternoon. Originally there were 3 appearances, but this time we will make it 2. We will try to finish the filming in one afternoon. If we really can't finish it, we will just make 1 appearance first. Mr. Lu, don't worry. I've definitely scheduled everything for you this afternoon. Let's just count it as 1 appearance. Once the filming is finished, if you have time, you can do it again. If you don't have time, 1 appearance will also be fine. The 2 sides hit it off immediately, and everyone became curious. After all, apart from the staff, none of them have really seen the filming of a TV series. The most curious people were the ones in the live studio.
Although they had caught a glimpse of the scene through the live broadcast, they had never seen the entire process.
This time, with Lu Linsheng filming, they could watch the entire process through this program.
So the live broadcast room was very lively, and everyone wanted to see how the filming would proceed. After Lu Linsheng agreed, the director immediately arranged for someone to put makeup on Lu Linsheng and prepare his costumes. The entire process was broadcast live, and Lu Haoyu took this opportunity to leave and do his own thing. He is currently unable to mobilize the Lu family's resources, and in the eyes of outsiders, he has been kicked out of the Lu family, so there are some things he cannot do on his own. When there was no one around, he called his father. After hearing his plan, Lu Zhenting told him to just follow along and not worry about anything else.
I'll arrange for someone to do the rest.
You just need to watch from the side and pay attention to your own safety.
Don't let others hurt you.
With his father's promise, Lu Haoyu felt relieved, returned to the filming site, and began to show his courtesy to Lu Linsheng. He wanted to stay by Lu Linsheng's side and watch him get into trouble.
In the blink of an eye, the makeup was completed.
Looking at Lu Linsheng, who was made up to look like an otherworldly master, Lu Haoyu felt a little jealous, but in the blink of an eye, he returned to normal.
What does it matter if your painting is good? What does it matter if your image is great? If something happens to you today, you'll have nothing left. It would be best if I could just take your life. Then you will be a child of the Lu family no matter how you look at it, and all your property will be mine.
Naturally, he would not show the evil thoughts in his heart. Instead, when Lu Linsheng started filming and was about to be suspended by wires, he stepped forward and expressed his concern.
Brother Lin, you have to be careful.
I heard this thing is quite dangerous. You have to check it carefully.
Lu Linsheng waved his hand and smiled.
It's okay, Brother Haoyu, you know this crew belongs to my fiancée.
How could anything go wrong with her crew?
They must have checked it out in advance, and there's absolutely no danger.
Okay, just watch from the side. Once I'm done filming here, we can wrap up today's recording.
As Lu Linsheng was speaking, the staff helped him prepare everything, and he slowly took off.
Seeing this scene, Lu Haoyu's eyes were full of anticipation.
He believed that his father must have been prepared, and he wanted to see whether his father would take action this time and directly kill that bastard Lu Linsheng.
All his wealth and glory depend on Lu Linsheng. As long as Lu Linsheng is gone, everything will be his. He now owns the tens of billions of assets, all the Lu family's industries, and even his identity. He can also directly enter the above family with this huge industry and have a brighter future.
Lu Zhenting and his wife, who were also watching the live broadcast in the room, were also watching nervously at this moment.
Zhenting, the person you found is reliable, right?
If this succeeds, then our Lu family will have a chance to rise to prominence. But if we fail, if that kid comes to the rescue, don't involve us and our son. Lu Zhenting said confidently, don't worry. The people I hired are all professionals. They've already agreed with me on how to tinker with the wirework.
Once this kid gets airborne, the rope will break at the highest point.
He will fall from that height and will surely die without any protection.
Just watch. It's already started to rise. Once it reaches the highest point, everything will be over. Our Linhai City Lu family will become even more glorious without him. He has made contributions to our family. When he passes away, we must show some pain and sadness. Mother Lu said, do I even need to tell you that? Even if he's not my biological son, I have to act as if he's dead. Otherwise, how can I possibly convince the higher-ups?
Chapter 129. Something happened to Lu Haoyu. As the couple waited, the wire rose to the highest point. Fall, fall, fall. Break, break, break. However, with the two people silently expecting it, the rope was fine and they completed this set of shooting quickly. They looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes.
It was Lu Zhenting who reacted first and quickly took out his phone. What's going on? Didn't you tell me it would break when it reaches the highest altitude? Why is there nothing wrong now? Why are you in such a hurry?
We're all professionals.
How can we fool you?
Just because nothing happened now doesn't mean it won't happen in the future.
We have to pretend at least. He's going to film many more times. If something goes wrong the first time, what if others get suspicious?
The voice on the other end was very calm, and continued after saying this.
Don't worry, we are fully prepared.
We won't do it the first time, but we will do it the second and third time.
You can watch without worry.
The most important thing is that this time, if he falls, he might fall on the water. After all, he is flying above the water this time. But the subsequent actions are on land. If he falls on land, there are all strange shaped stalactites below. If he falls, he will have no chance of survival. Don't worry about what we do. If he's still alive after this is over, you can come to us, but before we complete our mission, please trust our professionalism. It has to be said that this series of words gave Lu Jinting confidence and also made Lu Jinting feel that what they said made sense. He urged them to act quickly and then hung up the phone. So that's what happened. I thought they would attack me right away. But they're right. If I fall into the water, it's likely I won't die. I might as well fall on the rocks. Yes, they are indeed professional and thoughtful. Let's just wait and see. Isn't the second attack about to start? This time, from the land, it seems they are going to take action this time. The couple was full of anticipation, but when Lu Lincheng reached the highest point and dived down again, they fell silent. Didn't we agree to take action on land? Now that he's safely landed on land, you haven't taken any action yet? Lu Jinting was so angry that he was about to make a phone call, but was stopped by his mother. Wait a minute, didn't they say they'd take action a second or third time? This is only the second time. Let's see if they take action the third time. If they don't, it's not too late for you to call again. As a result, he didn't call, but he received a message, and everyone knew it was from Lu Haoyu at a glance. The content of the message was very simple, just asking them whether they had found someone and why they hadn't taken action yet. The couple felt a little embarrassed and wanted to show off in front of their son, but they couldn't figure it out and had to bite the bullet and reply to the text message. We're preparing now and we'll start soon. Just watch. Unfortunately, not long after this text message was sent, Lu Lincheng rose to the highest altitude for the third time, and this time he rose even higher. But when Lu Lincheng landed safely without any danger, at this moment, Lu Haoyu sent another text message. Dad, what's going on? Why don't you do anything? Lu Jinting had no idea what was going on, so he didn't even answer the call and directly called the person he was looking for. Didn't you guys agree that we're going to do it? Why aren't you doing it yet? If you don't, he'll have finished filming his scenes. There was silence for a moment, then a sigh was heard. Why are you so anxious? Don't worry, we've made all the necessary preparations. This time, it's absolutely foolproof. Just wait and see. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. Lu Jinting was already a little unconfident, but he still sent a message to Lu Haoyu, telling him right away. Lu Haoyu was more anxious than before. The next time he would take over the horse tent would be the next time, so he took a few steps forward and got closer to see how badly Lu Lincheng would fall. Just at this moment, another new action came. Lu Lincheng was brought to the highest point. Before he could come down, the wire had a rare problem. The two ropes that fixed it were entangled together. If it were just that, it would be fine, but during the process of entwining the two ropes, one of them actually broke. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, they had already imagined how miserable Lu Lincheng was when the two ropes were strangely tied together. They had already started to fall, and the recording sound actually slowly descended, completing this shot. Everyone was in shock, but they didn't notice that the broken end of the rope had hooked onto the ceiling, a stalactite. After wrapping around a few more times, it was dragged back by a huge force. As a result, the dragging caused problems and the stalactite was broken directly. As luck would have it, the broken stalactite flew directly in front of Haoyu. Because Lu Haoyu was so excited, he raised one arm forward, and the stalactite broke his arm the moment it flew over. However, even so, the stone did not stop and flew along his side, directly towards the staff. There happened to be 3 people operating the wire there, and they were hit hard on the arms by stalactites. The same situation happened again. The 3 arms of the 3 people were all broken at this moment, and the breaks were even more severe. Aha! Only after hearing this shrill scream did everyone finally come to their senses. What are you still standing there for? Don't you see the chef? Call 120 immediately and get these injured people out to me and get them to the hospital as soon as possible. After the director's voice came, everyone reacted and quickly made arrangements. When Lu Lincheng saw that Lu Haoyu had fainted with his arm broken, he quickly asked someone to help carry him out. My brother took this misfortune for me. If the ropes hadn't gotten tangled first, I would have been in trouble. Falling from such a high place could have been fatal. Fortunately, my brother helped me bear the consequences, but his arm is damaged. Please send them to the best hospital. I will pay for all the expenses. It's a pity that I still have to record a show here, and I promised the director that I would finish playing this role, so I can't go out. I would also like to ask the production team to send a few more people to follow me and let me know if there is any situation as soon as possible.
Thank you very much.
Although he didn't want to send his task generator away, he had no choice now. The person was unconscious, and he couldn't send himself any more tasks. On the other side, when the Liu family's parents saw this scene, they were not only stunned but also filled with infinite anger.
Chapter 130, Luck? Accident? Or hidden strength? Bang! How could this happen?
It should have been Lu Linsheng who got in trouble. Why did Hao Yu get in trouble?
What's the point of saying this now?
Hurry up, Hao Yu is already in trouble.
Let's go and take a look. Don't let him have any sequelae.
The two familiar people hurriedly ran out of the house. After going out, they drove to the hospital. As a result, just as they reached the door of the villa, a gust of wind blew a plastic bag, blocking Lu Jinting's sight, and the car instantly crashed into a telephone pole. With a loud bang, the two were knocked unconscious. Even with the airbags, they were fine, but the weird thing was that both of their arms were squeezed in the middle due to the car problem, and both arms were broken instantly. Each of them had an arm broken and was unconscious for a while before someone rescued them. But when they are sent to the hospital, the doctor will shake his head after examining them. It can't be cured, at least not by us. If you want to cure your arm, you'd better go to Beijing and find a relevant expert to treat you, or go abroad to contact those scientific research institutions. Maybe there is a chance.
You're not short of money anyway, so why not go find a research institute abroad? Otherwise, not only will your arm not be healed, but your son's won't be healed either.
The couple was already feeling upset because their arm wouldn't heal, and they were even more stunned when they heard this. They all looked at the doctor and asked what he meant, and the doctor was not polite.
I said, I will be responsible for the treatment of you two and your son.
It's strange to say, but you two suffered comminuted fractures in your left and right arms respectively due to the car accident. And your son also suffered a comminuted fracture in his arm from the collision with the stalactites. It's really strange that all three of you have had arm injuries today. I know your Liu family shouldn't be short of money, so you should quickly invite foreign experts to treat you as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid it won't be cured in a long time. After the doctor finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by two people. After asking, they found out that Lu Haoyu was also in this hospital, and they quickly asked someone to arrange the three of them into the same ward. After the three met, they looked at each other in silence. After a while, Lu Haoyu spoke with difficulty.
Dad, Mom, what's going on?
Did he record something?
Is there really some kind of good fortune? Why do I cheat him out of his money, but he makes money instead? Why do I cheat his industry, but he makes it boom instead?
Why am I trying to trick him and make him get into trouble now, but in the end nothing happened to him, and we got into trouble instead?
If that's the case, how can we attack him? If he's really that lucky, can I still replace him?
At this moment, Lu Haoyu was a little unconfident, but after hearing what he said, Lu Jinting sneered.
Son, this is all just an accident. Do you really think that everything that happened to him before was just luck? Do you really think this accident has something to do with him? I've figured it out. This guy must have some information channel that we don't know about.
And he himself is not as simple as we think. The reason he was able to make 1 billion in the casino was because he possessed powerful gambling skills.
This is the fundamental reason why he made 1 billion yuan.
By the same token, the reason An Yuan Group and our entertainment company were able to benefit from him was because he knew the inside story in advance. He must have known that the area where the An Yuan Group's building was located would become an economic development zone.
He must have known that the drama harem promotion would be a huge hit, so he chose to purchase An Yuan Group and Lei Ting Entertainment.
By the same token, he must have known that milk tea was very popular, or he learned from some channel that investing in milk tea would be profitable, so he invested in that milk tea shop. Finally, there's the fishing industry. I used to be confused about why he invested in it, but now I finally understand. Lu Haoyu understood what was going on without him saying anything, and continued speaking according to what Lu Jinting said. The fishing industry has always been monopolized by the fishing gangs. The only way to break the monopoly is to cooperate with them. So whether it's the shipwreck, this island, or the mysterious plants on it, Lu Linsheng should have known about these in advance. He got involved in the fishing industry because he knew the news in advance. Because he understands that as long as the island and the shipwreck are exposed, the country will definitely cooperate with him and will definitely support him. This way, the fish gang's monopoly will have no effect on him. With the support of the state, he can compete with the fish gang. He planned all this. Having said that, Lu Haoyu suddenly paused for a moment and spoke in a daze. But that's not right. Even if all this was because he got the information in advance through some means and planned it out. But how could he have been dropped into the air? Because nothing happened by accident, but I was the one who got hurt instead. Besides my accident, you two also had an accident, Mom and Dad, and both of you broke your arms.
Isn't this too much of a coincidence?
But after hearing what he said, Mother Lu spoke. What you two said before were not coincidences, because these are all human-made things, but this accident could really be a coincidence.
Otherwise, there's no explanation.
Why did the two wires get tangled together? Why did the broken wire snap off a stalactite? And why did this stalactite break your arm when it fell? And your father and I broke our arms because we were in a hurry and our vision was blocked by a plastic sheet.
This is not something that can be controlled by humans.
If all this really has some causal relationship with Lu Linsheng, then we would have died countless times if we had targeted him so much. So, don't worry, this time it was really an accident. Now we must confirm one thing, that is, what kind of power is behind this kid, and we also need to know whether he knows his own life experience.
If he knows everything, then all our plans will be useless. Lu Jinting nodded and said. I admit that I ignored him before.
I didn't expect him to hide so deeply. But now that I know, I will definitely find someone to investigate thoroughly.
I want to see what he is hiding behind this. And I think I know what's going on.